With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. A phantom figure of the plains rode the trails of long ago to bring justice to the oppressed. Where he came from, no one ever knew, but his heroic deeds were recorded in the memories of the people of 7 states. Even today, the cowboys sit around the campfire and relate yarns of his daring, of his feat on the draw when he meted out punishment to the lawless, of his great horse Silver, the fastest the West has ever known. History does not record his many adventures, but the West will always remember the shout which has come down through the years.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! How's waiting for us on the trail ahead? We have to hurry, old boy, or we may be too late! Hi-yo, Silver!
Strange things had happened to the stages that covered the trail between Pine River and Calhoun. Twice within the past month, death had struck mysteriously at both driver and guard. On each occasion, the stage had been brought into town by the unguided horses. Ben Sawtell, district superintendent of the line, found himself helpless to solve the crimes. In the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we see him in his office with the sheriff, Jack Beardsley. The superintendent is speaking of the deaths.
Sure, they could have died by a bad heart or something, Sheriff. I might believe that if one of them had come in dead, but not with all 4 of them.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Ben. Them boys must have been murdered. There ain't no 2 ways about that.
Murdered so's the stage can be robbed.
Been robbed then?
Both times.
Well, I thought there was a sizable load of stuff when the stage come in.
And so there was. The mail sacks was filled most overflowing. The rest of the things was as they should be. All but for one thing.
What's that?
The mail had been pawed over and handled.
For what?
To steal the mail, it looked like it might have money in it, I guess.
Oh, I see.
I checked the mail mighty careful when I had the chance, Sheriff, and seen that it was different than usual. That's why I say the killers had gone through it.
Figuring the thieving wouldn't be discovered at all, huh?
Sure.
Who's that skinny-looking kid stopping outside there?
I don't know. Never seen him before.
Mr. Sawtell?
That's me. Who are you and what do you want here?
Oh, my name's Barrett. Peter Barrett.
You don't look like you've been eating regular, kid.
Well, I ain't complaining none.
Where are you from?
Kansas. They call me the Kansas Kid over at Pine River, where I've been till now.
Pine River.
You come along the trail from there to here?
Yep.
Bad country, ain't it?
Pretty open country, but not much water. Lack of water and the sun is what makes it tough going over that stretch.
Yeah, there ain't but one water hole in the stretch that I know of.
That's all there is.
Well, get to the point. What'd you want to see me for?
I'm a stage driver.
What?
You?
And I'm a full-blooded Cherokee doing a war dance.
You done laughing?
By thunder, Sawtail, he's plumb serious about it.
The Kansas Kid, eh? Stage driver.
I heard that you was needing some drivers, so I rid over here.
On that stove-in Mexican plug that's out front?
Yes, sir. I need a job powerful bad, Mr. Sawtell. If you'd give me a chance,
How old are you?
18.
I'd never believe it. You got the size and weight of a 14-year-old, and not a husky one at that.
Well, I'm 18 and I can handle a 6-in-hand. If you'd give me a chance to prove
Look
it,
here,
I know...
Bert. The Kansas Kid, being as that's what they called you. We need men to handle the stages. Doggone husky ones at that. You heard what's been taking place along the route?
Yes, sir.
And want the job in spite of it?
Yes, sir.
You make up in spunk what you lack in weight, don't you?
I'll bring the horses through, Mr. Sawtell. And when I get here to Calhoun, I'll be driving them. They won't be pulling the corpse like they done in the past.
Maybe the kid knows something, Ben.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
Let me talk to him. Come here, kid.
Yes, sir.
You say you can handle a 6-in-hand.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you ever do it?
Well, that is,
Did you ever try?
I can handle them, honest I can.
Well, granting that you can. What makes you think you'll come through alive where big men toting rifles and guns and used to all sorts of things on the stage trail comes in dead?
Oh, I can't answer you.
Can't answer? Why can't you?
Well, I just can't, that's all. Look here, Mr. Sawtell. Just give me a try, won't you? Let me have just one chance. You ain't nothing to lose.
Nothing but 6 good horses and a stage and cargo. No, I'll handle the stage alone before I let you take it.
Is that all you gotta say, then?
That's all. Except in this. I'm busy. I ain't the time to palaver with a half-growed towhead that calls himself the Kansas Kid. So vamoose.
Well, where to?
Gee, Hossafed, I don't care where to. Just vamoose, that's all.
Well, my horse can't do no more traveling. I've gotta stay in Calhoun.
Then stay in Calhoun, drat you.
I ain't no cash to eat with. If you don't give me a job, I'll just have to starve, and then you'll have a burying to tend to.
By thunder, I never seen the like of you. Why'll I have a burying to tend to? Why should I be the one to put you to work?
Because I wouldn't work nowhere else.
Well, of all... If you won't work nowhere else, then blast you, go and starve. I don't give a hang,
What is you gonna say?
What'd you say your name was?
Pete Barrett. But you can put it on the payroll, the Kansas Kid.
Look here, Sheriff. What am I to do with him? Dread it, I'll lay awake nights thinking of him starving if I don't give him a job. Here, you. Take that broom and sweep this office up. Hang around and make yourself useful somehow.
What about driving a stage?
No.
Then I'll hang around and make myself useful till all the other drivers are killed off. Then maybe I'll get my chance.
Start sweeping. Don't get under my feet or I'll likely step on you.
Sawtell, I wonder if that kid does know something.
Tain't likely.
He's the most peculiar acting cuss I ever seen.
I can't make him out. He's likely catching ahead. Imagine crossing that prairie land between Pine River and here on that no-account horse. The critter almost has to lean against the hitch rack to keep him falling over.
Come on outside, Ben.
For what?
Something to say. Shut that door. Maybe I'm local, but I got a hunch.
Yeah?
Keep an eye on that kid.
Why?
He was powerful determined to get work here, wasn't he?
Beat all I ever seen.
He knowed you wouldn't trust him with a stage, but he figured he might get another job.
For what?
Maybe just to hang around the office. Step around the side here. Let's look through the window. Somehow I got a notion the Kansas Kid's tied up with the mysterious murders and robberies.
Gosh.
Here, take a look. What's he doing?
He's at my desk.
Pawing through it. Why, darn, I told you so, Ben. He's found something. What's that book?
The schedule. It shows when the stage is due to leave the Pine River station and when it's due to get here.
Just so.
One is on the way here now from Pine River. The next one ain't leaving there till next week.
Well, don't let the kid know you suspicion anything, but watch him sharp.
Beg pardon, gentlemen. Peeking in your own window?
Huh?
I
Steady,
should.
Sheriff.
You're both covered.
A masked man.
Put them guns down, surrender in the name of the law.
If I intended to surrender, I wouldn't have come here.
Who are you?
What do you want?
I'm here for information.
What sort of information?
What's that mask for?
I'm not answering your question, Sheriff. I'm here to find out the schedule of the stages.
What?
So, you're the mysterious killer, huh?
You'll think that whether I deny it or not, so there's no use denying it.
Then you admit it.
No, I don't, Sheriff. I came here to ask a simple question. You give that information to anyone who wants to buy a fare on the stage. Why can't you give it to me?
Because you're masked.
That's the reason I have to keep my guns handy.
How'd you get here so quiet?
You were absorbed in watching through that window. You didn't hear my approach. When does the next stage leave Pine River?
I ain't giving out no information.
Don't you want to solve the murders?
Well,
He got 'em.
Who's the redskin?
Did you find out what we wanted, Tonto?
Here, your horse, Silver. Yeah.
All right, Tonto. That's all we need.
Hey, don't you leave here.
You're under arrest.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Stop them two.
Shoot him, Sheriff.
You missed. Fire again.
Oh, it ain't no use shooting at greased lightning.
Gosh, what horses them two has?
And what'd the redskin do?
He come into your office, and he forced me to look through the schedule book.
The same book you was looking through, huh?
How'd you know?
We seen you.
Yeah, and you got a-plenty things to explain, Pete Kansas Kid Barrett.
See what they done, Sheriff? The masked man kept us here while the redskin went inside.
I know, we've been tricked.
And it's too late to change the schedule. The stages will start from Pine River. One's most here already. And the other will start before we can get a man there to warn it.
Anyhow, we know two of the men that's behind the murders, even if we don't know how they done it.
And maybe a third.
Yeah. You're going to the calaboose, kid.
No, you can't lock me up. I gotta be free.
I expect you have to help rob the stages and kill the drivers. But you're going to jail all the same.
Please, you don't savvy. You don't understand.
We savvy all we need to savvy. You're going to jail and starve till you tell all you know about the mystery of the stage trail.
Here comes the stage from Pine River. I gotta tend to things.
I'll just put these handcuffs on you, kid, and hold you to the hitch rack till I'm ready to jail you.
Sheriff, there's passengers on this trip. Look, there's a man and woman getting out of the stage.
Sure enough.
Please, don't, Sheriff.
That'll hold you for a while. Come on, let's see what's up, Ben.
Right.
Sheriff, please don't leave me handcuffed. You can't do this. You can't, I tell you. Let me go.
I'll go ask the guard and driver a few questions about the trip, Ben.
Yeah. Sam, you tend to the horses and mail. I'm going inside the office and see the passengers.
All right, Mr. Sawtell.
Howdy. My name's Sawtell. I'm in charge of the office here.
My sakes, what a dusty trip we've had.
We certainly have. My name is Leggett, Mr. Sawtell. John Leggett. This is my wife.
I'm sure enough glad to know you, Mr. Leggett. Howdy, Mrs. Leggett.
If we were going on much further, I'd have a complaint to make about your drivers.
What's that, Mrs. Leggett?
The last half of the trip, it seemed as if the driver picked every bumpy spot and stone in the trail to go over. I've never been so shaken in all my life.
Certainly a rough trip.
I suppose we should be grateful, though, that we're here alive. I hear there's been a lot of things happening on your line, Mr. Sawtell.
Sure enough has. I declare it's a relief to see this stage come through safe and sound. We've had a sight of trouble lately.
I heard about it.
Wasn't no trouble this trip, was there, Mr. Leggett?
No, not a bit. Came right through without any trouble.
No one stopped the stage or asked any questions?
We didn't see a sign of anybody.
Not a soul, all the way from Pine River here.
I don't understand you complaining about the driver. He's one of the best men we got. He can handle horses like no one I ever seen.
I want to ask them folks some questions, Ben.
Reckon they'll be glad to answer, Sheriff.
What happened on the trip?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
Come on, speak up. Who stopped the stage?
What's happened, Sheriff?
Answer my question. Who stopped the stage?
No one.
I'll swear to that. We didn't see a sign of anyone.
Who got at the guard and driver?
No one. There wasn't any way possible for anyone to get at them. What's the matter?
Sheriff, what's happened?
So there ain't no way for anyone to have got to Bixby. Well, the fact remains, him and the guard are dead. Right now.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now on with our story. We learn in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama that the stage line between Pine River and Calhoun had been attacked. 3 drivers and 3 guards had been killed, but no clue left behind which would explain the murders. 2 passengers, a man by the name of Leggett and his wife, had been on the stage at the time of the last attack. But though they'd been present when the tragedy occurred, they could offer no explanation to account for it. We return now to the office of Ben Sawtell, manager of the stage line. Sheriff Beardsley has been questioning the Leggetts for more than an hour, but with no result.
So that's all you can tell.
We've told you the truth, Sheriff.
You left Pine River with everyone in good shape, and you didn't see no one on the way here.
Not a soul.
We didn't even stop except for the men to fill their canteens with water.
My wife means the guard and driver.
No one could have shot 'em from ambush.
Sheriff, you know blame well there ain't no signs of shooting.
That's so.
I don't see how the stage could be brought here with both those men dead.
Well, the horses know the way as well as the men do. What do you folks come here for?
Was you aiming to head on west?
No, not unless we had to.
We're looking for our son.
Your son?
Yeah, he ran away from home. We think he came this way.
You said nothing about it before.
You didn't give us a chance. You were too blame busy trying to accuse us of murdering those 2 men.
Have you seen Dave?
There ain't been no one here by that name.
Dave Leggett, eh?
Yes. He seemed to think he had an answer to these strange murders.
Great Scott. Maybe it's the kid. What sort of looking kid?
Thin and pale and...
He's only 16, but he looks even younger.
Tow-headed?
Have you seen him?
Thunderation. That's the Kansas kid.
And we thought he was in cahoots with the killers.
Where is he now?
You've seen him then?
Yeah, he's handcuffed to the hitch rack. He come here with big ideas, and we figured he was in with the killers.
He acted peculiar like. He was bound and determined to drive a stage or work for me here at something or other. We catched him snooping in my books.
Oh, John, what can we do with him?
I'll go get him.
Hey, Sheriff, Sawtell, come fast. There's a masked man and Injun.
Where?
They're loosening a prisoner.
Our boy.
Get him. We want them to.
There they are!
Dave! They got him on the horse with the masked man.
I'll stop him this time.
Don't shoot. You might hit David.
Come on! There they go again.
I seen him loosen the handcuffs.
That settles it. I'm going to get to the bottom of things if I have to jail everyone around here.
I couldn't have stopped them, Sheriff.
It's all right, Meekin. There wasn't nothing you could do.
Great golly. What with another pair of men gone, new arrivals, and that funny-acting kid?
Hold on, Meekin. How do you know he was funny acting?
Huh?
You ain't had nothing to do with him. How'd you know he was funny acting? You've been snooping around this office while he was here, ain't you?
I didn't mean no harm, Sheriff. Honest, I
Get
was...
inside there. You too, Leggett, and your wife with you.
What are you going to do about the kid, Sheriff?
Get men out. Form a posse. My boy's in the hands of that masked man.
Do something, Sheriff. Find David for
I
us.
says get inside. Maybe the kid is working for killers. Maybe you work with him. Maybe you lied about the trip here. Maybe you killed them guards and drivers.
That's not true.
How dare you say such things?
I dare say what I blame, please. Now sit down. I'm asking plenty more questions. You sit there, Meekin.
I didn't mean no harm, Sheriff. All as I done was to get where I could hear what the kid was saying. He looked so odd.
Sit down and shut your mouth. You sit there, Leggett, and your wife next to you. Sawtell?
Yeah?
Go get all my deputies and tell them we're running things with a high hand around this town till we find out about the Leggetts and the kid and the Injun and the masked man. Maybe then we'll know how men can die so sudden.
Ben Sawtell and Sheriff Beardsley suspected that young David Leggett, who called himself the Kansas Kid, knew more than he wished to tell of the murders. The Lone Ranger believed that David would be willing to help solve the mystery. He rescued the boy and carried him to his camp. We see the masked man as he dismounts.
You'll be taken care of here, Dave, better than you would in prison. You'd have gone there because the sheriff thought you were helping me.
I reckon so.
I'm glad you told me your real name while we were riding.
I don't know what it is, mister, but in spite of your mask, there's something about you. I can trust you, can't I?
Yes, Dave, you can.
I knowed it. The Indian, too.
Tonto's my best friend.
What you come here for?
I I didn't dare to mention what I know to the sheriff or to Mr. Sawtell.
Why?
Well, you see, the killer might be one of them. If that is the case, then they just arranged for me to die sudden-like, and the killing would go on.
That's good, straight thinking, Dave.
I didn't dare to tell Ma and Pa about what I thought because they'd say, well, they'd say I was too young to mix into things of the sort.
Dave, just what do you suspect?
Well, you see, Pa runs the store over at Pine Center.
Yes.
And I tend counter sometimes, and 3 times a certain man's come in and bought things. I seen him around Calhoun, and he's one of the critters I suspect.
Yes?
Look here, if I tell you the whole thing, will you take the chance of stringing along with me and just seeing if I'm right?
Tell me, Dave.
No matter how loco it sounds.
Just tell me and we'll see. Tonto and I came here to try and put an end to murder and robbery. If you have any idea how these stage drivers die, tell us.
I will.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto listened as Dave Leggett told his story, then formed certain plans. It was several days before these plans could be put into action. And meanwhile, Sheriff Beardsley and his men searched the vicinity for the masked man and his companions. The deputies hunted far and wide, but each morning they returned to the parents of David Leggett with the same report.
Not a thing new. I'm downright sorry, folks.
But he must be around here someplace, Sheriff. He couldn't simply drop out of sight.
He's being kept in hiding by that masked man. It's the only way I can figure it out.
Howdy, Mr. and Mrs. Liggett.
Well, good morning.
Sheriff, the next stage is coming through today.
I know it, Ben. I've made arrangements like we talked of.
Got men all along the trail at intervals?
Yep. I had to drop the hunt for the kid to do it, but I sent the men out to their posts.
Have enough men?
I swore in a few extra ones.
Good enough. Ain't found no trace of the kid, have you?
Nope.
Seen Meekin around?
Yeah, he's one of the new deputies.
Oh, I wondered what he was this time. That coyote gets liquored and falls asleep somewhere in the woods ever so often. Takes too darn many days off.
I'd fire him if I was you, Sawtell.
I would, only I'm too short-handed already.
Snooping in your office window like he done.
There's something we can do to find Dave. Can't we call out some army men or something?
After the stage comes through, I'll put all my men out hunting him again, Mr. Leggett. That's all we can do.
Who's the
That voice. That's the masked man.
There he is!
Stand where you are.
Sheriff, it's life and death, and you've got to listen to me.
You're under arrest.
Don't waste time and talk. Come on and follow me.
Where's my boy?
What have you done with Dave?
Your boy's all right, but he might not be if you don't come with me, Sheriff.
But I...
Along the stage trail toward the east.
It's another trick of some sort.
It isn't. Bring some men and come.
My men are scattered all along the trail.
Pick them up as you ride.
They're all looking for you and my son.
In that case, they may follow me, even if the sheriff won't help solve the mystery.
Wait a minute.
Come on, follow me. Hurry up.
Come on, man.
The Lone Ranger shouted for the sheriff to follow him, then wheeled Silver about and raced out of town to meet the westbound stage. When he passed the first of the deputies along the way, he called to them as Silver thundered by.
Come on! Follow me!
That's the masked man, the one we're hunting. Get riding. Get up there.
The great horse Silver continued his wild dash eastward while the deputies tried to follow. Far ahead, Dave Leggett and Tonto held 3 men at bay with drawn guns. 2 of the men are the driver and guard of the westbound stage. The third is Jake Meekin, the new deputy.
It's just a matter of time when these 2 will have to let us go.
Just so, guard.
If the stage don't get to Calhoun on time, the rest of your deputies will ride out to meet it, won't they?
Sure they will. Then they'll make this redskin and kid tell how they've been killing everyone.
We ain't the killers. You'll find out soon enough.
Look here, kid. You leave the 3 of us go, and we'll give you a chance to get away.
No.
Well, at least give us a drink of water from that hole.
My throat's parched.
I ain't had a drink since my canteen went dry a while after we left Pine River.
You not take 'em drink.
If you're going to kill us in that mysterious way you had, why don't you do it and get it over with?
We ain't the killers. And you know it, Meekin.
You'll swing for murder when my pards get here.
I want a drink.
Well, the least you can do is let us have some water.
No. You can't touch it.
When I say go, we'll jump 'em. It's your only chance.
What are you saying, Meekin?
Go!
Look out! Get up!
You not touch water. Now hold him. Hold him till we get ropes.
Never mind the ropes. Just drill 'em.
It's a doggone good idea.
Let me up. Listen to me. I'm here to help you. We ain't the killers.
No, we got him at last. 6 murders for him to tell about.
Shoot 'em. Shoot the 2 of 'em. There comes a third.
We got a fight, driver. Get your gun from the redskin.
Now shoot 'em. I'll fix 'em.
Get him, them white fellas.
Look out! Get the horse! That Injun's horse. Look out. He'll get you.
Stand up, the 3 of you. Drop that gun, Meekin.
I'll show you. Oh, my head.
I got my gun again. I'll keep him covered.
I'll keep your hands up till the lawmen get here, and then you'll all learn the truth.
Keep them all covered. Stand back. All of you heist your hands. You got 'em, boys, huh? Good work.
What's happened here? Be quiet and let Dave Liggett tell his story.
Mr. Sawtell, will you listen now?
Go on, talk.
Well, that fella Meekin, he come into Pa's store a few times, and he bought a certain thing that I wondered a lot about.
Well, what was it?
Poison. A kind that's used for killing crop-destroying bugs. It don't hurt cattle none, but it's poison for a man.
The kid lies.
He put it in that water hole, and when the guards and drivers would drink there, they'd get poison before they got to Calhoun. Then Meekin would stop the horses, loot the stage, and send the horses on again.
That ain't so. That ain't true.
Sheriff, for proof, have Meekin drink the water.
What about that, Meekin?
Them's the 2 that poisoned it. That Injun and the kid.
Hold on, Meekin. If that's true, why ain't they let us drink the water? They blame near got killed for trying to keep us from drinking.
The poison lasts only a short time, then the water clears itself. Try it, Meekin. Here, take a good big drink.
No. Sheriff, Ben, help me.
Why, darn Meekin, you've been missing for a few days every time a stage was robbed. You said you'd got too much to drink, but that was just a lie to cover up. I see it now.
I think you'll find the stolen loot in Meekin's home.
Meekin, you're going to drink that water.
No. Don't make me.
We'll pour it down your throat.
Don't. I confess. I done it. I'm the killer.
Gosh, look here, kid. How do you know so much?
Well, I just had a hunch, and when the masked man got to listening, he figured it was a good hunch. So me and the Indian, Tonto, come here. That's all.
Son, if your folks is willing, you got a job on the stage line.
Gosh, thanks.
Reason the last stage wasn't looted, I suppose, was on account of the passengers carried water for the trip with them and didn't drink from this hole. Well, Meekin, you dirty rat.
I got a right to a trial. I got a right to tell my story.
Mysterious murders, huh? Why, drat you, I can see through you as plain as day now. Come on and see what hanging's like.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Come back through the years and return with us to the wild and untamed west of old. Thrill once again to another exciting story of the phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they charge down the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! We'll meet it on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger had made a long and tiring trip. His horse Silver was in need of water. And so when the masked man neared the town of Needlepoint and came within the sight of Amy Holcomb's home, he paused to remove his mask and disguise his face. Thus prepared, he approached the house. As our dramatic story begins, we hear him in conversation with Amy Holcomb.
I'll ride on as soon as my horse is watered.
So you don't aim to spend the night around town nowhere?
No.
Well, I won't ask no more questions. Sakes alive, I've asked a plenty, and that's the first one I got an answer to. Serves me right for being a curious old busybody. By the way, I don't suppose you heard of the NASH'S, have you?
I don't think so.
I forgot you're a stranger. There's PANAMINT Nash and Lindy. She's his daughter.
I haven't heard of them.
There's a whole tribe of the Nash folk, but PANAMINT's the main one. He's the most ornery cuss that ever drawed a breath. Oh, I was going to tell you not to bother to ask him for no water. He wouldn't give it to you.
He wouldn't?
Nope. Like as not, you'll pass his place. It's just around the bend. PANAMINT is crippled, he is. Can't walk a step.
That's too bad.
It's his twisted soul that done it. It's fitting punishment for a man that ain't never lived as a white man should. He ain't no use for Needlepoint folks. Won't let none of his people associate with us. Old critter thinks we ain't good enough for his breed.
Are there many people in his family?
Sakes alive, yes. Reckon there was 4 or 5 Nash men, and they all married and had families. And old PANAMINT, he's the boss of the lot. They all live in the Bend country. Of the whole kit and caboodle of them, Linda's the only one that's worth her salt.
What has PANAMINT done that makes him so disliked?
It ain't what he's done, stranger. It's what he ain't done.
Oh?
Keeping all his people close by him there, never letting none of them come around here. Won't even let any of us folks go there. That's how cussed mean he is.
Hey, I heard of a man around Needlepoint
But
named...
wait, let me tell you. Here's what PANAMINT done. There was a young cowboy rid over to the Bend to see Lindy, and PANAMINT shot him. That's how poison mean he is. Lindy'd make a man a fine wife, but she don't have no chance to get off her, not living with old PANAMINT.
Did the cowboy live?
Yep. But he'll have a stiff arm for the rest of his life. Now, what was you asking about?
A man named Frawley, Bob Frawley.
Bob Frawley? My sakes, do you know him? He's our sheriff here at Needle Point.
Is he?
Sure thing.
Isn't he rather young to be a sheriff?
Young, but dead earnest about it.
Is he well liked?
Yes, that's how he got to get the job. But say, hold on, who are you?
Why?
By Juniper. You ain't the one Bob's looking for, are you?
Me?
By thunder, I bet you are. You're the man that shot Bob's paw.
You're mistaken.
Well, maybe so. You don't look or act like a killer. But why did you ask about Bob?
I'd heard of him, that's all.
Main reason he wanted the sheriff's job so bad is because he figured it might help him to locate the man he'd give his life to get.
The man who killed his father, huh?
Yeah. Old man Frawley was dry-gulched. Some outlaw done it when Bob was just a younker. And his ma told him about it when he got older. Bob's vowed to get that man and put a soft-nosed slug in him just like what his pa got. Look, there's horsemen coming this way. Wonder who they are.
Here, Silver.
Hey, are you leaving now?
Yes.
But hold on a minute. That looks like Sheriff Bob on one of them horses. Some lady riding with him.
Yep. Thanks for what you told me.
Sakes alive, hold on, stranger. If that ain't Linda Nash that's riding with Sheriff Frawley, I'm plumb loco.
I may see you again.
Say, mister, tell them two to come around here and call on an old woman, will you? They're cutting off to the south like they didn't want me to see them.
Hi-yo, Silver!
My sakes alive. He called that hot Silver. I wonder. Doggone, it can't be. Silver. I wonder.
Look at that horse riding away from Ma Holcomb's place, Bob. Did you ever see the like of it?
That's as fine a piece of horseflesh as I ever seen, Linda.
I hope we cut away from her house before she recognized us.
Oh, drat it, Linda. Why we gotta be secret about seeing one another?
You know, Bob. You know how Pa feels about all the Needle Point folks.
I know, but just the same...
If he knowed you and I was meeting each other, there's no telling what he'd do.
Likely try to shoot me. Linda, why don't you let me call on him?
No, Bob, no. You've got to promise not to.
I bet if you let me call on the old fire eater and talk the thing out, I'd get him to say we could be married.
No, not yet, Bob. Maybe someday, but not now.
Blast it.
You know Pa's ideas. He's vowed that none of the NASH'S will ever leave the bend.
What's his crazy idea anyhow? What's he got against the Needle Point folks?
I don't know, Bob, but if he ever found out I was seeing you, there's no telling what he'd do. He'd like to take a horse with him.
I'd like to see him try it.
He's just as set in his ways as you are in yours. Now I've got to go. You better turn back here. We're getting into the Bend country.
If it wasn't that I'd pledged my ma to square accounts for Pa...
Don't say it, Bob.
All right.
There's one thing I never could understand about your vow, Bob.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, how will you know the killer when you find him?
I'll know him.
So long ago, you wasn't much more than a baby when it happened.
I know I'll find him someday, Linda. He's still alive, I know he is. I'll find him. Years ago, he went by the name of Wildcat. And someday I'll trace him down by that old nickname.
Wildcat?
Well, Linda, what's the matter?
Wildcat?
Did you ever hear of him?
Tell me more about him, Bob.
Well, I don't know much about him. But someone, I don't know who, told Ma the killer's left-handed and walks with a limp.
Left-handed and called Wildcat?
I've been investigating every left-handed man I hear about. And someday, honey, I'll carry out one of my vows.
One of them?
Well, the second one is to marry you.
Oh. Bob, I gotta leave you here. You go back to Needle Point. I'm heading for the Bend. Get up. Get up there.
When the Lone Ranger mounted his great horse Silver, he headed toward the Bend. As he rode, he circled wide to avoid being seen by the girl and the sheriff who were headed for the same destination. When the ranger finally approached the Nash property, several minutes after Linda had arrived, he replaced his mask.
Cautiously, he approached the guard who was stationed on the outskirts of the property. He quickly overpowered the man, tied him securely, and left him where he was. Then the masked man went to Nash's home. It had been his intention to speak to old PANAMINT, but when he saw Linda enter the house, he stationed himself outside instead. PANAMINT Nash, for years crippled and chair-ridden, greeted his daughter Linda and her companion, Morgan Nash, a distant relative.
Well, about time you got back, Lindy. What did you learn? Was it worth my while sending you into town?
I talked to the sheriff, Father.
And as soon as most anything happens to have you talking to needlepoint folks, I had to have some information. What'd he say?
He told me that...
Well, go ahead. You try to fib to me. You've been seeing considerable of Bob Frawley, ain't you?
What?
You see, Linda, I know what goes on around here, even if I don't get around myself. Your cousin Morgan there told me about you two meeting.
Morgan, you...
Well, what are you going to do about it, Lindy?
You sneaking coyote carrying tails. I hate the sight of you.
That'll do, girl.
You needn't get so uppity, Lindy.
I said keep quiet. See, I had a reason in sending you to talk to Bob Frawley. He'd tell you anything you wanted to know. And I reckon he did. He's still hunting for the man that killed his father, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
Well, go on. Tell me some more.
You don't know the man's name.
Don't, huh? What else did he tell you?
Pa, I can't tell you.
Go on, speak up now. I'll send Morgan and a couple of the other boys to get him.
I'd like to drill Bob Frawley. If it wasn't for him, maybe Lindy would like me.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man alive.
Speak up now. What did Frawley say?
The only thing he knows about the man is he used to be called Wildcat.
Wildcat, eh? Well, go on.
That's all, Pa.
Go on.
He's a little lame and he's left-handed.
Left-handed. That don't mean nothing. I'm left-handed, too.
But he said the man who shot his father was nicknamed Wildcat.
Well, what about it?
That rifle hanging over the mantel has the name Wildcat carved on the stock.
I know it. What about it?
Is that your rifle?
What if it is?
I couldn't believe it of you, Pa, that you'd shoot a man from ambush. Bob Frawley's father was dry gulched.
I ain't said I shot him. Anyhow, if I did, what would you do about it?
I'd run off, that's what I'd do. I'd leave here forever.
He's fixing to leave here someday anyhow, Uncle PANAMINT.
That wouldn't surprise me none.
He's not telling the truth, Pa.
Oh, yes, I am. You're fixing to run off and marry that good-for-nothing sheriff.
He's not good for nothing. He's the best sheriff this county's ever seen.
You see, Uncle PANAMINT? You see how she comes to his defense?
Yeah. If she thinks enough about him, she's likely to turn on me and try and tell him I'm the one shot his pa.
I believed it of you, Pa.
Never mind. Morgan.
Yeah?
We ain't going to take no chances on her running away.
No, wouldn't be good sense to.
What are you going to do?
Morgan, take Lindy to her room, lock the door, and bring the key to me.
You can't keep me a prisoner.
We'll do it for the time being. Maybe when you're set free, you won't be seeing no more of Bob Frawley.
Come on, Lindy.
Let go of me.
Come on.
Hurry up, Morgan, and get back here to me. I got something I want to speak to you about.
I'll be right with you, Uncle PANAMINT.
You won't be sorry for this. I'll get rid of Bob Frawley somehow. I'll leave you now the first chance I'll get.
Take that key out. Fetch it back to me.
He's locked in safe now.
We can get out through the window if we ain't careful.
I'll tend to that. I'll have a couple of the boys put some slats over the window so she can't get out that way.
Well, that's a good idea.
If you want to see me about something else?
Yeah. You're far enough removed to marry Lindy.
I'd sure enough like to.
Your third cousin. That'd be all right.
Yeah, only she don't seem to care much about me. I'd make her a good husband, though, Uncle PANAMINT. I'm a good, steady man.
That girl's all in the world I care about. I want to make sure there's someone to take care of her when I'm gone.
You can count on me.
I'll fetch her around our way of thinking. I'll do it somehow.
Gosh, that'd be swell.
You can get along now. Tend to boarding up that window. That's all I wanted to see you about.
curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scene, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that the crippled old PANAMINT Nash ruled his relatives from his invalid's chair with an iron hand. He did not permit strangers to enter Nash territory, nor did he allow any members of the Nash family to become friendly with outsiders. The Lone Ranger learned that Linda Nash, PANAMINT's daughter, was interested in Bob Frawley, in spite of her father's objections. Bob, sheriff of the county, had dedicated himself to one purpose in life, to get the man who had killed his father years before. As our story continues, we see the masked man pulling the great horse Silver to a stop in a small, well-concealed camp. Tonto, his faithful Indian companion, comes out to meet him.
Oh, Silver. Oh. Tonto, I learned quite a bit about this Nash affair.
I'm good.
I think Bob Frawley is going to find the man who killed his father.
Who kill him?
Frawley's never seen the inside of the Nash home. If he did, he'd find a rifle on the wall. A rifle with the name Wildcat carved in the stock.
That name feller who killed Frawley?
Yes. And the rifle belongs to PANAMINT Nash.
Oh.
Which makes a complication, Tonto. If Bob carries out his vow, it'll mean he'll have to kill the father of the girl he loves.
And then him lose girl, huh?
And if Bob Frawley doesn't marry Linda, the girl will live a life of misery.
What happened, man?
Nash is planning to marry her to a third cousin, a man named Morgan.
Him good feller?
No, he isn't. He's a sneaky-looking man. But old PANAMINT usually has his way. They'll be making plans for a wedding there, Tonto. PANAMINT will push the thing ahead as fast as he can.
What we do?
I want you to get into his land and stay around the house. You might be able to get a job as cook there.
Me get work there.
You'll have to be there to do certain things, Tonto.
What? Them?
You'll have to tell Linda to wait and be patient. Tell her to let the plans for a wedding proceed.
Marry that feller?
No. Somehow, I don't think the wedding will be performed. I have a few things to say to PANAMINT Nash myself. Things he may not know.
What? That?
You see, Kemosabe, PANAMINT doesn't realize that I know who used to be called Wildcat.
Oh.
I'll see you later when I come to the ranch to talk to PANAMINT. Yep.
Hail, Silver!
Tonto spent 10 days at the ranch, during which time he carefully noted everything he observed. And then, when he'd gathered the information needed, he met the Lone Ranger one evening and made his report, told him everything that had happened concerning the wedding. We hear the ranger now as he walks across the porch and opens PANAMINT Nash's door.
What the?
Nash, I want to speak to you. Put down that gun.
So you think them guns you're holding will stop me, huh? Well, they won't. Maybe you'll drill me. Before I breathe my last, I'll get you.
Don't draw that trigger. I'm here to talk about the wedding.
Wedding?
Yes.
What's the mask to do with wedding talk?
Lower the gun, Nash. The sheriff is looking for a man who used to be called Wildcat.
Huh? And what about it?
That rifle over the mantel belonged to Wildcat.
It did? And what's more, that's the rifle that was used to kill old Frawley. Now, what do you aim to do about it?
I know who Wildcat is. Do you?
Maybe I do. I ain't saying.
Very well. In case you don't, I'll tell you. And I'll prove everything I say.
The Lone Ranger compelled the attention of Panamint Nash. And as the masked man spoke, Panamint became more interested with each word he said. Nevertheless, the wedding plans went on as originally scheduled. On the eventful day, every member of the Nash family assembled around old Panamint's chair in the huge ranch house. Linda, dressed in her bridal gown, stood in the doorway to the immense central room with Tonto at her side.
You not worry.
But another hour and I'll be married.
That long time. Plenty happened.
Oh, there's Paul waiting to speak to me.
Linda! Stand away from that door. Come into the room. I got things to say.
Paul, you've got that rifle off from the mountain.
Yeah?
What are you going to do with it?
Maybe that sheriff critter will have nerve enough to come here and try and stop the wedding.
You ain't going to shoot him if he does. Paul, no. No,
Well, you got your spunk back again, huh?
But this wasn't in the plan.
What plans? You've been meek as can be for the past week. I thought you'd lost all your spunk.
Oh, I ain't lost no spunk. I've been meek because I felt that no matter what you planned, the wedding wouldn't come off. That's why I agreed to everything you said. But if you plan to shoot Bob Frawley...
Oh, you're looking for him to come here,
Yes,
huh?
I am. He loves me. He'll defy the whole pack of NASH'S to keep me from marrying a man I hate.
Oh?
If you try to shoot Bob Frawley, I'll stand before that gun. It's enough that you killed his father. You ain't going to kill him, too.
No.
You grin about it. Oh, Paul, I don't know why I don't hate and despise a man like you.
Don't you?
I haven't so far. There's something seems to tell me that I just won't believe you killed Bob's father till you confess it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you shoot Bob, I'll...
Hey.
Oh, Bob.
Well, Frawley?
I heard about this wedding.
Bob, look out. He's going to use that rifle on you.
You better not.
You got a sight of nerve to come here, Frawley.
All right, maybe I have. You better let me have that rifle.
Stand away from in front of me. I want to keep an eye on the door at the other end of the room.
For what?
Never mind. Frawley, I didn't think you'd have the spunk to come here like this. You're the first needlepoint man to set foot inside this house.
And when I leave, Linda's leaving with... What's that on that rifle?
Huh?
Let me see that gun stock.
Ain't no affair of yours.
Let me see it. Who owns the rifle? Is that yours?
I ain't said so.
Bob, listen, Bob. Don't be hasty. That's an old rifle. It's been over the mantel ever since I can remember.
Quiet. You, Sam. Keep clear of that door down there. I want to see who comes in.
I was saying, Bob, that rifle...
Look. It ain't even loaded. I'll show you that it ain't. Squeeze the trigger.
It was loaded.
Hey, Morgan's been hit. What the...
You shot your nephew.
Morgan.
Hit him right through the heart, Nash.
It's a good thing there wasn't anybody else coming through that door, ain't it?
You've killed the bridegroom, your own nephew. You don't seem a bit concerned. Say, I'd like to know if that was an accident or on purpose.
Save your wind.
But I'd like to know...
See this here gun? See that wildcat on the gun stock?
Yes.
That's the gun that killed your pa.
Did you shoot him? If you did, Panamint Nash, I'll put a bullet right between your eyes. I'll show you that...
No, Bob, don't. Please, he's my father.
I don't care who he is. My father was dry gulched, shot from behind. And I...
Shut up.
All right.
Let me talk. Your father and me was the best of friends.
I know it. I never dreamed that you'd be the one.
I was with your old man when he fell. The shot that killed your pa was aimed to kill me.
It was.
Yeah. There wasn't no use me telling that before now. Nobody would believe it. You knowed I was with your pa when he fell, you'd have come accusing me years ago, just like you're doing now.
Yeah.
Then it wasn't you, Paul.
No, it wasn't. It was some one of the Nash men that fired that shot, and he wanted to get me. He wanted to kill me for my cash.
You know who it was?
I know now, but I didn't at the time.
Who?
Let me get to it in my own time, boy. I've got a story to tell.
Go on, Paul.
I swore at the time I'd get the critter that killed my best friend. The ornery coyote that aimed to kill me. I was the only one in the whole Nash tribe that had any money. I left a will dividing it among them. Well, when I knowed one of them was gunning for me from the Arroyo, I figured to bring the whole pack of them here to live together.
That was years ago.
Just before you was born, Linda. It took time to round the whole tribe up, but I done it. I kept them broke. I give them orders and kept them orders followed out. I kept them all here where I could watch them.
Gosh.
I was hunting the same thing you was, Bob Frawley. I was hunting the killer of your father. Your old man knowed it was Wildcat that done the shooting, but he didn't talk to me. He wouldn't tell me who it was because he knowed it was one of my own family. He figured I'd side with my own flesh and blood if he told me.
Tell me who it is, Nash. I'll see your revenge carried out.
There ain't no need for that. The killer's already paid in full.
You mean he's gone?
He's gone. Gone with the same gun he used to kill your pa.
You don't mean Morgan?
That's just who I mean. Morgan. That gun with Wildcat burned into the stock was Morgan's rifle.
But you was going to have me marry him.
There's a different reason for that, honey. I know you cared a lot about Bob Frawley, but I didn't know how much he cared for you.
Then you never intended having the wedding go through?
I intended to stop it just as I done. When you come in after seeing Bob here and told me the name of the murderer was Wildcat, I knew right off who the killer was.
Oh.
So would Morgan. He stood right here in the room while you were telling me, but you didn't note his face. You was watching me too close.
But I thought you was the one, Paul. Oh,
And
gosh,
Morgan, he figured I didn't know he was gunning for me when he killed Frawley. That's why he weren't worried. You see, he threw the suspicion for the killing on me by telling your ma, Bob, that the killer was left-handed and walked with a limp.
See here, Nash. Do you mean this whole wedding was just a put-up job to
see if you had spunk enough to get the girl you loved before she married a man she didn't care for?
I'm here.
Well, all right. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to marry Linda.
It's about time you talk like that. And you, Linda, it's about time you got some spunk back in you.
Oh, you know, Paul, I never did lose my spunk.
Well, then you sure did a fine piece of acting these last few days. I was most broke up seeing how you kowtowed to everything I said.
Sure I did. Because the Injun told me how to act. I wasn't worried a minute about having to marry Morgan Nash.
The Injun?
I reckon that must have been Tonto.
You know him?
I know his masked partner. It was him that come and told me to get here and get my girl.
Yeah, the masked man. Well, I don't know who he is, but he seemed to know that things needed doing. And to think I was ready to shoot him for busting in on me like he done.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The glamour of the Old West is brought back to us today as the famous Lone Ranger, mystery rider of the plains, urges the great horse Silver down the danger trails of long ago. Listen to the tattoo of those silver-shod hoofs. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Run as you've never run before! We're needed on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
That thunder of cannons was the signal for the start of the first thrilling ride of the Pony Express in the year 1860. The route extended from Missouri to California. For 2 years, the most highly skilled young horsemen and the fastest mounts carried the mail across the country in record time. 24 hours a day, the Pony Riders urged their fleet little horses along the trail at top speed. Stations were established every few miles to furnish fresh horses for the racing riders. Our story begins as we see a foam-flecked horse pull to a stop at the end of his run.
There he is, just on time.
Slap that saddle on a fresh horse and let me be on my way. I'm out to make a record.
Bill Cody just passed here in the eastbound
I'll
run.
beat his time if I have to break my neck trying.
Want some hot coffee?
Not this time. Hurry up with that saddle. Cinch it up tight. I got some important papers this trip.
Yeah? What are they?
I don't know. Something for Silver Gulch. This particular load just got to get through fast.
Sam takes the mail from you to the next station, don't he?
Yeah. What's taking you so long about that horse? Hurry up there.
Watch out for engines ahead.
I'm watching all the time. Your horse is ready? That's the ticket, Earl. I'm on my way. Up there. Get him on there, boy.
The Pony Express rider was on his way again with important papers to be delivered to Silver Gulch. He gave his mount his head and urged him along at his greatest speed in an effort to break the record of another express rider, Bill Cody, later to be known as Buffalo Bill. Then from ambush, a shot rang across the plain. The Pony Express rider fell headlong from his horse while the animal continued down the trail alone. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, had made their camp along the route at a point several miles beyond the spot where the express rider had been ambushed. As the riderless horse flashed past them, they ran out on the trail looking for some explanation.
That Pony Rider horse.
But where's the rider?
Me not know. Maybe him fall off.
The Pony Riders don't fall off their horses, Tonto.
That's right.
And that horse isn't running away. It's galloping right along the regular trail. Something's happened.
Maybe that's right.
Here, Silver.
What you do, huh?
It's about 8 miles to the station where the horses are chained. We're going back there, Tonto, and see what's happened to the Pony Rider.
And that's good.
When anyone interferes with the mail, it's something serious.
You think someone do something?
The only way to get a Pony Rider from his horse is to shoot him off. Yep. Come with me, Tonto.
Tonto, ready? ready. Come on, Silver.
While the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode back to the spot where the express ride had been shot, our scene changes to the town of Silver Gulch. Like so many other towns of the surrounding country, Silver Gulch was situated at the bottom of a steep hill. On the hill itself were two homes, crudely built of logs. In one of the places lived Jim Flood and his wife. Our story continues as Jim says,
I can't tell what to do, Ruth. It's the darndest thing I ever seen. Here I am with a fortune in gold right outside a house, and I can't get it.
Jim, we waited long enough for that Eastern Company to buy out your claim. I don't reckon they ever aims to buy it.
I sort of figured from what the examiners said that it wouldn't be no question but what they'd buy us out. Same as they done with all the other good claims.
I'd say we'd better sell your land to Harv Riggs and get what we can out in it.
Come out back and take a look at the claim, Ruth.
I've seen it 100 times.
But maybe we can figure out some way to get the ore out. Come on.
I get so tired climbing this hill. I don't know whatever possessed us to build our house here.
Good timber, a swift stream, and being near my claim, that's what it was. Here, let me help you, Ruth. You'll like to turn your ankle on this loose rock.
I'll get along better alone. What's Harv Riggs' last offer?
Just $150.
Including the house?
The whole works. House, land, and gold claim.
Ain't much.
Ain't nothing at all to what the claim is worth. The worst of it is, these rocks are so doggone loose. I send them sliding down on Riggs' place every time I stick a spade into the ground.
And you can't get to pay dirt without spading.
No.
What's that paper Riggs has got from the law?
Something called an injunction.
What's it do?
Just about ruins me, that's what. It keeps me from doing any digging here. Every time I dig, I send a shale down on Riggs' property. So he got this paper. Next time I dig, I go to jail.
Here's Riggs coming up the hill now.
Ornery rat.
Hey, Flood.
Hello, Riggs.
I just stepped outside your house by the rocks that slid past my place.
Yeah?
Thought over my proposition.
To buy your place?
Buy mine or sell me yours.
Ain't no ways an even proposition. You offer $150 for mine and ask $1,000 for yours.
That's the deal.
And mine has gold on.
Well, can't get at that gold, though, can you?
Thanks to you and your doggone legal papers, I can't.
Jim, why can't you build a fence and keep the rock from sliding down?
Sorry, ma'am, that won't do. You could build a dozen fences and it wouldn't do.
It'll stop the sliding rock.
Yeah, if only that paper don't make no mention of fences. It just says that you can't dig and that's all there is to it.
Why, you ornery polecat. You're just trying to force me to accept your proposition.
That's right.
But look here, Riggs. $150 for my land's nothing at all. Why, them Eastern mining men said it was worth at least $20,000.
They ain't offered you that much, have they?
Well, no.
But they might. It takes time for the mails to get here.
You won't get no such offer. Like as not, that's fool's gold anyhow.
Ain't neither.
Well, buy me out for $1,000. That's a good bargain if your place is worth $20,000.
All right, I will.
$1,000 cash money.
But now, wait, Riggs. You know blame well I ain't no cash.
Cash is what I'm after.
I'd have it blamed soon if I could dig that land.
The paper says you go to jail as soon as you start digging.
Look here, Riggs. I'll make a deal with you.
I'm listening.
I'll pay $2,000.
That sounds good.
But not cash money. I'll give you $2,000 if you let me dig my land to get it.
That ain't no deal. The law says you can't dig.
But I could if you was to let me. I'll sign a paper pledging $2,000 to you, and you have the judge take the paper back, call that injunction paper.
No.
Your place ain't worth $500. What more do you want?
I know a good thing when I see you, Jim. Reckon I'd be a blame fool to let this chance go by. Sooner or later you'll have to sell your land, won't you?
Why?
Sell it or starve. And I don't reckon anyone would buy it with me holding this injunction. You better sell to me while you got the chance. Because maybe when you want to sell, I won't be willing to go as high as $150.
Polecat, that's what you are. You know just enough about the law to use it to your selfish ends.
You're misjudging me, Jim. You're the one that's being selfish. You're like the dog in the manger. You can't use the land yourself, and you won't let no one else use it. Well, I can wait. I reckon you'll sell when you begin to get good and hungry.
Several days went by. Jim Flood, unable to sell to the Eastern Syndicate,
and unwilling to sell to Riggs, began to feel the pinch of poverty. As our next scene opens, we see him in the Silver Glove Cafe and watch him as he approaches the bartender.
If you just let me have a little more credit, Steve.
I'd like to, Jim, but you already owe a sizable amount here.
But it's grub I want. Victuals ain't liquor. No, don't you see?
Food costs money, Jim. I'm afraid your credit here's plumb wore out.
You won't give me none, Steve?
Reckon not. You ain't heard from that Eastern company, have you?
No, not yet.
Well, I didn't figure you would. Riggs was talking about the fool's gold you thought was genuine.
Riggs, that ornery.
He says that you never'd hear from that company. Says we'd be foolish to let you have more credit. We never'll get our money.
Riggs is trying to make me sell out to him. That's why he's saying them things.
Well, maybe you better had sell out.
For $150? Oh, Steve, you know what my place is worth.
Well, it ain't worth much if it's got fool's gold on it. Let me tell you something, Jim Flood.
Yeah?
If you don't sell out pretty quick, me and Sam over in the general store is going to have to go to law.
I suppose that's Riggs' suggestion, too.
Well, it's a good one. You owe us both considerable money. It's up to us to get it. We can force you to sell out if we have to.
Pardon me.
Oh, yeah. What did it be, stranger?
I happen to overhear you two talking.
I reckon we was talking a little too loud.
Who is this man, Riggs?
What do you want to know for?
Who is he?
He lives up on the hill a ways, just below my house.
I've heard something about the situation on that hill. Your name is Flood, isn't it?
That's right. What's your handle, stranger?
Suppose you call me friend.
Friend? Huh. Reckon that's one thing I ain't got right now.
Flood, if you'll sit over here at the corner table with me, I'll stake you to a meal.
Thanks, stranger. It ain't so much that I'm hungry, it's the missus, my wife. She's home.
When you go home, you'll take food to her, Flood.
I ain't taking charity from no stranger.
You're looking for word from the East, aren't you?
Yeah.
Hey, stranger, you sort of talk like an Easterner. Is that where you're from?
Fix up some food for Flood to take home when he goes. You'll be paid for it.
Are you from the Eastern Mine Syndicate?
Suppose we sit over here at this corner table and talk.
I don't know when food ever tasted better, stranger.
Tell me more about this letter you've been looking for.
Seeing as you ain't from the mining company, I reckon I ain't looking for no letter.
Just what was it to be?
Well, I reckon there ain't no use talking about it now. I sort of hoped I might get an offer for my land. I can't work it on account of its being on a hill. The stone falls down on Riggs' land.
I heard about that. He has an injunction that prevents you from working your land.
Yeah, that's right.
He wants to buy your place from you.
For $150. Huh. That ain't very much, but I expect I'll soon have to sell to him.
Suppose the Eastern Company did buy the land.
Shucks, they'd be able to rake up the cash and pay Riggs what he wants for his place and work the claim.
But you can't pay the cash, huh?
Gosh, no. I can't even raise the price of a square meal no more. How'd I ever get $1,000?
I'd like to see Harv Riggs.
Oh, he'll be coming in here real soon, blowing off his mouth and bragging how he put a slick deal over on me. You just stick around, stranger, and you'll see him.
The Lone Ranger gave food to Jim Flood and loaned him money. Then, covering his disguised face with his mask, he left town and rode to the small, well-concealed camp where Tonto waited for him.
Oh, there, fella.
You find feller?
Yes, Tonto. I found Jim Flood in the cafe.
Oh. What him like?
He's all right, Tonto. And he's up against hard luck, mighty hard.
Oh?
I also saw Harv Riggs.
That good.
He came in before I left.
Him feller you want?
Yes, Tonto. He's the fellow the Pony Rider described to us.
Him feller who shoot Pony Rider?
Tonto, Harv Riggs is our man.
How you prove that?
With the Pony Rider dead, I don't see how we can prove that Harv Riggs is the one who stole the mail. Unless we succeed in the plan I have in mind.
What? That?
The Pony Rider told us Riggs stole one letter from the mailbag.
Then him leave Pony Rider.
He left the rest of the mail as it was, strapped to the back of the rider. It looked like Indians had done the killing. I think the paper Riggs stole was an offer from the East to buy Jim Flood's claim.
What we do?
Unless Flood has that paper, he'll sell out for practically nothing. Then Riggs will sell to the Eastern Corporation. I want to find that paper, Tonto. Must be someplace in Harv Riggs' house. You'll have to go there tonight and search the place.
Me? Do.
Wait a watch. You go in when Riggs leaves. Then when we've got the paper, Tonto, we're going to stake a claim of our own. We'll stake it on that same hill, higher up in Jigden Flood's place.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scene, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of our Lone Ranger drama, Jim Flood found himself unable to work his mind or sell it because of the opposition of his neighbor. A letter to Flood from the Eastern Syndicate was stolen by Riggs before it reached its true destination. Riggs had also won an injunction prohibiting Flood working the claim on the grounds that loose rock endangered his property. At this point, the Lone Ranger took a hand in the affair by giving financial help to Jim Flood, the famous masked rider determined to bring Riggs to justice. That night, Tonto entered Riggs' home in search of the missing letter. In the meantime, Riggs had gone to call on Jim Flood. We hear him as he raps on the door of Jim's home.
Evening, Jim. I figured you might want to talk to me tonight.
Oh, you. Well, come in, Riggs. Come in.
Heard you was having hard luck in town today.
You knew I was going to have hard luck before I went there, Riggs. It's your talk that's had them shut off all my credit everywhere.
Well, you can't blame a man for being a shrewd business dealer, can you, Flood?
I'd almost sooner starve than sell out at your price.
And so would I, Jim. Tell Riggs we ain't going to sell.
No, I can't do it, Ruthie. I reckon we ain't no choice but to sell out to this polecat and try and find new diggings somewhere. When them victuals that man from the east brought us is gone, well, there won't be no more. No money to buy none with.
And no credit. $150 is a lot of cash, Jim.
Don't you take it, Jim. What'll we do when the 150's gone? We won't have nothing then, not even this house and the claim.
I reckon we can find something to do. We'll settle down in the valley.
You won't need to worry, Jim. I'll give you a job working for me. I'll make that part of the deal. I'll pay you $150 cash and give you a job. Now, that's fair enough, ain't it?
I reckon so.
I guess our dreams of being wealthy won't never be more than dreams, Jim. Some people just ain't cut out for well.
That's the way to look at it, Mrs. Flood. Now, here, I got a paper all made out. Bill of sale, it's called.
Let me see it.
All I got to do is fill in the date. I'll need it for tomorrow. You just sign it, and I'll hand over the money to you.
I sure hate to do this.
After all your hard years of prospecting, Jim, to finally strike this gold claim, and then have to sell out for $150.
Never mind, Ruth. We never had the gold, so we won't miss it. What about that job, Riggs?
I'll write it right here on this paper for you. I'll even specify just how much I'm to pay you.
Don't be much. I'll vouch for that.
It'll be a living wage. You needn't worry.
Jim, look.
What the? Take it easy.
It's an outlaw, a masked man.
Put down them guns, mister.
I want you to come with me.
What are you coming here for? What do you want? Who are you?
You stay back, Riggs. It's Jim Flood I want.
You can't do this. You can't take me. I ain't got nothing to say.
Hurry, Flood. I'm waiting. Don't try to draw that gun.
All right, mister.
You're showing good sense, Jim, and coming without a struggle.
All right, struggling now.
Riggs, don't let him take Jim. Stop him somehow. Stop him.
I don't know anything I could have done.
He's captured Jim. He's run off with him. Is this more of your ornery scheming?
There they go.
Look, the outlaw's carrying Jim on that white horse. Man's sakes, they'll break their necks riding down the hill at that speed.
Ain't no use me going after him.
But you can get to town, can't you? Hurry up and get the sheriff. There ain't no telling what'll happen to Jim.
The Lone Ranger made Jim a captive, but he took him only far enough from his home to explain a daring plan to the miner. He gave Flood careful instructions before releasing him, then rejoined Tonto.
Tonto, did you find the letter Harv Riggs stole?
Tonto, look in the house. Not find letter.
He wouldn't destroy the letter, Kemosabe, because he'd want to sell the mine to the company when he gets it from Jim. Must be hidden somewhere in his house.
Until not find.
You searched the house?
Me not have much time. Search only part of house.
He may have the letter in his pocket. We'll go ahead with our plans anyway. I think he'll produce the letter when the time comes.
Not good.
I told Jim Flood just what he's to do, and he's agreed to do it.
Oh.
He's on his way to talk to his wife right now, and in a few minutes I think we'll see them leaving the house.
Come on, Ruth. We gotta get.
Oh, I was that much afraid. What did that masked man want to...
Rig's gone.
Yeah, a long time ago, but you where did
Ain't no time for talking. I can't explain things now. We gotta travel downhill fast. Don't ask no questions. Just take things to where and come on.
But why?
Landslide, that's why. I've been hearing rumblings on the hill.
I ain't heard nothing.
Your ears ain't sharp enough then. Now come on, Ruth, and get some things together. It's too risky to stay here tonight.
Jim Flood, have you took leave of your senses?
No, here, take these things.
Where are we going?
We're going to put up for the night at the hotel in town.
You have gone loco. First that masked man runs off with you. Then you come back shouting things about a landslide coming off tonight. And now, without a cent of cash money and no credit, you talk of going to the hotel.
We got some money.
Where did it come from?
It was loaned us. Come on now, let's get going. The sooner we get to town, the better.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were outside Jim's home, waiting in the darkness, until the sound of falling stones told them of the departure of Flood and his wife. Then the masked man spoke. They're on their way downhill now, Tonto.
That's good.
I was afraid Jim wouldn't carry out his part of the plans.
Him do it all right.
Yes. Here they come. Get back to the side of the trail. We don't want Mrs. Flood to see us and ask a lot of questions.
Maybe now. I'll start uphill, huh?
No, not just yet. Wait until they pass by.
I still can't see what possesses you to leave the house tonight, Jim Flood.
Ruth, some men can tell by feeling inside them when it's going to rain. Some can tell other things. But me, I could tell there's a landslide due before morning, and I ain't going to stay on this hill and get catched in it.
Well, you can tell a blame sight more than I can. That's all I got to say.
Now, Tonto, you start up the hill. Get everything ready. Now wait till Jim Flood gets to town before I ride in with the exciting news. Everyone will laugh at Flood when he tells them there's a landslide due.
Maybe them laugh too soon.
Yes, they'll be sorry that they laughed.
Where do you feel the landslide? In your bones, Jim? All right, Dad. That's a lot of you. Go on and laugh. Boys, he invites us to laugh. Free of charge.
Didn't have his rheumatic ache when rain is due. He gets the feeling when there'll be a landslide coming on.
Hey, what's that?
What's all that noise? Landslide! Hurry! Get up the ring place! It's happening!
Huh? Oh, what did I tell you? What sort of trick is this?
Come outside! See for yourself!
He's me.
What's the man for?
Who is he? Holy from his past! Come on! We better go and have a look anyhow.
Ride is bad, it might wreck the town. I tell you, boys, it'll ruin a town if it's a bad one. It's the trouble with having a town where this one is.
Wonder why Riggs don't know about it.
He didn't have the feeling of it like I did. You might have warned him, Jim. You laughed like the same all you men did.
Here, man. That is. The masked man was right.
Why'd he go there? Boys, we gotta rescue Harv Riggs. We gotta get to him somehow. Get your horses! Come on, boys!
The men of Silver Gulch learned to their alarm that a landslide had actually started. Jim Flood and his wife were safe, but it was feared that Riggs would be destroyed in his cabin. And so while rock and shale thundered into the valley, men fought their way upward to rescue him.
His door faces the top of the hill, boys. Likely it's been jammed with rocks so you can't get out. Come on, boys. Keep your footing.
Riggs is in his house. Come on and help me. There's that masked man. There he is.
We're coming, stranger. We're coming. Is Riggs in there?
Yes, he can't get out. Rocks are piled against the house.
Toss them rocks aside, boys.
Help! Let me out. Let me out of here.
We're here, Riggs. We'll get you out.
Hurry. All the house doors are in it. Get those rocks away from the door.
That's right. Stop enough now.
You're going to be all right, Riggs. Keep them rocks aside.
It won't be long now. I guess the worst of the slide's done with. Sounded to me like a blast that started it.
Hurry with those rocks. Get me out, boys. In the name of goodness, hurry. Get me out of here.
This is downright curious. These rocks don't look like shale that have been broken off. They look like they've been piled here by someone.
Never mind thinking too much. Get him to the side. Now he can get out.
Oh, thank goodness you come, boys.
Couldn't get through the windows, eh?
No.
I guess the slide is over now anyhow.
But your work, men, has just begun.
Oh, you anyhow, stranger.
Rick, you stand right where you are. I imagine when you thought you'd lose your house with a slide, you hid the most valuable of your possessions on your person. I hope so. Don't make a move.
Say, the stranger's holding a gun on Riggs.
What's the big idea, stranger? Listen to me, men. Someone killed the Pony Rider and stole a certain letter from him.
What?
The rider lived just long enough to describe the killer. He knew the letter was addressed to Jim Flood. And the killer he described was Harv Riggs. He lied. He ain't got no proof. The description of the murderer fits you, Riggs. Since I came here, I found out that you'd have reason to want that letter.
I wouldn't. That ain't true.
Keep your hands where they are.
See here, stranger. You can't talk like
Listen to me till I finish. The letter to Jim Flood was one he was expecting from an Eastern mining syndicate.
I thought I'd get an offer to buy my place, you see, Jim. Well, Riggs knowed that. He didn't want me to get that offer. He figured to force me to sell out to him, and then he'd sell to the Eastern people.
Well, it's nothing but a pack of lies. It ain't true.
It can easily be proved. Riggs, if you didn't steal that letter, you wouldn't have it now.
I ain't.
Stand still, Riggs. You're going to be searched.
Well, I won't submit to this. It's an insult. I'll take you to court.
We'll hold court right here. That whole landslide was staged for your benefit. Rocks were piled against your house so you couldn't get out.
Take your hands off me. You
stand still and let me see about that letter. Here's something.
Hold the lantern close. I don't know nothing about that. I didn't put it there. I don't know how it got in my pocket.
Here, Jim, this is yours. My letter, sakes alive. How'd you get it, Riggs, if you didn't do what the masked man said?
Jim's blood must have stuck it in my pocket.
Boys, this offers me 5,000 cash and half interest in the mine for my claim. I'm going to be rich.
You frame me.
Shut up, Riggs. Why should Jim Flood try to frame you by putting that letter in your clothes? That letter makes him a rich man. Stranger, we sure want to thank you.
Get that masked man. How do you know he ain't the killer? Maybe he's just trying to frame me for what he done.
We don't want him, Riggs. We got you.
Just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The phantom figure of the plains takes us back through the years in fancy to the wild and untamed west of old. We thrill to another of his exciting adventures. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! There's a dangerous trail ahead, but we must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the history of the Southwest during the time of the Lone Ranger, there are records of few outlaws as cruel as the Apache Kid. He was raised by white people after the murder of his father. As a result, he had the education of an average white man, though himself a full-blooded Indian. His career of crime began with the killing of the man who had caused his father's death. From that point on, his crimes were countless. More than a score of lawmen sent to capture him were murdered by his blazing guns. He was shrewd, completely savage, and absolutely without fear of the law.
It shows you. And no loans in order to get me. Me, Apache Kid.
At the time our story opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto in a small camp near a spring. They are kneeling beside the unconscious figure of a badly wounded man. The masked man speaks.
There's little hope for him, Tonto.
Not right. Wound plenty bad.
If he'd only regain consciousness long enough to tell us who shot him. And tell us who he is.
Him lawman.
I know that, Kimosabe. The bullet that struck him went right through his deputy sheriff's badge.
We here long time now. Him not open eyes.
2 days, Tonto.
That right.
He's been unconscious all the time. I don't understand.
What that?
The clothes this man is wearing cost a lot of money. A lot more than the deputy sheriff can afford.
That right.
And he's old. A man his age wearing clothes of this sort and wearing the badge of a deputy sheriff called for some explanation.
Oh.
Listen to him. Isn't there something we can do?
Tonto do all Indian know.
I missed.
Tonto, he's speaking.
I missed my chance.
Take it easy, friend. We're doing the best we can to help you.
You're a friend?
Yes. Who shot you and left you here like this?
I'm Tom Reynolds. Do you know the name?
Tom Reynolds?
You go see Sheriff Sheriff Burns.
Sheriff Burns of Callaway County?
Right. He'll know. He'll know. Just tell him Tom Reynolds missed his chance.
Tell me who shot you.
The kid. The Apache kid. I missed my chance.
Tonto.
Wait.
Gone?
Not right. Now we take 'em home, huh?
Not just yet. I'm going to call on the sheriff. I want to find out about Tom Reynolds. Here, Silver. Wait for me, Kimosabe. Yep. While I'm gone, I'm also going to find out about the Apache kid. Come on, Silver.
At the county seat, Sheriff Burns had been worried by the absence of his deputy, Tom Reynolds. We see the sheriff in his office speaking about the matter to another deputy.
And you still ain't found no track of Reynolds, huh, Sam?
Nary a sign of him, Sheriff Burns. It beats me how he could just drop clear out of sight like he's done.
He was getting too old to be a deputy. But Dad ratted, what's a man in my position to do with a critter like old Tom?
Too bad you ain't more deputies like me.
You? Huh. I don't...
Steady, Sheriff.
What the...
You two.
What for the last? 2 guns.
A gun to cover each of you.
All right, stranger. Seeing as you aim to stick your neck in a noose by busting in here masked and throwing guns on us, have your say. But consider yourself under arrest.
I'm here, Sheriff Burns, for information.
Well?
Did you have a deputy named Tom Reynolds?
Yeah.
What do you know about him?
You say, did I have a deputy? I still got one named Tom Reynolds. He's out...
Tom Reynolds met the Apache kid.
What?
The Apache kid?
That dirty polecat.
Need I tell you any more?
Answer me just one question. Is the Apache kid alive?
As far as I know, he is.
That means that old Tom ain't.
He lived for several days after the Apache kid shot him.
Where's he at now?
20 miles from here, in an arroyo. My friend and I stayed with him, but there wasn't a chance for him to pull through.
One more mark again the kid. Sheriff, if ever I get the chance to line my gun sights on that redskin, I swear he won't be standing no trial by law.
Stranger, who are you anyhow?
That's unimportant. The important thing, Sheriff, is to get the Apache kid.
That's what poor old Tom give up his life doing.
Poor? You mean...
Oh, he had a plenty cash. In fact, he was about the richest man that lived in these parts.
But he was still a deputy, despite his age.
Yeah. You see, 5 years ago, the Apache kid got old Tom's son.
He did?
Yeah. Then Tom vowed that he'd get the kid and fetch him in alive to stand trial. He didn't want to shoot him. He wanted him alive so as he could let him know that the shooting of Dave Reynolds was what led to his downfall.
Gosh, I'll never forget old Tom vowing over his boy's dead body that he'd get the kid or die a-trying.
Yeah, and the Apache kid never knowed it was Dave Reynolds that they drilled at the mesa that time. That's the main thing old Tom hoped for.
I'll never forget how he'd practiced the things he wanted to tell the Apache kid when he finally brought him in. I can see him now, standing right there in that corner, Sheriff. Remember?
Yep.
Telling us how he aimed to say, when you shot my boy, you started me on your trail. And it's that lad's murder that'll put the noose around your neck. Poor old Tom.
Did the Apache kid know Tom Reynolds was wealthy?
Can't say what he knowed.
Did he know Tom Reynolds was out to avenge his son?
Don't know that. The kid just kills for the sake of killing. If he seen a lawman's badge, he'd shoot and let it go at that.
Did Tom Reynolds have any family?
Nope, he just lived alone. Big house down the road a piece.
All kinds of cash, too.
But doggone who the Sam Hill are you to come in here and get us to talk like this? Sam, you forget he's holding guns on us.
Oh, doggone.
You're under arrest.
Very well, Burns. If you want to put me under arrest, you can do so. But first, you're going to listen to my plan.
I am, huh?
Have you any means of getting the Apache kid?
Well...
We're always on the lookout for him.
Mister, tain't often a man wins my confidence. But there's something about you...
In spite of the mask?
Yes, Dad read it in spite of the mask.
Then listen to my plan.
We'll talk.
In the first place, Tom Reynolds is not dead.
What? You said that...
Only 4 men know the truth. The Apache kid left him alive.
Yeah?
Tonto.
Tonto? Who's he?
An Indian friend of mine. Tonto and I know the truth, and now you 2 men. but no one else will know.
Well, I don't savvy.
You will. Listen to what I'm going to suggest. The Lone Ranger explained his plan while Sheriff Burns and his deputy listened. Then when he'd finished, the masked man mounted Silver and returned to the place where he'd left Tonto.
Tonto! Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy.
You come. Back plenty fast.
There's a lot to be done, Tonto.
You see, Sheriff?
Yes. I learned a lot about Tom Reynolds and the Apache Kid.
Me look round here.
Yes?
Find trail.
A trail?
Apache Kid trail.
But it's days old now. You think you can follow it?
Maybe. Tonto try.
You can, Tonto. It'll make my plan a lot easier.
Tonto try, follow trail.
We've got to find the Apache Kid. Tom Reynolds was the richest man in the county. When the Apache Kid left him, he was alive. The kid wouldn't know he's dead unless he stayed close to us.
Him not close. Me follow trail long way. Then come back here. Wait for you.
I found out where Tom Reynolds lived, Tonto, and discussed a plan with Sheriff Burns. He's willing to try that plan.
That good.
I'm going to take the badge off the deputy.
Bullet hole in badge?
Yes, but I can use it just the same.
What you want Tonto do?
First of all, follow that trail and find the Apache Kid.
Then fetch Kid in?
No, he won't come in alive, Tonto. He's got to come in of his own accord, or...
What you say?
Or send for me. I'm going to take the place of Tom Reynolds. I'm going to live in town, in his house, and wear his clothes, and make myself look as much like him as possible. I'm going to offer a big reward in his name.
Ooh, pay reward.
No one, Kimosabe, because we are the ones who will get the Apache Kid, and we don't accept rewards. Now, the first thing is for you to follow the trail, locate the Apache Kid, and after you've found him, tell him this.
Hey, Sam, I want to speak to you.
Well, what's Franklin in your mind?
What's come over Tom Reynolds since he got back?
What makes you think anything has?
Can't get to see him. Can't talk to him or nothing.
He was shot by the Apache Kid.
No, you don't say.
Yep.
And lived?
His house is occupied, ain't it? Ain't you heard of the reward he's offering?
Reward?
$10,000 for the Apache Kid.
$10,000? Wow.
What's that?
Reynolds was shot by the Apache Kid.
And lived?
He's offering $10,000 reward for his capture.
$10,000?
$10,000. Yes, sirree.
Sheriff, is that true? $10,000 for the Apache Kid?
Well, there's a notice of it.
Hey, Sheriff, I got a hammer. I'll nail the notice on the wall.
$10,000.
$10,000?
Tom Reynolds offers $10,000. The Apache Kid shot Reynolds. Reynolds is alive. Offers $10,000. $10,000.
Sheriff Burns and his deputy had followed their instructions, and soon everyone in town was talking excitedly of the reward. While the news was being spread, the Lone Ranger, disguised as Tom Reynolds, stood beside his great horse Silver in the stables behind the large Reynolds home.
I think Tom Reynolds is alive, Silver, old boy. I hope we can carry out the plan, keep him alive, at least in spirit, till we keep his pledge for him. It all depends on Tonto. If he can trail the Apache Kid to his camp and carry out his part of the plan, there may be a chance. I wonder if Tonto will be able to follow that trail. If he's successful, I wonder if the Apache Kid will shoot or give Tonto a chance to talk. And I hope the Apache Kid invites him to sit by his campfire and talk over a plan to pick up some quick and easy money.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man and Tonto found Tom Reynolds dying from bullet wounds. The Lone Ranger reported Reynolds' death to the sheriff and outlined a plan to bring the Apache Kid to justice. Our next scene opens in the outlaws' camp. It is in a forest clearing some distance north of town. With the Apache Kid is his wife, an Indian woman who both hates and fears her husband.
You try escape again.
No.
Me Apache Kid. What I got, I keep. You wife, Apache Kid.
Me not escape. Me stay with you.
That's right. Apache Kid put rope on you and leave you for time. You savvy?
Rope hurt.
Rope not hurt me. You not like me, huh?
I not try to escape. You Apache Kid. You heap strong. You not let wife escape. Me not try.
Apache Kid a rope wife anyway. Apache Kid not take chance.
You bad. You cruel to wife. You...
Stop.
You tie rope.
You say Apache Kid bad Injun. White man say Apache Kid bad Injun. Lawman say Apache Kid bad Injun. Who make me bad?
You not all time bad.
White man law make Apache Kid bad. Man kill my father. Many year go by. Me wait. And then day come, Apache Kid get revenge. That Injun law. White man say that wrong. White man want hang Apache Kid. I not get me.
You hide from white man. You safe.
Apache Kid not afraid. Let white man come. Each time I beat white man. Someday all white man fear Apache Kid. Wait. You hear?
Horse.
Horse come this way. Quiet.
Campfire show where you are.
Quiet. Rider come to camp. You see him?
That Injun.
Injun understand Apache Kid. Maybe not need kill Injun. Oh. The answer. Oh.
Me want water. Plenty hard ride from town.
Stay in saddle. Apache Kid look close.
Sudesi, umtake balu.
Mita Kale, Mabo.
You from town?
That right.
Get off horse. We talk.
Me get him off.
You maybe bring news from town.
You Apache Kid?
Yeah.
Me got plenty news.
What news?
You shoot, feller. Leave him live.
What?
Who you?
Quiet.
Feller named Reynolds.
Him live?
That right. Him put up money.
Money?
Him plenty rich. Here.
What is paper?
You read.
Me read.
Me put wood on fire. Make light.
So, plenty money for Apache Kid. Plenty money.
That right.
Reward 10,000.
Maybe get 'em reward.
You?
Put 'em down, gun. You, Injun. Me, Injun. Maybe 2 Injun. Get 'em reward.
Maybe we make plan.
That right.
White man Reynolds with more money than he need. Maybe take some. We make plan.
Tonto played his part exactly as instructed by the Lone Ranger. While the Apache Kid outlined his scheme to get the $10,000 reward money, Tonto's suggestions made the outlaw's plot fall into line with the masked man's plan. But the Apache Kid did not realize that he was being tricked.
Make sure Reynolds bring money for reward.
Tonto, try.
Me wait in cabin. Now you go.
Here, feller.
Not that horse.
White feller. My horse.
You take pack mule.
Oh, what matter horse?
Horse stay here. Then you come back sure.
No, me want
you
horse.
You get white horse back if you play fair. Apache Kid keep white horse for time. You take mule. Ride bareback.
Tonto bring white man to cabin.
Good. I wait there for you. With plenty trick like fox.
Get him up.
Maybe Apache Kid give back white horse, maybe not.
You steal Injun horse.
Horse fast. Maybe hard to follow. Mule slow. Apache Kid follow easy.
What you do?
Now put rope on you. Make sure you hear when I come back.
No, please. No rope.
More rope. Make sure wife not run from Apache Kid.
Someday you not come back. Then what happened?
Me not care what happened to you if Apache Kid not come back.
You cruel.
You run away. You tell lawman too much. Apache Kid get captured. Me not take chance. Savvy?
Oh, rope tight.
Plenty tight. Keep you in camp. Now Apache Kid follow Tonto.
Tonto suspected that the Apache Kid might trail him to town. Therefore, when he reached the Reynolds house, his behavior was designed to mislead anyone who might be watching him. He dismounted from the outlaw's mule and rapped on the door, confident that the Lone Ranger would carry out the deception.
Who is it? Me, friend. Me want talk.
1 minute. What do you want here at this time of night?
Me fetch news.
All right. Step inside. There, Tonto. The Apache Kid has followed you. He heard just what he'd expect to hear if I were really Tom Reynolds.
Him got white feller.
What?
Him hold white feller if Tonto double cross.
But the main thing, Tonto, is he setting a trap?
That right.
Good. Was it hard to get him interested?
No, that not hard.
What is his plan?
You go to old cabin.
Where is the old cabin?
3 mile north, near creek.
You can lead me there, can't you? I'm supposed to think you captured the Apache Kid. And when I see you have him tied up, give you the money.
That right.
Very well.
But him got other scheme.
What other scheme has he?
Tonto not know.
Then how do you know he has another scheme?
Sly look on him face.
We'll have to take our chances.
Apache Kid plenty smart.
He isn't smart, Tonto.
Not smart?
No man who thinks he can beat the law is smart. No matter what scheme he has in mind, there's one thing in our favor.
What that?
We're on the side of justice. That makes a big difference, Kimosabe. A bigger difference than most people realize. I'll be ready to go with you as soon as I cinch up. Will this disguise pass for Tom Reynolds in the dark?
It all right.
Come on. We'll go to the stable. You don't want to go ahead with this, do you, Tonto?
There's plenty danger.
We can't back out because of that.
Maybe you get lawman.
No. That'd be a gunfight. Even if the Apache Kid was shot by the lawman, other men would fall as well.
But that
And
not
besides,
matter.
Tonto, we're carrying out the pledge Tom Reynolds made to his son. We want to get the Apache Kid alive. He must be made to stand trial, to see and hear the white man's law.
In a few moments, Silver was saddled, and the Lone Ranger, still disguised as Tom Reynolds, guided his horse down the trail that led through the woods. Tonto, mounted on the mule, rode beside him. Tonto remained silent throughout the trip. He feared that his friend was facing what was perhaps the greatest danger of his career. The Apache Kid was both cruel and cunning, and his capture could be accomplished only by taking desperate chances.
Cabin plenty close now.
Yes, and the Apache Kid will surely be there, won't he?
Maybe him in wood near here. Maybe him shoot from ambush.
He won't do that, Kimosabe.
All him want is money.
Yes, but he isn't sure yet I brought any money with me. He'll not shoot me unless he knows for certain that I have the cash.
You not got cash?
No, Tonto. Have he told me everything he wants you to do?
Me tell all.
Very well then, Tonto. He's going to be inside the cabin and appear to have ropes around his arms.
That's right.
But really, he'll not be tied.
No.
Then carry out your part of the plan just as he told you.
Here, cabin now.
He's lighted a candle. Oh, boy. Hold that fella.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
Now I'll talk as if I were Reynolds. Indian, if you really have that man roped and ready for delivery to the law, you'll get the reward just as I promised you.
That's good.
We'll go inside and find out. So, we meet again.
And you?
There, Apache Kid.
Alive and well. You've kept your word all right, Indian.
Me get revenge.
You'll not have a chance.
Much happened for Apache Kid hang.
The Apache Kid. You know why I want you alive?
Me not care.
Years ago, you shot a man named Dave Reynolds. That time his father promised to get you or die trying. I don't want to shoot you. I want to see you stand trial for murder.
You bring money for Injun that caught me, huh?
I didn't say I brought the money with me.
Have you?
That needn't concern you. The reward can wait. First of all, I want to make sure you haven't any weapons concealed.
What good weapon? Arms tight.
Appearances are sometimes deceiving.
You see empty holsters.
Yes?
That Injun has my guns.
Where are they?
There, gun on shelf.
Very well.
Didn't he bring cash?
Him not tell Tonto.
No, I didn't bring the cash. No reward is going to be paid for you, Apache kid, because this Indian friend of mine doesn't take rewards.
What? Friend of yours?
Go ahead. Move toward the table near the door. You're welcome to stand against it.
What this mean?
Maybe correct. It's all right, Kemosabe. When I saw the dust disturbed on the table near the door, I knew his scheme.
Why, you
have the full use of your hands behind your back. Go ahead and reach beneath the tabletop.
You double-cross!
Me not tell him.
Tonto didn't know what your scheme was. You can't find the gun you hid there, can you?
Here
it is.
I show you.
Good. Come on and rush me again.
I get you.
And here's another in the same place.
Oh, you.
Hold him up, Tonto. I want him to examine that shield.
You're not caught yet. Me show
reach
you.
on that ledge beneath the tabletop.
Me get you.
Or would you rather have me reach for you? I'll get the thing that's there in place of your concealed gun. There it is. Do you recognize that deputy badge? It's the one Tom Reynolds wore when you shot him. There's the hole your bullet drilled in it.
Me not hung yet. You not got proof.
Tom Reynolds has joined his son. You'll go on trial for both those murders, and others as well charged against you.
That's wrong. Law not got proof.
Tie him, Tonto. Replace those bonds with ropes that'll hold him.
Tonto, tie him.
That's for proof.
Tonto, get proof.
Where, Kemosabe?
Him wife. Hate him. Him leave her tied.
Tied?
Her want escape.
Is she in his camp now?
Her there's white feller.
Your horse? And his wife will testify against him?
She do anything to keep him from her.
Then make those ropes tight. We'll get his wife and your horse later. Meanwhile, I'll go and get Sheriff Burns. He'll be glad to know that Tom Reynolds' pledge to his son has been kept.
That's on those great legs of yours, Silver. The lawmen and Osage have given up hope of trapping the outlaw. It's up to us now. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
People of 7 states thrilled to the daring action of a phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. No one ever knew where he came from nor where he went when he completed his heroic deeds. But even today the cowboys gather around the campfire and tell stories of this famous masked man, of his heavy 6 guns with their bullets of silver, of his great white horse, the fastest the West has ever known.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Here he comes riding like the wind, blazing new trails in the West of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! We have a big job ahead of us! We must hurry, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
Jim Murdock was a wealthy man. He drew huge profits from the gold mine he owned, and out of those profits, he had built a large home standing on the edge of Grant's Canyon. As tonight's story opens, we see him with a visitor, Barney Holden, the man to whom Murdock owed his present position. Holden has brought news from town.
So that's what Abe Jenkins planned to do with you, Murdock.
Come here demanding that I help him out, huh?
Yeah. He claims that you and him owned the mine between you. Then you suggested that you split it, and each you take a section for your own and work it independent.
That's just what we done.
Well, he's sore because your half panned out first rate while his wasn't worth a hoot.
Well, we both took the same risk, didn't we, Holden?
Sure. As far as he knows.
You don't reckon he suspects the truth, do you?
How could he?
Then why is he talking around town about coming to me for help?
Well, he's desperate. That's why, Murdock.
Yeah?
His wife is sick and his kid's half starved. He figures you could spare some grub and blankets without never missing them. So he's coming here to demand that same.
I see.
He said some pretty hard things about you. The worst of it is, Jim, most everyone in town sides with him.
It'd be tough if he ever did learn the truth about that deal.
I know enough law to know that he could make it downright tough for you.
I wish he'd move out in these parts. I'd pay him to do it.
Well, that'd be smart.
If he wasn't around here, there wouldn't be no chance of his ever learning the truth.
But he won't move away.
Maybe if I offered him some cash...
That'd only make him all the more suspicious. He suspects enough already.
Maybe so.
You offer him cash to move away after refusing him loans, and he'd know there was something funny about that gold mine deal.
It'd be worth a lot to me to have him out of the way.
Would it?
Yes, it... What do you mean?
Just that. Would it be worth a lot to you to get him out of your way?
You talk like you might have ideas.
Maybe I have.
I wouldn't want a murder on my hands.
That wouldn't be necessary, Jim.
It was you that schemed the gold mine deal in the first place.
It made you rich.
Maybe you got another smart idea.
Suppose I sort of outline it and see how you like it.
Yeah, suppose you do.
While Murdock and Holden made further plans against Abe Jenkins, the man they'd already robbed, Jenkins was making his way to Murdock's home. As he approached the large house at the canyon's edge, he loosened the safety catch on his holster to make sure he could draw in a hurry.
He's there alone. I'll make out all right. Hate to think of robbing a man, but I'd do more than that to see Martha and the kids warm and well fed for once. Hope he's alone in there. Who is it? It's me, Abe Jenkins. Open up, Murdock. I want to talk with you.
Sakes alive, Abe. What brings you out on this sort of night? Step inside.
I aim to.
Sit down by the fire and warm up. You must have had a hard trip from the valley.
Not as hard as going back will be.
How's that? It's downhill going back, ain't it?
Yep. Only I'll have a lot of things to carry when I go back. Murdock, I'm here for some cash money, some grub, and some blankets.
Yeah?
Yes, and I'm going to get them.
Here, put down that shooting iron. What ails you?
Maybe you never faced a man that was driven to thieving by the sight of his wife and kids being cold and sick and hungry. Well, you're facing one right now.
You don't mean your folks?
Yes.
Gosh, I didn't know that.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought I was fooling when I asked you to lend me some cash a while back.
Well, I ain't in the habit of lending money. But if it's grub and blankets you want, sakes alive, Abe, you're welcome to 'em. All you can carry. All a mule can carry.
A mule wouldn't eat the grub my kids have had to eat for the past week.
I'm downright sorry things are so tough.
Maybe you know why they're tough.
What do you mean?
You pulled a slick trick on me when you talked me into splitting the gold mine. That gave you all the land that was worth anything.
Now, Abe, you know that ain't a fair charge. I took the same chance you did. I didn't think your half would peter out.
No?
Of course I didn't. No more than I thought my half would turn out rich.
I can't prove nothing, so I'll shut up about the mistake I made. But I'm getting food and blankets.
Why, sure. Come on, Abe. We'll fix up a big bundle for you to take along with you.
I don't know what to make of you, Murdock.
Why?
You're acting a darn sight different about this than I thought you would.
I ain't as bad as you tried to tell everyone I was, Abe.
How'd you know what I've been telling folks?
I hear things.
Maybe you heard me telling it around that I hope someday to prove that you knew half of the mine was no good.
No, I ain't heard nothing like that. There ain't no truth in it.
Maybe not. But what about that stuff?
Come on with me and you'll get it. Gosh, Jenkins, I'm glad to help you and your folks out.
Murdock gave Jenkins the blankets and food he asked for, and he helped him to load them on a mule. Then, shortly after Jenkins had returned home with the provisions, Barney Holden hurried into the cafe in town with a startling announcement that he had found evidence of an attack upon Murdock. The sheriff demanded further information.
How'd you know there'd been foul play at Jim Murdock's place, Barney?
I went there just to spend the evening with my friend Jim, and the house showed signs of a terrible fight.
Gosh, where's Murdock?
That's just it. The door was open wide with the wind howling through the house, and there was furniture upset and things busted and no sign of Jim Murdock around anywhere.
Who went there?
How'd I know? I spent some time looking around the house, and when I seen what must have happened to Murdock, I hustled back here to tell you.
What must have happened to him?
Murdered.
Did you find him?
No, but you know where his house is.
Right at the edge of the ravine.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
There's a window looking out in the ravine, and that window was smashed.
Gosh.
Looked like someone had gone through it.
Then we'd be likely to find Jim at the bottom of the ravine.
Well, that's what I'm afeard of, Sheriff.
Sakes alive.
Looked to me like a robbery.
Robbery and murder.
Who could have done it?
I got a blame good idea.
Who? Just name the man that killed my friend and let me at him.
Wait. Hey, Sam.
Come in, Sheriff.
Sam, you was telling me about Abe Jenkins early this evening.
Yeah?
What was he saying?
I remember him being mad about something.
Quiet, Barney. Go on, Sam.
Well, as I recollect, Abe Jenkins was vowing he'd make Jim Murdock hand out the things he was needing.
Just so.
Abe Jenkins, huh? Why didn't I think of him? He's been sore at Jim Murdock for a long time.
Yeah, plenty sore.
Good gosh, Abe wouldn't go that far, would he?
Why wouldn't he?
Ain't no telling how far a man would go when his wife and kids are cold and hungry.
But Abe didn't look to me like a man that'd do murder.
He was mad enough, wasn't he, Sam?
Seemed like he was.
Then he's the one to question.
Yeah, we'll look at the bottom of the ravine in the morning. We may as well call on Abe right now and see what he's got to say for himself.
If he's killed Jim Murdock, then I want the personal job of dealing with him.
If he's done a murder, we'll see that the law deals with him.
Well, I'm betting Jenkins is plumb innocent.
That's the trouble. The jury will hear of all his hard luck and let him off scot-free.
Oh, no, they won't, Barney. It's one of two things. Abe done it or he didn't. If he didn't do it, he won't get arrested. If he did, he'll hang. No two ways about that. Come on, we'll go and call on him.
All right, come on.
Tonto, you heard all that? You remember what we heard about the way Jim Murdock swindled Abe Jenkins? We came here to see if we couldn't get a square deal for the poor fellow.
That's right.
Now it seems that he needs friends more than he did before.
Him, good feller.
I don't think he'd do what Barney Holden says.
You know plenty about that feller.
Yes, I do. Come on, Kimasabi. We're going to follow the lawman and hear what Abe Jenkins has to say.
The sheriff and Barney Holden, accompanied by a group of men, went immediately to Jenkins' home to question Abe. The Lone Ranger and Tonto followed them without being observed. And when the party arrived at the house, the masked man and his companion were in a position to overhear what was said.
We'll stay by this window, Tonto. We can hear what's said inside the place.
That's right.
A rap again, Sheriff. They must be to home.
Hey, ain't that one of Murdock's mules tied there?
Looks like it.
Who is it?
The law. Open up, Jenkins.
Sakes alive, Sheriff. What's the trouble?
Want to ask you a few questions.
Not so loud. You'll wake the youngsters.
Been doing some cooking here, ain't you?
We just fed the kids and they went to sleep.
First time in weeks they had blankets enough to keep them warm.
Yeah? Where'd the blankets come from?
Jim Murdock gave them to me.
When?
Why, tonight. I went there and he gave me a pack of food and some blankets and loaned me a little cash.
That ain't true.
What?
You know blame well Murdock don't give things away.
I never heard of him giving anything away in my life.
He don't.
But he did so.
You don't think I stole them from him, do you, Sheriff?
Never mind what I think right now. What happened while you were there?
Nothing. Why?
You have a row with him?
No.
Listen to him.
Jenkins, you was telling everybody that you'd get help from Murdock or you'd know the reason why.
He was right glad to help me.
Wait. Let me ask something, Sheriff.
What's all these questions about anyway?
Listen here, Jenkins. What else did Murdock give you?
Well, he let me borrow a mule.
What else?
Nothing else. Look here. Jim Murdock ain't going to you, Sheriff, and said I stole from him, has he?
He ain't come to me, no.
Then what's
Jenkins, did he give you his gold watch?
Gosh, no.
Or that fancy diamond ring he wears?
No.
Then what are they doing there on your fireplace mantel?
Oh, how'd they get there?
Leaping snake.
Take a look, Sheriff.
I see him.
Them's Jim Murdock's all right.
I didn't put him there. I don't know how they got there.
Sheriff, what's this mean?
You better come along with me, Abe.
For what? I ain't done nothing.
Take him into custody, boys.
No, you can't. He's told you the truth.
We'll investigate some more in the morning.
Investigate what?
The bottom of Grant's Canyon. That's where we'll likely find the body.
Body?
Oh.
Jim Murdock's body.
Hold on, you don't mean... Sheriff, you ain't saying that...
Take him away, boys. He's to be held on a charge of murder.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that Murdock and Holden cheated Abe Jenkins out of his share of a gold mine, now owned by Murdock. Jenkins, reduced to poverty, appealed to Murdock for food and blankets. These were given him. But shortly after Jenkins returned home, Holden announced in town that he had found evidence pointing to the murder of Murdock. Jenkins was arrested, but the Lone Ranger believed in his innocence. That same night, he and Tonto rode to the bed of Grant's Canyon. We hear them as they halt at the spot where, according to Holden's story, Murdock's body should be found.
Oh, that's a roll, boy. Oh, wait. This place?
Yes. But it's mighty dark here, Kimosabe. Too dark to see very much. We'll have to do our best.
You got ID?
I don't think Abe Jenkins is guilty of the thing he's charged with.
You know Barney Holden.
I know enough about him to suspect that he might have framed Abe Jenkins.
That's right. Me take a look on ground.
If Abe told the truth, then Holden put that watch and ring in his house just to make it appear that he'd killed Murdock. I'll dismount and help you look around down here, Tonto. If anyone has fallen from the ledge above, we might find him before the sheriff.
Not plenty long fall.
It's quite possible he'd have fallen into the water.
That's right.
The beach along here is mighty narrow.
Him fall in water, we not find him.
The stream is pretty swift. It might carry him down quite a distance.
Oh.
In that case, the lawman might convict Abe Jenkins without finding the body because of the difficulty of searching for it. They wouldn't need it to prove there's been a murder.
That's right. Wait.
What is it, Tonto?
Me hear splashing water.
If there were only more light down here, we could search better.
Huh?
I heard it that time, Tonto.
Huh? Something fall in water.
There's only one place it could fall from. That's up on top of the ledge.
That's right.
And if Jim Murdock is dead, there wouldn't be anyone up there.
Maybe him not dead.
In any case, we're going up above and find out.
Plenty long way round.
We can make it before daybreak. Yep. Come on, Tonto.
Me ready.
Come on, Silver.
The masked man and Tonto could not find Murdock's body. Instead, they were disturbed by loose stones falling from the direction of Murdock's home above at the top of the canyon. And they made their way to the house to investigate. The scene changes now to the trail from town. It is the following morning, and the sheriff, accompanied by several deputies and Barney Holden, is riding toward Murdock's place at Grant's Canyon.
Door's open just like you said, Barney.
Sure it is. I wouldn't have no reason to tell what wasn't true, would I?
We didn't find no sign of Murdock at the bottom of the ravine.
That don't prove nothing.
Well, the water could have carried him away.
Sure it could.
Oh, there.
Should we ride in and search the place, Sheriff?
What do you think we come here for? To sit on the steps?
I was only asking. By thunder, it looks like a clean-cut case against Abe Jenkins.
The watch and ring showed he wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah. I reckon he figured we'd believe his story about Jim Murdock giving him food and blankets. But it's too much to think that Murdock would give him the watch and ring.
Just so.
I'm sorry for Abe. He ain't a killer at heart. He just was drove to it by poverty.
Don't matter what drove him to it.
Maybe a jury will let him get away with murder.
I most wish they would.
Yeah. Of course, it'll look awful bad for the sheriff's record. Other counties that speak of this one as a place where they let men get away with murder.
He won't get away with it.
I don't blame you, Sheriff. You got your reputation to look out for.
Gosh, sure enough been a scrap in this house, ain't they, though?
Sure has.
There's the window at the rear. You see where I figured he went through?
What's beyond the window?
The ravine.
The house right on the edge of the ravine?
Well, no, there's 5 feet of ground there, but that's all.
Maybe Murdock didn't go over the edge.
Oh, he went over all right enough.
How do you know that?
I looked out the window last night when I was here. Held a lamp up so as I could see out. I could see where the ground had been disturbed from him sliding over the edge.
We'll have a look outside.
Yeah, we can go right through.
Hey, what's this?
What you got there, Sam?
Looks to be a letter of some sort.
Let me see it.
It was thrown in the fireplace to burn. But it looks like the wind come and blowed it out. You can see where it's charred.
Yeah.
What's it say?
Well, now this is downright interesting.
What is it, Sheriff?
Don't you know, Barney?
No, can't say as I do.
I'll just hang on to this for a time.
Yeah, but let me see it.
Nope. Come on. We'll get out that busted window and have a look at the ledge outside. Hey!
What's the matter?
There's Jim Murdock on the ground.
What? Let me see.
Sure enough, there he is, lying face down on the ground there.
Now, come on through this window. Maybe he ain't dead yet.
I don't see how he...
What's the matter, Barney? I thought you told me he wasn't here last night.
I didn't see him.
Sam, you take care of Murdock. The rest of you stay here.
All right.
Barney, you was here after Jenkins left, wasn't you?
Yes,
According to your own story, you was.
I reckon so.
Oh, you're the one said the house was all tore up like this.
Now, it seemed to me, Barney, that if you didn't see Murdock there, when you come here after Abe had left, it couldn't have been Abe that put him there.
How is he? Is he hurt bad?
No, wait a minute, Barney. You stay right here. Sam's looking over him. What'd you find, Sam?
Ain't nothing can be done for him now.
Gone?
Yep, he's done for.
Then Abe Jenkins done it.
I wouldn't be so fast as to say that, Barney.
But he must have. I reckon when I looked out the window last night, I must have been so excited that, well, I didn't see him. It was dark, you know.
Yeah, but you said you had a lamp.
Well, maybe I just missed seeing him. But what's the difference?
A lot of difference, Barney.
Oh, I don't see what it is.
If Murdock wasn't here when Abe left, then it couldn't have been Abe that done the job.
No.
That means it must have been someone else. Now, let me have a close look at him. The rest of you stay back there. Sam, you help me.
Yeah, maybe we can find some more clues, Sheriff.
Maybe so. Something to go with that paper from the fireplace.
Hey, Sheriff's got something already.
Reckon I have.
What is it, Sheriff?
Jim Murdock's hands closed tight on something here. I'm trying to get it loose.
What is it?
Now, don't be so fast about it. Let me find out for myself. He's holding on to something mighty tight.
Can you get it?
I'll get it. There. Shucks, ain't nothing but a button.
A button?
Yeah, looks like a button from a vest, a fancy one.
Sure enough. Say, Abe Jenkins don't wear buttons of that sort.
Abe Jenkins ain't even got a fancy vest. Now, let me see. That might be a mighty important clue.
Eddie.
Hold on, Barney. You're wearing a fancy vest with buttons like this. Stand still there. Let me take a look.
Doggone. There's a button missing from Barney's vest.
That ain't my button, I tell you.
Now, hold steady. Let me compare the two. By thunder, it's identical to the one that's on your vest. And here's threads still clinging to the bottom.
Do they match the threads on the vest?
They sure do.
I can't understand it. I didn't have no scrap of Jim
Shut up
Murdock.
a minute. Let me think.
But I tell you, Sheriff, the frame-up,
Keep an eye on it, boys, till I have another look at this hunk of paper Sam pulled from the fireplace.
We got you covered, Barney. Just don't make no move till the sheriff figures things out.
This here paper, Barney, tells about you owing a sight of money to Jim Murdock.
It ain't so. It ain't the truth.
It's a note promising to pay him $5,000.
I never owed no money like that. How'd I owe him such money? He never loaned money in his life.
Now, if you was here last night and found out Abe Jenkins had been here before you...
Oh, I was here. Listen to me.
Shut up and let the sheriff talk.
You might have found out that Murdock did just what Abe said he done.
You mean Murdock might have really give Abe food and blankets?
Sure he might have. Then Barney sees a chance to get rid of Murdock. Throw the blame on Abe and burn this note so as he wouldn't have to pay it.
Listen to me. I tell you, that ain't so. There ain't a word of truth in it. That note's a forgery. Let me see the name signed to it.
This your writing?
No, it ain't. I never wrote that.
I reckon a jury will have to decide that, Barney. This note shows the motive for you wanting to kill Jim Murdock.
But I didn't, I tell you.
And him having tore a button from your vest, maybe as you was trying to push him through the window, eh?
I didn't. I've been framed, I tell you, framed. I didn't do it. Me and Jim Murdock was the best of friends.
Well, there's Murdock. Here's this note. Here's the button. And there's your vest. Looks to me like we got more of a case again you than again Abe Jenkins.
He ain't. Didn't he have the watch and ring? Didn't he have other things?
According to your own story, Barney, you was here after Abe Jenkins left. You could easily have stole the watch and ring and put him in his house.
When could I have done it?
After you got in there with me last night. Reckon we'll take you to the calaboose. We'll jail both you and Jenkins till we find out a few more facts.
Just 1 minute.
Hey, the masked man.
I have something to say. Don't any of you make a move.
Oh, look at them 2 guns. And there's an engine with him.
Where'd you come from? Maybe them two killed Jim Murdock.
Maybe they didn't. Go on, stranger. Speak up. I've been waiting for you.
Barney, there's just one man who can prove you are not guilty of murder.
Who's that?
I'm that man.
You?
I'll do it on one condition.
Oh, name it. Just name it, that's all.
That you tell the truth and the whole truth.
About what? Who are you, anyway?
That's not important.
You better do what he says, Barney, or you'll swing as sure as shooting.
Tell the truth about last night.
What do you mean?
You and Murdock planned to frame Abe Jenkins for a murder, didn't you? Murdock didn't want Abe Jenkins to learn the truth about the gold mine. So the two of you plotted to get him out of the way.
Yeah, but
Isn't that the truth?
I didn't have no part in it. It was all Murdock scheming.
You mean Murdock's scheme to disappear and let you tell the story about Abe fighting with him so's Abe would hang and be put out of the way?
That's right. All I was to do was to tell you about the fight here.
And to take the watch and ring and put them in the Jenkins home.
Yes, but I didn't have no part in the murder.
And why did Murdock want Jenkins out of the way?
He was afeard that someday Jenkins might learn that I'd made a survey of the gold mine and told Murdock that half was no good.
And was on the strength of that Murdock split the claim and gave Abe the worthless part?
Yes, that's the honest truth. Now you gotta keep your word. You gotta prove that I ain't guilty of a murder.
Me get feller up now. You stand up.
Murdock ain't dead?
No.
He's roped and gagged. I didn't see that before.
It was done in such a way you couldn't see it, Barney.
But the sheriff. Sheriff, you knowed he weren't dead. So the deputies, they seen him close.
Sure we knowed it. That masked man come to me last night and told how he'd seen Murdock fixed in the ledge to look like a man fell over into the water down below.
No gang cut loose.
You squealer.
Murdock, I didn't know.
It was your scheme in the first place.
Shut up. Maybe you can save your hides by turning over what rightfully belongs to Abe Jenkins.
You see, Barney, as I told Murdock last night, the stone from the ledge fell down below and brought Tonto and me here. We saw what you were doing and told the sheriff everything.
Yeah. And then during the ride here, I got a button from your vest and put it where it looked like I took it from the dead man's hand.
Framed.
As for that burned paper, the masked man put that in the fire.
Oh, that masked man. He's the one that's done it all.
Yep, he's the one. I reckon, Murdock, the best way to catch a couple of rats to try to frame an innocent man for murder is to pull the same sort of tricks on them.
Oh, don't take us to jail. Listen, I'll give Abe half my claim.
Well, maybe Abe will settle for a half, and maybe he'll take it all. But whatever Abe wants, he's going to get.
We'll take him the news he's waiting to hear. Come on, Silver, old boy. We're riding to meet Tonto at the railroad. The cattlemen are making trouble there, and we're going to see what's going on. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Danger rides the trail once again as the famous Lone Ranger urges his great horse Silver on to new adventure. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Tanner's waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The central figure in tonight's story is Andy Beechum, a hard-working prospector, typical of the Old West. Andy had searched for gold in desert and mountain, in good times and bad, under burning sun and freezing snow. Because of his courage, he had met the disappointments of the years, continuing his hunt for the precious metal in spite of all obstacles. When he was just about to give up hope of ever finding the yellow gold, he suddenly struck it rich. He uncovered what promised to be a profitable vein of ore, filed his claim, and built a small home on the property. As our story begins, we see Andy and his wife entertaining a guest, Rod Ramsey. The prospector has been telling the story of his good luck, and as we join them, we hear some of the details.
So after years of knocking around, Ramsey, I located this place. It was just what I'd always been hunting for.
They tell me that all this section is hard rock. How about that, Andy?
That's right. Hard rock mining.
That's the tough kind, ain't it?
Yeah. Takes a lot of capital for tools and things. Gotta blast the ore out.
You was lucky to have the capital to work with.
Didn't have.
You didn't?
I don't know what we'd have done, Mr. Ramsey, if it hadn't been for Mark Nelson.
Who?
Mark Nelson. He lives down the valley. He loaned me the cash for the job.
How'd he come to do that?
Well, that's his business.
Oh. Andy, there's two kinds of men you can't trust. Horse traders and money lenders.
What about gamblers?
Mary,
I didn't mean Mr. Ramsey. He's an honest gambler.
Don't mind me, Andy. I quit the gambling game 2 years ago.
You did?
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Ramsey. I always said you was far too fine a man to make a living gambling.
I quit for good. But about this money lender, I'm kind of sorry you went to him, Andy.
Shucks, why not? As soon as the claim begins to pay, I'll return the money I borrowed.
I hope you can. I wish I'd knowed you needed cash, but of course I didn't. I didn't have no idea where you and Mary had gone to after you left the flats.
Funny being together again here, ain't it?
It sure is.
What brought you here anyhow, Mr. Ramsey?
Well, to tell the truth, ma'am, I come here to pay a debt.
Is that so?
Well, I didn't think you had any debts.
What, a money debt, Andy.
Oh.
There's a man that once saved my life. I was sitting in a faro game one time, and crooks tried to hoodwink me. We shot it out. Well, this stranger stepped in, took my side in the argument, and got me out in there half alive.
Gosh.
For weeks, him and an Indian friend of his took care of me, and finally got me on my feet again. I promised them, too, I'd never gamble again, and I won't.
What are you figuring to do if you meet them?
Tell them that it's been 2 years since they saved me, and I ain't handled a card since then.
Who are the two men? If they're in these parts, I should know them. There ain't many folks around here I don't know.
The Indian's name is Tonto.
Tonto?
What's the other man's name?
I don't know.
What do he look like?
Can't even tell you that. He has a powerful white horse that he calls Silver, and he wears a mask over his face.
The horse?
No, ma'am. The white man. I heard him spoken of as the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Sakes alive.
We've heard stories about him. I always thought he was sort of a legend.
Yeah, we never figured he was really all that he's cracked up to be.
Andy, let me tell you this. He's real flesh and blood, and no matter what you heard about him in the way of doing great things, it's true.
My sakes alive.
I'd sure like to get a look at that hombre.
Maybe you will.
Do you think he's around here?
That's what I heard. That's why I've come here.
Reckon that's Mike.
Who?
He's working for me. I ain't young enough to do much in the way of drilling and blasting anymore. That you, Mike?
Yeah. Evening, Miss Beechum.
Evening, Mike. How's things look after this day's drilling?
Just about the same. Here's samples of what we got today, boss.
Look like we're getting close to the mother lode?
Nope. Don't look no better than before.
Oh, gosh.
I'm hoping you ain't made a mistake on your sizing up the land, Mr. Beechum.
Well, you're getting paid anyway, ain't you?
Sure. Only it'd be hard for you if you didn't hit the pay dirt soon.
I know.
Well, there's the samples. You don't mind if I go to town, do you?
Why should I mind?
Well, I just mentioned that I was going, that's all.
We should hit the mother lode one of these days, shouldn't we, Mike?
Can't tell. Night.
Night, Mike.
Andy, there's something about Mike I don't like.
I know, Mary. He's a queer sort.
Never since he's been here has he wore a smile. Always that same surly look on his face, like he was doing you a favor to work here.
Well, I expect don't set too well with him, do most of the work, and see me own the mine.
Where'd you get him, Andy?
He just drifted in looking for work after I settled here. I needed a man bad, so I put him on.
Can you trust him?
What do you mean, Rod?
Just that. Wouldn't it be easy for him to be taking gold ore out in the claim and telling you he hadn't got to it yet?
I suppose it would, but, well, I gotta trust him.
Maybe it's from having been a gambler that makes me distrust a lot of men. But I didn't like his eyes. In a game of cards, that man would bear close watching. There ain't but one thing would keep him from ringing in sleeve cards, and that's being afraid of getting caught. Great Scott. Did you hear that?
That voice.
What was it?
Silver. Did you hear it? Called his horse Silver.
You mean?
I mean, that was the Lone Ranger.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady, boy. Tonto, I need your help.
What matter?
I've been following Black Mike.
Huh?
He just left the mine and headed for town.
What him do there?
I don't know. But I do know that he told old Andy Beecham that the mine hadn't started to pay yet.
Him tell that?
Yes.
Not true.
I know it isn't true, Kemosabe, but Andy Beecham doesn't know it.
What we do?
We've got to check on Black Mike and see what connection he has with that moneylender. You go and do that.
Me get horse. Here, white feller.
You'll find Black Mike heading toward town. If you ride fast, you'll get there ahead of him. Then you can watch him.
Tonto do.
I'm going back to Beecham's place. An old acquaintance of ours is there.
Who that?
You remember the reformed gambler?
What him name?
Ramsey.
Oh, him good feller.
He's looking for us, Kemosabe, and I think maybe he'll find us. He's one man we can count on to help smash this moneylender and the crook known as Black Mike.
That's good.
Now then, Kemosabe, on your way.
Get him up, white feller.
Come on, fellow. We're heading the other way.
Mike, the miner employed by Andy Beecham, went to the home of the moneylender, Mark Nelson. He was unconscious of the fact that his movements were observed by Tonto. At Nelson's home, he made his report on the condition of Beecham's claim.
The mother lode is just about in plain sight, Nelson. I had to do some fast work to cover it after the last blast showed it up.
So, my investment won't turn out bad at all, will it?
When do I get paid?
You've been getting paid all along by Beecham, haven't you?
Yeah, but I work blame hard for that cash. What about my share of your profits?
Plenty of time for that, Mike. Plenty of time. Wait and see how much I profit.
I ought to get a share of the claim.
Maybe you will, Mike. Maybe you will. I'll think it over. You're a good man, a big help to me. Yes, sirree.
What are you going to do now?
Take over the mine.
Huh?
Yep. Now is the time I get paid off.
I don't see how you figure to do it.
That's the difference between us, Mike. That's why I'm a planner and you ain't nothing but a worker.
But all you done was lend him enough cash to work the place for a time.
Sure.
Well, how's that give you the claim?
I got a mortgage on it.
Shucks. All he has to do is pay back what he owes you, and he'll be able to do that easy.
How? Just tell me how.
Why, from his gold.
What gold? He ain't got none yet, has he?
No, but he will have.
I told you to let me know as soon as the mother lode was in sight.
Yeah?
All right. Now we know the mine is good, don't we?
Sure.
Now we know it's worth me buying in for the couple of $100 I let him take.
Gosh, yes.
Very well. If it hadn't have been worthwhile, I'd let him keep it and owe me the money. Collect from him some other way. Now, however, I want that mine.
But I don't see how...
The paper he signed promises to pay me my cash on demand.
Yeah?
I'm a lawyer, see? I've got that paper all signed by him in front of reliable witnesses. Tain't my fault if he don't read what he signed. Now, tomorrow, the claim will be mine.
How come?
Because I'm demanding that cash the first thing in the morning. And the agreement calls for the money to be paid in paper currency. Savvy that? He can't rush the work on the mine, get gold and pay me off. Not on your life. It's got to be folding money. I'll give him till midnight tomorrow night to pay it. My agreement says he's to have 12 hours' notice. And that's all he gets. 12 hours.
There ain't a chance to get the gold refined in that time. This ain't nothing to getting all the cash here for you.
I know it. So he can pay.
Then he...
Sure, he turns the mine over to me.
Pretty slick.
I own it, you see. Being as I own it, he can't work it no more.
Hold on, Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Your scheme won't work.
What's the reason it won't?
Rod Ramsey.
Who?
Ramsey. He's a gambler from Beechum's old diggings.
Well, what about him?
He's visited Andy. He's got considerable cash.
What about it?
He might buy up Andy's mortgage from you.
Can't buy what I won't sell, can he?
He might let Andy Beechum borrow the money.
Oh, no. That wouldn't work neither. I'm a lawyer, I tell you. I drawed that agreement up in good shape.
But how'll you get around it if Beechum gets cash from Ramsey and pays you?
Easy. The agreement states that the cash has to be paid with profits from the mine.
Oh.
Savvy?
And he can't do that till he gets profits.
Hardly.
So you got him beat any way he turns.
Just so. Tomorrow, Mike, I'll take over the Beechum claim.
And I got a share of it coming to me?
Wouldn't surprise me none if you had, Mike. You're a good man. A good man for me to have around.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, Andy Beechum told his friend Rod Ramsey that he had borrowed money from Mark Nelson to work his claim. Tonto, following Mike and his hired man, learned that he was secretly working for the moneylender. Tonto learned also that Nelson planned to foreclose the mortgage he held on the mine, and that Beechum was almost sure to lose his claim. The Indian reported these facts to the Lone Ranger, and as our second act opens, we see the masked man and his companion riding toward the Beechum home later the same night.
You didn't learn where Nelson kept that paper, did you, Tonto?
No.
That's too bad. I'd like to have a look at it. However, we can be pretty sure the paper's just what Nelson said it was. He's too shrewd to leave a loophole for Beechum.
That's right.
There's one man who might be able to help us, though.
Who's that?
Rod Ramsey. I'm going to see him right now.
Him sleep in Beechum house?
Yes, I think he'll be glad to see us. Why do you laugh?
Him plenty glad to see you. You save him life.
Stop here. Oh, Silver.
Oh, I tell her.
Stay here with the horses, Kemosabe. I'll go the rest of the way on foot.
Me wait.
What the?
Quiet, Ramsey.
That voice.
Keep your voice down. There's no need to awaken the Beechums.
Friend, the one man I wanted to speak to. I've kept my word to you.
That means a lot to me, Ramsey. Look, I came here to ask your help.
Whatever it is I can do for you, count on it.
Thanks. I want you to help me save the Beechum's gold mine and put a schemer where he belongs.
Save it? What's the matter with it?
The mother lode is right at the surface now, but Beechum is due to lose his claim tomorrow.
How's that?
Steady, Ramsey.
How can he lose it? It's his, ain't it?
Tonight it's his, but tomorrow Mark Nelson plans to foreclose the mortgage on it.
Why, that...
If Andy Beechum could have a week or so of time, he'd be able to pay off that mortgage. But he won't have.
Just tell me what I can do, that's all.
Keep away from this house tomorrow. Let Nelson do just what he wants. Beechum will have until midnight tomorrow. Before then, you'll do your part.
Rod Ramsey listened to the Lone Ranger and agreed to do as he was directed. He left the home of his friend the next morning without explanation. And we hear Andy and Mary as they try to account for Rod's sudden departure.
I can't figure why he left so sudden, Mary. It's got me beat.
I'm sure I don't know, Andy. We didn't offend him, did we?
Not as I know of.
Maybe that's him come back again. I'll go see.
Howdy.
Oh.
Why, Mr. Nelson.
I'll step right in if you don't mind. Come along, Sheriff Purdy.
Howdy, Beechum.
Hello, Sheriff Purdy. We don't get to see you very frequent.
Reckon not.
I trust everything's all right with you, Sheriff.
So.
I'm here, Beechum, to call your attention to a paper signed by you and witnessed by the sheriff and a deputy.
Oh, that. Sure. I'm hoping to be able to pay you off real soon, Nelson. I figured I'd hit pay dirt long before this, but can't be much longer now.
No, Beechum, you're right. It can't be much longer now. In fact, it can't be later than midnight.
You don't mean tonight?
That's exactly what I mean. You promised to pay my money on demand, Beechum, and so I'm here with Sheriff Purdy as a witness to make that demand.
But gosh, Mr. Nelson, if you just give me a little more time,
I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I'll have to have the cash by midnight or I'll take over the mine. And remember, this house goes with it.
He can't do that, can he, Sheriff?
I'm afraid he can, Beechum.
No, but
And that ain't all. The paper calls for the cash to be paid from the profits of the mine and handed over in paper currency. Don't forget that.
You mean after all the work here, we gotta lose our gold claim?
You was willing enough to take my terms when you needed cash money. Now live up to them.
Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Suppose I strike the pay dirt today. Then I could fetch the gold to you, couldn't I?
No, sir. The agreement states I'm to be paid in paper currency.
Suppose I can borrow the paper money somewhere?
Won't go. Gotta be profits from your claim. That's what the agreement says.
Then the whole thing was just a scheme to take our claim away from us.
Call it what you remind her. Only pay up before midnight or hand over the deed to the property. I've give notice. That's all I'm required to do, ain't it, Sheriff?
Reckon so, Nelson. But I'd call it a doggone ornery trick.
Tain't for you to call it anything. You just see that the law is enforced. That's all you gotta do. I look for you by midnight, Beechum. You got 12 hours. Come on, Purdy. Good day to you.
Oh, Andy.
Swindled. Bunked clean out of our mind. Oh, Mary, I've been a fool. I've been a doggone trusting fool. I never thought them terms was like that.
I don't see anything you can do, Andy.
There ain't a thing I can do. Not a thing. He's got me licked.
Not yet.
Who was that?
There at the window, a masked man.
You're not licked yet.
Huh?
Your friend Rod Ramsey's going to help you.
Where is he? Who are you?
Never mind that. Now just listen to what I tell you to do.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan to old Andy Beechum, and the hopes of the miner rose higher as he listened. He knew what the masked man had done for Ramsey, and he had faith that he too would be helped. It is night, and Rod Ramsey stands before the door of Nelson's house.
Well?
Nelson?
Yeah?
I'm here to have a little talk with you.
What about?
I'll step inside if you don't mind.
I do mind.
It's too late. I'm already inside.
What do you want here?
Just came, Nelson, to tell you that you ain't a chance of getting Beechum's mine.
What's that?
You see, before he has to pay the cash to you, you gotta show him the paper he signed. That's the law, ain't it?
I'll show him the paper all right enough.
That paper is Beechum's note, and you gotta return that note when he pays the cash.
Let him show the cash.
He won't need to, because you see, Nelson, you don't have the note.
Who says so?
I'm saying so. What more do you want?
Blast you. You look like you knowed what you were saying.
I should.
You can't know. I put that paper away safe. I'll produce it when the time comes. Don't shake your head that way.
You remember what Mike said?
Huh?
He wanted to share the claim.
Well,
You wouldn't make no promises to him, and he knows you for a double-dealing rat.
You mean...
Mike's looking out for himself, the same as you are. He knows Andy Beechum's an honest hombre. He knows that Beechum is on the level.
If that dirty coyote sold me out...
You don't think I'd come here and bluff you, do you?
I don't know.
How could I benefit by it? You know where you put the paper. You can find out soon enough if I'm bluffing. Go on, Nelson. Call me.
I'll have the law on Mike. If he stole that paper, he'll go to jail for life. I'll soon know.
I'm afraid it isn't there, Nelson.
You stand where you are.
Hold on.
Don't make a move.
Put that gun down, you crazy fool.
Stand still. I ain't taking no chances.
I'm standing still.
You needn't think you're going to try and steal this paper.
You won't find it.
We'll see.
Tain't there, Nelson. Besides, you ain't the nerve to shoot a man anyhow. They'd hang you for it.
Stand still now. Don't you make no fast move. The paper was right here in my desk.
Better make sure it's still there. You can't collect without it.
If it ain't, I'll throw Mike into jail.
What's the matter? Can't you find it?
There it is.
That's a funny one.
Here it is. This is the mortgage and the note and the whole thing.
Better make sure it's the real thing and not a fake.
It's the real and all right enough. There's the names of the sheriff and the deputy all signed to it. Now, what have you got to say?
You better have it with you when Beechum comes, because I understand he's been getting profits from his mine.
I'll have it all right. Why, what the... Who shot that lamp out? Who's here?
Look out, Nelson. You might get hurt.
Someone's in this room.
Out of my way, Nelson.
Who are you? Stop! Stop, thief! Get a light! Where's the match? Here's another lamp.
I got a match here.
Hurry up, someone's here. He shoved me aside.
Now, there's your lamp. Now, stop your yelling like that.
Where is he? Where's he gone? Let me get a shot at him.
Looks like he went out the window the same way he come in.
Them papers! Them papers is gone. He stole them. My mortgage, my claim on Beechum's mine.
Yeah, they're sure gone completely, Nelson. And look, there's something on the table in place of them.
A bullet? What's this? What's this mean?
A bullet. A silver bullet. So that was it. Oh, golly, that's a good one.
Stop laughing. I'll have the law on him. You're in on it, too.
I really didn't know why I was to show you the poker face and talk like I did, but I see it now. You brought out the paper and the masked man took them.
It was Beechum. It was Beechum that done it. I'll have the law. I'll get the sheriff. I'll jail Beechum for life.
Stop your noise and see who's at the door.
Never mind. We'll come right in. We want to know what all the yelling is about.
Sheriff Purdy. Arrest Beechum. He stole...
Hold on, Nelson.
Beechum.
What are you saying about Beechum?
He stole the papers. He stole papers from me.
That ain't so.
Oh, when's he supposed to have done that?
Just now. Just a minute ago.
You're loco. Looks like your greed has finally touched you in the head. Andy Beechum has been with me for the past hour. We've been on our way here to see you. According to my figuring, he's still got time to pay you that there cash money.
I don't want it. I won't take it.
Oh, yes, you will. You take it and turn over them papers according to the agreement.
But I
ain't got the papers. They're gone.
Gone? They were stolen.
Well, that puts a new light on things. You can't expect Andy to pay you the cash without you handing over his notes, can you?
He hasn't got the cash for mine profits. I'll take these claims.
Oh, I reckon not. You ain't the only one that knows the law around here, Nelson.
But I tell you, the papers were stolen.
You got a witness to that? And maybe you're just using that as a stall because you ain't got no papers.
Sure, I got a witness. This man was right here at the time. You seen that man come in and steal the papers?
Sorry, Nelson, but I didn't see a doggone thing.
Why?
That's the truth, Sheriff. I didn't see a thing.
All right. You show the papers, Nelson. You get your cash money. Profit from Beechum's claim in paper currency, just like what the contract calls for.
Me speak?
Tonto.
Oh, me speak now.
Go ahead.
How long take, feller? Get paper money.
Well, now that I've found the mother lode showing, I ought to have the folding money in a couple of weeks.
Oh. Maybe then paper come back.
Looks like you'll get your papers back, Nelson, when it's a mite more convenient for Andy to pay up.
I've been cheated. I've been robbed. Come on, Andy. There's nothing I can do if Nelson ain't no witnesses.
Gosh.
There. I'm doggone glad it's worked out like this, Andy. That old skinflint got what is coming to him. Mike confessed that he was working for Nelson all along, aiming to cross you up.
Yeah, but Sheriff, this bag I said had cash in it, just between you and me, there ain't no cash, just yet.
Andy, just between you and me, who the Sam Hill cares?
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're heading for the coast. Hello,
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The western plains and prairies of the United States thrilled to the heroic deeds of an unknown rider, a masked man who rode in the cause of justice. People of 7 states felt the influence of his courageous deeds. Stories have been handed down through the years of his many adventures in the newly established American territory. Even today, the cowboys relate tales of his stirring exploits. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We'll be in the mountains in a few minutes, and we'll meet our good friend Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
When the government opened California to homesteaders, unexpected trouble arose. The Spanish had granted huge tracts of land to their countrymen, and these grants were in direct conflict with the titles of the incoming homesteaders. Now, both factions claimed ownership and were ready to defend their claims with 6 guns and bullets. Tragedy, such as the West had never known before, threatened the peace of 2 nations. At this disturbed period in our nation's history, we find the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto arriving at the top of a hill in the southern Sierra Nevadas.
Oh, Silver. Oh, there, fellow.
my fellow. And now we see far ahead.
And Tonto, there's someone in trouble.
Oh, wagon. Wheel broke.
And those people are a long ways from the nearest water. Come on, Silver.
Get up, my fellow. Wagon come for me?
Probably some homesteaders. Come on, Silver.
Them going wrong way.
That's so. The wagon's coming from the west, and yet it's the same kind of wagon that all the Easterners use.
We soon find out.
Hi! Stranger!
Hi! Oh, there, Silver.
my fellow.
Stranger, can you help a man in trouble?
Broken wheel, huh?
That ain't the main trouble. I can fix that given time. But we need water.
We have plenty.
I wouldn't ask no man for water this far from a spring, but I got my wife and young'un inside the wagon there. The kid ain't very well.
Take a look at them, Tonto.
Me give him water.
I expect you're an outlaw wearing the mask, but I got precious little worth stealing, so I ain't afeard.
I'm not an outlaw. Well, why are you heading east?
Huh? What other way should I be heading?
Didn't you come from the east?
Yeah, and I'm getting back there as quick as the good Lord will let me, if I can make it.
Why?
Had a home there. Not much of a place, but better than nothing. Sold it and sold most of what else we had. We staked everything on the stories of California. Land of promise, land of sunshine. A place where a man could settle down and bring up his family. Where a man could live in peace and security.
Didn't you find that to be true?
The government gave me the land. They didn't tell me I'd have to stand up and shoot down a couple dozen men to hold it.
What do you mean?
Just that. What's more, I ain't the only one that's having trouble. I'm going back, but there's a plenty who'll stay and fight it out. If there ain't bloodshed on Ortega's place, my name ain't Jeb Martin.
Jeb, who's the Injun?
He's a friend of mine.
What's the matter, Marthy?
He gave Billy and me a drink of water, and now he's talking to little Billy inside the wagon there. Billy is smiling for the first time in 2 weeks.
Then that Injun is my friend. Stranger, I don't suppose you know what it means to have a sick youngster.
Tonto can do more for him than most doctors.
The drinking water will help him some.
Here, Jeb, don't you want water, too?
Have you got a plenty?
Yes, plenty.
Thank you, mister. Much obliged. I'm afeard Billy wouldn't never stand the trip east. And now that we're marooned here till I get that wagon wheel fixed, there ain't no telling what the hot sun will do to the lad.
Boy, get well heap soon.
What's that?
Are you sure, Tonto?
Tonto no fever. Give him little feller good medicine.
Is he going to be all right?
If Tonto says that, you may be sure it's right.
Water. And my boy's life. Stranger, if there was only some way I could pay you. Well, I got some cash.
I might ask a favor of you, Jeb.
It's done.
Tell me more about the Ortega Ranch.
Well, it seems that a couple of 100,000 acres of land was given Ortega's paw by the Spanish governor. That is before the United States took over the territory.
Yes?
Ortega still holds that land. And if ever there was an ornery coyote, he's it. Got it from his paw and won't give way 1 inch to the folks that been given the same land by our own government.
There have been other situations of that sort.
And they've all ended in fighting?
There have been some troubles, but they've generally been settled to everyone's satisfaction.
But not Ortega.
Gosh, no. There's 20 or 30 wagons pulled up just beyond the river that bounds his ranch on the south.
Wagons belonging to pioneers?
Yeah, with the government's word that they can settle on Ortega's land. They tried every way to make that critter come to terms. But he won't talk any language but the language of the 6-gun and rifle.
What do those people plan to do?
Wait till they get some more folks there, then take the land by force.
Well, we ain't joining them. Even if they did drive Ortega and his men off the land, it wouldn't be permanent.
No, you're quite right.
It'd just be the starting of a war that would last till everyone was wiped out. I'd sooner take the risk of heading back east.
California is one of the grandest parts of the whole world.
But it ain't for us, stranger.
I'm going to see those men who are camped near the Ortega ranch.
You'll see 'em all right enough. Just follow the Mojave River and you'll see 'em camped to the south of where it bends.
Very well. Yep. You ready, Tonto?
No. Me ready.
Jeb, I'm going to make another request of you.
Yeah?
When your wheel is fixed, go back to California.
Go back?
But strange.
Unless you're a quitter. Of course, there's no room in California for quitters. But I don't think men without courage would have undertaken this trip in the first place.
You mean we should go fight Ortega?
No. Go back and see what happens.
But what's going to happen?
The only law in the region is the law Ortega makes.
The government double-crossed us. They should have sent troops to make sure we got what was promised us.
There are other laws, and those laws will be enforced. However, I've made my second request. Do what you please about granting it.
Hi-yo! Get him up, white fella.
Jeb, who in the name of caution was that man?
I don't know, Martha.
We can't go back there.
Honey, I'm afeard we can't do nothing else.
You're going back?
The masked man gave us water. The Injun helped our son. I told him I'd do whatever he wanted. Martha, as soon as that there wheel is fixed, we're going back.
It was nearly sundown when the Lone Ranger and Tonto came within sight of the Ortega ranch. The homesteaders, denied their rights by Ortega, had made camp near the boundary line. And there the masked man paused to verify the statements of Jeb Martin. Meanwhile, the United States Marshal was in Ortega's ranch house, trying to persuade the stubborn landowner to act fairly.
You can be fair about it, Ortega. You've got over 100,000 acres of land here. It is mine. All mine. I will not give it up. But all you're using is about 10,000 acres. The rest just goes to waste. It is mine to do with as I choose. I will not change my mind. Now look at it this way. If you persist in keeping these pioneers off the land, you won't gain anything but ill will and hard feelings. All others in your position have been fair about it. The folks from the east that have come here have done a heap of good. No. Now let me show you. What? Here. Here's a map of this section. And here's the river. You see? I see. My land begins here. If the river is the south boundary, then it bends to form the boundary on the west. Yeah. And your land runs all the way back here. Miles of land. All the way to the line markers. See? Now, if you'd let those settlers take that land away back here, near the line, you'd make everyone satisfied. And then on our recommendation, the government would be sure you'd keep the rest of the land for your own. I own all the land. It is mine. I will hold it. I have men. Many men here. Men whose fathers live here on my land before them. Men who fight for me and with me. We don't want no fighting. I hold what is mine at all costs. All the way from the river to the line markers? That is right. All the way from the river to the line markers. You make things downright hard for me. Why should I care? Because there'll be trouble. Still, I do not care. I'm sorry. Let any man put foot on this side of the river, he shall trespass. To trespass is to face bullets.
Senor.
I told you not to disturb me.
Senor, 2 men crossed the river.
What?
It is true. They come this way. One is masked.
Diablo, that I do not allow. I have warned them. I'll see here. There ain't to be no gunplay. You have nothing to say.
Look at them, senor. You see them?
I see.
I call the others. Yes?
Call them. We saw these intruders. I won't let you start fighting. On my land, you have nothing to say.
Hola. Come on, Will.
I go to see these masked men.
I'm here to talk to you, Ortega.
You stand where you are.
I'm here to speak with you.
Some of the men, they are ready.
At your word, senor, we shoot.
See what the man wants.
Go back, or do we fire?
You'll not fire, Ortega. You'll not fire on me because you want to hear what I have to say.
I show you.
We fire?
No, you watch that lawman. I myself, Ortega, will fire.
You're not aiming to hit me, Ortega. You're simply trying to frighten me away.
That was warning. The next shot will be closer.
You tighten your finger on that trigger for another shot, I'll blast that gun from your hand.
I show you.
I warned you. Steady, boy.
You shoot, Ortega.
I'll do the same for any other man that tried to shoot me.
I will too. Careful. Wait.
He has hurt you, senor.
The bullet did not touch me. Only my gun.
Stranger, never in all my life have I seen a man draw and fire like that.
Aren't you a United States Marshal?
I am.
Then why don't you insist that Ortega make a fair deal with those people beyond the river?
I've tried to.
What is my own I keep? And this land is mine.
Half of it would be 3 times as much as you can ever use, Ortega.
It is nonetheless mine.
According to the laws under which this state is governed, none of this land is yours. You can, however, retain plenty for your needs by making a fair agreement. You want to own all the land from that river a quarter mile ahead to the line miles north of here.
All land between the river and the line is mine.
Is that the way the land is described in your deed?
It is.
Is that true, Marshal?
If the worst of it is, strangers, things stand right now. The courts are so mixed up they can't decide on deeds and things.
And that's true.
I said it was. But how is it you put on a mask to come here? Afraid Ortega would send men across the river to get you if he's seen your face?
I represent the men across the river, but I'm not with them.
Huh?
But if what this man has said about his deed is true...
It is true. What of it?
Ortega, you're to have one chance.
You threaten?
One chance. Will you make an agreement with the pioneers who need land which you will never be able to use?
No. Again, I say no.
Very well. Then stand by the deed you hold. You'll find it of little value to you. Hi-yo!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man learned from the homesteader Jeb Martin that Ortega, the ranch owner, was refusing to recognize the land grants of the federal government. The settlers from the east, held at bay by the guns of Ortega's men, were camped beside the Mojave River, the southern boundary of Ortega's ranch. The Lone Ranger visited Ortega, made certain that the stories he'd heard were true, then warned the landowner that he would find his title worthless. The following morning, the United States Marshal stopped at the office of the sheriff, not far from the ranch. We hear him as he tells the sheriff, Ben Burton, of his useless attempt to reason with Ortega.
The critter's even more ornery than you said, Burton.
I can get along with almost every man I ever met, but not with Ortega.
I can understand that.
He's like the dog in the manger. There he sits with men starving because there ain't no land to settle on and grow crops, and him with 90,000 acres he don't need.
I wish I could savvy that mask, man.
It's a curious thing. I wish I'd known what he meant by what he said to Ortega.
I wish you'd been there to see him. He rid up with both his 6 guns holstered. And the time it took Ortega to draw the trigger, he snatched a gun and fired. His bullet knocked Ortega's gun 10 feet away.
Gosh.
Never in my life saw anything to equal it.
Say, I wonder.
Huh?
By any chance, did he ride a white horse?
Yeah. Call the critter Silver. Why?
I heard of a man like that.
Where? Who is he? Is he an outlaw?
I don't know who he is.
Wanted by the law, though, ain't he?
I don't know as he is.
Then what's he go mask for?
Don't know that either.
Then blast it all, what do you know?
Just one thing, Marshal. If that man's the man I think he is, he meant just what he said.
About what?
About Ortega, finding he didn't have as much as he thought he did.
Why, Senora de Law?
Ortega.
See. So, you think there will be the fight?
If there is,
But there will not be.
No?
Those men already, they have gone.
The settlers?
Si, senor. I leave this morning at daybreak.
Where'd they go?
That I do not know. I do not care. They leave with all their wagons and horses.
Gosh, the poor critters. They'll never get back where they come from alive.
And there ain't no other free land inside 100 miles of here.
I know it.
Say, Ortega, what'd you come here for?
To see what you want?
Don't want nothing you got. What's more, I don't even want to see you again.
That goes for me, too, you ornery coyote.
I ride all this way for nothing?
I don't know why you rid this way, but I don't want you.
You sent for me.
Like fun I did.
You do? You send the note. I have it here.
I sent you a note?
See it?
What's it say, Marshal? Must be a mistake.
I never writ this note.
What is it?
Says it. If he wants to make sure he'll keep his land, to report here this morning.
I sent that.
What the...
The masked man.
The Lone Ranger. That's who it is.
Steady.
You needn't hold that gun on us, stranger. We ain't aiming to shoot.
I'd sooner take no chance.
You say you wrote that note?
I did.
Telling Ortega to be here and see me?
Yes. I want Ortega to state before witnesses just what land he claims.
I have already said
Wait.
that.
Sheriff, get more witnesses.
All right, stranger. I'll do just that. You wait right here now. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm willing to find out. Hey, Lem, get Jim Frisbee and come in my office.
All right,
You too, Lanny. Sure.
Just what's the big idea, stranger?
There seems to be a lot of argument about what land Ortega owns.
I have proof of what I own.
I know.
I show the deed to any who wishes to see it.
Very well, Ortega. There'll be some men here in just a moment who wish to see the deed.
Ortega showed the deed to his ranch to the witnesses called by the Lone Ranger. It clearly established his claim to all the land between the river and the boundary stakes miles to the north. Then, satisfied that he'd proved his point, Ortega returned to his home. As he rode to his ranch, he passed the deserted camp of the homesteaders. But he did not know that Tonto would lead them back that same night.
It's so doggone dark, I can't see a thing.
Not good.
I don't savvy what your scheme is.
Scheme, not mine.
Well, your friend's scheme, then.
You do what Tonto say.
Well...
Start here. Dig in ground.
What should we dig?
Make big hole. And make other hole. Make plenty hole.
Who's this a-coming in a wagon?
Oh, there.
That friend.
The work started?
I know that voice.
How's your son, Jeb?
Stranger, thanks to you and your partner, the Injun, Billy's most well already.
Good.
I come back like you said.
I know you did.
I was just in time to hear the men talking about how you met up with them in camp and moved them away from where they was.
We haven't much time to talk, Jeb. There's a lot of work to be done between now and daybreak.
Good enough. I'm ready to work.
Dig hole here.
The kegs are in the wagon, Tonto.
Not good.
After Ortega stated his claims, I talked with the sheriff and the United States Marshal.
You tell them scheme?
Yes, and they will help us.
Not good.
Now I'll get the other men started digging, and then you and I will place the kegs.
The homesteaders labored with all their energy under the direction of the Lone Ranger. One pit after another was dug, and at daybreak the holes extended from the dry bed of an old stream to a point where they met the river, which formed the boundary line to Ortega's land.
We're almost finished with this part of our work, Tonto. You stay here and take care of things while I ride to see Ortega.
That's right.
And remember, at just the time we decided on, do your part.
Tonto, do.
Hey, stranger.
Yes, Jeb?
The boys are plumb wore out from working so steady. They ain't quitting, though.
They're not quitters.
There's just one thing they crave to know.
Yes?
Just what's all this digging to do with getting the land to settle on?
You'll see. When Tonto gives you the word, come to Ortega's home.
Shooting?
You'll not need to come shooting, Jeb. There'll be no gunplay. Here, Silver. When you come to claim your land and settle down. Hip!
The masked man left the homesteaders and rode beyond the river toward the Ortega ranch house. His approach was noted by 2 mounted men, the sheriff and the United States Marshal.
There he comes, Marshal.
Wonder if his scheme will work.
Well, the least we can do is follow his instructions and find out. There he goes, cutting for the house. Let's get moving now. Get along now.
Come on, get up there. Come on, get up.
Oh, boy.
Stand where you are.
Very well, Juan. Call your master, Ortega.
There is no need. I'm here.
There's no use trying to persuade you to be fair, Ortega.
What is my own, I keep.
All the land between the river and the marked lines.
See. Now you go from here and stay away.
You're not planning to make a grab for that gun, are you?
No,
Sacre.
Did you hear that explosion?
Earthquake?
No.
Could not be thunder.
It was a blast, Ortega, that will change everything around here. Many years ago, that river flowed through a different bed. The arroyo is quite a ways north of here, not far from the northern boundary of your land.
What of that?
If the river happened to change its course, Ortega, and flow in its original bed, your land would be reduced to less than 1,000 acres.
That could never happen.
Perhaps you're wrong.
No, since my father came here, the river has always been the same.
Nevertheless, the river is your boundary line, your southern and western boundary. And if the river does change its course, all the land south of the old arroyo would no longer belong to you.
Senor.
Not even this house would be yours.
That is
nor
not...
your stables or corral or your cultivated fields.
You come here only to talk. I will not listen.
I'm not here to simply talk, Ortega. I'm here to show you your mistake.
There, Ortega!
What you want here?
Looks like you're going to lose some land, Ortega.
This is all a trick. It is all talk.
If you think it's just talk, ride over and see how the water's going down in the river.
Yeah, we had word that the river's flown through a new course.
An old course, Sheriff. Its original bed.
Yeah, the old arroyo.
I will not believe it.
You'll have to believe when you see for yourself. That blast was arranged by the pioneers who came to settle here.
Sacre.
You cannot do that sort of thing.
The land you own, the land you've declared before witnesses is yours, is bounded by the river and the marked line north of the river. Soon there will be less than 1,000 acres there. The land is poor for crops and worse for grazing. This land is not yours now.
Sheriff Marshal, tell him he's wrong. Tell him
he ain't wrong, Ortega. He's dead right.
What's more, you better vacate this house and get off land that ain't yours.
It is mine. It is
only till the last of the water runs through that riverbed. Then you're moving out, and there ain't a law court in the state of California would give you any claim to this land. Not when they see how your property is described in the deed.
So, I'm tricked, huh?
Ortega, you're a selfish, unreasonable man. Of all the people who were here when California became one of the United States, you're the only landowner who hasn't come to terms with the government.
So you're going to pay for it.
Wait, Sheriff. If Ortega wants to keep his house, his stables, and his other buildings, the land he's using for crops and grazing, and all the land he actually needs, perhaps he'd take a new deed in exchange for his old one.
Now, make your choice and make it fast.
I make my choice. I have no choice. I take what you will give me. I must be content.
You'll find, Ortega, that California will be fair with you.
A darn sight more fair than you've been with California.
All right. Those others. Let them have the land I do not use. Only let me keep my house and the land around it.
Now you're talking sense. But dead rat your selfish hide, it took the Lone Ranger to make you talk sense.
One question, Senor of the Mask.
Yes?
Tell me, did you know when you planned to change the river that my father did that years ago?
What do you mean?
The land as it now is what was granted my father. He it was. He changed the river to run far to the south to gain many thousand acres of the land.
Yes, I knew.
Well, doggone it. So you got your land by a swindle in the first place.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in the cattle country. Tonto has signaled us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Nowhere in the written history of the United States will you find the name of the Lone Ranger, most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains and prairies of the Old West.
No one ever knew where he came from nor where he went. The Lone Ranger was a phantom figure, a masked rider of justice who rode the trails of long ago to right the wrongs of the oppressed. People of 7 states had thrilled to his daring actions. Though the history books have forgotten him, the early pioneers will always remember his courageous spirit, which so typified the nation builders of yesteryear. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Donald's waiting for us! Hello, Silver!
The cattlemen of the West banded together to keep the sheep raisers off the rangelands, but found they'd have to fight stiff opposition. Tonight's Lone Ranger adventure concerns as its central figure Amos Franklyn, who owned thousands of sheep which grazed on the open range surrounding the town of Mariposa. As our first scene opens, we see Vince Bennett and his friend Scar Gordon, the outlaw, riding through the night toward the direction of Franklyn's home.
Think we went far enough with our job, Gordon?
Sure thing. That sheepherder Amos Franklyn won't start something now. He never will.
It'll be pretty late when we get to his house. Hope he'll be there.
Where else could he go? You know, Vince, how much he'd be welcome around the town, don't you?
Yeah. There ain't a man in town wouldn't enjoy starting an argument with Franklin.
Well, said argument would lead to bullets.
One less sheep herder to spoil the land for cattle.
Yeah.
Gordon.
Huh?
I've been doing some thinking.
Well?
Who was it that gave you that scar on your face?
What's it to you?
I'm just asking.
Bull McPherson. Why?
Big cattleman, ain't he?
Yeah. The scar ain't all they done to me. Made it so hot for a man don't dare show myself around any man's ranch.
Sizable price on your head.
Well, I'll get along without prodding cattle.
I wonder if your scheme in fixing the Franklin sheep ain't just partly for cash profit and part for revenge on Bull McPherson.
What do you care, Vince? As long as you get paid.
I don't. A man can be curious, though, can he?
If he ain't too much so. It's just as well if a man minds his own affairs.
Sure.
Get up there. Get along, boy.
Hope the cash return from this scheme of yours is as big as you say it's to be.
Listen, Vince, don't you worry about that. If we don't get rich from this job I got planned, my name ain't Scar Gordon.
Maybe your name ain't that.
Huh?
Plenty men left their real names east of the Mississippi. Oh, there's Franklin's place.
Yeah. Oh, there.
The scheme is for me to go on ahead, ain't it?
Yes, so. See that you pose as a cattleman and carry it off in good shape. I aim to make old Franklin shell out some of his hidden cash money.
You wait here. Come on, boy. Come on. Get up there. Come on. Oh, there. Oh, boy. Likely the old galoot's abed. Yeah, I'll wake him pronto. Hey there, Franklin. Amos, you there?
Who's there?
Open up. I'm from the South Range with word for you.
Just a minute.
I rid all the way here to pass a warning to you.
Warning? I've had them before.
Yeah, well, get this. Your doggone sheep spoiled the North Range for cattle. What's more, they've been at all the good watering places around here, so a cow can't get a drink no more.
Ain't my fault if cows are so pernickety. They won't drink where the sheep's been.
No?
What's more, I got as much right here as any cowman has, and I aim to stay here.
Amos, this is the last warning. You'll find your herder hog-tied, his dog shot, and no end of sheep on their backs and gullies. I reckon they won't last very long.
Why, you ornery...
That's the last time you get warnings. Next time, it'll be you the boys will come for. That's all I gotta say. Think it over and pull stakes. Just think it over mighty good.
You dog killer! You ornery coyote! Gad-ratted snake, you! Injun, did you hear what that polecat's done?
I don't hear.
Killed my dog. Broke my herder, put no end of sheep on the back so they can't get up on the feet again.
You got plenty good sheep.
Most valuable breeds there is.
Me go find herder, cut rope.
No, Injun. You rid in here, tuck it out from a 2 days' travel. I told you could bed down my place and get a needed rest. Now you do just that. I'll get my boots on, go and untie Sam.
Other rider come.
Maybe the same one coming back again.
This not same horse. This other horse.
No one but an Injun could tell horses' hoofs like that.
Hold on.
Now, who can that be?
Hey, Franklin.
Call your name and state your business, or I close this door and shove a rifle through the window.
Take it easy. I'm here as your friend.
Yeah? Well, I ain't got no friends around here, and I don't look to have none.
Maybe you do for a surprise, then. I suppose you heard from any of the cattlemen yet, have you?
Scar Gordon.
The same.
Ain't it sort of risky for you to travel like this with the law hunting you?
I'd advise against owning a gun on me to try and capture me for that reward money.
What do you want here?
Told you that I come as a friend.
Well?
A cowman are making trouble for you. Maybe you don't know it yet.
What's that to do with you?
Ask your herder. He tell you that I found him roped and let him loose.
You did?
Sure.
Where's he now?
Tending his job and watching the sheep. Reckon he'll be able to save considerable of them by setting them back on their feet before it's too late.
You done that?
Sure I did. I ain't as black as them cattlemen has pictured me.
Maybe not.
Fact is, Amos, I'd hanker to give you a hand in fighting them critters.
The cattlemen?
The same.
How?
I got a plenty of men lined up with me. For the most part, they're fellows like me that are hunted by the law.
Yeah?
Catch for a barn, a couple of cows, and things like that. None of them really bad, you savvy.
From what's been said, you're plenty bad.
All folks misjudge me, Franklin. Now, if you aim to let them cowmen drive you out of here, all right. It's none of my affair. But if you aim to make a stand, you gotta have some help.
They ain't driving me out.
And you better hire some guns. What about it?
Now, that means a range war, don't it?
Well, it's war or clear out. You can take your choice.
I got as much right here as anyone.
Sure you have.
No matter where I go, it's always the same story.
And you may as well make a stand here and show the cowmen that you aim to keep to your rights.
By hiring your men to fight for me, eh?
Sure.
That takes cash.
Don't tell me that a man that's dealt in the quality stock you have for so many years ain't got cash.
Maybe I have, but I just ain't sure I want to spend it for gunmen. But let's hear your proposition.
Come on in the house,
Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, learned the purpose of Gordon's errand and realized that it might cause a range war. He left the sheep raiser's home at once, heading toward Franklyn's flocks, where a herder kept watch through the lonely hours of the night. There, Tonto dismounted and spoke to the man.
You get tied?
Huh? Yeah, got tied.
You find sheep on back?
Yeah, tried to. They can't get around and look for him. Ain't even got my dog left. The ornery snake come and tied me.
Me no.
You wait, Injun. I want to send word. I can't leave the sheep. I want to let my boss know.
Get him up, white fella.
While Tonto raced on toward the distant camp of the Lone Ranger, Amos Franklin finally agreed to a deal with Scar Gordon the outlaw. We find Scar 1 hour later as he draws his horse to a halt at a camp in a dry arroyo. His friend Vince Bennett and the rest of his gang are awaiting him.
Hi, Scar. How'd you make out?
Good as could be expected. Hey, you men, wake up. Turn out. I got some word for you.
I told the boys you'd be coming here before daybreak.
Ain't you let a man get some sleep?
We've plenty of time to sleep when we get our cash. Listen, boys. I got a job lined up. We got Vince Bennett here lined up with us. He proved downright valuable because he can go and come as he darn pleases in the town, being as he ain't wanted by the law.
Well, what about it? What good'll that do us?
Now, listen to me and you'll savvy. Amos Franklin aims to start a range war.
That ornery sheepherder?
Well, he maybe is, but he deals in quality sheep. Every one of them critters of his is valuable.
He's a sheepman nonetheless.
Take it easy, boys, and hear the scheme through.
He wants to hire the lot of us to fight for him.
He's got a plenty money to spend, boys.
That ain't all. If we clean out the cattlemen, we no longer have to be afeard of showing ourselves in town. You see what I'm getting at?
The chance to wipe all the cowmen out and get paid for it, huh?
And top it off by taking over their cattle.
Scar, is that what you plan to do?
Why not?
But if that's what you was after, why didn't you just attack the cowmen in the first place?
Yeah? Have them call out the army to wipe us out?
They can still do it.
Sure. But you don't think they will, do you?
Well,
Listen, Vince. The cowmen would likely call troops to help put a pack of outlaws on the run. But it'd hurt their pride too deep if they call out the soldiers to lick a sheepherder.
Oh, I savvy.
Even if they won, they never hear the end of it.
they'd be the laughing stock of everyone in the West. Calling troops to licking ornery sheepmen. Ain't likely to.
Pretty slick, I'd call it. That's the best scheme I ever heard of.
You like a scheme, boys?
You get Amos Franklin's cash.
Everyone's cattle and the houses as well. We just take over the country.
That's it. And when we're finished with the cowmen, then we'll drive the sheepmen out. How's that?
When do we start?
Quiet, boys. So quiet down and let me finish.
Go ahead. Let's hear the rest.
We stay right here all day tomorrow. That gives Vince Bennett the chance to rile the cowmen up, you see? And tomorrow night, the fun begins.
In the meantime, Tonto urged his horse with utmost speed throughout the whole of the night. But it was daybreak before he reached the woodland clearing where the Lone Ranger was camped, miles from Amos Franklin's ranch.
That
I didn't look for you to be here so soon.
There's plenty trouble. Trouble? Range war. Plenty outlaw near town.
What do you mean?
Them start fight. You come fast.
Tell me, Kemosabe.
Get him, Silver.
All right. I'll get Silver ready to ride while you talk. Here, Silver. Here, boy.
How to help you? Here, saddle.
All right, Tonto. Now tell me what's going on. Scar Gordon and his outlaws are going to be hired by the sheepherder.
That's right.
And they're going to carry the fight to the cattlemen. Steady, Silver.
That's right.
Those cattlemen will never tolerate any opposition from Amos Franklin.
No.
And the outlaws will see to it that the fight is anything but fair. The Gordon gang is in this for what they can get out of it.
Sheepman, pay him cash.
They'll get more than cash. Before they finish, they'll have wiped out all the cattlemen. They probably won't attack today. They'll wait till after dark tonight. It'll take us almost all day to get there. Tonto, if those men attack tonight, they'll catch the cattlemen unprepared.
How that?
I see their plan, Tonto. Tonight, almost every cowman will be in town celebrating payday. They'll have all their guns checked with the sheriff. That would be an ideal time for the outlaws to strike.
What we do, huh?
We'll think it over, Kemosabe. While we ride. Hi-yo!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the outlaw Scar Gordon convinced Amos Franklin that the cattlemen of the district planned to destroy the sheep raiser's flock. Franklin hired Gordon and his men to defend him, but Gordon's plan included more than that. He hoped to run the cattlemen off the range and seize their herds. That accomplished, he expected to turn on Franklin and steal his sheep. Tonto, however, had overheard the conversation between Franklin and Gordon, and he repeated the facts to the Lone Ranger. Our next scene opens in the office of Sheriff Conway of Mariposa. The sheriff is speaking with a rancher, Bull McPherson.
You may be the biggest cattleman this side of Pecos, McPherson, but you're not going to bulldoze me into driving Franklin away from here.
But, Sheriff, he's ruined the range for cattle. Can't you see that?
Well, what of it?
What of it?
That's what I said. If the north range of town is ruined, then it ain't no good to you, is it?
No.
All right, then. Why don't you let him stay there? You know, your critters wouldn't go near none of the water on the north range now.
Thanks to them ornery no-good sheep.
Just so. Now, if we drive Amos away, what's he going to do? He'll just move somewhere else and spoil that land, won't he?
There ought to be a law against sheep.
Well, there ain't no law against 'em, so we got to tolerate 'em. Now, you got a plenty land south of town, and so's every other cowman. Stay there and be content, and leave Amos do the same.
As long as he don't move south.
Bull, if he makes any play to spread out south with them long-haired sheep of his'n, then I'll see that he's put back where he belongs.
That a promise?
It's a sure enough promise. Now then, as to the shindig tonight.
Be a big party, I reckon.
Mind that all your waddies check their shooting irons.
Ain't they always done so when they come to town?
Mm-hmm. Maybe so. But the fact remains that the last payday, there was some shooting in the cafe.
Not by my boys.
Well, there ain't to be none tonight, savvy?
I'll tell the boys, Sheriff.
Howdy, Sheriff. Hello, Bull.
Hello, Vince.
What are you coming to my office for? Ain't seeking law, are you, Vince?
No, I ain't. I come here with some news for you.
Yeah?
That sheepherder, Amos Franklin...
Now, don't you say you want him drove out. You ain't no cattle to worry about, have you?
No.
Ain't been so easy to bar a hunk of rope with a cow tied to one end since I took over the law around here, has it?
Can't you never forget a man's mistake?
I sort of keep it in the back of my mind, Vince, just to make sure that mistake ain't made again. Now, what do you got to tell me?
Franklin is getting too doggone ambitious for his own good.
Yeah.
He tried to hire me.
You? What would any man want to hire you for, Vince?
To help him handle sheep. He aims to be moving southward. All he's got to do is to let them sheep of his drink from springs on the cattle range, and said range is done for, as far as cattle is concerned.
Why, that ornery-no...
Hold on now, Bull.
Give me back my shooting iron.
Not so fast.
I changed my plans. I ain't going to the shindig at the cafe. I got business to take care of.
Shut down, you overgrown galoot.
That ain't all, Sheriff. Amos is boasting that he'll show the cattlemen where to head in.
It's high time he got dealt with.
Oh, there ain't no hurry, Bull. He said he didn't figure he'd be ready to have me start to work for another week or so. He said...
Who's that?
Never heard his voice before.
Sheriff.
Mask.
Great guns, what?
Who are you?
Come, Sheriff. You'll need it to arrest the killer.
Where?
Franklin's place.
Who?
Amos Franklin.
Leaping catfish. You mean to say he's killed a man?
Come and see for yourself.
Who's he done for?
Bring a posse and come along. It'll soon be dark.
I'm riding with you. Doggone, if we can throw that critter into the calaboose, it's going to save no end of trouble.
I'll go too.
I've left him tied for you.
I'm all set. Hey, Pete! Pete, come here. We got to head for Franklin's place.
What's up?
Keep that masked man covered.
Who's he?
Don't know, but aim to find out. Stranger, you better take your mask off.
Do your duty first. And if you want to investigate me, you can do so.
But you...
I'll wait for you at Franklin's house.
Hold on!
He's running away from you.
Get him. Maybe he's an outlaw.
Should I take a shot?
No, you blame fool. You can't shoot a man for being masked. Get your horse and chase him. Come on now, let's travel.
Who the Sam Hill was it?
Find out by and by. Get up there. We made that trip in record time.
Ain't that white horse the masked man, Reed?
I'm inside the house waiting for you.
And we're right after you.
Gosh, I never figured Amos would shoot anybody.
Well, this is a fine how do you do.
There's your prisoner.
What do you got to say for yourself, Amos?
Why,
Speak up.
I reckon there ain't no use of my saying anything. I ain't no chance again a jury of cattlemen.
Thunderation, Sheriff. He's played right into our hands.
That Injun, the man you shot?
I didn't shoot him.
And who did?
I dunno.
Tonto came here last night, didn't he?
Yeah, said he was traveling. And I give him a place to sleep and some food. Then he rid away.
Can you prove he rode away?
Well, that is,
Was anyone here with you at the time?
Yeah. Scar Gordon. He was...
Who? Scar Gordon?
Well,
What was that outlaw doing here?
Why didn't you capture him and get the reward?
Oh, gents, there ain't no use. Nothing I can say will help me.
Hey, what did Vince Bennett leave for?
Huh?
He just went outside. There he is, boarding his horse.
Oh, leave him go. We got to take the prisoner to jail.
Come on, Amos.
Now, gents, I swear I didn't have no hand in murder. I don't know a thing about it.
Tell that to the judge.
And jury.
And the hangman. Here's where one sheepherder gets done away with, good and legal. It's too bad the rest of them ain't spunk enough to do a little shooting.
Vince Bennett left the group at Franklin's home and rode swiftly to a point near town, where Gordon and his men were gathered.
Scar!
What's the matter? Didn't you do what you were supposed to do in town?
Yeah, only we gotta change things.
What do you mean?
That blame fool Franklin...
Listen here, Bennett.
You was to stop around the sheriff's office and get the idea planted that Amos Franklin aimed to transfer his sheep to the South Range.
That's what I done.
And he was to tell the men that he didn't figure on doing that same right away.
I told him that.
While all the men were at the shindig tonight, we figured to attack.
Won't you let me tell you? Amos Franklin is in jail.
What? What's he in jail for? Quiet down, you fellas. Well then, Bennett, let me give the true facts. You say Franklin is in jail?
That's right.
When was he took there?
Just a few minutes ago. I went to his place with the sheriff and Bull McPherson and a deputy.
What did he do?
He killed an Injun.
Killed an Injun? I didn't think that sheepherder had gumption enough to
In
kill...
jail for murder?
That's right.
That's a fine state of affairs.
Don't you see? We can't attack now. We can't make the cowman think that Amos is figuring on expanding his sheep land with him in jail for murder.
No, sure not.
Besides that, he won't be able to pay us.
It ain't so much the money he was to pay as the cows we figured on getting.
But now it's the same as if we attacked the cowman as a band of outlaws. Don't you see?
Let me think. Shut your trap a minute, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
McPherson and the rest of the cattlemen will know that we ain't working for Amos Franklin now. That means they'll likely call the troopers out to fight against us.
That's just it.
All right, gents. The plan has changed.
What are we going to do now, Scar?
We're going into town just as we aimed to do.
Yeah? Then what?
We're going to the jail and get Amos Franklin out.
By thunder, that's an idea.
We get him out. That proves to the cowman that we're working for him. Then with him along with us, we go ahead as planned, you see? Now get together, boys. We're heading for town pronto. Steady, boy. Oh, follow me. Get up there. Oh, boy. Get up. Get up there.
The outlaws moved into town according to their changed plans. They made their way in groups of 2 and 3 to avoid being noticed, and took advantage of the covering shadows of the night. We see Scar Gordon and Vince Bennett as they approach their destination, the jail.
There's the calaboose.
Oh, dark and quiet.
Sure.
Do you think our man's there?
Sure he is. Where else would he be?
Well, the cattlemen might have lynched him.
No. In the first place, there'd be more excitement if anything like that was going on.
Well, seems so.
Second place, sheriff wouldn't tolerate that.
Maybe you're right at that.
He's in there all right enough. It'll be a cinch to get him out. And we can go ahead with the plans, and the cowman will call it a range war instead of an outlaw attack. You savvy?
Sure.
Wait till I make sure the other boys are in place. Butch.
All set, boss.
Now for the other side. Hank.
Waiting for the word from you.
Close in and pass the word to them beyond you.
Right, boss.
Come on, Vince.
I'm right with you.
We'll close in from all sides. You and me take care of the guard.
There's the guard.
Come on. You hold a gun on him while I gag him.
Heist him, you.
What matter?
A redskin.
You may be making a mistake, huh?
Why, this is the one...
Me, feller, you think dead.
What's the matter?
This is the redskin Amos was supposed to have shot.
What's he doing here?
Me help set trap. Outlaw, come get prisoner.
A trap!
I'll show you.
Not so fast.
Oh!
We got you covered.
We're tricked. Shoot your way clear.
Hit the men. Come on, boys.
On inside. Hurry up.
We got every man of you covered. You better surrender.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I give up.
Throw down your guns.
Your honor is scheming polecats. Try and trick me, will you?
Look here, what's this? Listen, Sheriff. You listen, Scar. We knowed your plans, savvy? Vince Bennett double-crossed me. Nope. He's to be jailed with the rest of you. You see, that masked man and the Injun learned your plan and told Amos the whole truth.
So the Injun played dead, like he'd been shot to get me in jail.
After Vince was here, the Injun and the masked man came up and told me the whole story. So we just waited here for you rats to show yourselves. Tricked by a doggone sheepherder. And for that job, the sheepherder can use the North Range as long as he blames pleases.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for him, we cattlemen would have had plenty trouble on our hands.
Amos, for the first time, you're to be welcome at the shindig in town. Come on with us. You boys throw them outlaws in the jail.
Oh, gents, I don't want no shindig. I reckon if you don't mind, I'll go keep old Sam company while he watches my sheep. What's more, Don't give me no credit. Thank the Lone Ranger.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Tonto is waiting beyond the hill. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The wild and untamed West of yesteryear, with all of its stirring action, is brought back to us in a vivid word picture as the phantom figure of the plains rides on another exciting adventure. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing down the trails of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We have a big job to do. Santa's waiting for us somewhere ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Jim Burton had made himself absolute master of a large district in the Southwest. All who lived in that territory
were forced to pay him tribute or suffer the consequences. His men, outlaws and hired gunmen, openly punished those who refused to pay. Homes were stripped, buildings burned, cattle stolen or poisoned. Men who stubbornly defied Burton were murdered. The gang had become so powerful that the law was helpless. In the first scene of tonight's story, we see Burton and his lieutenant, Bat Jordan, riding to the home of a rancher named Tyler.
How much do a man Tyler owe us?
Tyler? Now, let me look at the book here. Just a second, Burton.
Well, don't be all day finding it.
Yeah, here it is. He ain't paid for last month yet.
Oh, he ain't, huh? Well, I'll have to teach him a lesson. That's his prize bull over yonder, ain't it?
Yeah.
All right.
That got him.
Hey, what? Stop it! Burton, look at what you done.
Ain't that a downright shame? I rid over here to have a talk with you, Tyler.
Why, you...
Just an accident, that's all. I'm mighty sorry. I was just looking at my gun and went off and got that bull.
Accident, my eye.
Accidents do happen, Tyler.
Yep, that's why it's smart to keep signed up with my company. Now, if only you'd paid up your fee last month, I'd have stood the loss of that bull.
And because I didn't pay you shot the critter.
I wouldn't be so quick to say things like that, Tyler. Especially when they can't be proved in court.
Court? Everyone's afraid of you. You run the court the same as you run the sheriff and everything else in this part of the country.
You'd be smart to pay up your dues and button up your lip, Tyler.
You know, I think that just the fact that a man has signed up with me is enough to keep thieves and troublemakers away. Now look at how all my clients have been let alone. And look at how thieves have troubled them that ain't been registered with me.
I know. When Bob Frisbee refused to pay you, he lost 100 head of cattle from Poison Pool. Then when he still held out, his house catch fire.
Bad accident. I was sorry to see Bob wiped out like that.
Yes, you was.
And then there was Hank Fenton. My, but he had a streak of tough luck. Remember, Jordan, how them prowling thieves kept busting in his house and taking things?
Yeah, he done well to sign up with us. His house is likely to catch fire easy.
Yeah. Well, enough of that. Mr. Tyler, you owe just $50. That'll bring your payments right up to date.
I ain't got no $50.
No? Seems to me you sold some cattle last month. Ain't you been paid for it?
I sent the cash to my niece at Red Bluff.
That's bad. That's mighty bad. You should have thought of your own protection.
Look here, Burton. I ain't a man to ask favors, but I've got to. My niece Betsy lost her paw, and she's coming here to live with me.
So you sent her all your money, huh?
Her paw had some debts that she wanted to clean up before she left there. Now, look here, Burton. Just leave me alone, and I'll pay you. I'll pay up in time if you just let me be.
Tyler, I wouldn't do anything to you. You seem to think that I'm behind all the trouble around here.
You ain't fooling me, Burton. Everyone knows about your gang and how you tell them to go to work on anyone that won't pay you.
Well, when do you look for this niece of yours to get here?
As soon as you can. Might be tomorrow or next week or next month.
Well, we'll be on the way. I sure hope you'll be able to pay up what you owe, Tyler. Been quite a long dry spell. There ain't no telling when a man's house might catch fire.
Yep.
Come on, gentlemen. We'll go call on Mrs. Simmons. She's behind in the payments, too.
Yeah, come on.
Get up here.
Get up
here. Tad rabbit. That poor bull. He ain't dead. I gotta take care of him. I'll go get my gun.
Wait, Tonto.
Move back.
Here, 2 shots? Yes. If there's a third, 3 shots, Tonto. That's always a danger sign.
That's right.
No man fires 3 shots spaced like that unless he wants help and wants it bad.
Shot come from that way.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up,
Hi-yo,
Tonto. Get him up.
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding along the trail when they heard the 3 shots. Throughout the West, 3 spaced shots were known as the signal of distress.
The masked rider lost no time answering what he believed to be a call for help. And soon he and Tonto pulled their horses to a stop alongside of old Tyler, who stood beside the dead bull.
What's the trouble here?
Trouble? Plenty trouble. But you're talking to the wrong man, stranger.
How's that?
I reckon you're looking for the boss of all the outlaws, Jim Burton. Well, he went to see poor old Widow Simmons. Reckon he'll be drilling her cattle about now.
Didn't you fire 3 shots for help?
Huh?
I'm no outlaw. Came here because I heard 3 space shots.
Oh, land sakes, I never thought of that. Gosh, stranger, I didn't mean to signal for help, even though the good Lord knows I need it plenty bad. I fired them shots to put this bull out in his suffering. Jim Burton purposely shot this critter just because I ain't paid him for protection.
I see. Jim Burton, huh?
Yeah.
We hear a story about him.
Yes. I didn't think there could be any truth in those stories.
Stranger, ain't none of my affair, and a smart man don't ask too many questions. But why are you wearing that mask around here?
I want you to tell me more about Jim Burton.
Well, if you ride hard for the first White House you come to heading that way, you'll likely catch him talking to Widow Simmons.
Very well.
If she don't tell you all you want to know about Jim Burton, just come on back here, and I'll tell her plenty.
Come on, Silver.
And there ain't nothing that crook won't stoop to, stranger. I had to give him my last penny, or the chances are my house would have catched fire tonight.
Doesn't the sheriff do anything to stop that sort of thing?
The sheriff, he can't do anything. No one can ever prove that Burton's the one that does all these things. Not even the United States Marshal can do anything about it.
Why don't all of you band together and refuse to pay him?
There ain't no one with spunk enough to even speak again him, except an old man Tyler and me. I tell you, stranger, just to tell everyone I get the chance to tell. Jim Burton's the orneriest skunk that ever breathed. You go ask Tyler to tell you a few things that he's done.
I'm going to.
The Lone Ranger gathered all the information he could find concerning Jim Burton and his men. Among other things, he learned that many members of the gang were wanted by the law in other sections of the country. This knowledge suggested a way to break Burton's power. In town the next day, the men were gathered in the cafe. The masked man suddenly appeared in the doorway, his 2 heavy 6-guns covering every person in the room.
Hold it! Every one of you stand still.
It's a stick-up.
It's no robbery. The man I want is Scar Lewis.
Hold on there, mister.
Grab him. Take his mask off. Don't try it. I'll show my hand. Leave your guns alone. Come on, Lewis. You're wanted for murder and pecos.
Burton, you ain't gonna let him get me.
Burton, there's nothing to say. Come on.
No, let me go. Let me go.
I'm covering the rest of you with 1 gun. Stay where you are. I'll be back, Burton, for some more of the crooks that you're shielding in this town.
Now, let me go. Jim, come on. Help me. Help me.
During the next 3 days, the townspeople talked of nothing but the daring action of the masked man. We hear Burton and Jordan, with 2 of their men, discussing the matter on the porch of the general store.
He must have taken Scar all the way to Pecos. I reckon he must have. Just who's he think he is, Burton? He ain't no right to drag a man across the county line that way.
Wearing a mask, too.
If he comes back here, Butch, you better duck for cover. You're wanted in Red Bluff.
That's where he's going.
Huh?
What? Why, you?
He come from the side of the building.
You won't
Come
get
on,
me.
Butch. Burton, keep back. You too, Jordan.
See here, stranger.
Hey, Silver. They say you're pretty slippery, Butch. I'll put a rope on you.
Stop him, Burton. Jordan, stop him.
There's more of your gang that I want, Burton. I'll be back.
Let me down. You can't lug me on your horse like this.
You're going to Red Bluff, Butch. Hip. Hi-yo, Silver!
Jordan, come here. Come on, boy. After him.
Within the next 2 weeks, the Lone Ranger struck at Burton's gang 4 more times. He appeared when least expected, forced an outlaw to go with him, and made his escape before his surprised victims could defend themselves. In all, he had taken 6 of Burton's men, and the gang leader was furious. We see Burton with Jordan, considering a method to get rid of the Lone Ranger.
If that man is the Lone Ranger, he wouldn't touch you unless he had proof of something against you. I don't know about that. Maybe we've seen the last of him. I hope not. Jordan, I ain't gonna rest till I see that man shot, unmasked, and planted 6 foot deep.
As for me, I'm willing to let well enough alone.
Well, I ain't. I'll get him, Jordan, if it's the last thing I do.
Mr. Burton.
Huh? Oh, it's you, huh, Tyler? You're about due to pay me some money.
I know.
Did you bring it with you?
I ain't no money.
Well, I ain't waiting no longer.
Now, Mr. Burton.
You pay up or there might be some accidents happen on the trail to Red Bluff. An accident that might affect this niece you're expecting.
Wait. Won't you listen to me?
Money talk's the only language I care to listen to.
There's something we'll talk louder.
What?
Look, you'd like to get this Lone Ranger, wouldn't you?
I'd give up plenty to get him.
Well, if I showed you where you could trap him, would you call what I owe you square and give me your protection for a few more months?
For the rest of your life? That's what it means to me to get that masked man. He's made things too darn tough around here.
Do you know where he's at?
Well, do you?
Yeah, I think I can find him.
Sit down there, Tyler.
Oh, thanks. I don't mind if I do.
Where's the Lone Ranger?
I ain't saying I know where he is.
You don't know?
Why, you old four-pusher, you?
Wait. I know where he will be. Ain't that something?
Where?
Come on, speak up. Where?
Now, let me tell it my own way. I got a scheme all worked out so's you can get him.
Let's hear it.
You promised me that you won't make me no trouble.
I told you I wouldn't.
And you won't make no trouble for my niece Betsy?
No, of course not.
All right, then it's a deal. Listen close, gents, and I'll tell you how to get the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's drama, the Lone Ranger learned of Burton's crooked activities. And in a series of daring raids, the masked man carried off those of Burton's men known to be outlaws. In the meantime, Burton tried desperately to defend himself against the Lone Ranger's attacks. Let us pick up the threads of our narrative as Tyler completes the outline of his plan.
Now, let me get this straight, Tyler. You're to show me where to get this Lone Ranger. In exchange for that, I'll see that you're protected from trouble of all sorts.
It's a deal, then.
You don't know when this niece of yours is coming, do you?
No. She ought to be getting here soon, though. She was only going to stay in Red Bluff till she paid up her pa's debts, then take her horse and ride down here.
Maybe if she's good looking, I might take her to a couple parties.
Now, hold on. One other thing I want in that agreement, Burton.
Well?
Jordan or none of the rest of your bunch are to come annoying Betsy.
Oh, now, Tyler.
All right, I'll see they don't. You hear that, Jordan?
Yeah, I hear it.
Now, suppose you tell us how you aim to get this Lone Ranger while we can get at him.
Well, there's an Indian friend of his.
I heard about him. His name's Tonto.
That's right.
What's Tonto got to do with it?
I know where to capture the Indian.
Yeah?
You see, him and the Lone Ranger have been friendly with me. The Indian has been to my place several times already, and he'll be back again.
Hmm?
Now, if you was to capture Tonto, the Lone Ranger would blame seem to know about it.
Yeah, I suppose he would.
All right. Then what'll he do?
Come riding like lightning with a couple guns blazing?
You needn't fear about being shot. The Lone Ranger never shoots to kill. He'll come in fighting fair.
What about it?
When he comes along the trail where you men are holding Tonto, making out to torture him so's he'll tell where the masked man is, he'll hit a pitfall.
Pitfall?
Sure. You boys dig a deep hole in the ground, then cover it with branches and things so he won't see it. He drops to the bottom of it, and that finishes it.
By thunder, Tyler, you got an idea there.
Why don't we just blaze at him with our guns?
I'll tell you why, Jordan. You ought to know already. You tried to shoot him once before, and one of them silver bullets blasted your 6-gun out in your hand.
And blame near broke my hand.
Of course.
If he sees any of us drawing a gun, why...
He'd let you have it.
That's right, Jordan. Tyler's right.
You wouldn't have a Chinaman's chance of getting him.
Just don't pay no attention to him, and let him come at us and drop into the pit.
How do we know he'd get killed?
What if he was to capture a few rattlers and put them in the pit?
Rattlers?
Sure.
When he falls in the pit, they'd finish him.
Sure they would. What's more, I'll provide them.
Can you get him?
Sure I can get them.
Tyler, it seems to me that you're doing a lot to get the man that sort of worked in your behalf. How come?
I'd do anything to make my home safe for my niece Betsy when she gets here.
Yeah, I see. We'll follow out that scheme. Jordan, get the boys together. We'll dig the pit, and then we'll leave it up to Tyler to lead us to capturing that Injun Tonto.
The Lone Ranger had captured all of Burton's men who had criminal records, but Burton himself was still free. Our next scene opens in the masked man's hidden camp. He and Tonto are speaking of the gang leader.
We can't put another one of them in jail, Tonto. The rest have no crimes chalked against them.
That bad.
And even if they had, the one man we must get is Jim Burton.
That right.
None of the others count. We can replace them as fast as we can capture them. Burton is the man who must be jailed.
What jail him for?
That's the problem. There's not a thing that can be proved against him.
You know sheriff here?
I've talked to the sheriff. He's honest, and he'd like to see Jim Burton's power broken just as much as we would. But his hands are tied.
Oh. Here, white feller.
You're leaving now?
Time, Tonto, go see old man.
Very well.
Maybe someday we get Burton feller.
Here's hoping, Kimosabe.
See you by and by.
Yes, Tonto.
Get him up, white feller.
Tonto, riding to Tyler's home, entered the trap set by Burton. The faithful Indian drew his horse to a stop before the ranch house, prepared to dismount, and was immediately surrounded by the outlaws who advanced upon him with drawn guns.
All right, Indian, just be quiet.
Oh, what's this? Ice your hands there, Redskin. You're captured.
You got him.
Make a move and we shoot.
Watch him.
We're watching him.
Rope him tight.
You double-crossed
I'm sorry, Injun, but I had to do it.
Pull those ropes tight.
He won't get loose.
You double-crossed.
It was you or me, Injun.
No, Redskin. It's you or the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, you got just one chance to save your neck.
What you mean?
Tell us where to find the Lone Ranger, and we let you go free.
That Tyler feller, him double-crossed.
It was you or me.
You better do the same thing and lead us to the Lone Ranger if you know what's good for you.
Me not double-cross.
Oh. So you figure you won't tell us, huh?
That right.
We got ways of making any man talk. Tonto not talk. We'll see about that. Take him to the post, boys.
Yeah. Here's where we see just how much pain an Injun can stand.
Keep a close watch on him.
Don't give him a chance to get free.
Jordan, you ride ahead with Tonto and them others. Me and Tyler will follow you.
Come on.
Come on, get a boy. Get there. Come on, get a boy. Get there.
Well, it was easier than I figured.
Yeah.
He didn't put up no fight at all.
No, he seen there wasn't no use against such odds.
I wonder if the Lone Ranger will come after him.
I'm betting on it. Just look at the ground around here, how it's trampled. The Lone Ranger will see the Tonto don't get back to the camp. Then he'll come, see the signs, and follow the trail.
I hope so.
All you have to do is keep the engine at that post just beyond the pit until the Lone Ranger comes.
Good. Unless he spots our trail and sees where we went around the pit.
Shucks, he won't do that. When he gets that close, he'll see his Indian friend being tortured. and come riding hard with eyes on us instead of on the trail.
That's reasonable, I suppose. How about the rattlers?
Well, Burton, I had to change that part some. What? Yeah. You see, I managed to trap a mountain lion alive. I figured on trying to get bounty for it. When I seen how vicious the critter was, I thought it'd be better to put that in the bottom of the pit instead of the rattlers.
It's all the same. Don't matter none.
That's the way I figured.
Tonto, bound with strong rope, was carried by Burton's men to a point along the trail that led from Red Bluff to town. There, within sight of the trail, he was tied to the stump of a dead tree. Not far beyond them could be heard the cries of the mountain lion supplied by Tyler, marking the location of the pitfall prepared for the Lone Ranger. We hear the outlaws as they wait for the masked man to appear in search of his companion.
How much longer do you think you'd better wait, Burton?
Guess we waited about long enough. That blame mountain lion down in the pit smells horses.
Yeah, he's downright hungry.
Reckon I'll move back to cover and have a look at him.
Don't you do it.
Why not?
Them critters can leap higher than a man's head. He might get out.
Tyler's right. He's sure making plenty of noise.
Yeah, he's pretty hungry. Oh, by the way.
Well?
I hope you made that pit deep enough.
Sure we did. Took a lot of us all night to dig it.
Big enough for a man and a horse to drop in?
Sure.
Well, Burton, why don't you start on the redskin?
We maybe should wait till we see the Lone Ranger coming along the trail.
Oh, what's the sense in that?
Well, you seem mighty anxious for things to get hot for the redskin, Tyler.
Well, taking part in murder don't appeal to me. I want to get it over with.
Murder?
This is your first murder, too, ain't it, Burton?
Mine?
Sure. I figure you never take the risk of killing a man.
Listen to him, Jordan. That's a good one.
Well, have you?
Tell him about the Parker affair, Burton. Yeah, the law ain't never found out about who done for Jack Parker.
Did you?
Well, I wouldn't admit it to the law, but of course... You covered your tracks pretty slick on that job, boss.
And you must have been the one that knifed Hank Green.
Listen to him.
Oh, but I don't reckon you was. Green was a pretty tough hombre. It'd take a sight of nerve for a man to fight him.
Well, I done it.
You did?
Sure. Someone coming. Take a look. Stand ready with them lasses to handle Tonto with.
That ain't the Lone Ranger. That's my niece.
Your niece?
Yeah. She's heading down the trail. She'll fall into that hole.
Stop her. Right ahead and stop her.
We can't. There ain't none of us near to our horses.
If she drops into that, we'll miss getting the Lone Ranger.
Get for the horses. Hurry. They're behind them trees.
We can't get to them in time. There's the Lone Ranger. He was behind them trees with the horses. How'd you get there?
Ride! Ride, mister! Save Betsy!
Come on! He's getting to her.
Thank the good Lord he'll get her.
Look at him travel.
He's got her. He saved Betsy.
All right, Tyler. Now, suppose you tell how he happened to be where he was.
All right, Burton, I will tell. I can tell you now because you talked all you needed to.
What?
The whole thing was staged just to get you to show your hand.
What's that? Keep your gun on, Tyler. There's something funny here.
You won't think it's so funny. We wanted you to show yourself when all your men is murderers. You done that by setting this death trap.
Well?
Then I got you to talking about other murders you done. You see, Burton? Now there's enough on you to hang you.
Yeah, well, ain't that interesting?
Thought I'd double-cross the Lone Ranger, huh? Well, it was him and Tonto and me that staged the whole thing for your benefit.
I had the Lone Ranger behind them trees to hear what we said.
Ain't no one else back there, boss.
No. And when Tonto and Tyler are done for, there ain't no one but the masked man to know what was said there. And we're shooting him as soon as he gets in gun range. Get ready, boys.
Oh, no, you won't.
Why?
Because after you gents finished with that pitfall, the sheriff took it over. And now he's got plenty of evidence agin you.
With deputies to back my hand.
What other? They've been hid down there to hear the whole thing with ladders to climb out on.
All the rest of that brush aside, boys. We got all we need.
It's a frame-up. We've got to shoot our way out. Come on. Don't stand steady.
Some of them from behind.
And I've got guns on you from here.
Masked friend, cut rope. Give Tonto gun. You want to...
How'd anyone else try to use a gun?
You see, Burton, it's downright foolish to try and beat the Lone Ranger's gun. As for that lion, you polecat, that's an old toothless mountain cat that's just as tame as a kitten. But he kept you boys from trying to look in the pit.
We got your buttons and your men with you.
Thanks, Tyler, for helping to trap these men.
Sakes alive, mister. You repaid me in full. You saved Betsy's life.
She's waiting for you beyond the pitfall.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The famous masked rider of justice urges the great horse Silver down a new trail of the Old West to bring us a stirring adventure story of the pioneer days. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race down the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. That's it, old fellow. It'll be dark before we meet Tonto if we don't hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Shortly after nightfall, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding toward the town of Osage when the glow of a burning building caught their attention. They immediately urged their mounts in the direction of the flames, hoping to be of help. We see them as they arrive at the scene of the fire.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, my fella. Oh. We seem to be the first ones here, Tonto. Come on. We'll go inside. Might be someone trapped there.
Oh, no, you won't.
There, fella, behind you.
I'm holding a rifle on you.
Who are you?
I'm the owner of this house, that's who.
Is there anyone inside there now?
No.
Where are the others?
We're safe in town. Now, mind your own business.
Right now, my business is to save what we can from that fire.
I told you to keep out of there.
You want everything you own to be destroyed?
Ain't none of your affair. Now keep back or I'll start shooting. I don't want nothing to be saved.
Why not?
If I want my house to burn, by ginger, it'll burn. Don't stand for an outlaw interfering.
I'm not an outlaw.
You're wearing a mask. That's what I'm a-going by. If you know what's good for you, you'll get away from here pronto.
I'm not convinced that this house is yours. Now lower that rifle, because I'm going inside before it's too late.
I'll shoot you.
Get him, Tonto.
You got him now. You keep him still.
Rope him, Tonto. We can't take any chances on his getting loose.
Let me fix him. Let me go, I tell you. Let me go.
I'll think about letting you go when I've examined that house.
Him crazy. But Tonto, fix him.
I'll get this rope on him.
Bless you.
This'll hold him. Don't hurt him.
Ain't nothing worth saving. Let me loose. Get you for this. I'll get you.
Watch him, Tonto. I'll take a look inside the house.
Think I'm loco, don't you? Well, I... Drat these ropes.
You keep 'em still, rope, not hurt.
I'm warning you, sure as my name is Zeke Salters. When I get these ropes off, I'll show you. I'll learn you two hombres. Ain't nothing in that house. Nothing. You won't find anything in there, I tell you.
We'll find out.
While the Lone Ranger was making a hurried inspection of the burning house, Nancy Randall, Zeke Salter's ward, was unaware of what had happened. She was in town as guest of the widow Stevens, and we see her on the veranda with Dick, Mrs. Stevens' son.
Then you leave for your home by the ocean. Will you let your poor darling go too? Or will you leave her alone, unprotected, when you know that she loves only you? There now, Dick Stevens, I'm not going to sing another thing tonight.
Oh, gosh, Nancy. I could spend the rest of my life listening to you sing. I wish you would come to visit Ma more often.
I was awful surprised when Uncle Zeke let me come this time.
He isn't your real uncle, is he?
No, he sort of adopted me when my folks were killed by Indians.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wonder what he's got again me, Nancy.
What? Why, nothing, Dick. What makes you think
Oh,
that
yes, he has. You know, this is the first time in months I've had a chance to speak to you without him sitting a couple of yards away.
Oh, silly.
Well, it's the truth. Nancy, this is the first time you've been away from your house for more than half an hour for the past 3 weeks.
I know, but I suppose you can't blame Uncle Zeke for it. He feels it's his duty to take proper care of me.
Well, that don't say he's got to make a prisoner of you.
Oh, he don't do no such thing. He's been mighty good to me all these years.
Sure he has. While he's had charge of all your money.
Well, he has to account for it all.
Wonder if he'll be able to.
What do you mean?
Just that. You're coming of age pretty soon now, ain't you?
Uh-huh.
And when you do, according to your father's will, you'll come into all that money yourself. I wonder if you will, or if Zeke will
Dick
be...
Stevens, you can't hint such things about Uncle Zeke. Oh, he ain't bad when you get to know him.
Well, he ain't very easy to get acquainted with. He's the most unfriendly man I ever knew.
He is not. It was him suggested I come over here to visit your ma.
He did?
Yes, he did. Told me to stay just as long as I was having a good time. That is, as I wore out my welcome.
No chance of that happening. Say, look over yonder.
Where?
See? Over toward your place. There's a glow over there. Looks like it might be a fire.
Oh, Dick's alive. I wonder if it...
Hi, there's a fire over yonder.
Oh, Dick, I wonder if it is Uncle Zeke's house.
I'll go get some horses. We'll ride over that way and find out.
Hi, Dick. Dick Stevens, where are you?
Here, Sheriff.
Come on, we're riding over towards the south. Looks to be a fire over there.
Maybe it's Uncle Zeke.
It looks to be. Never mind your horse. Lem Purdy's bringing up his buckboard. You can ride on that.
I'm a-going, too.
There's plenty of room.
Well, come on, Nancy.
Now, pull up there, Lem. Dick and Nancy are riding with you.
Go there. Go there. Come on, Dick. Get aboard, Nancy. Looks like your uncle's place is going up in smoke.
I'm a-getting aboard.
Here, Nancy, I'll give you a hand.
There. I'm ready.
Let her go, Lem. Flare up them horses.
Get up there. Get along there. Come on, get up.
Dick and Nancy raced toward the burning house in the wagon, while the others rode ahead. They soon discovered that the flaming building was beyond saving, and as they came nearer, they heard Zeke shouting.
There's Uncle Zeke shouting.
Where are you, Zeke?
Over here, over by the well. I'm Rope. Give me a hand.
Rope?
There he is. I see him, Dick.
I'll go get him.
Get me loose.
I got a knife here. Just a second now. There. Your hands are free.
Don't waste time in talking.
You ain't hurt, are you, Uncle Zeke?
Who done it, Zeke?
Now you're loose.
Who tied you up? What happened?
Blasted robbers. Roped me and left me here.
Robbers?
The same two that set fire to the house. Lucky thing you was in Osage, Nancy.
Well, let me help you to your feet.
Just wait till I catch up with them two.
Your house is done for, Zeke.
Gone. Nancy, my home and yours, burnt by a pair of thieving coyotes.
Well, who were they?
I don't know. I rode in here and held me up at the point of the guns.
We didn't have anything in the house worth stealing, did we?
No, but I likely figured your money was in there.
But it isn't. It's all invested.
I was so cussed mad about not getting anything. They tied me and threw me by the well and then set fire to our house.
You didn't know him, huh?
Nope. There were strangers around these parts, but I don't know them if I ever see them again.
What'd they look like?
Well, one of them was tall and rode a white horse. Wore a mask.
Mask, huh?
Yeah. The other one was an Indian.
Oh, they can't be far from here. We'll organize a posse and hunt them. And when we locate them, they'll pay you plenty for what they've done.
Good. Let's get going. I'll ride to town with you, Stevens. We'll get some more men. Nancy, you better stay with Mrs. Stevens for a time.
Yes, Uncle Zeke.
Well, let's get going. Get aboard my wagon. I'll take you. Come on, get aboard.
Several days passed. During the interval, the Lone Ranger had made a number of trips to town, investigating the strange behavior of Zeke Salters. We see him now in the well-concealed camp he shares with Tonto, discussing the situation with his companion.
Everyone's looking for us, so we must be mighty careful not to be seen, Tonto.
Maybe we move plenty quick.
I think we'll be safe enough here.
No.
No?
Feller come here today.
While I was in town?
Who
was it?
Feller from east. Him go to town.
How long ago was that?
Maybe 2 hour. It 4 dark.
Then we'd better do as you say and get on the move.
Got camp ready.
Zeke still insists that we're the ones who set fire to his house.
Why him do that?
Here, Silver. I can't imagine why he'd do it, Tonto. We saw him at the fire, and he wouldn't accept our help.
That's right.
There's something mighty strange about the way he acted. Get the blankets rolled.
Him crazy?
No, he doesn't seem to be crazy. What's more, everyone thinks quite well of him. He's been mighty good to the girl he adopted when Indians killed her parents.
Yeah. Now we ready to move.
Your horse.
Here, white feller. Him all ready to travel.
How did this stranger find the camp?
Him lost in wood.
Oh, came here by accident, huh?
That right. Him from east.
Yes, so you said.
Him no girl.
Nancy Randall?
That right.
What was his name?
Him name Grant.
Grant?
Huh.
Did you tell him about the fire?
Him pretty much surprised.
Steady there, Silver, old boy.
Him ask if girl alive.
What did you tell him?
Tell him girl in town when fire come.
Well, we're going to find out more about this man named Grant. He may be the key to the situation. Come on, Tonto.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, Zeke Salters not only refused the aid of the masked man and Tonto when his home was burning, but later accused them of having set fire to the building. The Lone Ranger remained in the district to learn the reason for Salters' action, and during the course of his investigation, he discovered that a man from the east was somehow involved in the strange affair. Our next scene opens in the Stevens home. Mrs. Stevens, her son Dick, and Nancy are present.
Uncle Zeke is hard to understand sometimes, but he's really awful good, Dick.
Maybe it's according to how you look at it.
Now, Dick, the only reason Zeke won't let Nancy have a lot of company is because he don't want her to marry till she comes into her own money.
Maybe so, but just the same...
I'll admit, son, Zeke is mighty curious at times, but all the same...
All the same, I don't know what I'd have done if it hadn't been for him. He's been just like a father to me.
He could well afford to be. Ain't he had the handling of all the money you'll come into?
Well, that don't mean anything, Dick. 'Tain't his money.
I can't see why Zeke wouldn't come here and stay till he got his new house built. My sakes, we got more room here than we can use.
I suppose he wanted to be closer to the new house he's building.
Likely.
Well, as for me, I'm glad he ain't here. This is the first chance I ever had to really talk with you, Nancy.
Dick, you might be better off hunting them two that fired Zeke's house.
We have hunted, Ma. Gosh, we just about scarred the whole neighborhood for miles in all directions.
I wonder what they'd do such a thing for.
You know, Nancy, it's my notion that they come intending to abduct you.
Oh, Dick, you don't think that?
Yes, sirree. That's the sheriff's notion as well as mine.
And Nancy not being there, they were so hopping mad, they set the house afire.
Yep. And maybe Zeke had some inkling of that and sent you to spend some time with Ma.
Wonder who that be.
I'll go see. Who is it?
It's me, Dick. Zeke Salters.
Come on in.
Uncle Zeke, I'm glad to see you.
Nancy, have any strangers been around here?
Well, no.
Not around here, Zeke.
You ain't seen nothing of no strangers?
Not a thing.
Why? What's the matter, Zeke? You look all head up.
I am.
What's the trouble?
Trouble aplenty. See here, Nancy, if anyone, I don't care who it is, comes here, don't let 'em see you.
But why?
Them's my orders. Dick, well, listen to me.
I'm a-listening. Go ahead, Zeke.
You claim to care something about Nancy.
I do.
All right, then. You pay strict heed to what I tell you. If anyone comes here that you don't know, pull a gun on him and keep him away.
Is there a scheme underway to abduct Nancy?
Maybe so. Yeah, that's it. I reckon there must be. Who's that?
That's Lem calling to you.
He's riding down here mighty fast, too.
Dick. Hey, deputy. You want in town?
Who, me?
Here, come fast. Come on the run. We got the masked man.
You have?
Yep, the sheriff and 4 other men's holding him and the engine at the point of a gun down in town.
Then you got the one that set fire to our house.
Good work, Lem.
I'll be right with you. Where's my gun belt?
I don't know where you leave your things, son.
Oh, here it is.
You don't need no horse, Dick. It's just down the road a piece.
I won't take no time to get a horse.
I want to see the face of that masked man.
You'll see it. The sheriff's got him and the engine both hogtied.
Let me go.
You stay right where you are, Nancy.
But I want
You stay right here. Keep an eye on her, Mrs. Stevens.
I will, Zeke. Hurry, Dick, hurry.
I'm ready. Come on, Zeke. Come on, Lem. Let's get traveling.
Come on, Lem. We'll go down there.
Where's that masked man? Where's the engine?
We've been waiting for you to identify him, Zeke.
I'll do that right enough.
Can you do it, Zeke?
Well, I should say I can.
Got him in a room right upstairs in the hotel here.
Up these stairs, Zeke.
You got him tied?
I should say we have.
Ain't got loose then, eh?
Not a chance.
Did you take his mask off?
Not yet. We want Zeke to see him with a mask on. That's the way you seen him at the fire, ain't it, Zeke?
Yeah, he had his mask on when I seen him there.
All right, then. You get a look at him with a mask on. Then we'll take it off and see just who the critter is. Here's the room. He come into town as big as life, disguised like an Easterner. But we was wise to what he was doing.
He seen the engine going up to his room.
Open the door.
Here's the sheriff now.
Oh, you make 'em heap big mistake.
I don't reckon we made no mistake, Injun. Take a look, Zeke. Is that the man?
That's him. That's him. That's the engine, too.
I'm not the man you want. You've made a mistake.
Take his mask off.
I'll do that, Sheriff.
There.
You've made a mistake, men. I tell you I'm not the man you want. I'm not an outlaw. I didn't set fire to anyone's house.
Who are you?
My name is Grant. I never saw this Indian before in my life.
Tell that to the judge.
It's true. I came here and registered in the hotel. I took this room.
Yeah, you figured you could slip in here without that mask and nobody'd recognize you, huh?
I didn't know a thing about the fire until you told me about it tonight, Sheriff.
Then what was the Injun sneaking up the stairs into your room for?
I don't know. He came into my room, held a gun on me, and made me put on this mask and hat. Then you men burst in.
Did you do that, Injun?
That don't mean nothing. Hold these two men here, Sheriff. Put him in jail. Then it'd be better. Put him in jail until we hang him. I set fire to my house.
I take it your name is Salters.
That's my name, all right. Zeke Salters. And what's it to you?
My name is Grant, and I'm here from the law firm of Grant & Simmons in St. Louis. Does that mean anything to you?
Not a doggone thing.
You got anything more to say, Grant?
I'll save what I have until my trial. I suppose I'll have a trial.
You'll get a trial, all right.
Every man gets a trial before he gets hung. But remember this, Grant, or whatever your name is. Out here we hang men for firing a man's house and home. You savvy?
I'll say no more until my trial.
The sheriff arrested Tonto and the Easterner and took them to jail. But in the meantime, the Lone Ranger rode swiftly to the Stevens place. There he dismounted and entered the building without warning.
My sakes alive.
Please, Mrs. Stevens, don't be alarmed.
The masked man. What are you doing?
Nancy, I want to speak to you. Please listen to me.
How'd you get away? They had you tied.
No, that was another man who was tied. A man named Grant who came here from St. Louis.
What do you want? You set fire to our house.
You're wrong, Nancy. Everyone believes that. That's why no one will follow through to learn the true story.
What do you mean?
Your uncle set fire to his own house.
That's not true.
Tonto and I were there. We tried to help him save some of the things in the house, but he didn't want us to. There was something in there he wanted destroyed.
No.
You can't come here and hint such things about Zeke Salters.
Tonto will be in jail with Mr. Grant. I want him to learn just why Grant came here. Meanwhile, I want to know what was in that house.
Well, everything we owned.
You have a lot of money in your own name, haven't you?
Yes.
Would Zeke take that money?
We couldn't. He has to give it all over to me with an accountant as soon as I'm of age.
When will that be?
Next week.
As soon as that?
Yes.
That's something to know.
Look here, mister. You can't get away with this sort of high-handed proceeding. You can't come here masked and ask a lot of questions.
Dick
and then...
Stevens will be coming back soon, and you better not be here when he comes.
Listen carefully, Nancy. I did save something from that house in spite of your uncle.
What was it?
I'll tell you after you come of age. We'll see just what Zeke is planning.
There's the man coming back.
Good. Now this man will get caught.
Whose horse is that? Come on, we'll see pronto.
Now you're trapped. You can't get your horse. The men have come.
I'm leaving by the rear door. We'll meet again, Nancy.
Hey, who's that man? What's he doing here?
He went the back way.
Hey,
Stop
get
him! Stop him!
Horse. Cover him. Don't let him get that horse. Stop him.
Come on.
Come on, boy. Come on.
The appearance of the masked man created new excitement in town, and for several days posses searched the countryside for the Lone Ranger. But when the day set for the trial arrived, the mystery rider was still missing. We see Zeke Salters, Mrs. Stevens, Dick, and Nancy approaching the courthouse together.
There's old Zeke.
Hi, Zeke. Sit up here in front.
All right. Let's get this trial underway.
I reckon we can all sit here together, can't we, Zeke?
Sure. Set yourself down, Widow Stevens.
I aim to.
Reckon it won't take long to get rid of them two prisoners.
But, Zeke, if that masked man that come to our place the other night fired your house, then the one that's in jail, Mr. Grant, he can't be the man.
Grant's with the engine, ain't he?
Sure.
All right. There must have been another man come scare Nancy and her ma.
Zeke, there's something I want to ask. Now, next week, Nancy comes of age, and
No,
I...
she don't.
What?
She don't come of age for another year yet.
Well, Uncle Zeke, I always thought I was to come of
I
age.
ain't said nothing, Nancy, when you been talking of your age. But you're a whole year off.
Order in this court.
Now we'll get the truth.
Quiet there, Zeke.
We come together here figuring to try a couple of men for the burning of Zeke Salter's home. Things have come up, though, that call for something other than a trial. There's things to be cleaned up first. Bring in Mr. Grant. Take the stand. Never mind swearing him in.
What sort of trial is this?
Tell your story, Mr. Grant.
I'm from St. Louis, representing my firm, Grant & Simmons. Some time ago, Zeke Salters adopted Nancy Randall, and he was in charge of the estate left by her father.
Sure I was.
We wrote him several times as the attorneys who prepared James Randall's will. Salters finally replied, refusing to give us satisfactory accounting of the estate.
Ain't none of your business.
That's all for now, Grant. Zeke, did you write Grant and say that Nancy wouldn't come of age for another year?
I did, and it's true.
All right. Now, you can't be called on to give an account until she comes of age, can you?
No. You know blame well I can't.
That's all for now. Miss Nancy, you stand up.
Me?
Yeah. I want to ask you something. Is there any way that you could prove your age?
Well, only Zeke Salter's word, that's all. I always thought I'd come of age next week.
Did you ever read your mother's diary?
I never saw it.
No?
Never was such a thing as far as I know.
Did you ever see your mother's Bible that was said to have been with her things when you was found?
No, I never saw it.
They was in your house, Zeke, wasn't they?
No.
That's curious. I thought they was. They've been half burned by fire. And I've got 'em here, and they prove Nancy Randall's age.
They can't be here. They was burned up.
What's that?
You're trying to frame me.
Hold on, nobody's trying to frame you. If you've been honest, you can account for Nancy's cash right now just as well you can a year from now. If you ain't been honest, then it's pretty good proof that you set the fire to destroy things that John Grant knowed existed.
Grant set the fire.
Your own words betray you, Zeke. We'll check Nancy Randall's property and see what you've been doing with it.
All right. I'll admit I lost some of it. Maybe you think I stole it. But you won't get me to stand trial.
I got him.
Hold him, Dick. That's it.
Looks like we're going to put a different man on trial. Maybe Nancy will be generous with you, Zeke, but by dawn, it's going to be up to her.
I don't want him punished. All I want is to run my own affairs from now on.
All right. You'll be of age next week, thanks to the man that saved a few things from fire in spite of Zeke Salter.
Silver, old boy! There are vigilantes in Greenville. They'll make trouble if we don't get there soon. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Wild and untamed West of yesteryear lives once again as the famous masked rider of justice takes us down the danger trails of old for another of his stirring adventure stories. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race over the hard-packed roadbeds of long ago. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! We're riding the Texas trails today! We're nearly Silver, and Tonto's waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Greenville, Texas had been terrorized by a band of hard-riding, hooded outlaws. The lawmen were unable to cope with the situation, for the raiders would always strike where they were least expected. Rich sources of loot were passed up, and though the riders would plunder and rob, they never took the life of any of their victims. As our story begins, we see the outlaws mounting and turning their horses away from the home of Maggie and Hank Crumpert.
Get him, let him go. Take after him. Get that leader. Can't see to shoot. Get the horses. Head after him.
Oh, Hank, they took everything. Everything that you and me had set by for our old age.
There now, Maggie. After all, they left us alive. That's something to be grateful for.
What's the good of being alive now? There ain't nothing ahead for us but starvation.
Try and buck up, Mrs. Crumpart. Maybe the men will capture those raiders.
There ain't a chance of that, Betsy. Them raiders have horses that are too fast for any of our men to catch.
Rat it all, anyhow. That's 6 times they've raided someone around Greenville. What's the matter with the law around here?
Cleaned out. Everything gone. Oh, Hank, what'll we do now?
Now, don't you worry, honey. I'll take care of you somehow.
You're too old a man to do any more work, Hank. You slaved all your life to get the savings them crooks stole.
The folks around Greenville won't see you go hungry, Mrs. Crumpart. Now try and bear it.
Oh, charity. We'll have to live on charity.
The lawmen might overtake them, Maggie.
They won't. Even if they do get close, them raiders will just shoot them down.
I wouldn't say that. It's a curious thing about them hooded men. They don't hanker to kill.
They never killed anyone yet, have they?
Not as I know of.
They did. They did so. They killed poor Zeke. They got him tonight.
They did? Is Zeke Lucas dead?
Of course he is.
One moment.
Yes, Ben.
Another of them, I'll...
Steady there. Don't reach for the gun.
Got me covered, huh?
Oh, Hank, don't fight him.
Please listen to me.
Mission's come back to get anything the others overlooked like as not.
No, I'm not one of the outlaws.
Who are you then?
Why, you met.
I'm here for information about the raiders who just left here.
Well?
I've heard about that band of outlaws, but they seem to strike no place else but here in Greenville.
Well, they come here plenty frequent.
Have they ever attacked a bank, a store, or an express office?
Not as far as we know.
Always a private home, isn't that the case?
Yeah. But who are you?
They always pick on old folks like the Crumparts here. They ain't the nerve to stack up against real gunmen that could defend themselves a mite.
They rob the most substantial citizens of Greenville, don't they?
Yes, they do. They cleaned out my folks the first time they come here.
Then after robbing Betsy's father, they robbed Clem Burbank, then Dave Ostrom.
Let me ask another question. A half-breed named Manuel Mendoza was captured and hanged here, wasn't he?
Yeah. I recollect that ornery breed. I was on the jury that sent him to swing for murder.
And who else was on that jury?
Now, let me see. There was Clem Burbank.
One of the men who had been robbed.
That's so, come to think of it.
My father was on that jury.
And he was robbed.
Sakes alive, Hank, come to think of it, Dave Ostrom was on the jury, too, remember?
Yeah, and he was robbed. By Juniper, everyone that has been robbed by them critters was on that jury that swung Mendoza.
That's the point I wanted to know. Here, Silver.
But who are you, mister?
We'll meet again. Thanks for the information.
Wait, hold on, stranger.
Hail, Silver!
The quickly formed posse that rode out after the hooded outlaws had raided Hank Crumpart's home soon lost sight of the fleeing bandits. Once the raiders found safety in the hills bordering the Rio Grande, they seemed to disappear, and the posse abandoned the chase.
Ain't no use to go no farther. We lost the track of them completely. I'd give a heap to know what sort of horses those crooks ride. And I'd give every dime I got to see that leader and see him swing the same as that other cook we caught.
Mendoza?
That's who.
They get out of sight easy with them black horses and black clothes they wear. But I see one thing.
What's that?
The leader is mighty undersized.
Hey, there's another rider heading this way. You hear him?
Yeah, I hear the horse coming. Blame fast, too, if you ask me.
As fast as those black outlaw horses.
Come on, old fellow. There he comes. That white horse. Look.
And there he goes. Great guns, look at that horse travel.
Gents, there ain't no chance for us to catch that night riding bunch. But if ever the horse was born that could catch him, it's that one that just passed us. Look at him run!
The Lone Ranger urged the great horse Silver onward through the night to join his faithful Indian companion Tonto in their camp. Meanwhile, the band of hooded riders plunged into the shallow waters of the Rio Grande. Beyond the border, they continued their swift pace. But with the first light of dawn, they reached their destination. It was a rancho, many miles from the scene of their raid. The tired riders dismounted from their black horses, but the leader remained in the saddle. A quick gesture removed both hat and hood and revealed an attractive girl.
Who has brought the money? Put it over there and then stand back in line. I have something to say to you all. Be quick.
She's very angry. What is wrong?
Now, hear me. I have given the most strict order that no one is to be shot dead. Why was I disobeyed?
Senorita Mendoza.
Speak. Are you the one who shot to kill?
No, senorita. It was not me. I want honor to say it was dark. No one knows whose bullet brought death.
A man was killed by one of our bullets. That is all I know. I do not want pigs and murderers to follow me. Who fired that bullet? I ask again. Who fired to kill? I will have the truth. Quick.
Senorita, I am the one.
You will stand there, Pedro. The rest of you will go to your places until again I summon you.
I did not mean to take the life. It was a mistake.
You will pay the penalty. I have sworn that each one of the jury that condemned my father would pay for the outrage. Not with life, no, with money. I explained to each one who swore to ride with me that there would be no death.
I made each one of you take that pledge.
Si, I know, senorita.
I go now to the house, Pedro. You have a gun in your belt.
Si, senorita.
I give you 5 minutes alone, Pedro. You all have mercy.
Si.
Really have the courage. He did have the courage. Oh, Padre, Padre, send me the courage to carry on until I have avenged the terrible wrong done to you.
The Lone Ranger's ride on his great horse Silver brought him at last to his camp. Tonto was waiting for him, and when the masked man told his faithful companion what had happened earlier that night, the Indian said,
Me no Manuel Mendoza.
There could be no other purpose in these raids, Kimosabe, than to injure the people who sent him to the hangman's tree.
Not right.
6 men have been visited and robbed by these night riders.
We maybe catch raiders next time.
We want the leader, Kimosabe. If we capture the men, the leader would have a new organization built in no time. The only people who have been attacked are those who were on the jury that convicted Manuel Mendoza. There are still 6 who have not been attacked. One of those 6 will be next.
That's right.
We go to Greenville and watch for those raiders.
Their horse plenty fast.
But none as fast as Silver. Tonto, we're heading for Greenville.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to a spot near Greenville, and each day the mystery rider disguised himself and entered town to gather what information he could. In the meantime, the townspeople had recognized the fact that only those who had served on the Mendoza jury were being attacked. We hear Hank and Maggie Crumpart speaking.
Maggie, there are sure 6 worried men in Greenville.
I reckon the whole town's worried, Hank.
It must be true that some friend of Mendoza's doing this to get even with the Mendoza jury.
Can't imagine anyone being friends with a dirty killer like Mendoza was.
I know.
It ain't right that you should lose everything and be broke at your age just 'cause you served on a jury.
I was talking to Betsy today, Maggie. She said maybe she'd drop over this evening and talk to you a while.
Bless the girl. She's real sweet.
She sure is. Finest girl around here. Oh, that's likely her now.
Betsy, I'm that glad to see you. Come on in.
Hello, Mrs. Crumpart. I was just talking to Sig Selkirk. He seems to think he'll be the next to be attacked by the night raiders.
What makes him think that?
Well, he was figuring it out and found that the first man attacked and robbed was the first chosen for the jury.
Yeah?
Next man was the second man chosen.
And I was the 6th juror and the 6th to be robbed.
And Sig Selkirk's the 7th.
Yeah? We're learning things about these raiders. They got a definite scheme, all right. It's revenge they're after.
Sig said if only he had some idea how they'd attack, he'd be ready for them.
You can't be ready. They seem to know just when a fella will least expect an attack.
Why don't Sig hide his money?
It is hidden. That's another thing he's afeard of.
What?
That they'll maybe torture him or his wife till they learn where it is.
Gosh, I wouldn't put it past them at that. Maggie, Betsy, what is that?
A rider outside the house.
I remember that voice. Let me look. He's riding a white horse. He must have heard what we said about Sig.
Oh, what should we do now? We've got to warn Sig.
Tell him to light out of town, Hank. It's the only safe thing to do.
Can't tell if that masked man's in cahoots with the raiders or not. I'll go tell Sig.
You stay here.
Oh, an Indian.
What are you doing here?
You stay in house. You stay here.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, a band of hooded riders carried out a series of daring raids in the Greenville territory. The Lone Ranger discovered that these raids were directed against those who had sentenced the half-breed Mendoza to death. As our next scene opens, we hear the door of Selkirk's house burst open, and then the commanding voice of the Lone Ranger.
Don't move, Selkirk.
What?
I be covered.
Masked and alone. Slick, ain't you? Figured we'd be watching for your whole band.
Were you?
Yes, I was. Thought you'd fool me by coming here alone this time, eh? Well, my cash ain't here.
I know it isn't.
You know? Hey, you don't talk like a half-breed.
I'm not.
And you're big. I thought your bunch was breeds and the leaders was pint-size.
You're right, Sig. Some of the outlaws are breeds, and the leader is small in size. But I'm not one of the band.
You ain't?
I'm here to help you. Those outlaws will be coming just as you supposed, and I'm hoping to see their leader.
Slim chance of it. He's too blame slick.
I want to follow the band and learn where their hiding place is. It'll be easier than following the faint trail they leave.
Can't follow them.
Why?
They got the fastest horses around here.
I'll match my horse with theirs.
That's good, and match your horse with theirs.
That's what I said. I want your help, Selkirk.
Well, I ain't falling for no tricks. It said that they're the slickest crooks alive. And this is likely just one more trick to get me to show where my cash is hid.
I'm afraid when I tell you what I want you to do, you'll be even more convinced that it's a trick.
What's that?
I want you to give the outlaws your cash when they come.
Yeah?
Yes.
So that's the scheme. Pose is a friend of mine, out to help me. Get me to agree to let them crooks have my cash so you can follow them and locate their hideout. Why, Dad Ratcher, I see through that scheme.
But you're wrong. I need your help if we're to find the other money that's been stolen.
Well, you don't get it. Tell me such a yarn and think I'll fall for it. Tell me your horse can outrun them others.
It can, it will.
You won't have no chance of keeping the pace with him, even if you're on the level.
I haven't time to waste with you, Selkirk. I'll show you my horse and you can judge for yourself. Come outside.
I won't.
Come on.
Let go of my arm.
Outside.
Stop dragging me.
Here, Silver.
Silver.
There's the horse I spoke of.
Land sakes alive. The size of it.
Are you going to help me or not?
Silver. You call that horse Silver.
That's my horse's name.
Masked. Tall. That voice. That horse. Great gun, stranger.
Listen.
The raiders! The raiders is coming!
They're coming. Are you helping me or not?
Helping you? You bet your life I am. Who is they that wouldn't help the Lone Ranger?
Good enough. Tonight we'll tell the tale. I'll be waiting. Yep. Come on, Silver!
The raiders, their hoods lashed close about their faces, charged down on Selkirk's home. They swiftly surrounded the building, while one of their number dismounted and ran inside.
We'll shoot. So it's my turn, eh?
You know what we're here for. Make it fast. The money.
My money, eh?
Sapristi.
Ain't no use trying to bluff you. The cash is in that flour sack in the corner.
Take a look. You stand still.
It's there all right enough.
I see it. Good. I take this sack and all.
Well, look here. Can't you leave me a little cash for myself?
No, we go. You make number 7. There will be others, senor. We return again pronto.
Listen, won't you let me?
No.
You have it?
Si, senorita.
To the saddle, then, and ride.
They got my cash, boys. Boys, get them. They got all my cash.
No Selkirk is cleaned up.
There they
go. Ain't no horse alive to get them.
Where's the law?
There ain't no law where that man is concerned.
No, wait, boys. There's a law, and there's a horse to get him. And there he goes.
The Lone Ranger, mounted on Silver, raced after the outlaws. Carita and her men soon knew they were being followed. The hooded riders were mounted on the finest horses in that region, but they were no match for the great horse Silver. They urged their mounts to their fastest speed, but soon they heard the Lone Ranger's ringing shout.
Ride! We must go faster!
We cannot!
The rail! It is just ahead!
Beyond, we may be safe.
Faster! Faster!
There is but one way, Carita. We must shoot him.
No!
It is the only way. We must shoot him to stop him.
I will have no mercy. Ride! Ride for the Rio Grande!
The fugitives reached the Rio Grande and sent their horses splashing through its waters. Once more on firm ground, the Lone Ranger finally overtook Carita and her band. Silver plunged past the outlaws and drew up to Carita's horse.
Stop your horse!
Stop!
I want to speak to you.
Let me go!
Shoot! Get back! I'm watching every one of you.
Let go! Let go!
You're going to ride with me.
No!
We shoot.
No, don't shoot him.
You're riding in my saddle.
Stop and let me go.
A girl.
Let me down.
The rest of you keep back. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! We're going to ride ahead of your friends. There's a lot I want to say to you.
No, let me go. Let me go, I tell you.
Struggling won't help you. Come on, Silver!
The outlaws dared not fire at the Lone Ranger for fear of hitting Carita. Their mounts could not possibly overtake Silver, and they were forced to permit the masked man to carry away their leader. They continued, nevertheless, toward their headquarters. The Lone Ranger and Carita had arrived before them. We hear the girl speaking.
I understand, senor, but now my men, they have returned.
They had no place else to go.
No.
Are you convinced of the truth in what I've told you?
With the proof you offer, I have no choice. I've made so great a mistake.
One man is dead.
See, but believe me, amigo, you killed as paid in full.
I do believe you, senorita.
My name is Carita.
We must start back at dawn, if you're still willing to go back.
I have given my word.
The sooner you return to Texas, the sooner there'll be happiness where there's been misery.
Say my name.
Senorita Mendoza.
No, my name, Carita.
Carita, will you speak to your men?
My father, in happier days, before he became what you told me, would say, Carissima Carita. You know what that means in your language.
Men, stand back from that horse. Senorita Mendoza will speak to you.
Quiet! You hear what I say. At dawn, we return to Texas. We take back with us all that which we have stolen. We go without the hood. We go unmasked.
We face jail. We face death as your father, our master.
We face Texas justice with our faces unmasked.
My vigilantes, I have heard new things of Texas law.
It means we have failed. Our work is not finished.
Our work is done, Jose.
We face jail. We hang like thieves.
We put faith and trust in the stranger who stands beside me. I have spoken. We ride at dawn.
The Lone Ranger made the return trip to Greenville alone. Outside town, he met Tonto, who told him that everyone in town knew the masked man had persuaded Selkirk to give up his money to the hooded riders. The following morning, when the Lone Ranger entered town, he was greeted by a crowd of shouting men.
Where's the cash? Did you get it?
Lead us to the hideout. Did you locate the thieves?
Wait! Listen to me. People of Greenville, these night raiders were led by a girl. A daughter of Manuel Mendoza, whom you sentenced to death some time ago. She's made a terrible mistake and wishes to correct it. Her orders to the men who followed her were that no one was to be seriously harmed. Zeke was killed, and the man who shot him paid for it with his life.
Hey, look yonder. There she comes.
The raiders coming again.
Wait, don't open fire on them. I gave them my word that you'd let the girl speak before you judged her and her men.
Keep gun in leather.
That girl wants only to see justice done.
We ought to drill a lot of them.
They're coming to return your money. Let the girl speak.
Hey, folks, let her have a chance.
Amigo, you have told these people.
They will listen to you, Carita.
Good. People, I have made the great mistake. I could not think my father was so wrong. He sent me a message just before he paid for his crimes, telling me of injustice that was done him. He beseeched me to take the men who work for us at the rancho and come to seek vengeance on those who passed judgment on him. I could not kill or have killed. I gave order only to rob. That man has told me the truth. I've learned that my father was not what I wanted to think of him. I have learned that your American justice is a good justice. That my father was a bad man, deserving of what punishment he got. That is why I come now to bring back not only what was taken, but twice as much to repay for the injuries you have suffered. I ask peace and the chance to return home.
The girl has thrown herself on your mercy. She's convinced that your American justice is fair. She surrenders to you.
I say we should let the poor girl go. Gosh, she ain't had no easy time of it.
Fellas, I feel that every one of us has sometime or other done something we were sorry for. And the one big thing about the West is that a person can get a second chance here.
Anyone that wants a second chance to do right can have it, for all of me.
Let the girl go back to her home.
The man that says she can't has me to deal with. Sakes alive, I'd likely have done the same thing.
Oh, amigo. Senora, I thank you.
Come on, Silver.
Now, let's get back to our own places and let them folks from below the border do the same.
All right, back that girl. Bring it back there.
Here, miss, you plumb tuck it out. Before you start back for home, come to our place and refresh yourself.
You people, you are so good. I thank you.
Say, miss, let me ask you just one thing.
See?
Just how could this masked man convince you that you was wrong about your paw and that he was telling you the truth?
You, senor, perhaps would not understand.
The heck I wouldn't. Just tell me.
He took me in his arms. He held me on his horse. He was so grand, so brave, so strong.
Yeah, but what did he do to prove that...
I knew, senor, he told the truth because, you see, I admired him, so I trusted him. I loved him.
And that's all that it took to convince you?
Si, senor.
Well, I'll be doggone. I can't savvy women.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're on the trail of bank thieves. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. History has never recorded the deeds of the Lone Ranger, but the old-timers who lived when the United States was expanding its western frontier told exciting stories of a masked man who rode a white horse, a mystery rider whose heavy 6 guns carried bullets of silver, who was known as the champion of justice in the West of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver, and once again we hear the inspiring shout,
Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger rides again!
Come on, Silver, old boy! Someone's waiting for us in Big Bend! So hurry, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver!
Jed Kramer the banker made his fortune by lending money to the inhabitants of Big Bend. His terms were harsh, and he was quick to foreclose when his clients were unable to pay. As a result, nearly every man in town was his enemy. We see the moneylender in his bank long after closing hours. It is night, and he is working by the light of an oil lamp. Before him on the counting table is a heavy metal cash box.
There, I reckon this is all just as it should be. Sounds like the door creaking. Maybe I'm to have a visitor. Let's have a look outside, see if there's anyone around. Pitch dark. Can't see nothing. If anyone is close by, they hear just what they should hear. Gotta act this thing just so. Who's there?
Come to see you on business, Jed Kramer.
Oh, what?
Take it easy. I don't aim to hurt you unless you make trouble.
Who are you?
I don't matter none, Jed. What I'm after won't take long.
Come out into the light where I can see you. What do you want? I'll have...
No, you won't, Jed. I'll reach for that gun. I've got you covered.
You're after my money. You thief.
That's right, Jed.
Well, you won't get it.
Oh, no? Make one move and I'll drill you clean through. Now stand up and reach for the ceiling.
You blasted.
That's it. Now face the wall.
If I could get one good look at you.
Don't try. My face is covered.
You won't get away with this.
That's my worry. Now just take that cash box.
Oh, $10,000 you're taking. 10,000.
Too bad it ain't more.
You'll ruin me.
I wish that was the case, Kramer. But you got a plenty more cash. Keep facing that wall.
But you can't.
For years now, you've been cheating, swindling, and bulldozing the honest folks around here out in the hard-earned cash. Every time that scheming face of yours pokes out in the door, it means trouble for someone around these parts.
It ain't true. You're lying.
I know what I'm talking about. Kramer, I'll tell you just one thing. You want to know who I am?
I'll find out and...
Never mind the threats. I'm one of the men you swindled.
Then
You gave me a mortgage on my farm and then cheated me. You saw to it I didn't get enough credit in town to make a go of things.
I never did. I'll set the sheriff after you. He'll find out who you are.
You can't tell who I am from what I've told you.
No.
You swindled everyone around here. You can't tell which one I am. Well, I've got the money now, Jed. And I'll leave you to figure it out for yourself. I might be most any man in town. Goodbye, and thank you.
I'll get you for this. Sheriff, help me. I've been robbed. They've took my money. They've got $10,000. It's gone. Help! Quick, get the sheriff. The thief ain't gone far. You can still get him.
Get who?
The thief, you fool, the thief.
What thief?
What's all the noise about, Jed?
Sheriff, he took my money.
Who took your money?
One of the men I swindled. I don't know who. But he ain't gone far.
Which way did he go?
I don't know that either, but he went.
How in blazes do you expect me to do anything? Calm down now and give me the true facts on this thing.
I've lost $10,000. It'll ruin me.
$10,000?
I saw a man running like blazes down toward the livery stable.
Oh, that's him, then. That's him.
You sure, Abe?
Yeah, he was carrying a box or something.
After him. Come on, boys. Right out there. You can get him.
There they go, Tonto. We just came from the stable, and there was no one down there. Either the man called Abe was mistaken or he lied.
Maybe him take money.
It's possible. Abe owes Kramer a lot of money.
Plenty fellow owe him.
Right. Abe might have robbed the banker, left the money somewhere, and returned to join the others. I wonder...
What you do?
We're going to go to Abe's house and wait for him. If he's the guilty one, we'll find it out. Come on,
Get him up, white fella.
We shouldn't have long to wait. If Abe is guilty, he'll slip away from the others as soon as possible.
Then maybe him go home with money.
I'm counting on that. There's the house. We'll leave the horses here. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
There's a light in the house, Tonto.
Oh, me see it.
That must mean there's someone inside. We'll have to be careful. If Abe suspected that he is being watched, we'd find out nothing. We'll wait over near the window.
Plenty dark there.
Kimosabe, what was that?
That baby.
Abe Turner's child. I didn't know.
That little feller. Plenty sick.
A sick child. We're going to send the man to jail.
Horse come this way.
I hear it, Kimosabe.
Him come plenty fast.
Yes. There he comes. It is Abe. He's going into the house now.
Him got box.
He has, Tonto. We were right. Abe Turner must be the thief. Let's get nearer to the window.
There woman in room.
Mrs. Turner. Tonto, that poor woman looks half-starved. With a baby. Poor youngster. I'm going inside. Perhaps we can prevent Abe from stealing again if we act before he's found by lawmen.
What me do?
Go back toward town. Watch for anyone coming this way. If you see anyone coming, signal me. And I'll take Abe to our camp and talk there.
Me do. Me go. Let me quick. Here, white fella!
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
Abe, it's a masked man.
Hello.
Mister, we ain't got nothing to steal. Please go away. Don't hurt us.
I'm not going to hurt you, Mrs. Turner. I came here to speak to Abe.
What do you want?
There was a robbery in town tonight, Abe. Jed Kramer was held up in his office, and $10,000 were taken.
What of it?
You told the sheriff that the thief carried a box.
Well, what about it?
I want to ask you just one thing. What's in that box on the table?
That's...
I saw you bring it into the house. You had it with you when you came from town just now.
You mean you think Abe done it? Well, he wouldn't do anything like that, mister. Tell him you wouldn't, Abe. Tell him.
I didn't think I was seen. He's right, Jane.
Then you're a thief.
Jane, I did it for you.
For me?
I couldn't stand it around here month after month watching you and little Jimmy starving for food.
But, Abe, you stole.
You stole money for your wife and child. Did you stop to think what it'll mean to them when you're caught and jailed?
A man don't stop to think when the folks he loves are starving. I just took what's mine. I have a right to it, mister. A right.
You've no right to the property of others.
Jed Kramer swindled everyone around here. The only difference between him and me is that he does his stealing with the law on his side. I know what's best for me and my family, and I won't tolerate no interference. That money's mine. No one's going to take it away from me.
The law won't take long to find out who took Jed's money, and when they do, they'll...
My tracks are covered. Aside from you, they ain't no one...
Abe, listen to me. If I let you replace what you stole and blame me for the crime, give you a chance to stay honest and find another way out of your trouble...
I'm satisfied as I am.
I'm not. That money's going back where it came from. No one suspects you yet. Keep still and you'll be in the clear.
The cash ain't going back. Don't you touch that box, stranger.
Abe, that look in your face. Has the devil possessed you?
You don't savvy. No one understands. I'd be in the clear if it wasn't for you, mister.
Not for very long.
Forever. I'm playing this game like it was planned, and you ain't gonna stop me.
The cash is going back.
I know who you are.
I've heard about you, and
Stand back, Abe. I'm taking the cash box.
Don't shoot him, stranger. Don't shoot, Abe. The poor man ain't himself. I never seen him like this.
I'm sure of that.
All right, stranger. You win. I reckon I can't stop you taking the cash box. Put your gun down. Go ahead and take the cash. I know when I'm licked.
That's better, Abe. Just wait another day and see if things don't improve. I'll take the box back.
Like fun you will.
Abe, what have you done?
That fetched him. It won't get me.
You hit him.
Caught him off guard, huh? Listen, Jane. Everything has changed now. I can't go ahead like what is
In
planned.
the name of heaven, Abe, what'd you do this for?
Take care of him, Jane. He's a squire's finest man alive. Don't take his mask off. Bathe his head with water and bring him to and leave him go. I've got to take to hiding now. Oh, Lord, why'd the Lone Ranger have to find me?
Why did you have to turn thief?
I can't tell you. Jane, I'm heading away, but you'll have cash. You'll be took care of. That's the main thing. You and baby Jimmy won't go hungry no more.
But, Abe...
You won't be in no trouble. Jane, just remember that whatever I done for you and the baby.
You can't leave like this.
I gotta.
But this man...
He ain't hurt bad. Just tell him I've lit out. Tell him there ain't no use in hunting me. I won't never be found.
But, Abe...
Goodbye, Jane. Goodbye.
Oh, Lord in heaven. What happened to the man we loved?
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, Abe Turner robbed Jed Kramer's bank. The Lone Ranger and Tonto pitied Abe because they were convinced he'd become a criminal only to help his starving family. However, when the masked man attempted to persuade Abe to return the money, the man struck the Lone Ranger down. Abe then made his escape, assuring his family they'd be cared for. Our scene opens later that same night. We see the sheriff's posse riding toward Abe's home.
I don't like the way Abe Turner gave us a false lead, then disappeared.
He said he'd seen the man heading away from the bank.
Yeah. Then went on to tell about the man carrying a box. Dad ratted deputy. He must have eyes like an owl.
Yeah. And we didn't find hiding a hair on no one where he said to look.
Just so. That's why I hanker to ask Abe a few more questions.
Won't do no harm.
I'm downright sorry if it's Abe that robbed old Jed Kramer. Abe's wife has enough troubles without seeing her man jailed.
Say, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Have you noticed a white horse traveling ahead of us?
No.
Well, there's one there. I first sighted it when the moon poked out from behind a couple of clouds a minute ago. If you look sharp, you can see it.
I see it. Traveling fast, too.
Faster than we are.
Darn sight.
And heading for Turner's place.
Maybe to warn Turner. Deputy, signal the boys to come fast. Get along there.
Come on, boys. We sighted something ahead.
There's the horse at Turner's house.
Yeah. And the rider's gone inside. See, the door's wide open.
There's 2 men outlined in the light.
And 2 horses outside.
Come on, boys. Something's going on at Turner's place.
How's Jane Turner standing in the doorway?
Hey, hold on there. Stop!
There they go.
Stop in the name of the law.
They ain't stopping.
The rest of you men get after them, too. Slow. Hold there.
Hold there. Hold there.
They'll catch them all right. Come on, Deputy.
I'm with you.
Hold on there, Jane. We aim to speak to you.
Sheriff,
It's me, all right.
how'd you know about Abe Sassoon?
Come on inside, Deputy.
Yeah?
Please don't judge Abe too harsh.
So, Abe turned thief, huh?
He done it for me and the baby.
Looks like our suspicions was right, Deputy.
There's a cash box on the table.
Yep. Where's your husband, Jane?
He's gone.
Where?
I don't know. He just left. He said... he said we wouldn't see him no more.
Where's the stolen money?
I guess the masked man took it.
Masked man?
What masked man?
He just left here. He come and tried to get poor Abe to take that money back, but Abe must have gone crazy with worry and was seeing us go hungry and maybe Jimmy needing things so bad. Abe knocked the masked man down and then he...
Well?
Then he told me to be sure and treat the masked man kindly and to bathe his face with cool water till he come to.
Go on.
Then Abe went away. The masked man come to and asked me what Abe took from the cash box, and I told him the truth, just as I'm telling you the truth. Abe didn't take anything from the box. The masked man took something, though, and then an engine lit up.
We seen the engine. The masked man joined him, didn't he?
He just lit away as you come up, but... Oh, Sheriff, please find Abe for me.
We'll find him, all right.
I can't imagine what's got into the poor man. He ain't to be blamed too much for what he's done. He didn't mean no harm, Sheriff.
You say this masked man has the cash from the box?
I don't know.
It's sure enough's empty now, Sheriff.
Then the masked man must have cleaned it out. I know Abe didn't.
Why'd poor Abe have to do this sort of thing? I'd be the first one to admit that Jed Kramer was a first-rate skunk that needed a dressing down and trimming. He stopped at nothing to swindle folks.
He was ready to take our house away from us when we couldn't pay the mortgage money.
Abe shouldn't take the law into his own hands, though.
He just didn't stop to think. All he knowed was that he'd been swindled by Jed Kramer and that we was hungry. Oh, Sheriff, if only you could find him.
We'll find him all right enough. We'll find him if I have to swear in every man in the county as a deputy to do it.
The sheriff's deputy spent many days searching the country for Abe Turner, but without success. He seemed to have disappeared as completely as had the Lone Ranger and Tonto. Then one evening, Jed Kramer was on the veranda of his home, talking to the sheriff.
Seems to me it's time we hunted up a new sheriff if you can't do no better than what you done so far.
Well, we ain't give up yet, Kramer.
Might as well. I'd give up hope of ever finding any of my money again.
Losing that $10,000 don't seem to have hurt your bank business none.
I got insurance to cover the loss.
I know. You always got something to cover anything that happens to you.
Well, I'll get inside the house now. This night air is getting cool. Good luck to you and hunt your man.
All right, Jed. You can bet I'll find him. Get up there. Get up there. Get on. Get up there.
If only he knowed how close he was to Abe Turner. But I don't reckon he ever will. Better make sure the door's barred tight. Can't tell when someone is likely to come in without knocking. There now. I'll see Turner. Well, Abe?
Sheriff gone?
Sure. They'll keep hunting you for another week, and then they'll give up looking for you and think that you're
by
lost.
That time my beard will grow out enough so as I can leave here, won't it?
Well, we'll see how you look at the end of that time.
Listen, Kramer. You've kept your word, ain't you?
Me? Why, sure.
You swore you'd see Jane and the baby took care of if I made believe to rob your bank.
They're being took care of, don't you worry.
Heard anything more about that masked man?
Not a word. Just too doggone bad he had to know about you. If you hadn't, you'd been able to go right on about your business, living at home and never being suspected.
Jed, take my word for it. If I find you've been double-crossing me...
Forget that notion. Now, just forget you're pretty lucky that you can hide here in this house, where the law will never think of searching for you. Now, I'm going to bed.
Yeah? All right.
Night.
Night, Kramer. I wonder how the little fella is now. And give him a right arm to see him again. I wonder if I'll ever get...
Abe, keep quiet.
What the...
Not a sound. I don't want Jed to know I'm here. It's lucky that window was unlocked.
You again. A masked man.
You'll not get the chance to knock me down again, Abe.
Listen, if only you know the truth.
Perhaps I do.
Well, like...
When you left your house, you didn't stop to empty out that cash box. I did.
Yeah?
Take a look at this paper.
Is this what's in the box?
That doesn't look much like a mortgage, does it?
No, it don't. This ain't nothing but a legal form. They ain't even filled in.
You haven't seen your wife of late, have you?
What do you mean?
You'd better come with me, Abe. She isn't in the home where you last saw her.
She ain't?
No. Neither is your son.
Where they at?
I'll take you to them if you'll slip out quietly by this window.
Is this a trick to turn me over to the law?
If that was my purpose, I could bring the law here.
Yeah, that's so.
Come. It isn't far to go.
Abe left Kramer's home by way of the window and was taken to the Lone Ranger's camp in the nearby woods. There, beside a small fire, he found his baby asleep in blankets. His wife sat with her back to Abe, her head in her hands. Tonto sat across from her.
What's this mean?
Abe. Oh, Abe, for mercy's sake, it's you.
Jane, honey, what are you doing here?
Where'd you expect to find me, Abe? Masked men and Tonto have been feeding us. They fixed a little lean-to a pine bench just for us to sleep in and
You mean to say you ain't got no home?
You should know the answer to that question, Abe.
Ain't Jed Kramer sent word to you? Ain't he sent you food?
I'm gonna starve and eat Jed Kramer's food, even if he did send it.
Well, that ornery...
Now, Abe, don't lose your head again. Remember that the last time...
Jane, haven't you had any food?
These two friends have seen to it that I haven't gone hungry.
Listen, Jane, you wait right here.
Where you going?
I've got some things to tend to. You wait here and I'll be back for you inside an hour.
But, Abe...
Let him go, Jane.
You'll see me in an hour or less.
Abe!
Quiet, Jane.
Do you think...
He's gone now, Jane. I think tonight we'll see an end of all your troubles.
Wait. You here? Steady, Silver. Horse, come this way.
That might be the sheriff.
There they are! I said it'd be good to investigate this fire.
It is the sheriff.
He'll jail you.
Stand ready, Tonto.
Be ready.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. I'd have gone for you if you hadn't come here.
We got you covered.
Listen to me. You'll put those guns in nothing right away from here in a hurry. You want Abe Turner?
Do we?
I should say we do.
Then listen, and you'll get him.
The Lone Ranger spoke to the sheriff and his posse, while Abe Turner returned to Jed Kramer's house and re-entered by way of the window. Inside, he hurriedly made his way through the house and burst into the moneylender's room.
Dirty double-crossing rat.
What's this hand?
Yeah, you wonder how I found out, don't you? You thought as long as you kept me hid here, I wouldn't get to know that you'd gone back on your word.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will.
Have you gone loco?
No, I ain't. I was loco before when I believed all the promises you made. You dirty thief.
Now stop that noise and tell me what's the matter.
You swindled and cheated and done folks out of their homes for years. But even then you weren't satisfied. You even stole cash from your bank. And you had to cover it, so you come to me.
We made a deal.
Sure. I was to put on an act and make out to rob you of $10,000. They would account for you losing the money. I was to steal your cash box, and you was to have my mortgage in it.
I did.
Like fun you did, you lying coyote, you. You knew that once I committed the robbery, I couldn't do nothing about it. So you tricked me.
I don't know what you're talking about. You've gone loco.
Oh, no, I ain't. You promised to let me keep my house, and you'd send food and some cash to Jane. And when I was caught by the masked man, you hid me here and still said you'd send her food and things. But what did you do?
Just that.
Lying rat. You turned her out. You foreclosed that mortgage. You done just what you said you'd do if I didn't enter into your scheme. You turned Jane out. Right now she's camping in the open, eating food that an Injun's given her. Unmask me.
You're covered. Come on, boy.
Sheriff.
Keep him covered, mister. We'll put ropes on him.
Hold on, Sheriff.
We heard enough, Kramer, to know that Abe didn't steal a doggone thing, but that you did.
Sheriff.
Oh, Abe, thank the Lord.
Jane, turned on me, turned on me. All right. Now I will foreclose that mortgage.
No, you won't. You haven't got it. You see, Abe, the mortgage was in the box, but I took it out after you'd left your house.
But
Please listen, Abe. The masked man saw there wasn't any money in the box, but he did see the mortgage. He had a hunch as to what happened.
He did?
We trailed you, Abe. Tyler can follow any trail. We knew where you were and waited outside every night until I heard all I needed to know.
I didn't turn your wife out. I didn't
No, you didn't, but as soon as you did.
Well, I found you and the baby camping out in the woods.
That was a masked man's scheme, Abe, to get you to face Jed Kramer and talk so the lawman could hear the truth.
And we did. Abe, you're in the clear. But that's a darn sight more than Kramer can say.
And now, Abe, you can come back home.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's a new stage line running to Dalton, and there might be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
wild and untamed west of yesteryear lives once again as the famous Lone Ranger urges his great horse Silver down the trail to new adventure. He has a stirring action drama for us now. So make way for those silver-shot hoops and thrill to a story of the phantom figure of the plains. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There he is up ahead. We're coming, Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver.
In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, we see two horsemen racing their mounts over a backcountry trail, just north of the Rio Grande and east of El Paso. Weather-beaten and disreputable, they carry the stamp of outlaws on their hard features.
These parts are getting too civilized for us, Mike.
Always beefing about something.
It ain't only me. It's the rest of the boys, too.
I'm giving orders and you're taking them.
But you gotta admit that rustling don't pay no more. Too hard to get rid of the cattle afterwards.
There's going to be a new stagecoach line from Paso Doble to Dalton. They'll carry gold.
What about it?
I said gold.
No hold-ups for me. The country's too open. Ain't no cover in the whole 30 miles.
They start operating in a week.
Hey, look at that creek we're coming to. Are you sure there's a ford?
Must be.
Well, let's try it out first.
What are you afraid of? Quicksand?
I don't take any chances I don't have to.
All right. Oh, boy. What are you getting off for?
Talking about quicksand, you got me nervous.
Well?
I'll try it out with a rock.
Come on.
That sand gobbled up that rock like it was hungry.
Yeah?
Deep, too. Maybe if we go...
How deep?
What?
The creek.
About 10 feet.
Think a stage could get to the other side?
Nah.
Listen, Butch. You can start spending that gold from Paso Doble.
What's the stage got to do with the creek?
Plenty. The stage is going to take this road.
No. It follows the main road straight to Dalton.
It won't after we fix up the signpost at the crossing.
The signpost?
That's what I said. It's a new route, and the drivers will be dependent on them a lot. Especially at night.
Yeah.
What's more, it'll be on the night stage they carry the gold.
Mike, I gotta hand it to you.
We'll be ready for 'em on the first run. Come on.
The boys will be plenty glad to hear about this. Get up there. Get up.
There was a great deal of activity in front of the express office in Paso Doble. The night stage was being made ready for its first run to Dalton. In the dark shadow of the building, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, were watching the preparations.
There, Buck. No.
Yes, Tonto, coming this way.
Him drive stage?
That's right.
Him not crook, no.
He never was a real crook, Kimosabe. Only the victim of bad companions. He gave me his promise to go straight when we helped him out of that scrape in Sonora. I knew he'd keep his word.
That good.
Take the horses back away. I want to congratulate him on his new job.
Stranger.
Hello, Buck.
Gosh, mister, I never thought I'd see you again. I'm keeping my promise, though. Look, that's my stage. They gave me the job driving.
I know, Buck. Congratulations.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Why do you ask?
Well, I heard about the new line. That's why I headed over here. But nobody listened to me when I asked for a job. And then all of a sudden it was different. The marshal stopped me on the street one day. He asked me a few questions, and then he took me over to the express agent. In 5 minutes, it was all settled.
I'm glad.
Have you been in town since I got here?
Yes, Buck. I wanted you to have your chance.
I thought so. I'll never be able to thank you enough.
Just do your job and do it well.
You don't have to worry. I'm going to be the best stagecoach driver in the Southwest.
I'm sure of it.
What's more, I'm going to get married and settle down. Look over yonder. You see that girl stepping into the stage?
Yes.
That's Betty Stevens.
Oh, yes. Her father owns a general store in Dalton, doesn't he?
That's right. She's been over here visiting her aunt. We're going to be married next week.
Hey, Buck, come on. We're ready to start.
Who's that man?
Butch Larson. He's the guard. You know him?
I believe I do.
Come on!
Right away. Goodbye, mister.
The best of luck. I may see you in Dalton.
Be right with you, Butch. Are you comfortable, Betty?
I'm fine.
You'll be in Dalton before you know it. Give me a hand up, Butch.
Sure.
Gold stowed away?
We're all set.
Get up. Get up there. Come on.
An hour after the stage had started its journey, Black Mike and his gang of outlaws were lying in ambush near the quicksand ford at Salter's Creek.
What are you laughing about?
A Butch getting a job as guard on the stage.
There ain't a chance of things going wrong now.
Oh, he got the signpost changed all right.
Yeah. We'll see the stage any minute.
What do we do after Butch knocks the driver out and stops him?
I told you once. You and a couple of men ride down there. Get the passengers out and take them into Dalton. Then report to the sheriff.
And you and the boys unload the gold, cut the horses loose, and drive the stage into the creek.
That's it. The stage will be underwater. It'll sink into quicksand, and the express company will figure the gold went with it.
It's a slick scheme.
Hey, Mike, the stage is coming down the road.
Over the hill, men. Get your horses out of sight. You stay here, Jake.
Yeah.
Don't treat any of the passengers rough. They gotta think you're trying to help them.
I got you, boss.
Out of sight. Get away before the stage gets here.
Pull up, Butch. This road don't look familiar.
Sure it does. Can't fool me about this country.
I think we took the wrong turn back at the fork.
The arrow was pointing this way.
I'm going to pull up.
Not yet. You're doing Dalton in an hour. Want to be late on your first run?
We might be later if we keep going.
There's a creek up ahead. That proves we're right.
That proves we're wrong. There ain't no creek on the main road. Go.
Give me those reins. I got you covered.
What's the idea?
I'll show you.
Why, you dirty double-crosser.
That settles him. Oh, there. Oh, there. Oh, there.
What's the matter?
The bridge is out.
Hey, driver, the bridge is out.
I can see that. Is it too deep to get through?
Yeah, quicksand bottom besides. Any passengers inside?
Two. A man and a girl. Will you give them a lift into town?
Sure thing. Get them passengers out, boys. Everything's set.
Good.
How about the driver?
Had to knock him out. He ain't come to yet. Here, I'll lift him on your horse.
No. Mike and the rest of the gang will be along in a minute. You're supposed to wait for him here. The driver goes back to camp.
Bob, where are you?
Maybe the girl will cause trouble.
Not for long.
No rough stuff.
I got my orders. I gotta hurry, though. See you later.
Bob!
He's all right, ma'am. We just don't want to leave the stage. We're gonna take you into Dalton.
That same night, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were riding along the main road to Dalton. Suddenly, the masked man reined in his great white horse.
Whoa, Silver!
Oh, boy. Oh, white fella. Oh. Why will you stop here?
That signpost. The arrow points along the other road.
Oh, that's wrong.
I know it. We'd better investigate. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white fella. This road goes south.
I'm wondering if Buck could have taken it by mistake.
Quicksand Creek, 1 mile. No bridge.
It's less than a mile. The moon's out now. We'll be able to see it at the top of the next rise.
Get up, white fella.
I suspect that the guard on the stage is an outlaw, Tonto. He may have had a partner who changed the signpost. It's Buck's first run. He doesn't know the country very well.
Maybe him in trouble.
I'm afraid so. Go,
white
Silver.
fella.
Boy. There's the stage.
Many men there. What them do?
They seem to be unloading something. The gold, perhaps.
We help them?
Our help isn't wanted. Look, they're unhitching the horses and pushing the stage into the stream.
That's right.
And then they're going to head south. I'm sure of it. Butch and those men are outlaws. Hi-yo,
Get him up, white fella.
Away! The stage is almost underwater.
Me see him.
We must get it out somehow. Right, Tonto. Every minute counts.
Stage horses run away.
Yes, we might overtake them, but there's more important work to be done here. Go, Silver. We must make sure the gold has been stolen.
Not safe go out there.
It isn't far from shore. I might be able to jump it.
Oh, this ground soft.
I have to make sure.
No, me climb tree.
Tree? Oh, I see. You can work your way out on that limb and drop onto the coach. It's almost directly underneath. Here, I'll give you a lift up. I'm up. You'll find the gold in the baggage compartment.
Me know.
Try that limb. Make sure that it'll hold your weight.
It's strong.
That's good. Take it easy, Kimosabe.
But open.
Can you see if the gold's gone?
Not yet.
Easy.
Box empty.
That's all we need to know.
Me drop on coach?
No, come back. There's work to be done.
We follow outlaw?
Not yet. If that stagecoach sinks into the quicksand, we can never prove the theft. It's sinking deeper every minute.
What we do?
Silver has never failed us yet, Tonto. I have a plan. Listen.
It was an hour later when the three outlaws, headed by Jake, rode into Dalton with Betty and the other passenger from the coach. They headed straight for the sheriff's home.
What do you want with the sheriff?
I got to report what's happened to the stage.
Nothing happened to it. He just can't get through.
Well, there's gold on board, and there's outlaws riding the range.
Outlaws?
I've heard tell there is.
Then Buck may be in danger. Tell the sheriff to hurry.
The sheriff will hurry all right when I get through talking to him. Jake Winters.
Boy, what do you want this time of night?
I'm just a cowhand, Sheriff, but I want to report a robbery.
What's that?
Leastways, it may be a robbery. Me and my two buddies were riding along by Salter's Creek, and we saw the stagecoach from Paso Doble was drawn up by the side of the road.
What was the stage doing near Salter's Creek?
I guess the driver and the guard had a scheme to steal the gold on board.
Steal the gold?
Yeah. We rode up and asked what was the matter, but both of them pulled guns on us. They told us to take the passengers into town and keep our mouths shut.
The guard and the driver, huh?
That's right. We did like we was told, but I looked back as we were riding toward the shallows, and they were driving the stage into the creek.
Trying to ford it.
Well, maybe. I figured different. The driver's name was Buck. I heard
Buck
them call...
Newton. That reformed gunman the express company hired. I told Higgins it was a mistake, and this proves it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. I'm going to round up a posse and get Buck Newton dead or alive.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, a band of outlaws thought of a scheme to steal the gold carried over the new stage route to Dalton. Signposts were changed, leading the stage into the quicksands of Salter's Creek. Three of the outlaws posed as cowboys and took the passengers on to Dalton. The sheriff received word that the stage had been wrecked and organized a posse to ride out after the outlaws. Our next scene opens in the outlaws' camp. The stage driver has been bound and gagged and placed near the campfire. Mike, the leader of the band, is speaking.
Any of you men still want a new boss?
Not us, Mike. That gold sure looks good.
We gotta hand it to you.
Hey, what I'm thinking is this. We ought to keep right on moving till we hit the border.
We gotta wait for Jake. Maybe when he shows up, he'll have some good news for us. Maybe we can stay here.
Ain't no sense in that, Mike.
I says we wait.
Here's Jake now.
Hey, steady, boy.
Did you talk with the sheriff?
Just like you told me to.
Did he believe you?
Sure did. He organized a posse, rode back the creek. The stage had sunk into the quicksand just like we figured. There wasn't any evidence against anybody.
That make you feel any better, Butch?
You could see the stage underwater, couldn't you?
Not a trace.
Yeah, funny it should go down so fast.
Tell him the rest of it, Jake.
You mean about Buck?
Yeah.
Well, I told the sheriff that Buck had driven us away from the stage at the point of a gun and then run it into the creek. At first, he took my word for it that Buck was a crook. But he got thinking on the way to Salter's, and he allowed that maybe Buck was only trying to ford. I gave him an argument at first, then I allowed that maybe he was right.
Maybe.
Yeah. The sheriff's plumb convinced that two men couldn't have made off with all that gold by themselves. He figures it sunk down the quicksand with the coach.
Ain't no other way to look at it.
But if anybody starts getting suspicious, Buck's the one who'll get the blame.
And Buck ain't gonna show up in Dalton for a long, long time. We don't have to worry about nothing. Maybe we can make a little more money if we stick around here.
What do you mean?
They'll be sending another coach from Paso Doble tomorrow night.
You can't pull the same trick twice, Mike.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, the driver won't take the wrong turn. He'll be warned about it.
Listen, we'll do it a little different. What if we stop the coach before it gets to the crossroads?
Yeah?
We make the guard and driver prisoners just like we did to Buck and you. Then two of the boys drive the coach down the creek and into the quicksand.
Now, wait a minute.
You wait. We unload the gold before. When the coach sinks, there ain't no evidence. There ain't nothing to see.
But if it happens twice, the sheriff will know there's something wrong.
He'll start hunting for Buck. But he won't find him. How'd you like a trip to Mexico, Buck?
Let's get rid of him right now.
No, Jake. He's gonna do a little job for us. It's this way. Just in case somebody should see us hold up the stage, Buck's gonna be out in front. And he won't be wearing a mask.
The morning following our last scene, a group of men were standing in front of the sheriff's office in Dalton. Betty Stevens pushed her way through the crowd.
Let me see it. I've got to see the sheriff. Sheriff, look what's coming down the road. It's a covered wagon.
Covered wagon? Nothing. That's a stage.
The day coach isn't due from Paso Doble till this afternoon.
It's the night coach. The one that got stuck in the quicksand.
Buck got it out. Maybe he's driving it.
There's two men in the box.
One of them's an Injun.
And the other man is masked.
Don't shoot.
Stand out in the center of the road, man. We gotta stop him.
Maybe it's drawing rain. He's planning to stop anything.
Halt in the name of the law. Hurry, boys. Get up there. Put down your gun, Sheriff. Who are you?
I'm turning this coach over to you as evidence.
Only outlaws wear masks.
If you'll investigate the baggage compartment at the rear, you'll find that it's been broken open.
That's right, Sheriff. Ain't nothing in it at all.
And the gold was stolen after all.
Yes.
What have you done with it?
The gold was gone when my friend and I found the coach in the quicksand.
You're an outlaw, and I'm holding you for the robbery.
You'd better listen to me first. Why should I come to you if I were guilty of a crime?
I don't know about that. We're going to lock you up and ask questions afterwards.
You won't keep us locked up for long.
Hold there.
It's Marty Sheridan, the marshal from Paso Doble.
You're just in time, Marshal.
What's going on here?
We just caught the outlaw that stole the gold last
You're
night.
wrong.
Well, he just come driving up in the coach and the gold is gone.
The gold belongs to the United States government. The United States government's taking charge of the case. Let go of that man.
You're interfering with justice.
Oh, I ain't. I've already had a talk with him. You wouldn't be so concerned about it if he was riding his own horse, Sheriff. We ain't gonna lock him up. We're gonna take orders from him. Start talking, stranger.
The Lone Ranger, backed by the authority of the United States Marshal, made plans for the capture of the outlaws. The sheriff and his posse followed the masked man's orders. That night they rode down the stage trail with the Lone Ranger in the lead.
Time you told us where we're going, stranger.
He's the one in command, Sheriff.
Ain't no harm in asking where we're headed.
We're heading for the crossroads.
You sure the outlaws are going to hold up the stage there?
Yes.
And all you have to do is point them out to me, and I'll do the rest.
We'll only watch the hold-up, Sheriff.
What's that?
There'll be plenty of time to attack later when we get all the evidence.
What's more, we got to get back that first shipment of gold. They won't be carrying it with them.
Get up there, Pete. Get up there.
Betty, what are you doing here?
You didn't think I'd stay at home and Buck was in danger, did you?
This ain't no woman's work.
Won't do no good to tell me to go back, Sheriff. I'm riding with you.
Tell your men to pull up. We can watch the crossroads from this hill. Oh, Silver! There they are, hiding in that gully.
Good thing there's a full moon.
We can see everything.
They're wearing masks.
One of them isn't.
Oh.
Quiet, Betty.
Ain't that the stage coming down the road?
Sure it is. The outlaws got it spotted, too. See? They're stepping out in the road.
That ain't the new stage.
No.
I thought your Indian friend drove it back to Paso Doble so it could... make the night run.
I had a better idea, Marshal.
It's Buck Newton out in front of the outlaws.
Sure looks like him.
Can't be.
Ain't no doubt about it. This is all the evidence we need.
Buck is not an outlaw.
I got eyes, ain't I?
Maybe we made a mistake about Buck, stranger.
No, Marshal.
Man!
Don't give any orders yet, Sheriff.
Why not? They strapped the coach. They're tying the driver and the guard. They're unloading the gold from the back. We can't stand by and watch a hold-up.
You can't accuse an innocent man either. Look closer. Look at that man standing behind Buck. He has him covered.
It's true. He's a prisoner.
I ain't so sure.
You will be.
They're driving the stage down the creek road. That's Buck who's got the reins.
We've seen all we want to see here. Tell your men to follow me.
And let them outlaws escape?
There's no time to lose now, Sheriff. Follow me. Hail Silver!
Right well, Buck.
You dirty...
Don't get mad, boy.
I ain't gonna kill these horses. I ain't gonna drive them into that quicksand.
Maybe you're hankering to get killed yourself.
I heard you talking last night. You're gonna kill me before you start for the border anyway. Whoa there, whoa there.
What's the idea? Slow it up.
Keep him covered, boss. I gotta take the reins. Get up there. Get up. Get up there. He heard us talking.
I'll finish him off now.
No, you don't. I'm sitting too close for comfort.
Go on, shoot.
We don't want to leave him lying near Dalton either. Somebody might find him and follow our trail. We won't be able to travel fast with all that gold.
You're right.
We'll stand up ahead in front of the creek.
It's a wagon.
It's my stage. They pulled it out.
I can't stop.
The brake.
It don't work. We're going to crash.
Pull over to the side.
Too late. I'm going to jump.
Buck over there. Don't let him get away.
Windy, boss.
Get on a horse and make tracks for camp.
Right.
Are you hurt, Roach? You hurt?
No, my leg. I can't stand up.
I'll help you up my horse. Hang on. Get up there. Get up.
That stage. The sheriff and his men must have raided it today.
It ain't possible.
We saw it, didn't we? Maybe they followed our trail to camp. We shouldn't have left the gold there.
Yeah, we couldn't take it with us. Back to camp, men, and don't spare the horses.
There it is.
Ain't nobody been here yet.
We'll know better about when we get to dig up the gold.
Oh, boy.
What do we do now, boss?
Tie Buck up to a tree.
It'd save time if we took care of him right away.
And the gold comes first. Dig it up.
It's safe, all right. They wouldn't have bothered filling up the hole.
Light a fire so we can see better.
Hey! Bring Buck over here.
Who's that shooting?
They came from the woods.
Another one.
That came from the south.
Let go me. You rode straight into a trap, Mike.
Hold up your hands. You're surrounded. Nobody's going to catch me without a fight.
You ain't got a chance, Mike. I know that boy.
I'll take care of you before I... Oh, my arm!
Good shooting, stranger.
We ain't got a chance, boss. They got us surrounded. They can see us and we can't see them. We got to surrender. Don't shoot anymore.
You yellow rats. I'm going to fight it out.
Not with that arm. Come on, mister. They're all reaching for the sky.
There are your men, Sheriff. You'll find the gold over by that tree where they've started to dig.
We might never have located it if we hadn't followed your directions.
I gotta hand it to you, stranger. Fixing the brakes on the coach made him crash and head back for camp in a hurry, huh? Round him up, men. Take our shooting irons.
Thanks, mister. I figured I was on my way to the happy hunting ground. Another few minutes and I guess
We'd acted any sooner, Buck. You might have been arrested as an outlaw.
What's that?
We were watching that hold-up at the crossroads. It sure looked bad.
Mike had a gun sticking in my ribs every minute, Marshal.
You're in the clear now.
Of course, a lot of it was my fault. I never should have been fooled with that sign pointing the wrong way. Well, I guess I won't be driving any more stages in this part of the country.
Think you'll lose your job, eh?
Can't miss.
think again, son. After tonight, you might even get a raise.
A raise?
Mm-hmm, as a sort of wedding present.
Oh, Buck, you see.
Oh, sure I am, honey. And did you hear what the marshal was saying? Maybe I'll get a raise from the express company as a wedding present.
We owe it all to that masked man.
That's right. I want to invite him to come.
Hey, he's leaving. Hold on there.
Come on there, Silver, old boy! Justice is needed in El Dorado! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Let's thrill to another exciting adventure with a masked rider of justice, the most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains and prairies of the United States. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing down the trails of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That kid, old fellow! Tell us waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
our Lone Ranger drama opens, we find the famous masked rider and his faithful Indian companion Tonto arriving at the town of Fargo. Two lawmen, heavily armed with rifles and pistols, bar their trail.
Keep your hands high and don't make no fast moves. You aim to ask some questions.
Well, what do you want?
Stand back, Jim, and keep the two of them covered.
Yeah, sure will.
Now then, leaping sagebrush, you're masked. Maybe you're the Red.
Who?
I say it's the Red. Take your hat and mask off and let me have a look at you.
Who is the Red?
Worst darn crook that Fargo's ever seen. There ain't no need to tell you that. Like as not, you're him.
If I were, do you think I'd have stayed on the trail when I saw both of you guarding the approach to town?
I don't know. Ain't no telling what Red'll do.
Who is the Red?
If we knowed, we'd jail him. Can't even find no motives for his crimes.
What is he charged with?
Ornery coyote, he started out by robbing the banker. Took $500 from him one night and left him with $5,000 he didn't take. That don't make sense, does it?
I don't know.
But it makes as much sense as you riding down here in spite of me and Jim standing guard. Take off that hat and mask.
Tell me more about the robbery of the banker.
Curious, eh? It's the same as if you didn't know all about it already.
Tell me.
Sure, I'll tell you. The day after the Red robbed Banker Sims, there was a mortgage paid off on Jones' ranch. The amount was $500.
Have you questioned Jones?
Oh, Jones, he can't get out of a chair. His rheumatics is so bad. He ain't no ways to blame. He didn't even know the mortgage was paid off. Him and his missus was getting ready to get out of their house because they figured Banker Sims was going to foreclose.
Seems to me this man you call the Red did quite a favor for the Joneses.
That don't cut no ice. The man's a thief, and as such, he's going to pay.
Well, you're mistaken if you think I know anything about this thief.
Ain't a redhead in the whole blame town. That means he's got to be a stranger from other parts. You're a stranger, so you...
All crooks may be strangers, Deputy, but that doesn't mean all strangers must be crooks.
But when they come here masked...
Even when they come masked.
If he don't take that mask off, drill him. We can't waste time, Kurt.
You hear that?
If you want the mask removed, come and take it.
I can do that, too. Keep him covered, Jim.
I got my rifle held steady, Kurt. Go ahead.
We'll see who you are right pronto, stranger.
Ready, Silver. At them.
Look out.
Get clear, Tonto.
Let me get this right. Get out of the way, Kurt.
Sorry, Deputy.
Don't shoot, Jim. You'll get me if you shoot.
Be ready now. Come on, Tonto.
Let me get it.
There he goes. Get him, Jim. Shoot.
I'll drop him.
You missed. Shoot again. He's knocked my gun away.
I winged the engine.
Try another.
They travel like lightning.
Reload and fire again.
Ain't no use, Kurt. They got clear. By the time I reload, they'll be out and sight in them woods. Drat it, I'll bet 10 to 1 that masked man was the Red.
Let me help you, Tonto. Me all right. You've been hit. You go on. Tonto, all right.
No, I won't leave you, Kimosabe. Stop your horse. Oh, there, Silver.
This place not safe.
Oh, boy. This place will be safe for the time being. Trees to shelter us. Get down and let me look at your wound.
Me all right.
You're not all right, Tonto. That wound might be worse than it seems. We're not going on until we take care of it.
Me all...
Let me help you down.
Who this Red feller?
I don't know, but whoever he is, I want to know him. Seems to have done a good turn for the Jones family. Saved an old man who's crippled from being put out of his home. There now, Tonto. Lie down on the grass here.
Me all right.
You're not. That's an ugly wound.
Lawman come soon. You get way.
I'm going to dress that wound.
Me all right. You not bothered.
Steady, fellow. We'll build a fire and heat some water, then I'll dress that wound. Easy now, Kimosabe.
Me all right. Me all right.
Fainted. Silver, our friend is hurt more than he'd admit. We can't leave him here, and we can't take him with us. If we stay here, we'll surely be captured. That means they'll take off my mask. Yet, Tonto comes first. Our scene changes now to the home of old Elijah Longworth. Elijah is telling his wife and Dave Tuttle, a young man boarding with the elderly couple, about the character known as the Red.
That's about all anyone in town is talking of.
For me, lads, I'll most be sorry to see the Red get captured.
Why will you, Miss Longworth?
You ain't been around the town long, Dave. If you had, you'd know they ain't a more deserving couple in the world than Mr. and Mrs. Jones. I'm right glad this red-headed man done what he did.
Then you think he turned over the cash he stole from the banker to pay off their mortgage?
Sure he did, Dave. That's common talk.
And the best of it is that Banker Sims can't no way prove it. He has to let Jones keep his house, much as he'd like to take it away from him.
I sure wish this red feller'd help us out.
You? What's your trouble, Mr. Longworth?
Trouble? Listen here, Dave. Ain't a day goes by that I ain't scared I'll never see another sunset.
Lodge, don't bother our boarder with that story.
He wants to hear it, don't you, Dave?
Sure.
It's the feud, that's what.
Feud?
Me and Abe Darwin. Darwin is an ornery polecat with a dozen notches in his gun butt. He'd shoot as fast as I could say Jack Robinson. If he wasn't sure he wouldn't be catched.
Shoot you?
Yeah. Someday it's going to be him or me, and, well, I just ain't a killer.
Abe Darwin, huh?
Reckon you don't know him, David. He's at the cafe every night guzzling himself with red liquor.
And gambling. He's got rich by swindling folks with marked cards. I catched him in it once. He's been laying for me ever since.
He shot you once, Lodge.
Yeah, this scar on my neck is where his bullet grazed me. Shot me from behind, too.
Must be ornery as they come.
He sure is.
That's enough of that story, Lodge. Fair makes me creep to think of what might happen to you someday.
What's your past, Dave? You ain't had much to say about why you're here in town.
I reckon I ain't much of a past. I traveled with a medicine show till it went busted. Then I was left with nothing to do, so I'm sort of waiting around here, hoping what cash I got will last me till I find some sort of a job.
Looks like we got company for supper, Martha. Come in.
Evening, Lige.
Well, Kurt.
Howdy, Deputy Forsyth.
Just drop by.
You're just in time for supper if you'll stay.
Don't mind if I do. I'm frank to say, Martha, that I sort of hope to sample your fancy cooking. I'm in a mood for something of the sort.
How's that?
Done a good piece of work today. Got one of the friends of the Red captured.
What?
Yep.
The Red?
An Indian. Him and the masked man rode toward town and wouldn't answer up like what they should. When they heard about the Red, they both hightailed. The bullet fetched the Indian down. We trailed him.
How bad's he hurt?
He'll get well. We found him in a sort of a camp in the woods. Reckon the masked part of his was getting water from a spring. We seen him through the trees, but got away with the redskin before he come back.
But what makes you think the Red has a partner?
Why shouldn't he have?
We ain't no proof, have you, Deputy?
Nope. With the redskin in the calaboose, I reckon the Red'll try and get him out. If he does, we'll trap him.
What's this about the masked man?
Trap him, too. Use the engine for bait, you see?
Look here. Just what crimes are chalked up against this Red?
Thunder, we're chalking every crime that ain't been solved against him. We got reason to prove otherwise.
I see.
I'll get the supper on the table.
Mrs. Longworth. Don't set no place for me.
What's the matter, Dave?
Oh, I ain't hungry. Guess I'll drift toward town and see what's going on.
If you see any of the lawmen, tell them I'll be back to take my turn to standing guard over the redskins.
I'll tell them.
Now, ma'am, if I ain't too forward, I'd like to have a...
Looks like I made myself more of an outlaw than I figured on by trying to help the Joneses. Charged with everything the law ain't solved. That means hanging when I'm caught. Well, before I clear out, I'm going to settle a feud for poor Lige Longworth. Oh, steady there, girl, steady. Me and you are going traveling as soon as I can get my red wig and other things together.
Tonto, badly wounded, was held a prisoner in Fargo's jail. The office of the sheriff occupied a room in the same building. As our scene opens, it is evening, and Sheriff Barton is discussing Tonto with one of his deputies.
Soon as he's able to speak, we'll question him.
There ain't much chance he'll talk, though.
Maybe not. But the Red and that masked man will be afraid he'll talk and tell all he knows. They'll figure on coming here to get him out. Then we'll have him.
Got plenty guards around the jail?
Yep, and they'll be kept there with orders to shoot on sight.
I'd like to know just who the Red is.
Me, too. There's been a plenty of crime around here. We'll blame the whole works on him till we get proof otherwise.
He'll hang.
Sure as shooting. I'll shoot.
Gambler Darwin's dead.
Abe Darwin?
That's right.
Lige Longworth get him?
No, I just come from Lige's place. Darwin wasn't at the cafe tonight.
I had a hunch and went to his house, and there he was, stretched on the floor.
Shot?
No. Reckon he was killed some other way. And we found out who the Red is.
Leaping catfish.
Who?
Dave Tuttle.
How do you know?
He was there. We caught him red-handed, wearing a wig. We chased him when he ran, and the wig come off. We seen who it was.
Did you get him?
Where's he now?
Riding north, fast.
You let him get away?
We couldn't stop him. We didn't have horses handy.
Get all the boys together.
What about the Redskin?
He can't leave here.
But the masked man might come for him.
Can't move him if he does. He's too bad hurt. Anyhow, it ain't the masked man we want. It's the Red.
And we'll get him, if you hurry.
Come on.
I'm with you, Barton.
You guards, never mind the jail. Get your horses and follow me. We're chasing down the Red.
Thanks to the Red, I can speak to Tonto now.
Tonto! Oh, you come. Tonto, the Red has drawn the guards away. I'll get you out. Me not move. They think you're a friend of the Red. If they don't get him, they'll hang you. Me not want Red be hunting. You go find Red. Let me try to hold you on a horse. I have your horse with me. You put white feller in pasture. Him wait for Tonto. Tonto stay here. You find Red. Finding him, Tonto, will prove you innocent of anything he's done. That only way.
I'll get the extra gun. Just wait 1 second, boys.
You go.
The masked man.
I'm there. I'm going
out. Kurt, it's the masked man.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked rider was mistaken for a mysterious character blamed for a score of crimes. Tonto was wounded and thrown in prison, charged with being the Red's accomplice. However, Dave Tuttle was revealed as the mysterious outlaw when he was discovered standing beside the dead body of Abe Darwin, the gambler. Dave made his escape, and the next morning, tired lawmen gathered in the sheriff's office after an all-night hunt.
Blasted coyote. He sure rode in just the right place to hide all tracks.
We ain't a chance of finding him now.
And Abe done for by him.
Curious thing about that, Sheriff.
Yeah?
I mean, how'd the Red do it?
Dunno. Ain't had time to find out.
Wasn't no knife or gun used.
Maybe poison.
Didn't seem so. Besides, Dave Tuttle wouldn't have poison handy. Wouldn't be able to make Abe take it if he did have it.
The thing to do is to find Dave Tuttle. Good thing we got that Injun here.
You think he's in cahoots with him?
Sure he is. Wasn't he a friend of that masked man?
Yeah, he was.
All right, then. Didn't the masked man light out in the same direction as Dave Tuttle the Red?
Yes, that settles it, then.
I bet 2 bits the Redskin won't tell what he knows, though.
Well, they're hard to make talk.
You just can't make him talk.
We'll make him talk somehow. Soon as his wound is better.
Sheriff.
Oh, morning, Longworth.
Well, lad.
Morning, boys. Look here, Sheriff. I heard what had happened. Dave Tuttle's run away.
Yeah, but we'll get him.
Does the critter owe you board money, lad?
No, that ain't what I'm here for. Me and Marthy know him better than most folks in town.
Well?
We can't believe he's as bad as been said.
He's the Red.
Yeah, I know, Sheriff. But even so, I can't believe he's bad.
He robbed Banker Sims.
He helped poor Jones by doing it.
He killed Abe Darwin.
If he did, which same I question, He the same as saved my life by doing it.
You think he didn't murder the gambler?
I need more than just seeing him there to prove it to me.
Well, there's other things to charge against him. Lige, maybe you like the kid as Dave Tuttle, but as the Red, he's coming back to Fargo to swing.
The search for Dave Tuttle went on, but only the Lone Ranger found the trail of the outlaw. The masked man realized that nothing could free Tonto but the capture of the Red. And so, urging his great horse Silver onward, he followed the outlaw.
It's hard following this trail, Silver, old boy, but we're still after the Red. If Tonto were with us, we could make much better time, but he isn't. He may never be with us again if we don't take the Red back to Fargo.
The Lone Ranger followed the faint trail left by David Tuttle. Throughout the whole of the day and far into the night, he paused for a few brief hours of rest, then continued on his way with the first dim light of dawn. The trail led him through rocky hills whose sides were covered with treacherous shale. But still the masked man pressed on.
Once we're down in the valley beyond this hill, Silver, we'll find it much easier. Come on, fellow. That's it. Tonto's counting on us.
The masked man's trail led him toward the crest of a hill, higher than the others. He didn't know that just beyond, Dave Tuttle had prepared a trap. We see Dave with his friend Buck.
It's a good thing I got the start I did, Buck.
Yeah, you wouldn't have had a chance if you hadn't got to my place and told me about the fellow that hung to your trail.
That's enough shoveling, don't you think so?
Sure. When that powder blows, it'll start a nice rock slide that no man can escape from.
I hate like thunder to do it, Buck.
Well, you'd hate like thunder to swing for things you ain't done, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I reckon so.
All you done was to steal $500 from a coyote that didn't need it and give it to pay off that mortgage for Jones.
I swear, Buck, that's all I ever done that was against the law. And I'll bet the Lone Ranger would have done the same thing.
Who?
The Lone Ranger.
What do you know about him?
I've heard a plenty about what he's done.
Never stole, did he?
Well, I guess not, but he'd have found another way to help Jones out. I couldn't find no other way, so I done the best I could.
Then the law chalked every crime they had in town against you.
Yeah.
And spotted you when you went to kill Abe Darwin.
But I didn't go there for that.
No?
I went there to have a talk with the rat. Poor Longworth was afraid of his life. I thought if I called him the gambler that shot Lige, I'd throw such a scare into him, he wouldn't bother Lige no more.
Mm-hmm.
When I got to the house, Abe was there on the floor, just like I told you.
Dead.
It didn't take but a glance to see that.
And a glance was all that you had time for.
Yeah. Lawman busted in on me, and I had to run for my life.
Making you look as guilty as sin.
I know.
Well, you're into your neck now. You got a dozen murders charged to you, as well as thieving, rustling, and a dozen other things. You may as well save your life by setting off this blast.
I ain't no choice.
It won't be you gets that lawman that's after you. It'll be the blast.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it. It's the only way.
Sure. You just light a fuse, and if he happens along when the blast goes, it's his own fault. Who is it that's followed your trail?
I don't know.
Sheriff?
Didn't look like him.
One of the deputies?
Well, I couldn't tell who it was, Buck. He was too far off, but he stuck right on the trail. I know that.
Coming close, too. I hear his horse.
We better get going.
Yeah, light the fuse and we'll travel.
Buck, I can't go through with it.
Why, you blame fool?
I can't do it. I can't light the fuse to take a man's life. Not even to save my own.
Then I'll light it for you. I ain't gonna see you fall into the hands of the law.
But look here, Buck. Let me try and outright him.
You've been trying to do that for 2 days.
Then I'll face him.
No, you don't. I buried that powder and I aim to see you get rid of the man that's followed you.
It don't matter to you.
I'm a lightener.
But wait.
He's just beyond the ridge. He'll be here in a second now. There she goes. Run.
No, let me put it out. It don't matter to you.
Come on. Run or you'll get catch the blast. It's here. It's coming down. Look up the blast.
Nearly to the top, Silver. And we'll be heading into the valley. Come on, boy. That's it, old fellow. There we are. Now it's downhill. And Silver, that looks like our man down there. Come on, Sil!
A terrific blast shook the ground just ahead of Silver and the Lone Ranger. The loosened rock began to tumble down the side of the hill. Silver was carried with him, his hoofs pawing frantically in space, while the Lone Ranger freed himself from the saddle. Dave Tuttle, watching the scene from a safe distance, expected to witness the masked man's death at any moment. But when the slide had settled,
He heard Buck shout.
The doggone blast didn't get him right. He stopped his horse on top of the hill.
There's a horse down at the foot of the hill, and Buck, the man is trapped there. See?
Yeah, he's in sand and shale up to his armpits.
He's trying to get out.
Yeah, go and finish him. I'll catch that horse so it won't head back to Fargo.
Hey, Silver boy! Come on, fellow!
Yeah, horse is coming to him.
Gosh, Buck, look at that horse. Did you ever see one like it?
Come on, Silver!
Not so fast, mister. You ain't getting out of where you are, savvy?
He's masked.
Yeah, so he is.
Are you the man I've been trailing?
I am.
You were the Red.
Who are you wearing a mask?
Tuttle, I'm taking you back to Fargo.
Oh, no, you ain't.
No?
I'm Dave's friend, savvy. I ain't letting you take him back.
Come on, Silver. Down, boy.
Oh, there. Not so fast, horse.
Look out.
There. There goes you. Yeah. How's that, Dave? The stranger figured on getting his hands on the horse and being hauled out in the sand, but I seen his scheme.
Take it easy, Silver. I was fighting that rope, old boy. Easy. Steady, Silver.
Yeah, I seen your scheme, stranger, and looped that rope around the tree here. If that horse is pawing up, pull that tree up, maybe he can get you out in there.
Look, stranger, I hate to do it, but I can't let you take me back. I ain't the murderer they judged me. I won't go back and hang for what I didn't do.
If you haven't done wrong, you'll not hang. You're charged with murder.
I know I am. I went to talk with Abe Darwin. I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
He was?
Yeah. And as for them other things, I didn't even know about them. The only other thing I'd done was to rob the banker, and, well, I'd done that because it seemed just.
Then go back and let those things be proved.
No, I don't. I'm running his affairs now, stranger. And maybe you're an outlaw your own self.
Why?
That mask. I savvy your scheme. You're the one that's done all the crimes Dave's charged with. But you want Dave to hang for them so there won't be no more hunt for the real criminal. You ain't a lawman, are you?
No.
Of course you ain't. Then why are you so blamed anxious to get Dave?
Because an innocent man is in jail charged with Dave's crime.
Yeah. Seems there's a lot of innocent men in trouble around here.
Only because the real criminal hasn't been found.
The Red, eh?
No, Dave Tuttle is the Red. And I believe you, Dave, when you say you've done only one thing that was wrong.
But the law won't believe me.
Perhaps it will.
Look here, Buck. I'm going to help the man out of here. I can't let him die.
No, you're not. I'm doing for him right now.
Buck, Great guns. It just dawned on me.
Never mind what just dawned on you. We'll finish this man, then take that mask off and see just what his face looks like.
No. He's the one with the horse called Silver. The one I told you about. I savvy now. That Injun that's in jail. His name is Tonto.
Yes, and he's badly wounded.
Dave Tuttle, you...
No, you don't, Buck. I got you covered. You've been my friend, but I swear to heaven I'll shoot you if you make a move to draw a gun on the Lone Ranger.
Why, you double-crossing...
I mean it, Buck.
After all I've done to help you...
I know, but just the same, we're getting that man out. Look here, mister. If I help you get out, will you give me an hour's start? Just 1 hour before you take up the trail again?
I won't promise that, Dave. If it were simply to take you to Fargo for trial, I would. But that's not the case. Tonto's wounded. The lawman will try and make him tell things that he doesn't know. The only way to help him is to take you back. And that's what I'm going to do unless you kill me.
You hear that? He won't even give you an hour's start. Now put down your gun and I'll finish things up.
But if I go back, I'll hang.
When you're back, Dave, I'll be on your side. To try and prove you're not all the law claims you are.
But
You'll hang just the same, Dave. Don't you see it?
Well,
Jones will be on your side. You helped him.
Banker Sims will spend his last dime to hang you.
Longworth will be on your side.
He ain't a chance of getting free.
And the Lone Ranger will be on my side. I'm going back.
Over my dead body. You lower that gun to help the masked man and I'll drill you. I won't see you go back and hang.
Don't lower your gun.
I don't think he's got the nerve to drill me.
Yes, he has. He's ready to shoot to kill. Keep him coming, Dave.
But I can't help you unless I...
Yes, lower that gun.
There's a knife in the saddlebag. Cut the rope that holds my horse.
Curse you, I'll make you sorry.
1 second, I'll do that. Can the horse pull you out?
I'm sure of it.
Here's the knife.
Cut that rope.
I'll get you if it takes until my dying day.
There. The rope's cut.
Come on, Silver. Down. Down, boy. Let me get a grip on you.
Can you make it?
Yes. Now, up, Silver. Up, boy. There. Come on, boy. That's it. Now I'll use my own gun. Put yours on the ground, Dave, and take Buck's gun and put it with yours.
I'm obeying orders, mister. I'm your prisoner.
You just wait. All I do to help you, and this is how you show your appreciation. Well, go on back. Go on back and hang.
I'm going back, Buck, but I ain't figuring on hanging. The Lone Ranger is on my side.
The story of Dave Tuttle, known in Fargo as the Red, will reach a startling climax. Be sure and listen to the second part of his amazing adventure with the Lone Ranger in the next exciting chapter.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're riding for the Red. Stretch out. Hi-yo, Silver.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Silver-shod hoofs racing down the trails of yesteryear, carrying the famous Lone Ranger into thrilling new adventures. People of 7 states have seen him ride into daring action in the cause of justice. Stories of his many heroic deeds have come down through the years to be told once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Donna's waiting for us! We must get there in time! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A mysterious band of outlaws terrorized the southwest of the United States. They burned homes, stole cattle, and murdered ranchers. The law was helpless to stop this, for they never left a trail behind that anyone could follow. As our story opens, we find the Lone Ranger and his loyal Indian friend Tonto racing toward the flaming buildings of the Box X Ranch.
Get him up, boy. It looks like more work of the raiders, Tonto. That's right. Come on, Silver. We might get there in time to find the clue. No man left alive there. I'm afraid not. Come on, Silver. This is the third time we've seen this sort of thing. Possibly this time the gang may have made some mistake. Go, Silver. Go, boy. Oh, there. Steady. There's hardly any use to look, but perhaps there's someone here that can be helped. Tonto, there's a man still living. I need help. Steady. We're here to help you. See how badly he's hurt, Tonto.
My head feels like it's most cracked open.
Him got big bump on head. Not hurt bad.
They hit me with a rifle, but I still can't see so good, mister.
Take it easy.
I thought I heard someone groaning a while back. Maybe someone else has survived the raid.
Look around, Tonto.
Me do.
There it is again. Help him, stranger.
Here, other color light.
Who is it?
Is that you, Sheriff Burns? I thought them devils had killed everyone.
That sounds like Tom. If only my head had clear.
It's me, all right.
You hurt bad, Tom?
They got me in the shoulder, but it ain't so bad.
You'll be all right soon.
My eyes is better now. Get around the light there so as we can see you, stranger. I reckon we ain't done for.
Lie still. You've had a tough time of it.
A masked man.
Part of the outlaw gang.
And an Injun.
We aren't outlaws. We saw the fire and came to help. Is this your ranch?
It's Tom Halstead's. Or at least it was.
Ain't nothing left now.
That's Tom, you see. I'm the sheriff.
I see your badge.
The name is Burns. Now, if you really aim to help, you can find a way to get us into town.
We'll get you to town, all right, Sheriff. Have you any idea who the raiders are?
No, we couldn't see none of them.
This isn't the first raid by that same gang. They've struck at half a dozen ranches east of here.
They have?
Why ain't we heard about it?
They never leave survivors. The news travels slowly in this country in spite of the railroad.
Then we're lucky to be living. What else do you know about them?
They attack at regular intervals, and no one has found their trail.
Is that so?
3 weeks ago, the same men attacked 40 miles to the east. 3 weeks before that, they made another attack. And just 3 weeks before that, another.
Land's sake.
And no trace of the cattle can be found.
Never a trace? How do they hide it?
I don't know, but I have an idea, Sheriff. Is your head better now?
Yeah, it's aching, but I'll be all right.
Well enough to ride in the morning?
Where to?
To trail the outlaws. If my idea's right, I want you along when I prove it.
Mask or no mask, stranger, I'm with you.
And you can count on me, too.
You can't travel with that shoulder, Tom. Take it easy for a few days.
Where? Them embers is what's left of my house.
You come to town and stay at my place, Tom.
We'll take you there as soon as Tonto finishes the bandaging.
The Lone Ranger proved himself willing to help the sheriff. He and Tonto took the lawman and Tom Halstead back to town. But before the masked man left, he had won the sheriff's full confidence. The following day, the ranger and his Indian friends spent several hours studying the ruins of the Box X ranch while waiting for the sheriff.
That's Sheriff Burns coming now, Tonto.
Him right on time.
Tonto, I'm sure that our idea is right, but it may be hard to prove.
Whoa there. Whoa. Here I am, mister. Right on time. What's this idea of yours?
I'll tell you later. Tonto and I have already found a trail that might be that of the outlaws.
Found it? How'd you do that?
My friend is no equal in reading trails.
I've heard that sometimes Injuns are uncanny that way. You riding that trail?
We've just been waiting for you.
Well, I'm here. Let's travel.
Yep. Come on, Silver.
You're right about that Injun part of yours. He's better than bloodhounds when it comes to following the trail. And that ain't all.
No?
He fixed Tom Halstead so his town will be as good as new in another day or so. Tom was raring to go this morning. Would have, too, if I hadn't kept him in bed kind of forcible.
I'm glad of that.
His shoulder will be completely healed in a short time.
Sure it will.
Then he'll be able to help us in the attack on the outlaw gang.
Attack? Gosh, you ain't figuring on attacking them critters, are you?
Why not?
Why, we can't get enough men together to go get them.
We'll worry about that when we've located them, Sheriff Burns.
You seem to know what you're doing. Leastwise, I hope you do.
Oh, heck, fella.
Why have you stopped, Tonto?
This where trail ends.
At the railroad tracks, huh?
Good. Good? I don't see what's good about it. Ain't nothing here but them railroad tracks for as far as a man can see.
And those tracks, Sheriff Burns, tell the entire story.
Eh?
Tonto, are you absolutely certain the trail of the cattle stops at the railroad tracks?
That's right.
If the trail did go beyond here, we could follow the cattle a darn sight easier. Up to here, there's so many hoof marks that they're all mixed up.
That's just why those outlaws have been so secure.
I don't savvy.
Get off your horse, Burns. Let me show you something.
All right.
This flat rock will do to draw on. I'll use this sharp stone to scratch lines. Here. This is the railroad track along here.
Yeah?
Now, over here is the Circle K Ranch. That was the first one to be raided by the outlaws. It's right near the tracks, you see.
Yeah, I didn't know they'd been raided, though.
All the men were wiped out. The buildings burned and the cattle stolen. Now, coming along toward the west, we find the next ranch.
Yeah?
That was raided in the same way, just 3 weeks after the Circle K tragedy. The next ranch was west, and the next one west again. And so on till we come to the Box X.
Tom Halstead's place.
That brings us right here, where once again the cattle trail ends at the boundary of the ranch.
Same thing happened in the other cases?
Yes, and that proves that a railroad train was here to carry the stolen cattle to some market in the east.
So that's how the polecats moved the Longhorns.
It is.
Then that means that the next attack should be about due when the next train heads east.
Exactly.
And it means it should come at Bart Cummins' ranch. That's the next place to the west.
I'm sure of it, Sheriff.
Shucks, what's the use of being sure? There ain't a chance of getting men enough to fight them outlaws. They got an army of men lined up. All 2-gun men and well mounted.
And suppose you just do nothing and let the outlaws take over the state.
What?
That's what you're suggesting.
I'm darned if I am. I'm asking you for orders. Just tell me where we'll get the men to fight and then watch my gun smoke.
The outlaw band had their hideout miles beyond the railroad tracks where the Lone Ranger had talked to the sheriff. Their camp was well hidden, their trail always covered, and they felt absolutely secure.
Riding for a ways on the choo-choo train is the slickest stunt I ever heard of.
It throws everyone off the trail, including bloodhounds.
Squinty, when's Boss Lacey due back?
Mister, take my advice and don't ask no questions.
Tain't good sense to ask things about Boss Lacey. He don't like it.
Well, I was just wondering.
Don't wonder, savvy?
I savvy.
Horse, coming! What? Where's Lacey now? I can tell he's riding a mile off.
Reckon he's got the dope on our next job.
Maybe so.
I wonder what it'll be.
I told you not to get too curious. The boss will tell us what we need to know.
Gosh, he looks so powerful mad about something.
He is mad.
Hey, you. Take care of my horse. I got something to say to all you hombres, and I ain't going to waste words. I just found out that after the raid on the Box X, 2 men were left alive.
But, boss...
2 men! Maybe they seen us. Maybe they can tell what we looked like and how we talked. Maybe lead a posse after us.
You mean there's a posse on our trail now?
Did I say so?
No,
Then shut up. Steve, you were supposed to see that everyone was took care of proper.
Yeah, but
How'd you come to miss out on Tom Halstead and the sheriff?
I could have swore they was dead, along with the waddies.
No, they ain't.
Did they tell anything about us, boss?
No. They don't know anything more about us now than they did before the raid. But that ain't no excuse for you hombres. This is the last warning. From now on, if any of you fall down on your job, you get what we give the others. We've gone through all our plans on the next job, the Cummins Ranch.
Using the train again?
Didn't I say so? As soon as the train's in here, we move in on the ranch.
Handle it same as last time, boss?
Yeah, except for leaving survivors. We won't need to change our plans none. Squint, you and your boys take care of driving the cattle to the train.
Yeah?
Steve, I'm leaving you the job of cleaning out the waddies. And don't miss up again.
I won't.
Reed, you set fire to all the buildings.
Si, senor.
Some of our own men are working on the ranch. When we make our attack, They'll work from the inside, and we'll work from the outside.
That's a plenty slick scheme, boss.
Now, pass the time as you want, but stay in camp. When the train comes, we start.
All right.
Squint.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Listen, fella. Will you tell me just one thing?
More questions?
Yeah. My curiosity's getting the best of me. I'm hankering to find out how the boss works this here railroad business.
Well, I suppose ain't no harm telling you that.
Can't see as there would be.
You see, it's this way. Lacey has a regular business worked out. He's got an office in Kentonville. That's on the railroad.
Yeah, I know the town.
A man there handles the selling to a cattle outfit in the east. They buy the cattle. When the man at Kentonville makes a sale, he arranges for the railroad to pick the cattle up at a certain ranch.
The ranch we attack, eh?
That's right.
But don't the firm that does the buying know it's stole?
No, the brands are fixed up and changed around.
What about the men on the railroad?
Well, they ain't but two, and they're both in the engine.
Don't they know they're loading stolen cattle?
They shut their eyes to things for what Boss Lacey pays them. He always uses the same men. That's why he has to wait for that particular train. He's even got a man on his payroll in the telegraph office to make dead sure the right men run the choo-choo train.
Gosh, there just ain't no chance to bust up an organization as big as ours, eh?
Not a chance in the world. I tell you, Pard, you're with a smart man when you're with Lacey. Just watch how he takes the Cummins range. It'll be a sight to see. Look out. Here he comes.
Now, you new men. Everyone in this here outfit is a fast shooter. If you wasn't, you wouldn't be in this gang.
That's so.
I'm building this gang into the strongest one the West ever knew. You all know what I want from you, and Squint will see that you obey orders. Now we've got our plans made to clean up the Cummins ranch. Bart Cummins has one of the finest herds of cattle in the state, and I can get top prices for it. Now listen careful, and I'll tell you what we're going to do.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of our drama, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rescued the sheriff and Tom Halstead from the burned ruins of Box X Ranch House after a raid by a mysterious band of outlaws. No one in the territory had been able to understand how the gang made away with the cattle they stole without leaving a trail. But the Lone Ranger discovered that the rustlers used the railroad and stole only from ranches bordering the tracks. Our scene opens in the ranch house of Bart Cummings, miles west of the Box X. Bart is speaking to his wife.
Oh, gosh, Linda, I'm tired.
You have a hard day, Bart?
Yeah. Seems like when one thing goes wrong, everything else has to bust loose at the same time.
What's wrong?
I don't know exactly what's wrong. Nothing to put your finger on, but the hands is all excited about raiding and snoopers.
What do you mean, Bart?
Well, I told you what we heard about the raids east of here.
The Box X?
Yeah, but I reckon I better not say no more. No use borrowing trouble.
Bart Cummins, you tell me what it's all about.
Now, Lindy.
You ain't worried none about them raiders, are you?
Yes, I am. Yesterday, the boys seen a couple of hombres sneaking around and spying on the cattle.
Bart, you mean...
I mean I'm powerful afraid we're in for trouble.
But we have plenty of hands to fight.
You mean we had?
What?
I didn't tell you before, Linda, but Some of the boys deserted a couple of days ago, soon as they heard this here raiding talk.
Oh.
I had to have hands, so I hired whoever come along. And I don't know how far they can be trusted.
Maybe you hired some of the outlaws.
That's what I've been thinking. I don't like the looks of the new men, but I can't run a ranch without help.
It'd be a slick outlaw trick to have men right on the ranch they plan to clean out.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Lindy, I don't like the looks of things. I got a mind to pack you off to town to live with your aunt till them raiders are caught.
No, Bart. I'm staying right here as long as we have this ranch.
Well, if there's anything to this raiding business, you won't be safe here.
Neither would you. Ain't it so, Bart?
Yeah, but...
Then I'm staying. If there's any danger, you're not facing it alone, Bart, coming.
Oh, gosh, Lindy, What is it?
What's that?
Anything wrong?
Plenty. We caught this here masked hombre down by the bunkhouse.
Bart.
An outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
If you ain't, why are you wearing a mask and a brace of 6 guns? What's the idea of snooping around my ranch?
I came here to speak to you.
Came here? Looks to me like you was fetched.
Several ranches east of here have been raided and men killed.
Yeah, I know.
Your ranch will be next.
Why,
you see, boss, he is one of them. He's making threats
I
to...
came here to warn you so that you could prepare for them.
You mean you came here to spy on us? If my men hadn't caught you, you'd be back with your outlaw pards by now, telling them the whole layout of this ranch.
No matter what you think, your ranch is in danger.
Boss, should we take his guns? He said he'd come along peaceable if we let his guns and that mask alone.
Good idea. Hand over them guns, mister.
I'll take them.
I got the drop on you, and I aim to find out just who you are.
Stand back.
What?
Oh.
Don't make a move, any of you.
Did you see that draw?
Faster and greased like
I
that.
warned you. Guard yourself against the outlaws.
Wait.
Stand where you are.
Get him! Open that door!
Get after him! Shoot him down!
Don't let him get away! No use going after him.
That horse he's riding goes like chain lightning. Ain't no use to even fire after him.
Maybe he was honest, Bart.
You heard him threaten us?
Maybe he wasn't threatening.
Huh?
What he said could have been a warning as well as a threat.
No one has to draw as fast as that unless he's an outlaw.
There's one man has.
Yeah?
A man that rides a white horse, Bart. A horse called Silver.
Silver?
That's what he called his horse.
I know it.
Then great guns? He must have been the Lone Ranger.
I've heard of him.
If that was the Lone Ranger, then what he said was true.
But what can we do, boss?
First, we set out a double watch. All old hands that we can trust.
But we ain't got enough men.
Oh, we got enough men if we work all day and night. We take 3 hours sleep in 24.
What else?
Watch sharp and be ready to fight to the finish. That's all we can do.
Our scene changes to the town of Osage. Tom Halstead has been asking the sheriff a number of questions, which the lawman has refused to answer directly.
I ain't saying nothing about my plans, Tom, in case they don't work out. How's your wound?
I told you before, Sheriff, it's all right. I'm as good as new thanks to that Injun. Where is he anyhow?
I don't know.
Well, ain't there anything you can tell me? For days now, we've been waiting here. Just waiting, that's all. Cleaning guns, keeping horses saddled and ready to ride. What are we waiting for?
Can't tell yet, Tom.
How long will it be before you can tell?
When's the next train due?
How in thunderation do I know? Last train meant the wiping out of my ranch. If I never see another, it'll be too soon for me.
I reckon you'll see more trains, Tom. Maybe the next one will be as much good luck as the last one was bad luck.
Are you sure the cattle thieves use the railroad?
Ain't sure of nothing. I'm just waiting, Tom. That's all. Just waiting.
Sheriff.
He's come.
Tonto. You ready to ride?
Is it time to ride, Tonto? Tell me, is it time to ride?
Time here.
Then come on, Tom. That's what we're waiting for.
At last.
That's what we kept the horses saddled for. Follow me. Lead the way, Tonto.
Get men in town.
I talked to every man in town separately, and they're all ready. Come, ride to the cafe. Tell the boys here it's time to ride. Tell them the Lone Ranger needs them.
The Lone Ranger?
I'll signal with my gun. Come on, boys. Come on, get riding. The Lone Ranger needs you. Get up there. Get up.
Working quietly, Sheriff Burns had enlisted every available man in Osage. At his command, they mounted their horses and rode after him. At each ranch they passed on their way, even the smallest, the sheriff shouted to the men they saw,
"Come on, turn out! Turn out! The time's at hand! Get your horses and follow us! Get up there!"
As the hard-riding posse thundered on between Osage and Bart Cummings' ranch, their numbers increased. They passed through the sleepy town of Meredith, and once again the voice of Sheriff Burns brought men to join them.
Turn out! Turn out, boys! Get your guns and horses! Come along with us! The Lone Ranger needs you!
The sheriff and his hard-riding men raced along, increasing their number as they went. The outlaws prepared their attack. It was some time later when the train they'd been expecting slowed down to a stop near the Cummings ranch. It was the signal for the gang to start their raid.
Remember what you're to do, boys, and don't miss out. There's a train all ready for us to load the cattle over.
You sure your own men are in the engine, boys?
Yeah, they'll be there all right. Train wouldn't have stopped if they hadn't. Head for the house first of all. Get Cummins himself, then his family, then the cowman. Last of all, the cattle. And don't leave no survivors.
While the outlaws charged toward the house, Bart Cummings and 4 of his men drew their guns and stood ready. They knew their cause was hopeless, but they were prepared to make a desperate effort to defend themselves. We hear Bart as he cautions his wife.
Lindy, you keep down beneath the windowsill.
I will. And as fast as your guns are emptied, pass them to me. I'll load.
Oh, there they come. The train's already stopped at the track.
The train that'll carry your cows away.
They won't none of us see it. But take all of them you can, boys, before you go down.
How close are they now, Bart?
Not far. The moon makes things as bright as day. Lindy, take this 6-gun. I don't know if they'll try to capture you, but don't let them. Save 1 bullet, just in case.
I understand.
They're starting.
All right, boys. Pour lead into them.
Yeah? They got more men aboard the train. Look, them cattle cars are pouring scores of men out. And horses.
How many they got in the gang? Silver! Did you hear that?
That's the same man we captured here. Great guns. The men on the train are fighting the others.
It can't be true.
It is. Look.
Bart, the miracle has come.
We don't need to fight. Look at them others riding down the field.
Let's fight anyhow. Come on. Instead of waiting, we'll attack.
The outlaws were taken completely by surprise at the appearance of the sheriff and his men. The posse leaped from the cars and closed in on the gang. Lacey was shot in the fighting, and a score more of the outlaws went down before the posse's blazing guns. The remaining outlaws soon threw down their guns and surrendered.
Don't shoot. Let me surrender. Let us all surrender. We'll face trial.
You'll face trial, all right.
Yeah, and you'll tell all you know about this scheme. It was Lacey's gang. Now he's dead. He had everything lined up.
Where's my cattle? I'm Tom Halstead.
Your cows are sold, but give me a chance and I'll help you get the cash.
The engineer of that train was in the gang, wasn't he?
Yeah, him and the fireman.
I thought so. I had to rope them. They wouldn't help smash the gang by stopping the train and take the sheriff and his posse aboard.
Stranger, I thought when you was here the last time you was making a threat. But then I found out what they call you.
Come, Tonto. Sheriff Burns will take charge. Come on, Silver.
Ah, that's him all right. Wallace rides away without thanks.
And Cummins, on top of everything else, he smashed the worst gang this country's ever knowed. Who is he? Don't know what right you got asking questions, but he's the Lone Ranger. Gosh, no wonder Lacey's gang was beat.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We have a reward to deliver. We'll make a poor man happy. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. As cowboys gather round their campfires, they still tell stories of the most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains. The masked rider of justice whose deeds have been handed down through the years by the people of 7 western states. A thrilling adventure lies ahead as the Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We have to beat Bert tonight, and we've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Jake Caldwell and Lem Purdy had fought hard and worked hard throughout their years together. They had seen stampedes and dusty drives over long trails. They'd known good times and bad. They'd quarreled, and each, on more than one occasion, had saved the other's life. But they'd never been parted, and as they grew old, they lived in a small two-room shack some distance from town, their lifetime savings hidden in their home. It is night as our story opens. Jake, disturbed by a noise, excitedly awakens his partner.
Lem, wake up. Come on.
Stop shaking me.
Wake up, Ratchy, and keep quiet.
Oh, what's the matter? Tain't morning, is it? Tain't even light outside.
I know it ain't, but wake up. I heard the door of the house squeaking.
Oh, wind blowing it like as not.
Wind nothing. Ain't a breath of air stirring. What's more, I barred that door myself before I come to bed.
Jake, did you say someone was in the house?
That Ratchy, get the sleep rubbed out in your eyes and get your shooting iron.
I'm awake now. Let go me. I'm wide awake.
Someone's in this here house, Lem. Someone's after our money.
Well, then let's get going.
Now stand ready. Get your gun steady and I'll open the door sudden.
I'm ready.
Call on him to stand still. If he don't, you just open fire.
You sure there's someone there?
I don't know. If they ain't, it's all right. Here goes now.
Stand where you are.
There he is.
He's shooting.
Shoot back. Oh, he's getting out.
Take a shot. I'm winged.
There he goes.
Shoot him, Jake. Shoot him.
Missed. Blast the dark. I missed him.
Get a lamp going. See if he's got our cash.
How bad you hurt, Lem?
Never mind me. I'm just winged. Get after that critter.
How can I?
Get a light. See if our cash is gone.
Set yourself down and take it easy till I get this lamp lit. I got to see how bad you hurt. That's the first thing.
Our cash.
Your cash won't be no good to you if you're dead. Maybe that wound's bad.
What ain't bad?
I'll have a light in a jiffy now. There we are.
See about the money. If we lose that cash, we're clean. Every dime we had in the world was in the box.
Look, the box is gone.
Oh, he got it, Jake. He's cleaned us out. It's the same skunk we've been hearing about.
Robbed, flat broke.
The dirty ornery polecat, the snake, the
Let me see that wound.
Oh, but we'll get him. He can't get away. I was ready for him.
Stop your noise and let me see your arm.
The heck with my arm. Take a look outside the door. I fixed it so's the critter wouldn't rob us.
Lem, don't excite yourself now.
I ain't. I tell you, Jake, I trapped him. I figured he'd come to rob us sooner or later.
Sure thing, Lem. I know all about it.
You think I'm loco?
Well, sometimes a wound gives a man a fever. You don't know what he's saying. Now, just you wait till I get water heated up
Let me look outside the door.
Lem, won't you sit still?
I had reasons for not wanting you to use the front door, Jake. I've been wondering how long it'd be before the sneaking thief come to get our cash. Come here.
All right, Lem. I'll humor you.
Just fetch the lamp and take a look. A man couldn't come in the front door without walking on the porch.
Nope, I reckon not.
Now, fetch the lamp.
I'm fetching it. Here it is.
Come on.
That wound of yours
Yeah,
needs
mind
taking.
that wound. Look here. Look. A couple of days ago, you thought I was loco, didn't you?
It didn't make sense. You claiming you wanted to feed the birds and throwing flour in the porch for 'em.
You thought I was loco.
Well,
so I
I
was
thought...
trying to feed flour to the birds. Well, all I wanted was to spread flour on the porch. Now, look.
Why, doggone!
A footprint. A clear one and a good one.
Darned if it ain't.
There's the mark of the sneak thief. Jake, these rewards for him.
Yeah.
He's been working all around here.
Rob someone most every night.
Yep, and takes care not to leave tracks. Well, there's his track.
Sure enough he is.
And that track will hang the skunk. I told the sheriff what I'd done. Now, all we gotta do is to get him here, let him find the boot that matches that mark.
That won't be hard, Lem.
Well, why won't it?
Look at the size of them boots. There ain't but 3 men in the whole blame town wears boots that big.
And it's patched. You see?
Yes, sir.
Jake, we're going to get our money back and get that reward and all the honor of getting the thief on top of it.
Lem, I thought at first that you was touched in the head.
I knew it.
And then I thought you was a little feverish. And then I thought for sure you was loco. But I take it all back. You're smart.
Early the next morning, the two excited old men reported the robbery to the sheriff. They also told him of the footprint, and the lawman returned to their shack to make an investigation.
It's about the clearest footprint I've ever seen.
And we seen it last night, Sheriff. And then we put a box over so it wouldn't blow away.
You can trace the crook by it, can't you, Sheriff?
Now, let me see.
Many men wears that size boot, is they?
2, maybe 3.
That's what I figured.
There's one of them wouldn't stop at robbing you.
Who?
Big Wally Burke.
Wally Burke. Aye, turn, that sounds like the man. He never was good for much, was he?
Drunk half the time and sleeping most of the rest. His wife's most crazy trying to make something of him.
Then he's the one.
He keeps telling it around that he's going to come into some money someday.
Yeah, well, he's come into it. But by darn, he won't keep it for long.
Lem, last week when you told me about the scheme you had in mind, I thought you was loco.
Me too.
Well, it wasn't as things has proved.
You give me the clue that'll make it so as I can get that sneak thief that's been working around here and jail him.
He wounded me.
Well, maybe we can hang him for that. It wasn't his fault that you wasn't killed. He shot to kill.
You gonna call on Burke now?
I sure as thunder am. And when I do, I'll take a look at his boots. And if they got a patch that matches this, we got the goods on him.
Our scene changes to the home of Wally Burke. Wally was a typical character to be found in almost any small town. He was big but lazy, good-natured but shiftless. He was honest but not clever. He seldom possessed anything more than small sums of cash. And it was with surprise that his wife watched him as he counted a large pile of money.
I still can't believe it, Wally. All that money. Ours.
Yep.
Honest?
It's as honest as any cash that's circulated out here, Mary.
But where'd it come from?
I told you, Mary, that someday it'd come to me. It's reward money.
For what?
Well, I can't tell much without sort of boosting.
What you ever do that got a reward?
Helped to catch 5 killers over Peacock's way. They was masked men that done most of the work, but he promised me that I'd get the reward.
And he gave it to you?
Yep. Last night when I rid out. I guess I kind of sneaked out the house on you. But I've been going out to Flat Rock every night, hoping sometime this man would be there with the cash. Last night he was there.
No, Wally. Now, if you'd only straighten up and stop drinking and do something worthwhile.
I'm a-going to, Mary. I promise you that. I'm a changed man. Now I'm a man of affairs.
If only you'd prove that by your actions.
I'm going to put this cash in the bank.
If we've seen the last of the hard days, I'd be the happiest woman in the world.
See who's there, will you, honey? And fetch my boots when you come back from by the door.
I will.
I'll put the cash away till I go to the bank.
Howdy, Mary.
Sheriff.
I want to speak to Wally.
Come on in.
Howdy, Sheriff. Come on in. Well, there's Lem and Jake. Hey, you two old galoots. How in tarnation are you?
Not as bad as might be.
Where's that cash from?
Take a look, Sheriff. My luck's changed.
Yeah, changed for the worse.
What's the matter?
That's our cash.
Yours?
Looks like we got you with the goods, Burke.
Huh? Why now, Sheriff? See
Left
here.
our place last night, didn't you?
Stole our cash.
Shot at Lem.
Now, gents, I don't know what
Wally, is that the truth?
Why, no.
Was this critter out of the house last night, Mary?
Yes, he's been out most every night.
Now, look here.
So you're the critter that robbed Lem and Jake, eh?
I never done no such a
Where'd
thing.
that cash come from?
Why, it's reward money. I got it for something I did in Pecos.
When?
I got the cash last night.
That's likely.
How long since Pecos been paying reward cash in the middle of the night?
Well, it wasn't paid direct by Pecos. A man fetched it to me.
What's his name?
I don't know that.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Where's he now?
I don't know nothing about him. He was masked.
If that don't beat all.
Expect that sort of story will be believed.
Hold on, boys. Let me handle this.
Oh, Wally, you can't fib your way out of it. Why don't you tell the truth about it?
I ain't fibbing, Mary. I'm a-trying to tell the truth.
Wally, you didn't need to go to Lemon Jake's place to meet this masked hombre that you didn't know nothing about, did you?
I wasn't nowheres near Jake's place.
Then tell me how your boot made a print on his front porch.
Huh?
Lem had flour spread there. He set it as a trap, and it worked. This boot fits that mark on the porch.
Gosh, I don't see how that could be. I didn't wear them boots, and I wasn't near the porch. I snuck out of the house last night so Mary couldn't stop me. I was wearing these moccasin slippers I got on right now.
You thief.
I wasn't even near the house. I got this money honest from the masked man.
Ain't no use trying to brazen it out, Wally. They got you.
We'll take our cash back if you don't mind, Sheriff.
Take it. Now then, Burke, you're under arrest.
But, Sheriff, I tell you...
Maybe you can save yourself from hanging by telling where you've hid all the rest of the stuff you stole.
I ain't stole nothing. Mary, you tell him.
I'm sorry, Wally. Much as I'd like to be on your side, I can't believe you're anything but a sneak thief. There's been a lot of talk around here about the sneaking coyote that's robbed everyone. But to think it had to be you. You of all people.
But, Mary...
It's no use, Wally. I'd have stuck by you through almost anything. But stealing like that and shooting at a poor old man like Lem, well, you'll have to take what's coming to you. That's all I can say.
Come on, Burke.
But, gosh, Sheriff, Jake, Lem.
Thief, rat. Come on there.
Boys, let me get these slippers off and get my boots on.
You won't need boots in jail.
Honey, don't you believe what they say. I'm telling you the truth.
Who's that?
Mrs. Burke,
Masked. Who are you?
I'm the masked man who met your husband last night. Didn't he tell you about it?
You?
Yes.
You gave him money that was for a reward?
Yes, why? Where is he?
And he told the truth.
What?
Mister, they took him to jail. He's charged with stealing. He couldn't even make me believe the truth. Whoever you are, in the name of heaven, help poor Wally.
I'll be back.
Hail Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The savings of Jake Caldwell and Lem Purdy were stolen by a thief who entered their shack at night. A footprint left by the thief made them suspect Wally Burke. Wally was discovered by the sheriff in possession of a large sum of money and thrown into prison. But the cash was reward money, given him by the Lone Ranger. When the masked man learned what had happened, he rode to his camp, where he met Tonto.
So after I left Burke's home, Tonto, I inquired around the town and learned all about this sneak thief.
Who, him?
I don't know who the real thief is, Tonto, but I do know it isn't Wally Burke.
You with him last night?
Yes, we were together at the time this prowler went to the home of those two old men. But you and I are the only ones who know that Burke is innocent.
Lawmen not believe you.
No, they have Burke in jail. The curious thing is, his boots do fit the print on Lem's front porch. The thief stole much less from those two than Burke got as his reward. The sheriff naturally supposed that other stolen money was with Lem's and Jake's.
We get Burke free, huh?
We're going to get him free, Kimosabe, but I don't know just how we'll do it.
You sure boot fit print on porch?
The sheriff said it did.
Maybe him wrong.
He might be, but it's hardly likely. However, we'll make sure for ourselves that the print is still there.
Footprint still there?
The sheriff has it covered to make sure the flour doesn't blow away. He plans to use it as evidence at Burke's trial.
What law do to Burke?
As nearly as I can find out, they plan to hang him.
Him not killer?
I know it.
Him not horse thief?
The man who stole Lem's money wounded him. The sheriff claims that the shot was fired with the intention of killing. On the strength of that, they'll try to hang poor Wally Burke.
Him our friend.
We came all the way from Pecos to give him the reward he earned. We're going to do our best to give him the freedom to enjoy that money. Tonto, you stay in town and learn everything you can. Find out all there is to know about the sneak thief. Meanwhile, I'll learn what I can in another way. We'll meet here in 2 days' time and compare notes.
Tonto go to town now.
And I'm going back to Mary Burke's place. I want to hear more about her husband. Come on, Silver.
Come up, white fella.
The sheriff locked Burke in the jail, then made his way to another cell, where Simon Boswell was imprisoned for cattle stealing. The sheriff, not wishing to be overheard, spoke to Boswell in guarded tones.
It's worked slick as silk, Boswell.
Burke's sure to be convicted, ain't he?
Never was anything more sure.
Good.
It's a good thing I was told about that flower on Lem's front porch. It'd give us the chance to leave them footprints there.
Yeah. Prince of the biggest man in the town.
When I saw Wally sneak out of the house last night, I went in and got his boots. His missus was asleep. Say, them boots must have come all the way to your hips. When you wore them, did they?
Well, they were darned inconvenient, but I managed them all right enough. I even walked a little ways from the house to my horse, so as to leave prints on the ground as well as on the porch.
Good. Now, there's one thing that's got me a little worried, Simon.
What's that?
Lem and Jake seen you when you fired, didn't they?
They seen someone was in the room, that's all.
Did they see how undersized you was?
I don't think so. It was dark.
I reckon if they had, they'd have said something about it.
I'm sure they would have.
I never figured on us getting all the luck we had.
What's that?
Burke was given some reward money the same night.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
It worked out perfect. I'd figured he'd be catched with no cash, and we'd have to make folks think he hid the money. But he had the cash right with him.
Too bad we can't get that, too.
It's gone to Lem and Jake.
Yeah.
Maybe if Wally could escape, you could slip out another night and go to Lem's place again. Folks would think Burke went there and stole the cash before he made his getaway.
That might be worth a try.
By thunder, it could be done, Simon.
Suppose it could.
I can tell Wally that he's due to hang. I'll fix up a story and see how he takes it. I'll let you know by and by. I'll talk to him right now.
All right, do that.
Sheriff, I tell you ain't giving me a fair chance.
I want to speak to you, Burke.
You talk with Boswell in the cell on the other side, but you won't come near to me.
I'm here now, Burke.
Listen, won't you just try and find that masked man? He'd tell you the truth.
Oh, your story's too thin, Wally. No jury'd believe it.
Well, go to Pecos.
Too far.
But, drat it, I'm innocent.
Listen, Burke, will you listen a minute?
Well?
You're in a bad way. Maybe you don't realize what's ahead for you.
Oh, I know. Jail for about 5 years.
No, worse.
You wouldn't keep me here no more than that. No jury would give me more.
You won't stay in jail long, Wally. You shot Lem.
I did not.
The facts say you're the one that was there, and the one that was there shot him. Attempting a murder is the same as murder, as far as punishment's concerned. You savvy?
No.
You're slated to hang, Wally.
What? But I'm innocent.
Now, hold on. I don't believe your intention was to kill. That's where I'm different from the jury that'll try you. I don't want to see you hang.
I don't want to hang.
There ain't but one way for you to avoid it. That's to make your getaway from the jail.
How?
Don't talk so loud.
How can I get away?
I'll help you to. Late this afternoon, when folks ain't around, I'll let you out. You get heading for the North Country and keep moving. I'll have a horse for you.
Well, then I'll be an outlaw.
Take your choice. A living outlaw or a new grave in Boot Hill.
I won't be able to see Mary no more.
Reckon she don't care much about seeing you, Wally.
No, I reckon she don't. I'm just born to hard luck. It'd be bad enough if I was guilty, but being innocent, being on the verge of having things that cash would buy, then to see it all gone? Sheriff, I may as well head for the Badlands.
Late that afternoon, the Lone Ranger and Wally Burke's wife closely examined the ground near the shack for further evidence. Caldwell and Purdy, unable to understand what they were searching for, watched with open curiosity.
What the Sam hell they doing anyways?
I don't know, Am. They're coming to the house now.
May as well open the door and let him in. I'm sorry for Mary Burke.
Yeah, so am I.
Hi there, Mary. What you doing?
I wanted to have a look at the print on your front porch, Lem, if you don't mind.
Them Wally's boots?
Yes.
I'm too polite to inquire about the masked man. Seems you might show better judgment, though, Mary.
What do you mean, Jake?
Well, being as your husband's in jail, it ain't wise for you to associate with his outlaw friends.
I'm not an outlaw. Now take the cover off that footprint. I want to see it.
Gosh, you talk like you was used to giving orders, stranger.
Let me see the print that sent Burke to jail.
Lift the box up, Lem.
Yeah. There.
The boot fits it all right, mister.
Yes, but that doesn't prove that Wally Burke wore this boot.
Huh?
Unfortunately for the real criminal, he walked in the dirt here far enough for his stride to show.
What do you mean?
I don't savvy.
Burke is about the same height as I am. Look how I'd have to walk to match this stride.
Jumping juniper.
Jake, you see that?
Do I see it? Am I blind?
Them short steps. Burke never could walk like that, let alone run for his horse to make a getaway.
I know Burke isn't guilty because I'm the man who brought the money to him.
The money?
The money he said was given him by a masked man. The money you claimed is your own.
But me and Jake, we was robbed.
Yes, and the thief still has what he took from you. Who is the smallest man in town?
Gosh, they don't grow small around here, stranger.
There's that cattle thief. Oh, but no, it couldn't be Simon Boswell.
Why?
He's already in jail.
He is? I want to see him. Who knew about the flour you spilled here?
Why'd you want to know that?
Because the thief made it a point to step in it. Who knew it was here?
No one but me and Lem.
The sheriff, Jake. I told the sheriff.
Look, there's Wally riding away.
Your husband.
You sure of that, Mary?
Yes, I'd know his style of riding. That's him heading north from town.
Here, Silver.
Where's he going?
He must have got loose from the jail.
He's escaping.
I'm going after him. We're going to learn things now. Hello, Silver!
The Lone Ranger overtook Wally Burke, and together the two men rode out of sight. That night the jail was lighted only by the moon shining through the barred windows. The sheriff went silently to Simon Boswell's cell and unlocked the door.
Move quiet till you're out of town, Boswell.
Is everything all right?
Sure, as long as you keep quiet. Careful not to leave no tracks tonight. I couldn't get them boots for you to wear again.
Where are they?
I don't know. I went to the house for 'em, but Mary wasn't home, and the boots was missing.
I wonder where she put 'em.
Never mind them. Get going now, and be sure you're back here so I can lock you up again before morning.
I'll be back all right.
By the time you've finished your term in jail, we'll both be sitting pretty.
We're sitting pretty already. I'll get going now.
Maybe when I've got all I can out of him, he'll have an accident. Too bad for Wally Burke. But he should learn to take care of himself like I do.
You stand still.
What the?
No. Go back.
Hey, what's the meaning of this?
You'll find out by and by.
Put down that gun. I'll have you hung for this. You're sticking up the law.
That's right. You bad law.
You cussed redskin. What do you expect to get out of this?
You see. Now me take gun.
No, you don't.
Me got gun. Now you go in jail.
Now, hold on. Listen, you can't do this.
Hey, do. Lock you in jail.
Wait. Listen, Injun. I'll make a deal with you. I'll pay you cash money. There's things you don't savvy. It's worth a lot to me to get out of here. I'll pay you more than you ever seen before. Let me make a deal.
Tonto disappeared and left the sheriff in the cell recently occupied by Simon Boswell. The sheriff, raging, shook the bars of his cell and called for help, but received no reply. The hours went by slowly, until finally, at daybreak, Boswell returned and found the exhausted lawman locked in the jail.
Great gosh, what's this mean?
Let me out! Let me out! Before someone comes and sees me in here.
How'd you get in there? Where's the key?
I don't know where the key is. The Injun's got it. Did you get the cash?
Sure, it's right here in this package. Them two didn't even wake up this time.
Who says so?
Lem!
We was awake, you rat.
We was awake all the time, keeping quiet.
Now maybe the truth will come out.
Burke!
You back?
We all here. It's a frame-up. It's a frame-up. You can't do more than jail me.
That, Boswell, is for a jury to decide. The sheriff said the man who shot Lem will have to hang.
No. I'll tell you everything if I don't hang. I'll tell you where the money's hid. That's the thing we want to know.
Injun, you got the key for that there cell?
Me got.
Then open the door and let Simon Boswell in along with the sheriff.
There's the masked man that give me the reward money. Maybe now you'll believe me, Sheriff.
It don't matter if he believes you, Wally. I do.
Mary. Oh, gosh, Mary. Maybe at last our luck has changed.
Listen here. I'll make a deal with all of you.
The door, Tonto.
There. Door open.
In with you, Boswell. I reckon when the United States Marshal takes charge, he'll be downright pleased to have all the true facts of the robberies in these parts. And the sneaking lawman that let a prisoner out in jail to rob folks.
Mister, you fetched me that reward money. I tried in Pecos to get you to take it. I'm offering it again right here now. Hey, wait a minute, mister. I'm talking to you.
They're waiting. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The Western Territory of the United States produced many courageous characters, but none so picturesque and colorful as the masked rider of justice. With his great horse Silver, he fought the forces that threatened the peace of the West. And the people of 7 states, even now, repeat the stirring tales of his career. Adventure waits on the trail ahead. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Town is waiting for us in Santos County. We must hurry. Hi-yo, Silver!
As he rode past us, we heard the Lone Ranger say that he was riding to Santos. Zeke Parsons was the most important man in the county. He owned the largest ranch. He had a general store in town where he made his headquarters. He had been elected both sheriff and postmaster. Most of the powers of the local government were in his hands, and there were few to question his authority. In our first scene, we find Zeke waiting on a customer in his store.
And will there be anything else, Miss Bowman?
Reckon that'll be about all for today, Zeke. Lesson you can sell some decent trails for getting from here to Las Vegas.
Might even have them. Only what's anyone want to go to Las Vegas for?
My sister's there. And I want to tell you, Zeke Parsons, it's worth your life to try and get a buckboard through them mud holes.
Oh, just a second, Miss Bowman. Before you leave, I'll see if there's any mail for you. Now, wait a second. I gotta get to the postmaster's desk. Keeps me on the jump attending so many jobs. Storekeep, postmaster, sheriff. Hey there! Deputy!
Yes, Zeke?
When you speak to me, call me sheriff.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Stick around now. I'll want to speak to you as soon as I finish being postmaster and see if there's any mail from Miss Bowman.
Maybe a letter from my sister.
Now, you stay right there, Ben. I want a meeting with you as soon as I'm done being postmaster. Now, let me see. B. Bowman. Here's where there'd be mail for you if there was any, but there ain't.
Shucks. You're just a darn old busybody, Zeke. You know blame well there wasn't no mail. You just like to show off all the jobs you hold.
Ain't no such a thing, Bess Bowman.
Even if there was mail on the morning stage, you wouldn't pass it out till you got through reading what it said. If you find a way to get that train to Las Vegas fixed, you let me know.
Huh. Unappreciating old hen.
Oh, she's right about the trail, though, Zeke.
Deputy, there you go again, calling my first name.
You ain't being sheriff when you're behind the postmaster's desk.
All right, then. All right. Now I ain't behind it. Now I'm at the sheriff's desk, and you sit there. We're having an important meeting. Hold on, Ben. Sorry, Cal. The store's closed.
But I won't...
Store's closed, I say. As storekeep, I ain't in. I'm sheriff now.
Well, drat your hide, you old windbag. When you get done being sheriff, ask the postmaster when the storekeeper will be back so as I can buy me some tobacco.
No, Sheriff.
Yeah, now to get to business. I got a paper that I've got to sign. I've been studying up the laws around here, Ben, and found something that'll be a darn slick thing. I'll have some work for you to do.
Serving papers I get paid to serve?
Just so. I got to sign this paper. It's been waiting for my signing for the past 2 days.
What's the paper mean?
Well, Ben, you heard what Miss Bowman said about the trails and roads around here, didn't you?
Yeah, she's right.
There ain't a worse string of mud holes in the country than what's called road in Santuas County. They gotta be fixed.
That costs money. The county's blame near broke.
I know.
Sheriff, you find too blame many things for the county to spend money for, and as storekeeper, you sell the sheriff all the things he needs.
Ain't none of your affair. Now about this paper.
Yeah? What about it?
This here paper, Ben, will fix up all the roads in the county and fix them without the county spending any money.
Land sakes, Zeke.
Sheriff?
Oh, Sheriff, drat it. How'll paper fix up roads? It takes dirt and men to shovel it.
That's what this here paper will bring. You're going to serve this paper on all the able-bodied citizens in this county.
Yeah?
It's a thing called a writ, and it calls for all patriotic, able-bodied citizens in the county to work on them roads for no wages.
You mean you...
I mean I can make these here loafers around town work for the government and work for nothing.
Is it legal?
Sure it is. All signed and sealed and witnessed.
Yeah? Who done all that?
I did it. As postmaster and storekeep, I witnessed the paper that I drew up as sheriff. And if that ain't legal, I don't know what is.
And I get money for serving it?
That's right.
Maybe I'd best take along a gun, huh, Sheriff?
As sheriff, I'm taking my gun along to support you. I got a list of names from the postmaster, and we'll start out right now.
Who'll be the first?
Reckon the nearest one. Come on.
All right.
We'll drop in on Lige across the street there.
When do I get that money?
When the work's all done. There's Lige now. Lige, come in.
Yeah? What are you after?
I want to talk to you a couple of minutes.
Yeah? What is? Postmaster or...
Sheriff. Can't you see my badge? My deputy has a paper to serve on you. Go on, Ben.
What's it mean? You know I can't read without my specs.
Shut up and listen. You can't read anyhow. Read it to him, deputy.
Yeah? It starts out in the name of...
Never mind all that. That's just legal introduction. I'll tell you what it says. Lige Cummins, you're ordered to work on the county roads. You're to report to work at 5 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning.
You can't do that, Sheriff. I got my fields to watch.
I said my say. This here's a legal document, and I aim to stand by it. Read Section 218, Part 5 of the Statutes of Santuas County.
What are you paying for the job?
This here's government work. It don't pay nothing.
No pay, and I don't work, Sheriff Parsons.
Now, listen here to me. You're a decent, law-abiding citizen with a wife and family, ain't you?
Yeah, but
You
I...
respect the demands of the law, don't you?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, then. This paper's legal, and my deputy will back me in carrying it out. You show up for work or go to jail. If you resist arrest when we come to jail you, then you get legal lead where it won't do you no good. Come on, Ben. We got more calls to make.
Zeke soon had every able-bodied man in town working on the county roads. They protested, but the law clearly stated their labor could be demanded as a substitute for taxes. But Zeke was made overconfident by the success of his scheme and went still further. He used the men to improve his private property, and we see them now as they grade Zeke's private road.
I tell you, Sam, 'tain't right, that's all. We've been slaving for Zeke over a month now.
Can't I tell how long we work by the blisters on my hands? I'm a hard-working man, but I never done such steady work as this.
We gotta do something about it.
What can we do? The jail's filled up right now with men that didn't feel like working.
I know. And if a man ain't the cash to pay for his grub while he's jailed, he don't eat.
Well, look at the road we're building. Fine as any road in the state, and it's private for Zeke Parsons.
Next thing we know, we'll be painting his house.
That's a good idea.
Huh? Oh, sakes alive, the sheriff.
Maybe you will paint my house for me. That shack could stand.
Now, look here, Sheriff. There's a limit to what you can do.
Oh, is there?
Yes, there is. Maybe the law states that you can make us work on county work for no pay, but I'm darned if it states you can make us work for you personal.
That's just how I feel. Listen to me, you two smart mavericks. You're working at what you're told, savvy?
And what if we don't?
My deputy here will
Shucks,
see that...
Ben can't do nothing.
All right, Lige. You really want to know what'll happen to you if you get hard to handle?
You can't jail me. The jail's filled up right now.
I won't need to jail you. All I'll have to do is write that brother of yours and tell him that you can support him if he comes here.
How'd you know my brother's wanting to come here?
Don't I see all the mail?
Read through the envelopes, huh?
Sure. And I seen where he writ you and seen where you writ him and told him you was starving here like he was in St. Louis.
I will be if you don't let me get back to my own place and do some work.
You just keep right on working here.
Now, Zeke,
As for you, Sam, how'd you like me to send word to Pecos that you're here?
Huh?
I seen where your pard there wrote and said the law still wanted you.
Reading my mail, too. Why, you ornery...
Now, just you two keep working like you're doing. The harder you work, the sooner you get to finish and go back to your own places. Ben, if any others get ready to rise up and defy the law, I got ways of handling them just like we handle these hombres.
Yes, sir.
One thing more we gotta do. I found out about some new men that come to town.
Doggone cuss, Sam, he's got us where he wants us.
Ain't he, though?
I know what I'll do, doggone it. I'll find out if this is the law.
How?
I'll write the United States Marshal.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were camped not far from the town. Both the masked man and his Indian friend had learned of the conditions in Santos County.
So you managed to get work with the others, Tonto?
Not easy.
How do the men feel?
Fellers plenty mad. Maybe make trouble soon.
That's what I was afraid of.
Some feller write government.
When did they write?
Put letter in mail sunup.
If the government doesn't put a stop to Sheriff Parsons' work, the men are likely to rebel and kill him.
That's right.
They'll see no other way to free themselves from slavery.
Sheriff got plenty money.
And these other poor men are hard-pressed to earn a living, yet they must neglect their own land to work on the sheriff's. Yet Kemosabe, Zeke Parsons does make a good sheriff.
Him good till him go loco.
Power. That's what has spoiled him.
Him want everyone like slave.
Power spoils so many good men, but perhaps the sheriff can still be saved.
What you do?
Those men, Tonto, are going to be paid for all the work they've done for Sheriff Parsons. You said there were several letters mailed to the government.
That's right.
Those letters should be sent east on the stage at sundown. Very well, Kemosabe. It's almost sundown.
What do?
Here, Silver. Get your horse.
Here, white feller.
Help me with the saddle. We're going to take a hand in county affairs.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to a place where the stagecoach must pass. Meanwhile, in town, Zeke Parsons and his deputy Ben stood beside the stage while it was being loaded with its cargo of mail.
You got everything now. Good trip to you. you?
Thank you, Zeke. We won't have no trouble.
There now, Ben. I'm done being postmaster. I can be sheriff again.
Being sheriff pays right well these days, Zeke.
By the time I'm done, I'll have my ranch fixed up better than any place in the state.
We have trouble, though, Zeke. The boys are getting awful hard for me to handle.
Yeah? Well, I can handle them.
You can't handle them if they put 6-gun lets, are you?
They wouldn't dare do that.
You don't know what they'll do. Of course, by going through the mail, you got something to hold over almost every man's head.
I'd call that downright good sense.
There's a lot of talk about them writing to the government about the way you're doing things around here.
Let them write.
But maybe you ain't right about the way you figured out the law.
And between the two of us, I ain't no right to work 'em on my own place. But what the government don't know won't hurt 'em. And none of the critters around here can read the law.
Stage is about to go.
So long, Sheriff. So long, Ben. So long. Get up, Get up,
The mail east, including some letters from the men you're making slaves of.
Oh, no, there ain't, Ben.
What do you mean, they ain't?
You don't think I'd let them critters write to the government, do you?
You mean?
I mean, every doggone letter they put in the mail is still right here in town.
You didn't send them out?
Being postmaster as well as sheriff has a sight of advantages. Ben, I'm boss of this county, and I'm gonna stay so.
Yeah?
I'm gonna have every man in the county taking orders from me. I'm boss, you see. Top hand. I'm gonna be just like a king afore I'm done.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Zeke Parsons discovered a county law that gave him authority to force the citizens to work upon the roads without pay. However, he employed them not only upon county projects, but upon his private property as well. When the men protested, he used information he'd gathered in his capacity of postmaster to force their silence. When complaints were addressed to the U.S. Marshal, he kept the letters from the mails. But the Lone Ranger had thought of a plan to correct these conditions. We see him as he rides with Tonto toward the trail followed by the eastbound stage.
Here, stage trail. Nip past sundown. The stage leaves San Tuas at sundown. That's right. It should be along here soon. We'll wait right here. Go, boy, go. All right, Tonto, we're going to be highwaymen. Punishment if our plan goes wrong is death. That's right. And unlike real highwaymen, we can't shoot to defend ourselves. I don't like this way of doing things. You not do wrong. I hope the stagecoach driver and guard believe that. There it comes. Wait. I'm going to unload my guns. What do that for? You'll see. Maybe them shoot you. Steady, boy. That's a chance we'll take. Get ready, Tonto. Be ready. Hold up there! A sticker! Quick! Stop those horses! Hold out!
You won't travel far after this stick-up, mister.
We'll see about that.
What's more, you're wasting your time. We ain't nothing on board.
You've all that I want. Where's the bag of mail from San Tuas?
Find it for yourself. I won't never forget them 2 white horses. If you aim to live, you better drill us, stranger.
Yeah, because if you don't, you'll swing. Find the mail from San Tuas.
me find them.
You'll be sorry for this.
Look here, mister. Leave the mail alone, and we won't say a word about this stick-up.
Say all you want about it.
Yeah?
Here, mail.
Throw it down to the ground. Hold those horses steady, driver.
Oh. Me open sack.
Keep these men guarded while I take a look in that sack.
Me watch 'em.
Driver, you can go on your way now if you want to. But if you'll wait just a minute, you can take this sack along with you. I'm not after any of the mail. I want to see if certain letters are here.
Who the Sam Hill are you?
You don't seem like ordinary outlaws. What do you have?
Keep them covered, Tonto.
Me watch 'em.
Tonto.
Well, we know the name of the engine anyhow.
They won't get far without being caught.
Quite a few pieces of mail from Parsons' post office. Here, I'll toss the sack back where it came from. That's all we want.
You mean we're free to go?
Yes. There's several $1,000s in cash aboard that stage, isn't there,
Well,
driver?
how'd you know?
But I'm not taking it. Instead, I'm giving you something. As soon as I'm aboard my horse.
Say, who are you?
This is the gun I stopped you with. Look here.
His gun ain't loaded.
Wait before you draw. Here are the bullets from my gun. Take them and examine them. Come, Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver!
Shoot a man in the back. I never in all my days of stagecoaching seen a man like that.
Hey, these bullets he tossed up here. Take a look at them.
Huh?
Silver. Solid silver.
Silver bullets?
He called his horse Silver.
And Tonto, the engine. Leaping catfish. That ain't no highwayman. Get them horses going. We got to get to the next town. Wait till the boys hear that we were stopped by the Lone Ranger.
Get up! Get up there!
The masked man and Tonto left the bewildered crew of the stage and raced toward town. The Lone Ranger's investigation of the mail sacks had given him all the information he needed.
Zeke Parsons should be in the general store right now, Tonto.
Him there in evening.
Yes, and I want to talk to him alone.
What Tonto do?
Call Lige and Sam and every other man you can locate. Tell them not to start trouble yet. Tell them they'll be paid for all they've done for Sheriff Parsons.
Them not believe that.
Bring them to the sheriff's office in the general store.
All fellers?
Yes. Give me 10 minutes with the sheriff, and I'll bring him to our way of thinking. Tell every man in town to come to the store tonight. Come on, Silver!
The men forced to slave for the sheriff decided to defy him. The situation they had decided called for a desperate remedy. We see Lige and a group of his companions as they meet in the home of one of their number.
I ain't a man to go for violence, boys. But look at my place. There ain't a lick of work been done there for the past month.
Mine's the same.
We all know how the sheriff's keeping us working for him.
One kind of threat after another.
But I read the government.
So die, Jack. But I don't figure it'll do no good.
Why, Warren?
Because Sheriff Parsons is postmaster. He'll know what them letters mean. He won't let them be sent out.
Things has come to a fine pass when even the mails ain't safe.
Hey, Lige! Who bust him so? Just sit down quiet and join the meeting, Cal.
Ain't you heard? There's an engine. The man done a couple of days' work on the sheriff's place. He's calling for everyone to go to the store.
Sit down and be quiet. We're going there all right enough, and plenty soon. We're just fixing to hold a quick trial there with Zeke Parsons, a prisoner.
Trial? Yeah, and we're going to find him guilty of something and hang the coyote.
Ain't no other way. If we defy him open, he'll send some of us to counties where the law wants us. He'll send for folks we don't want to locate us. He'll make no end of trouble. We gotta capture him, try him, convict him, and hang him.
There's the redskin. You come, store. Sheriff there.
We're going. We gotta discuss things first.
You come now. Sheriff pay you. Pay for all work.
What?
Pay us?
With what?
Him pay cash. You come. See.
The redskin must be loco. Nothing but a miracle would make that tight-fisted old galoot pay cash.
You come.
We may as well go.
We got to go there anyhow. If there's any chance the engine's talking true.
We'll go find out. Come on, boys.
Tonto rode from one small ranch to another, leaving the same message with every man he found. In the meantime, Zeke Parsons and his deputy, unaware of the storm that was being prepared, sat in the store.
I'll take care of you all right, Ben. When my ranch is all fixed like I want it, I'll have the men do some work for you.
I'd appreciate that no end, Zeke.
Sure, I'll help you out.
But The only thing
Well?
Only thing is, ain't we going pretty far?
What do you mean?
Well, this ain't a slave state. And if it was, we couldn't take men like we done and put them to
I'll handle this county. I told you I was powerful. They won't dare defy me.
Well, Zeke, ain't you letting your success go to your head a little bit?
No,
Yes, you are.
What?
I'm masked man.
Sit right where you are.
Put down them guns. Put them down, I say. Who are you that you dare come here with a mask and throw a brace of 6 guns on me?
I'm here to investigate the mail.
What?
And to tell you a few things about the law you didn't know, Zeke Parsons.
I'm the law.
Yes, and you're also the postmaster. You're also a wealthy rancher and a storekeeper.
I tell
you have too many things, Zeke. That's why I'm here. Perhaps I'll not send for the United States Marshal, but if you don't do just what I say, I surely will.
Oh, sakes alive.
I'll stay right where you are while I look in this box. You use this for waste paper, don't you? Keep still. If I don't find the letters here, I'll have to look further. Here's one of them. Is this the way the postmaster handles the mail?
He's found them letters.
I told you to burn them, and you said 'twant necessary.
I didn't get around to it.
First, I'm going to speak to you, Sheriff Parsons.
I wish you'd put them guns down.
No, the postmaster at Santos, which is in your county, has robbed the United States mail.
No, she...
Letters written and paid for by citizens have not been handled by the postmaster.
But Dad ratted...
Furthermore, the postmaster is guilty of reading the mail and passing confidential information concerning citizens to the sheriff.
But gosh darn it, Zeke is the postmaster.
I know that.
Now you look
You
here.
listen.
But
The
I...
marshal will come in this town and order the arrest of the postmaster.
But I
As
tell you...
sheriff, you can't defend the action of the postmaster. He's been untrue to his trust. He's divulged information.
I never told no one a blame
Isn't it
thing.
true that you kept men working because of information you learned from the letters?
Oh, well, I didn't tell no
The
one
postmaster got the information that the sheriff acted on. When the marshal comes, you'll be ordered to put the postmaster under arrest.
But I can't. I'm him.
Zeke's him.
If the sheriff won't make the arrest, he'll lose his post and be replaced. Perhaps by his top deputy.
Me?
Then you'd have to jail the postmaster.
Now, look here, mister. Seems you like you know a heap of law.
There are laws in the country to protect the citizens. Sheriff, you are right in having the trails repaired. It isn't too much to ask men who can't pay taxes to give some of their time. That far, you've proved yourself a worthwhile sheriff. But success went to your head.
Now, you see, Zeke.
You've been greedy, selfish, eager for more power. You've gone too far. So far that you're heading for jail and you can't escape. Imagine what a jury made up of men in town would do to you.
Oh, sakes alive, Zeke. They'll likely hang you.
Robbing the mail alone is enough.
Now, wait. What can be proved?
Those men would never have worked for you if you hadn't used information from the postmaster's job to force them to stay. Every man on road work will be a witness against you. Every man on the jury will be a witness.
He's right as rain, Zeke. I said all along that
There's one escape for you. I'm giving you a chance to make good. When I leave here, I'm going after the U.S. Marshal.
Do you want money? Is that what you want?
I don't want your money, but there are some debts you'll have to pay. As Zeke Parsons, owner of the ranch, you'll have to pay those men who have been working for you. In that way, they can't testify against you in your trial.
Someone coming.
Those are your workers coming for their pay.
But it'll most bust me. All that cash.
You wanted all that work done in your ranch. If you couldn't afford it, you shouldn't have had it done. The work is finished, though, and you'll pay for it. Think it over and decide before those men come here.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
Are they coming for the pay?
And them come for money. Maybe come for lynching.
I've seen Zeke. He's considering right now.
Huh?
We'll step over the side here. Come on, Tonto.
Hey there, Zeke. Open up. We ain't to speak with you.
We come for our money.
We want our pay.
Pay up, you coyote.
I wonder what his decision will be.
Boys. Quiet down now. Quiet down. Zeke wants to speak with you.
Jed, listen here. I had more darn business than I could handle. Now, first off, I'm resigning as the postmaster. Because as sheriff, I figure the postmaster ain't as capable as he should be. We're electing a new postmaster. Then I'm quitting the job as sheriff because I got too much work to do to handle my store and show a profit. You can elect Ben the new sheriff.
He ain't able to pay us at all.
He's scheming some more.
I said nothing but a miracle will make him pay.
Let's get it.
Hold on, John. I ain't done talking yet. The reason I won't have time for my official jobs is because I got to work on my ranch. I done more improving than I should have. And by the time I paid you for your work, I'll be near broke.
You're going to pay us in cash?
Sure. Sure I am, boys. You don't think I'd try to make slaves of you, do you?
Well, I'll be hog.
Hooray! He's going to give us a cash.
That what them feller want, eh?
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on there, Silver, old fellow. There's trouble with the Indians at Red Rock. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The western part of the United States has known cowboys, trappers, and miners, railroad builders, empire builders, and soldiers. But of the whole adventurous group in the glorious history of that wild territory, one figure stands out above all the rest, the figure of the masked rider of justice. The story of his life is the story of daring in dangerous places. His exploits have been told and retold through the generations. And now the Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble between the ranchers and the sheepmen! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
we heard the Lone Ranger call out that the old feud between the raisers of cattle and the raisers of sheep was causing trouble. Maggie Martin was the leader of the group that fed sheep on the range. She was a woman of strong character. She ruled the sheep herders with an iron hand. She kept the ranchers from grasping the entire rangeland for themselves. And it was due to her influence alone that open warfare had not broken out between the two factions. In our opening scene, we find Maggie receiving a guest in her home. He is Pete Prindle, one of the most important cattlemen in the district.
I just dropped in to see how you was doing these days, Maggie.
You're a doggone fibber, Pete Prindle, and you know it. In the first place, you don't give a hang how I'm doing. You got some other reason for coming here, and whatever it is, my answer's no.
Now, hold on, Maggie.
Another thing. As far as you're concerned, the name ain't Maggie. The name's Miss Martin. Savvy that?
You got the wrong idea, you doggone...
That'll do. Good day to you, Prindle. There's the door, and shut it tight behind you.
You old fire eater. You don't give a man a chance to talk to you. Where do you get off telling the cattlemen where to head in?
I'll tell you whatever I want to. You being a cattleman now don't no ways make you on the level. Now clear out before I decide to unlimber one of my 6 guns.
All right. That's the way you feel about it. You can go ahead and lose your doggone sheep.
Reckon if I did, I'd lose him in spite of anything you'd say or do. You'd be tickled pink.
All right, then. All right, if that's the way you feel about it.
I'll have my sheep, and so'll all my friends in the sheep herding business. And we'll still be selling wool when the last of you ornery cowmen has seen your critters made into hamburger. Now get!
All right, then. You wait.
Wait nothing. If you hanker to start something, just let me know, and I'll meet you more than halfway. Might be interesting to you to know I'm getting all the sheep herders around here organized, just like your cattlemen.
All right, you'll see.
And shut that door behind you, and tell that bow-legged sawed-off galoot that's waiting for you that he ain't fetched back the frying pan he borrowed from me a month ago.
Reckon it's me she means, Pete.
Yeah. What'd you borrow a frying pan from her for?
Oh, Pete, Maggie's all right. You just don't savvy her. There's a woman I could marry if she'd have me.
Blamed old wildcat.
Only reason I wanted to borrow a frying pan from Maggie was to get a chance to talk to her.
You're a blame fool, Lem Frisbee.
Maybe I am a blame fool, but I sure can find a woman that knows how to cook, and Maggie's it.
She don't know you're alive.
I know. It's downright discouraging.
What's more, you send back her frying pan. I don't want you to have no more to do with her, savvy?
Oh, now, Pete.
I'm counting on you to help me drive her and all the other sheep herders out of this region. See she gets back her frying pan and don't have nothing more to do with her.
All right, boss, if them's orders.
Them's orders. Concerned sheep herders. If that's so, none of the cows will drink from the water holes around here. And by the time them sheep's done grazing, they ain't a square meal for a cow. Get up there, come on.
Get up. Pete?
Well?
You said something about driving off the sheep herders.
Yeah, I got a scheme in mind. Take organization and cash.
What's your scheme?
Ain't no use telling it yet. I got to get all the cowmen together and have a meeting. Then I'll tell them what my scheme is and how we'll work it.
Well, if it takes cash, there ain't much chance putting it over. Money's pretty scarce.
Well, maybe money's scarce, so is rangeland. Won't be no rangeland for cattle if them sheep's around here much longer.
I suppose so, but I...
Well, you what? Get up there. Come on, get on. You what, Lem?
I hate to see Maggie pulling out.
Well, blasted lovesick galoot.
She sure can cook.
So can the Chinaman I got over at my ranch.
And Maggie can do a good day's work. She'd sure make a man a good wife.
Never mind thinking about a wife. Think about what we'll do with cows if the sheep ain't drove out. I tell you, Lem, we got to get the cattlemen organized and work a scheme on Maggie Martin and the rest of the sheep herders.
I'll bet you Maggie'd have some thought for me if it wasn't for the foreman of her ranch. Dad, rat it. Jim Potter signing up to her every chance he gets. To think the woman I hanker to marry has to be raising sheep.
It was evening of the same day when Jim Potter, the foreman of Maggie's sheep ranch, entered the house. He drew up his chair before a table filled with good food.
Darn nice of you to invite me into the house for meals, Maggie.
Shucks. There's satisfaction in cooking up a meal for a good eater. Help yourself to the victuals and get some gravy on 'em and then fall to. I'll talk while you eat. You seen Pete Prindle leaving here this afternoon, didn't you?
Yeah, I seen him. What do you want?
He didn't get to say. I run him out before he could get to talking. I can't be spoiling the disposition of the sheep by letting ornery cowmen around here.
Maggie, them cattlemen are scheming something. We gotta watch 'em close.
Ain't nothing they can do. We're here, and we're gonna stay here. If the cowmen don't like it, let 'em hunt new grazing.
They resent us being here something awful.
What about it? We got our sheepmen organized. They'll all stick together.
Yeah,
But what?
Well, the cattlemen are scheming something new.
They are?
Sure. Fact is, I heard from one of the boys they're holding a meeting tonight.
Where?
At Pete Prindle's house.
What are they gonna do there?
Well, that's what I'm worried about. They'll be plotting against us, Maggie. Doggone it, they're gonna be plotting against us for sure.
They can plot against us all they want, but they can't drive us out in here. We got land right from the government, and we're gonna stick. Now, don't you worry about it, Jim. Fill up your plate again and get yourself around some more of that fancy cooking.
Well, that ain't hard to do.
Jim, did you hear that? That hombre was right outside the window, heard everything we said.
That same evening, Pete Prindle and 20 of the cattlemen in the district held their meeting in Prindle's home. Again, the Lone Ranger, seated astride Silver outside an open window, could hear all that was being said.
All right, James. Quiet down now, will you?
Quiet down, James. Mr. Prindle has something important to say to you, boys.
Hush up, you hombres. Let's hear what Prindle has to say.
Go ahead, Pete.
Now, gents, here's the situation. If we aim to survive in this part of the country, we gotta get rid of all the sheep. Grass Creek ain't fit for cattle as it is. Cows and sheep can't live together. That's all there is to it. It's a case of get rid of the sheep or move away ourselves.
What's your scheme, Pete? We don't want to shove off for new diggings.
We ain't a-going to shove off. Now, my scheme will take a heap of money, but it's a sure one.
What is it?
Let's hear it.
We'll buy up all the sheep.
Buy them? How can we buy them?
What can we do with them? What do we use for cash?
That don't sound like good sense.
I wouldn't own a sheep any sooner than I'd own a nest of rattlesnakes.
Now, wait. Let me finish my scheme. I got it all mapped out. Them sheepherders figure on selling wool, don't they?
Sure, but they...
All right, boys. We buy up all that wool.
Buy the wool?
Oh, what'll we do with the wool?
Pete, I don't savvy that sort of scheme. We can't get the wool without taking the sheep. We won't be no better off than we are now.
Now, hold on. I got a friend in the East, and he can find out just what the price of wool is going to be. Whatever it is, we'll see to it that the sheepmen get word it's a whole lot less than that. You savvy? Then we deal with them. Lem Frisbee can get to talk to Maggie Martin and pass the word on to her.
What word? What am I going to pass on to her?
Now, look. Say, for example, wool's going to be 10 cents a pound this year.
Yeah, 10 cents a pound.
Then what?
I'll find out that from my friend in the East before Maggie Martin does. When she hears what the price of wool's to be, she don't get the word straight. She'll hear it's maybe 6 cents a pound.
Then what?
Then, Lem, is when you call on her. We'll make a deal with her and all the other sheep herders to buy wool. All they got of it. It may be 8 cents a pound. All we'll have to pay is about 0.5 cent a pound cash down, then we'll sell it again and make a profit.
2 cents a pound cash profit for all the wool in this part of the country? Ginger, that'll count up.
You can't make money no easier.
And then when Maggie Martin sees what we done, she won't never speak to me again.
You keep her trap shut, Lem. Listen to what we're going to do. Never mind your romancing with Maggie Martin. I ain't through with my scheme yet.
There better be more to it, Pete. It still don't drive the sheep out of here.
No, of course it don't. But when the sheep herders find that we're buying their wool at 8 cents a pound, when they can sell it at a market price of 10, what do you suppose they'll do?
I don't know.
What will they do?
They'll be doggone glad if we let them out of the deal so they can get the higher price, won't they?
Sure.
All right, then. we'll let 'em sell the wool for the market price if they agree to pull stakes and hunt for new fields for grazing.
By ginger, Pete, that sure is slick.
For the extra 2 cents they make, they'll move to new fields and be doggone glad to do it.
And maybe Maggie Martin won't even know there was a scheme afoot. Maybe I can still shine up to her.
Lem, you can make her think it's your influence with the cattlemen that helped her and her friends out in the bad bargain they made.
Slickest scheme I ever heard of.
We ain't out a cent, you see. We get back what we pay for the options. We get rid of the sheep herders. We keep the country for ourselves. Now, if any of you gents ain't for the scheme, say so now. If you are, just let me know how much cash you can raise. We got to get ready to buy them options.
We've tried everything else to get rid of them sheep, but nothing's ever drove them off.
Cash will do it.
Your scheme can't fail.
And if I do say so myself, it's the best darn scheme I ever had.
When the Lone Ranger had learned the plans of the cattlemen, he raced to his small camp. There he met Tonto, who had gathered information about the sheep herders. The faithful Indian repeated what he had discovered.
It's as I thought, Tonto. Those people are deserving of our help.
Them plenty brave. Have plenty trouble raise sheep.
And the cattlemen have made all the trouble. Furthermore, this country isn't well suited to cattle. If the cattlemen move on now, it'll be the best thing for them in the end.
That's right.
South of here, everything is suited to the raising of cattle. The plan I have will be the best for everyone concerned.
What you plan?
We must learn a few things more about Pete Prindle, and then we'll be ready to act.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The cattlemen, under the leadership of Pete Prindle, and the sheep herders, led by Maggie Martin, were struggling for the control of the range. Prindle suggested to his associates that, through a trick, they buy all the wool in the territory for a price under its market value. Then, when Maggie learned the wool's real worth, they proposed to allow her to get the extra profit in exchange for a promise to move the sheep to another district. The Lone Ranger, however, knew that the range was better fitted for sheep than cattle, and decided to aid the sheep herders. Our next scene takes place several weeks later. Maggie was in the kitchen of her home when Jim Potter entered with a visitor, Lem Frisbee.
What's this I hear about you and your no-account cattle-raising friends getting organized, Lem?
Do you know what the boys are aiming to do for you sheep herders? Buy the wool you got this year.
Buy it? Huh, you gone loco? What did you critters want with wool?
Well, we figured on trying to make a little money on wool, that's all. You see, Maggie, Pete Prindle figured you'd be learning the market price on wool inside the next week or so. Then maybe you'd just as soon deal with him as ship east.
What's he think of paying?
Oh, couldn't say. Reckon about the market price?
If he's willing to pay my price for it, he can have it. Ain't no reason why we shouldn't deal with cattlemen. Their money's as good as any other.
I reckon what you decide about selling the wool will be all right with the rest of the sheep raisers, won't it, Maggie?
I've always done all their thinking for 'em, like as not always will. That's why I'm head of the Sheep Growers Association.
That's what we sort of figured. Now, as soon as you get the price of wool, we can deal with you. Save you all the trouble of shipping it. Take it right off in your hands.
When I get the price, I'll let you know. Now you set yourself down there and start eating. I suppose you come here hankering for food. Well, you better do it justice, or I'll take it as an insult to my cooking.
After enjoying a meal with Maggie, Lem returned to Prindle's ranch and made his report.
So you see, Pete, she was perfectly willing to deal with us.
I thought she would be.
As long as we pay her price.
She'll think we'll be paying a plenty high price for it. I got word from my friend in the east. Come by Pony Express.
Well, how'll Maggie get her information, Pete?
Here's the way it's arranged. Next week sometime, the Pony Express will bring me the price on wool. At the same time, it'll bring a price to Maggie. But the price she'll get won't be the real price. The real price will go out by stage. Same way it's always done. But the stage will be a couple of weeks longer in getting here.
She'll be at least another 2 weeks getting her real information.
Yeah, the right information. She'll get some information before that on the Pony Express, you savvy?
Yeah, I reckon so.
It's easy to savvy, Lem. Maggie'll get a message telling her the price on wool's 6 cents a pound this year. My friend in the East said it'd be at least 10 cents a pound with things as they are. It might go as high as 20 cents a pound.
20 cents a pound?
Yeah. We can make ourselves a fortune before we're done. Might be better to keep the wool and take a profit instead of getting the sheepherders to move.
You say Maggie'll think the market price is 6 cents?
Yeah. And I'll make her an offer. It'll be enough below the real market price so we can make a profit. She'll be blame glad to get out of the options she's given us. I've got enough cash from the boys to pay for the options. I've got the message I want sent to Maggie all fixed up, and it's already on its way to my friend in the East. You'll send it to her by the Pony Rider. The same time he sends me the real price.
Doggone good thing there's such a thing as the Pony Express.
Yeah, we couldn't put the deal across otherwise. I've got to have some way of getting the price before Maggie gets it by the stage. But everything's working out just slick.
Tonto was hidden nearby during the conversation between Prindle and Lem. He repeated what he'd learned to the Lone Ranger, and the masked man waited near the Pony Express station for several days. Then at last, one of the Pony Riders brought his horse to a rearing halt and tossed out 2 letters.
2 pieces of mail for this station. Well, that's downright unusual. Who's getting mail besides Pete Prindle? Maggie Martin. Letter for her and a letter for Pete. My horse ready?
All ready.
I'm on my way. Get up there.
Yeah, letter for Maggie Martin, eh?
I'll take that to
You
her.
what the...
I said I'd deliver it to Maggie.
A masked man. See here, you
I'm
can't...
not going to rob the mails. Give me that letter.
Where'd you come from?
I've been waiting for that letter. I'll deliver it.
What? Dad read it. Look here, stranger. If you don't deliver it, it means you've stolen the mail.
That'll be my worry. I'll kill
The Lone Ranger, mounted on Silver, thundered away from the station. Halfway to Maggie's home, he met Tonto and gave the faithful Indian a letter he had already prepared to substitute for the one brought by Pony Express.
Take this letter, Tonto, and deliver it as soon as possible.
Tonto do.
I have another letter here. I'll take this one to Pete Prindle.
That letter, you write?
Yes. Maggie won't notice the postmark on her letter, but Prindle will notice it on his. He'll see that there's been a substitution unless I handle it just right.
What you do?
I'll let him open his letter, and before he has a chance to read it, I'll try to act. Get that delivered to Maggie, Tonto, and we'll meet later in camp. Hi-yo!
Get him up, white feller!
Reckon that's the letter you was expecting, ain't it, Pete?
Yeah, when it come, Lem?
Just now. One of the boys fetched it up to the ranch house.
Well, let me see it. I'm anxious to find out just what the price on wool is going to be.
Yeah, me too.
I reckon Maggie got a letter in the same mail. She won't ever suspect it ain't the true price on wool that she got. Well, let me see. What does this say?
Raise your hands.
Leaping catfish.
What's this mean?
I said raise your hands. I'm here to look for something.
Well, look here, mister.
He's masked, Pete. He's likely an outlaw. You better do what he says.
I'm looking for a letter with money in it. Perhaps this is it.
You're wrong there, mister. Looks like you got the wrong tip there. There ain't no money in that.
I'll see.
You don't expect to get away with robbery in broad daylight like this, do you, mister?
Yes, I do. This isn't what I want.
I told you it wasn't.
The price on wool. You're welcome to that. Stand right where you are now. I'm leaving. I must have the wrong ranch house.
I reckon you have, mister.
Gosh, he come in fast and went out faster.
Let me see that letter before something else happens.
When the Lone Ranger left Prindle's house, he took with him the letter originally addressed to the cattleman. and left behind one prepared by himself. Prindle read what he believed to be his friend's quotation on the price of wool, then went with Lem to call on Maggie. Maggie, surrounded by a group of her friends, came right to the point of the meeting.
Well, name your top price.
Well, no, Maggie, I don't know so much about the price on wool.
The heck you don't. You know as much about the price as I do. Name your figure. I'll take it or leave it.
Well, I might go as high as 10 cents a pound, speaking for all the cattlemen.
10 cents my eye. The price is 18 cents a pound. Take it or leave it.
We can't go that high, Maggie.
All right, then leave it. We'll sell in the east.
Pete, you know what that mess is. Shut up.
What's agreed here stands, and no backing down. You savvy that?
I might go 14 cents.
You heard my price, 18.
Well, how's to split the price?
18 is the price, Prindle. No splitting difference or nothing else.
I'll go 16 cents a pound and not a penny higher.
What do you say, gents? Do you want to take 16? It's a go, then. 16 cents stands. Drop the option and pay over your money.
16 it is. Here's $1,000 cash money to bind the deal. Now, you agree to sell us every pound of wool that comes off on your critters.
That's what we do.
By darn, she's a good woman to deal with. She don't hedge or beat around the bush none.
You won't back down on the deal, will you, Maggie?
You heard what the deal was. I don't back down no more than you do.
Well, here's the money, and all these gents is witnesses. And now then, Maggie, here's the bad news for you.
What do you mean, bad news?
You sold your wool at 16 cents a pound, and it's selling at 20 cents a pound on the market.
20 cents a pound? Why, you're plumb loco. I got a letter today saying the market price was 15 cents a pound.
Yeah, you got a letter, but it ain't the right letter. The real price is 20 cents a pound. And you gotta stand by your deal. You got a lot of witnesses here. If you back down, you know what it'll mean.
You ornery coyote.
That letter you got wasn't genuine at all.
It told me the price was 15.
Yeah, but the real price is 20. Now then, if you and your friends want to get out of the bargain and make the extra 4 cents a pound by selling in the east, we cattlemen will let you do it. If you promise to move out in this part of the country.
Just one moment.
Sleeping snakes, Pete. There's that masked man.
Where'd you come from?
Just one moment. I have the letter here that came to you, Prindle. I took it when I called at your home and substituted the letter you have. I didn't give you a chance to see the real market price on wool.
What's this mean? Who is this masked man? What's this talk about the real market price?
This letter is the one the Pony Rider brought from the east. The price on wool is 12 cents a pound.
But my letter says...
Prindle, you know there were false letters sent, and you know that I changed them. Maggie told you her letter said the price would be 15 cents a pound. And you know very well the price that was sent to her was 6 cents a pound.
Great Scott, that's right. Maggie, let me see your letter.
Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here.
The letters were switched around.
You figured on swindling her. You thought the price would be 20, so you paid 16. And the real price is 12.
12 cents a pound.
12.
Leaping crowbait, and you bought for 16.
Wow. Maggie put over a deal on the cattleman.
We can't pay no such price like that. We ain't got the cash.
You'll pay it, you four-flushing, underhanded swindler, or you'll forfeit your $1,000 option money.
And, Prindle, you'll have a hard time explaining to the men what you're going to do to repay the money they've entrusted to you.
I can't explain it. We can't lose that $1,000. It's all the cash the cattlemen have got.
And you can't afford to buy the wool and lose 4 cents on every pound you handle. I do think, however, that Maggie and the sheepherders would release you from the bargain and return the option money if you agreed to leave this country to the sheep.
Leave it?
Full stake?
Head south. Head for cattle country.
I hate to leave Maggie.
You leave? Why, you have pint. You ain't no cowman nohow. You better stay and go into sheep raising.
What about it, Prindle? Do you persuade the cattlemen to leave, or will you stay here and go broke?
I might have got the best of Maggie Martin. But I had a hunch who you was when I heard you call your horse Silver.
What are you going to do?
Well, when I tell the cattlemen the Lone Ranger's against us, I reckon there won't be no choice.
Tell the cattlemen I'm for them 100%, and they'll go into cattle country. Hi-yo!
on there, Silver, old boy. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The thrilling stories of the masked rider of justice cannot be found in the written pages of history. But his deeds will live forever in the memories of the people of 7 western states, who still tell the story of the famous mystery rider. The thundering hoofs of silver bring us adventure on the trail ahead. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Hurry, Silver, old fellow! Outlaws are riding down from the hills! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Hi-yo, Silver!
As the masked man rode by on Silver, we heard him say that the outlaws in the hills were threatening to ride again. The hills bordering the town of Greenville made a perfect hiding place for the outlaws that operated in that territory. Cavalry troops were garrisoned nearby, but their presence failed to frighten the bandits. Colonel Dawson, in command, frequently rode to town to visit his daughter Sally. And as our story opens, we hear the angry townspeople commenting on the last attack of the outlaws.
Why in thunder don't the troops do something?
What are we paying taxes for?
Them troops could clean the outlaws out of the hills if they'd only get to it.
Hi, look at who's here. It's Dawson.
Hi there, Colonel Dawson.
Who there?
Where's the sheriff?
Here I am, Colonel. And you're just the man I want to see.
Sheriff, where's my daughter? Is she safe?
Yeah, Colonel, your daughter's safe enough, but there's other folks that ain't.
Thank goodness. As soon as I heard about the attack, I came here.
Yeah, we see that. I don't suppose you're much concerned about Abe Whitcomb's wife. She was killed by them brigands.
She was?
Yeah, and so was Lige Foster and Lem Bixby and about 5 other men.
Was the attack as bad as that?
That don't include no mention of 20-odd men that was wounded.
Those confounded outlaws.
Oh, never mind acting indignant, Colonel. You go see your daughter. Make sure she's safe. Then get back to your camp. Don't order your men to charge them hills and clean out the killers, though.
Why not?
Might be dangerous work for the soldiers. Some of your men might get hurt.
Yeah. Now, look here, Sheriff. I've told you before what we've done about those outlaws. I'm simply stationed here to carry out orders from Washington.
Sure, we savvy.
Washington don't care nothing about what happens to the settlers in a place like this. It's a lot cheaper to let us folks get killed off than it'd be to have some of the soldiers get hurt.
You feel that we should attack the hills and clean out the outlaws. Well, there's nothing I'd sooner do. But I can't until I get instructions.
I can give you instructions. Just ride up to them and blaze away with gunfire.
Instructions from Washington.
Never mind, Colonel Dawson. We ain't counting on nothing from the government, so we ain't disappointed none.
Your daughter's in Ma Tyndall's house there.
Yeah. You better go talk to her. Maybe she'll have something to say about how we folks in Greenville feel.
Watch my horse.
Watch your own horse.
If those men only understood, I'd lose my command if I...
Oh, it's you.
How do you do, Mrs. Tyndall?
If you're here to speak to your daughter, you'll find her in the next room.
Mrs. Tyndall, 1 minute.
Ain't the time to talk. You can let yourself out when you're ready to leave.
She feels the same as everyone else.
Oh, Dad.
Sally, thank goodness you're safe.
I wish they'd killed me.
What?
Oh, you don't know how the folks here feel. The way I'm pointed at because you don't do anything about the murderers in the hills. Here is a town that suffered at the hands of the outlaws 6 times. Those killers stayed right in the hills almost a stone's throw from your camp. And you don't do a thing about it.
I know. Sally, I've sent word to Washington. I'm just waiting for a reply.
Waiting? That's what you said the last time. That's all you ever say.
But, Sally, you know the position I'm in. I can't order my men to leave the fort and ride into the hills.
You're stationed here to protect folks.
I'm here to keep the Indians controlled. I can't take over the work of the state officials and fight outlaws without federal sanction.
Suppose that sanction never comes.
Then, dear, I'll have to continue to face the jibes and anger of the men in Greenville.
Well, I won't continue to face them. I'll leave here.
If those orders come from Washington...
Confound those orders, Father. Can't you risk your commission if it means saving everyone here from other attacks?
You would have me face court-martial?
I'd face court-martial. I'd be glad to. I'd face the firing squad if it meant the cleaning out of all those outlaws.
Sally, you're not a soldier. You haven't spent your life obeying orders.
Perhaps not, but I'm glad of it.
Would you like to ride back to the camp with me and see some of your friends?
No.
It might be a change.
No.
You could stay a couple of days and then come back.
I don't want to see anything more of you or your men. I don't want any part of the army until this town is made safe.
But, my dear...
Now you'd better go.
Following their raid on Greenville, the outlaws returned to their camp in the hills. Their leader was a man called Wolf, a huge man with a cruel face and a surly, overbearing manner. He divided the loot taken from the attack among his men, keeping half for himself. His followers noted his action and grumbled protestingly.
You needn't think all of this cash is mine. I got a plenty of it to pay out. You pay out a plenty, Wolf. There's a plenty left. You get as much as all the rest of us put together. And it ain't fair. Oh, so it ain't fair, eh? Well, let me tell you something.
If it wasn't for the things I do with my share, there wouldn't none of you be living. How's that? You ain't been attacked by them soldiers, have you?
Not yet.
You ain't had much trouble getting out of Greenville, the other towns, after you made the attacks, have you? You're getting away with all the raids as slick as wagon grease. And don't you figure there's a reason for it?
We hanker to know that reason, Walt.
It's the guys I got in the payroll. I pay 'em out in my share. I know just what's going on all the time. I find out when there's a big shindig, where most of the men will be, when we raid the houses in a town. I knowed when Greenville's men was out posse riding so's we got attacked.
You mean you got spies working?
Sure I have. Look at here. This letter come to Lem Bixby by the last stage.
He was killed in a raid.
That was too bad, because Lem was working for me. Lem got mail by stage, and that same come from one of my pals in the East. This particular letter tells him that orders are going out from Washington the first of the month.
What sort of orders?
From Washington? Yep. Orders to Colonel Dawson.
He writ to Washington about us?
Sure he did. And he asked for permission to make an attack on us and clean us out.
Did he get it?
He will, unless something's done about it.
When was them orders to go out?
First of the month.
Then they already went.
Yep, a couple of days ago.
And he'll attack us.
Now, Jake, you'll see where I spend my money for your protection. I know them orders left, and I know they're coming by the Pony Express. What's more, I know where we can waylay the Pony Rider, get him, and do away with them orders. Well, that puts things in a new light, don't it?
It sure does.
No wonder we've been so blame lucky.
Wasn't luck at all. It's our boss.
Now, are you satisfied? Sure. All right, then. Now, a couple of you'll have to ride east and meet that Pony Rider.
The outlaws' activities had brought the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto into the district. They were riding close to the trail when the Pony Rider was shot. The sharp crack of the rifle caught their attention, and they pressed forward to investigate.
The shots came from somewhere near here, Tonto.
Me here, horse.
Look ahead.
Something on trail.
Looks like a horse.
Get him up, white feller.
Someone has shot the poor beast.
That's right.
And there's a man. And smoke. Tonto, do you see that smoke?
We get there quick now.
Come on, Silver.
Where killer?
Maybe we can trail the killers. Oh, there, Silver. See if there's any hope for the man.
Him Pony Rider.
Yes. Help the man if it isn't too late.
Horse. Dead.
I see it is. How about the Pony Rider? Do what you can for him. I'll stamp out this fire and see if we can save some of the mail.
Bullet, get him in back. Other bullet in shoulder. Him gone.
Gone? Murdered.
That's right.
And shot from behind.
Him head west. Bullet hit him here. Bullet come from rock over there.
Then we'll start from there and try to trail the men who did this. But first we'll take the time to see if any of this mail is worth taking with us. Another couple of minutes and it would have all been burned.
That's right.
Here's part of a letter. It's addressed to the commander at Fort Greenville.
That near where outlaw hide.
The hills beyond Greenville are infested with killers. Tonto, I'm going to see what this letter says.
It part burned.
With some of it's left. I'm going to find out about it.
Maybe Tonto go hunt for killer, huh?
Wait a minute. Kimosabe, this is an order to Colonel Dawson.
What'd it say?
It instructs him to attack the outlaws.
That's what plenty people want.
You know the situation around Greenville. Folks there have been hoping and praying for weeks that the army would do something about the outlaws in the hills.
That's right.
This letter is Colonel Dawson's authority to attack.
And gun.
Down, Tonto. There, killer. They're still behind those rocks, Tonto.
We get him to shelter.
Behind this rock. Here's over. We've got to capture them alive. Get to your horse. Ride to the west. I'll go to the east. We'll move in from both sides of the rock.
Get him up, white fella.
Come on, Silver. We want them alive, Tonto.
Come on, Silver! Throw down your rifle and surrender!
My rifle's jammed.
Throw down your rifle! Surrender!
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I give up!
Oh, pull the Silver! Oh, boy! Throw down your rifle!
Not while I'm...
Put up your hands!
You smashed my hand with that bullet.
Oh, that fella, oh. Keep them covered, Tonto.
We give up and we surrender.
All right. You got us. Well, what are you going to do about it?
You killed the Pony Rider.
That calls for proof, mister. Maybe we figured you done the same. You're masked, ain't you?
You know very well we didn't commit that murder.
You shoot Pony Rider from Hind Rock.
And you're going to Greenville to face trial for murder.
All right, mister. We'll go with you. Reckon it ain't nothing but your word again ours.
But Jake, he got that letter out in the fire.
He got it and he dropped it.
Oh, where? Where letter?
Letter? I did drop it. I dropped it when I drew my guns.
Yeah, and it's too late to pick it up. He didn't stamp out all that fire and the letter burned. Now go on, take us to town. We'll stand trial.
You'll go to town, all right, and we'll give the commander the information that letter contains.
Uh-huh. That's all right.
Jake, maybe
You shut up and stop worrying. It's our word against a masked man and an Injun. Before they're done, they'll be the ones that'll be on trial for murder.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, on with our story. The outlaws near Greenville, knowing that Colonel Dawson could not attack them until he had received orders from Washington, killed the Pony Express rider bringing those orders. The Lone Ranger recovered the letter, but in the battle with the outlaws that followed, it was destroyed. Our next scene takes place in the fort where Colonel Dawson is stationed. He is speaking to his aide.
Did you see my daughter when you were in town?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
She wouldn't speak to me, sir. I saw her and she walked away from me.
Then she meant what she said.
I beg your pardon, sir.
My daughter's been miserably treated by those fools in Greenville.
Fools, sir?
Yes, fools. If they had an ounce of brains, they'd realize that I can't attack the outlaws without orders from Washington. Even Sally feels that I should violate my instructions.
You sent to Washington for permission to attack, sir?
Yes. The reply should be here any day now. If I get permission, I'll attack at once. We'll clean out those outlaws in half a day's time. Without that permission, I cannot and will not attack.
The people in town think we're afraid, Colonel.
They won't give me a chance to explain.
Did you explain to your daughter, sir?
I tried to, but even Sally won't try to understand. When orders come from Washington, we can vindicate ourselves. What else happened in town? Anything of importance?
Yes, sir. A pony rider was killed.
Killed?
Shot from ambush.
A pony rider, you say?
Yes, sir.
I wonder if... Good Lord. It can't be possible it was the rider bringing our instruction from the capital.
I sincerely hope not, sir. His mail was burned.
Who killed him?
No one seems to know. A masked man and an Indian came into town with 2 prisoners. Both were identified as outlaws.
And they murdered the pony rider?
The masked man claims they did. The others claim the masked man was the murderer.
Masked man? Who was he?
No one seems to know, sir. The sheriff tried to put him in jail with the others, but he got away.
Escaped?
Yes, sir. The lawmen seem to think his escape is proof of his guilt. But I...
You what?
My opinion is of no value, Colonel Dawson.
What were you going to say?
I thought he might have fled simply to prevent being unmasked. There was something about the man that I...
Well, go on. You what?
There was something about him that I admired and respected. I wondered at the time if he was the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger?
You've heard of him, sir.
Of course. Where did he go when he left Greenville?
I don't know. Some men tried to follow him, but they were quickly outdistanced by his horse.
That's all you know about it?
Yes, sir. After making arrangements for supplies, I left and came back here.
What in the world?
Stand where you are.
The masked man.
The same one.
How did you get in here? How did you get by the guards?
I came here to speak to you, Colonel. You'll find your guards unharmed.
It's incredible. It's impossible. How could any man get by those guards?
It isn't hard if a man knows this part of the country.
You're the man who brought in those 2 killers, the ones who shot down the Pony Rider.
Yes. Colonel Dawson, before the 2 opened fire on Tonto and me, I read a letter addressed to you. It was partly burned. I wanted to see if there was enough left of it to be of any importance to you. The letter was later destroyed when it fell into the fire while I charged the killers.
What was it? What did it say?
It was an order from Washington. You were instructed to attack the hills and rout the outlaws, taking as many prisoners as possible, but shooting to kill if necessary.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
You'll have to take my word for it.
But I can't attack on merely the word of a masked man.
Colonel, if you'll permit me, sir, I'll vouch for this man.
Even that won't do. Lieutenant, send another message to Washington at once. Ask for a copy of the instructions sent by Pony Express, explaining the original was destroyed.
But it'll take weeks for that message to get back here, and that time the outlaws will kill another score of people in Greenville.
Without orders, no attack can be made.
There were orders.
I must see them. I must have them on file.
Colonel Dawson, sometimes a man can carry his military tactics too far. There are times when a good soldier will throw aside regulations if he knows he's right.
I act only on written order.
You'll have to act before another 3 weeks or Greenville will rise against you.
They've already said all they're going to say.
But they haven't started to act. If those outlaws raid that town again, there's no telling what the people will do.
Written order.
Very well.
And now consider yourself under arrest. Obviously, you attacked the guards.
Arrest? People have tried to arrest me before, Colonel Dawson.
Get him. Stop him.
I'll try.
The masked man had failed to persuade the colonel to act. The situation was desperate. The outlaws were still free to raid as they pleased, and the Lone Ranger felt that it was his responsibility to aid in their capture. We see the masked man as he reins Silver to a halt at his small, well-concealed camp.
Oh, Silver. Oh, there, boy. Oh. Tonto, Colonel Dawson wouldn't even listen to me.
Him stubborn.
He's willing to attack the outlaws, but only on written orders from Washington.
You see orders?
Yes, but he wouldn't take my word.
Him foolish.
Remember, Kemosabe, there's some belief that I'm the one who shot the Pony Rider.
What we do, huh?
I have an idea, Kemosabe. It might work.
What? That?
Those 2 men who are in jail for shooting the Pony Rider will never be convicted of the murder.
There's no proof.
No, there's no proof. If they do come to trial, they'll go free. So nothing would be lost if we set them free.
Let them go?
Yes. Tonto, we're going to let them go so they'll be punished.
Me not savvy.
They will be punished if my plan works. And the first step in the plan is to set those outlaws free.
We go there tonight?
Yes, and we've just time to get ready. First, I'll explain your part of the plan.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to town where they found the sheriff and explained their plan. The sheriff agreed to help them, and later that same night the masked man and his faithful Indian friend raced to the jail, brought their mounts to a halt, and dismounted.
Don't waste any time. Smash the lock with bullets.
Me do.
Hey, what's going on there?
What the Sam Hill?
We're here to get you out. There are horses back at the jail.
You're the man that brought us here.
Don't waste time talking. Take advantage of this chance. Send another bullet into that lock.
That's right.
That does it. Now open the door, Jake.
We're free. Come on, Bart. We're free.
This'll save us from hanging.
Get aboard those horses and head for the hills.
I ain't a man to ask questions when I see a chance like this. Come on.
I'm right behind you. Come on, boy.
There's the sheriff, Tonto.
That's good.
He's coming from the cafe with half a dozen men.
Sheriff do him part.
Get aboard your horse, Tonto. There go Jake and his friend.
Then go to outlaw camp.
Yes. Hi-yo,
Get him up, white fire.
Early the next morning, the sheriff and 2 deputies rode swiftly to the fort. They demanded that the guards admit them, and were taken to the colonel at once. The sheriff explained their errand.
Dawson, I tell you've got to do something.
What's the matter now?
You know who I am. I'm sheriff over at Greenville.
I know that. What do you want here? I have already told you my position.
I know, but this is different. Maybe you didn't know about it, but them 2 men busted out of jail last night.
That's your responsibility.
But they'll be heading for the hills, don't you, savvy?
I've already told you that I can do nothing
But, Dad, drat it, I'm telling you this because it's your own daughter that's in danger.
What's that?
Sally?
Sure. They'll like as not take her with them. They'll use her as a hostage.
Colonel Dawson, your own daughter.
They wouldn't dare do that.
Them critters will dare do anything for their own protection. If they get the girl into the hills, you won't dare make no attack on them. If you do, it'll mean that they'll kill her.
If they capture the girl, they've got to be stopped before they reach the hills.
That's just it. That's why I come here. We ain't got men enough to chase them. I haven't more than half a dozen men to ride with me. We wouldn't have no luck at all.
My daughter. I can't believe it. No, they wouldn't do that.
They're ruthless, sir.
Colonel Dawson.
What do you want?
The sentry reports a man riding south of the fort, carrying your daughter and his horse with him.
Good Lord.
That's it. Don't you see? They're already heading for the hills. You've got to do something, Colonel.
If you don't, sir...
How do you know it's my daughter?
The dress and hat. The same outfit she wore when she was here the last time.
That settles it, sir. We've got to move.
If you don't give the orders, Colonel Dawson...
But
I'll give the orders to charge myself.
Have the bugler sound assembly. We're going into the hills.
Sprang into action. Orders were barked, weapons made ready, horses saddled. The colonel himself leaped to the saddle and placed himself at the head of his soldiers. A lifted hand, a sharp command, and the troop was racing in pursuit of the masked man whose great white horse was thundering toward the timber at the foot of the hill. Let us flash ahead of the soldiers to the outlaws' camp. Jake and his companion are standing before their leader, Wolf, who questions them closely about their escape from jail.
But why'd this masked man, this Injun friend, let you out? Oh, we didn't stop to ask no questions, Wolf. We were just doggone glad to get free. It don't make sense. First he takes you to jail, then he breaks you out. What'd he do it for? You wouldn't have been convicted nohow. There wasn't no proof against you if what you say is true. Just the same, I'd sooner not take a chance on a jury.
Come on,
Who's that coming?
That's the man who let us out.
Coming here? That's it, Wolf. Don't you see? He wants to join up with the gang. He figured to get in good with you by letting us out. That's what he's coming here for.
There he is, see him? Coming up the hill.
Well, I'll talk to him. Hey, what's he got with him there? Who's that woman in the saddle? Gosh, I don't know.
What the Sam Hill is he bringing?
There's soldiers coming behind him. They're chasing them here.
He led them right to us.
I thought you said you destroyed that order for the soldiers to come here. We did. We've seen it burn. Get your guns, boys. Get your guns. We gotta fight for our lives.
Fighting was sharp and deadly. The outlaws, fighting for their lives, resisted desperately. They fought with the ferocity of trapped wolves. But the soldiers charged down upon them with the irresistible efficiency of trained troops. They surrounded the camp, and their guns began to cut down the outlaws from all sides. At last, the gang threw away their arms, and Colonel Dawson assumed command.
Rope them and take them back to the post. We'll put them on trial there.
Doggone Colonel Dawson. That's where they'll get a trial that'll give them what they got coming.
And there's the two who killed the Pony Rider.
You can't prove
You may not hang for that murder, Jake, but you'll get your punishment for other crimes.
And you, sir. You're the one who captured...
Your daughter is quite safe, Colonel Dawson. Come, Tonto. Me. Give the colonel his daughter's clothes.
You're the one that was on the horse?
Me, same feller. Sally would be glad to know that she loaned her clothes to help our plan.
By thunder, Dawson. There's the time that one was put over on you.
You may take my word for it, sir. The orders to attack were sent to you. Hi-yo, Silver! Come on, Silver, old boy!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. A phantom figure of the plains rode the trails of the western United States, helping the agencies of law to bring peace to a lawless new land. It was the famous Lone Ranger, his identity unknown to anyone except his loyal Indian friend Tonto. Adventure always followed him in his exciting exploits. So let's thrill once again as we turn back many years to the wild and untamed West of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! We've a long, hard job ahead of us! Hi-yo, Silver!
Away! Eagle Pass was a narrow cut between two sheer walls of solid rock. It separated the fertile valley where fine cattle grazed from the trail that led to the nearest shipping point. The general store and hotel, run by old Pop Carter, was located at the pass. Here the cattlemen were accustomed to pause for rest and supplies before continuing their cattle drives eastward. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, we find Clem Peabody guiding his large herd toward the pass.
Hey there, Pop. Doggone if you ain't a sight for sore eyes.
Hi, Clem. Maybe you won't be so glad to see me when you hear what I got to tell you.
Whoa there, whoa, steady, boy. I'll draw up and pass the word while I wait for the critters to catch up to me. I got the finest stock ever. Just look at them longhorns.
Yeah.
What's the matter? You look like you'd aged 10 years since last time I come through here.
Reckon I have, Clem. Things ain't been good with me.
What's the matter?
Big Bill Lawson's outfit.
Them cow thieves working around here?
Not exactly. But you'll have trouble with them.
I got men to wipe them out.
Don't get that sort of idea, Clem. Take a look ahead. There's bars across the pass. You see?
What's them for?
Toll.
Toll?
Yep. You see, my land went across the pass, as you know.
Sure, but what about it?
I always had a pretty fair income from a store there. And I was glad to leave things stand like they was. But then Big Bill and his breeds and polecats come along.
Where they at now?
Right inside my place. They took it over.
You mean they took
I mean they bought it from me. I had my choice of selling or die.
Well, of all things.
I sold it to them. And they let me stay here to sort of tell you and all other ranchers that'll be passing this way how things stand. Clem, it's a bad state of affairs.
What's Lawson want?
Cash.
You said something about toll.
Yep. 2 bits for every head that goes through the pass.
2 bits? Well, I got over 2,000 head of cattle.
Then it'll cost you plenty to get 'em through the pass.
I won't pay it. It's robbery.
I'm afraid you ain't no choice, Clem.
I'll turn back.
Well, go back and you won't get no cows to market. You know as well as I do that you can't go round no other way.
Doggone it, it'll mount up to near $500.
Well, if you prefer, you can sign 1/4 of your cattle over to Big Bill.
1/4 of my cattle? That's even worse robbery.
Yeah. You see, he don't want to take the cattle. He'd sooner have the cash.
But if I give him 500 cows, I'll never come out even.
I know it. So's Big Bill. He's figuring nobody'll leave cattle with him.
I'm damned if I will. Is that him over yonder?
Yeah, that's him.
I'll go see him. Get up there. $500 or 500 head of cattle. I should have seen that. Hey there, Loss. I want to talk with you. I figured you would. What's your name? Clem Peabody from the Bar Express. What's this I hear about you robbing men that aim to get to market? I ain't robbing nobody, Peabody. I own this land now. If you want to cross, you pay 2 bits a head for cows. That's all there is to it. I've heard of you and your outlaws and your rustling. Now, hold on there, Peabody. I don't like to listen to that kind of talk. In the first place, there ain't a lawman in the country looking for me or any man that's with me. There ain't a lawman wouldn't like to have some proof of the things you've done. That may be right. But lacking proof, they can't do much, can they? So now you scheme a legal way to rob folks. Well, there ain't no cash with me. That's all right, Peabody. Cash or cattle. It don't matter. 1 cow to you for every 3 I take through. Them's the terms. It's robbery. I don't aim to make it too hard for you, gents. You can give me your note and pay it when you come back here on your way home. You're mighty trusting, ain't you? Of course, you could go the long way around through the hills and travel 100 miles to cross the canyon. If you went through the pass and took the other route back, I'd just send men to your ranch to collect on the note. So I don't take no chance in trusting you, see? $500. If you got 2,000 head, that's just right. Why, you ornery low-down... I don't like harsh words, Peabody. Now pay up, sign a note, or turn your cattle back. One of the 3. What if I head right on through? I'd order my boys to open fire on your critters for trespassing on my land. Reckon I know my legal rights. Reckon you're a dirty polecat. I have to give you my note. Ain't no choice. But wait till I tell the boys at the Longhorn Cafe about your scheme. Just you wait. I ain't done yet.
The Longhorn Cafe was filled with cattlemen and cowboys. Clem Peabody entered and joined his friends. They gathered around him while he told of the Lawson gang in control of Eagle Pass.
Here's the darndest thing you ever heard tell of.
But, Clem, I don't see how Lawson could get away with that sort of thing.
He's a-doing it.
Did you talk to the sheriff?
I talked to the sheriff, talked to the banker, and talked to the United States Marshal. They all said he was within his rights.
Charge him toll.
Yep, he can charge whatever he doggone pleases. Fact is, if he don't want to let the cattle through, he can stop it altogether.
That's doggone funny law, if you ask me.
Well, what's a man to do about it? Here, I got the cash of my cattle. I got to hand over $500 of it to that ornery coyote on my way back.
What if you don't do it?
He's holding my note.
Yeah, but just the same.
If I don't pay the cash, he'll stop me from going back to my ranch.
Now, ain't that the darndest thing you ever heard of?
It's getting so a man can't make a living no more.
And the worst of it is, every cattleman in the valley will have to do the same doggone thing.
How many men is there?
Land sakes, ain't you never heard? That's the biggest grazing in the whole state.
Must be at least 50 or 60 ranches there.
At least that. Runs on for miles in every direction.
How many head do you figure will come through there this year?
Shucks, if they ain't over 150,000 head, I miss my guess.
What you need, Clem's drink?
I need a couple of them. Barkeep, fetch up that bottle and set it down.
Tonto, did you hear what Clem Peabody was telling?
Tonto here.
The law has tried for years to put Bill Lawson and his gang in jail.
Them plenty bad.
Nothing has ever been proved against them now.
Them find way to beat law.
There's a disguise on my face, all right, Tonto.
It plenty good.
I'll not be recognized if I move around here in the cafe without a mask.
No.
And I'm going to get closer and hear more of what Clem Peabody has to say.
You maybe talk to him,
I think I will. Come over this way with me, Tonto.
And if you don't want to pay 2 bits a head, you can leave a quarter of your cattle.
25% of your cows?
That's right.
What can Sam Hill and Lawson do with all that cattle?
He won't do nothing with it. He don't figure on getting none. All he wants is the cash money.
Rottenest game I ever heard tell of.
It certainly is, Lige.
Did you hear that, Tonto? Lawson would have a hard time handling a lot of cattle.
That's right.
And with his reputation as an outlaw, he'd have an almost impossible time selling branded cattle. All he could do would be to hold it for a year and sell the unbranded calves. Tonto, I'm going to talk to Clem Peabody.
That's good. You maybe got a plan, huh?
Perhaps I have.
At Eagle Pass, Bill Lawson and his men had converted the general store into a lounging room with tables for cards. Old Pop Carter, its former owner, sat alone behind the counter, which had been made into a bar. A man entered, slapping dust from his clothes, and Lawson looked up, saying,
Well, Butch, took you long enough to get back from town.
Yeah, I was sort of held up there. Things didn't work out just the way we figured they would.
What do you mean they didn't work out?
Just what I say. Kept an eye on Clem Peabody, just like you told me to.
Well, what'd he do?
Sold the critters and got the cash for him.
Yeah, then what?
Hey, give me a drink there, Pop. I'm thirsty from the ride.
Never mind that. Where's Clem Peabody?
They're heading back this way with 500 head of cattle.
500 head of cattle for what?
For you, I reckon.
But you said he'd sold his cattle.
So he did. Then he talked to a stranger, and the two of them left the cafe and still kept on talking.
Who's the stranger?
I don't know. Never seen him before.
Then what?
He stayed over till the next morning, so I had to stay along, too, to keep an eye on him like you said to do.
Yeah?
Well, next morning he goes to the agent he'd sold the cows to and bought back 500 head.
For cash money?
Sure. And he rounded up his waddies, and they started driving 500 head of cattle back this way. They're heading this way now.
How far back?
They'll be here in an hour or so, I reckon. I didn't want to get too far ahead of them. I wanted to make sure they was heading back this way.
Wonder what the Sam Healy's bringing back 500 head of cattle for. What'd he do with the rest of his cash money?
Left it in the bank there.
Banked it? You mean to say he's coming back without no cash?
That's just what he's doing.
But I got his note. I got his note for $500.
Yeah, I know you have.
He owes me $500.
Or 500 head of cattle. Maybe he figures on paying you in cattle.
He's crazy if he does. That cattle's worth a sight more than $500.
Crazy like a fox.
Shut up! Maybe it ain't worth that much to him.
What'd he pay for it to buy it back, do you know?
Nope. Couldn't find out.
There's Clem Peabody heading this way now. You can see him off in the distance.
Yeah, let me take a look.
You see, Bill? There he is. Ain't that him?
Looks like him.
That's him, all right.
I don't want them cattle. I didn't figure anybody'd pay us off on cattle. I want the cash.
Looks like you're going to get the cattle instead, Bill.
What'll we do with the critters? There ain't no grazing here for 'em.
I'll tell you what I figure. In fact, I was told that by an Injun named Tonto. Ever hear him, Pop?
Well, I might have, and again, I might not.
Never mind that. What'd he tell you?
You see, Bill, this Injun, he come up to me and he says the only way they could drive us out in here was to get you to do something illegal.
Yeah?
Such as selling branded cattle.
They can't get me if I buy it legal, can they?
Well, as to that, they might be able to. Might be hard for a man with your background to prove you got it legal, savvy?
Anyhow, we're wised up to what Clem Peabody is scheming. That's something. Let him bring the cattle. I'll accept it. They don't get me on no law angles. I'm too smart for 'em.
Injun named Tonto with a white horse.
What are you gaping and laughing about, you old fool?
Oh, nothing. As you say, Bill, you're too smart to get trapped easy.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bill Lawson purchased the control of Eagle Pass and demanded that he receive either cash or cattle for each herd driven through the cut. Clem Peabody, following the advice of the Lone Ranger, paid his toll in cattle. Our next scene opens in Clem Peabody's house. His wife is scolding him for giving Lawson 500 cows.
Of all the plain and fancy food.
No, Dolly, I knowed what I was doing.
Like fun you did. Of all things I ever heard tell of, this is the limit.
All right, Dolly, let it go at that.
I won't let it go. You must have lost your mind. You had all the cash money and was to turn $500 of it over to Bill Lawson.
That's a lot of money.
But you spent sight more than that buying back 500 head of cattle.
I know.
Whatever got into you?
Well, I talked to a man at Longhorn.
You talked to a man. My sakes alive, I'm glad you didn't talk to two men. You might have come back without banking a dime.
Someone coming, Dolly. Now hush up while we got company. Come on in.
Well, I want to speak with you.
Hey, Brent. Ginger, it's good to see you. Leave the door open. It's kind of stuffy in here. You're a long ways from your own spread.
Clem, I heard things about Eagle Pass.
And there's plenty to hear about. I just got back.
I know that. You had to choose between $500 and 500 head of cattle.
That's right.
And the doggone idiot gave away the cattle.
So I heard. That's why I come here. Clem, you ain't touching the head, are you?
Nope.
Ain't been eating local weed?
Nope.
Every one of your waddies was plumb disgusted with you for what you done.
I better not say so where I can hear him.
Clem, I'm an old friend. I'm here to see just what's being behind that move of yours. Now, you ain't a fool, and you never in your life went off half-cocked in a business deal.
Not till now. But he sure made up for all the caution he showed heretofore.
Now, hold on, Dolly. There's a smart look in his face. Clem, just what's your angle on it?
Abe, there's a masked man heading this way. He's coming around through the hills to get to this grazing without going through the pass.
Yeah?
He's a-riding a white horse. The finest horse in the whole blame country.
Go on.
He's the one told me to give them critters cattle instead of cash.
Masked and riding a white horse?
Yep.
Tell me some more.
He's going to have a talk with all you ranchers before you drive your cows through the pass.
Yeah?
And try and persuade you to do what I done.
By all that's righteous. If he thinks he can do that, he's more a fool than Clem is.
Ain't so sure he won't persuade the boys to give away cows, Dolly.
If there was any point to it... Hey, there's someone riding down here now. Look out that door.
A white horse, Clem. Get your gun. He must be one of the outlaws.
Clem, he's called his horse Silver. You mean to say the man that told you what to do is the Lone Ranger?
Just so. And there he comes to get the rest of you cowmen to help.
Well, if the Lone Ranger says for me to give them crooks cattle, I'll give them cattle.
You'll do what Clem done?
Yes, and so will all the other men. Dolly, mean to say you never heard of the Lone Ranger?
Oh, there, Silver, old boy. Here I am, mister. He got through the hills in record time.
Come with me, Clem. We've got to call on the other ranchers before they drive their cattle to the pass.
Now, here's one you can talk to right now, mister.
This is Abe Brent. Tell him your scheme, and he'll help to spread the word around.
Good. Come on and ride with me.
Clem, get your horse cinched up. Did you hear that?
I heard it, and we're a-riding.
Clem Peabody and Abe Brent rode with the Lone Ranger. They went from ranch to ranch, pausing only long enough to explain their plan and get a promise of cooperation from the owners. They covered the valley from end to end as they enlisted the ranchers in their cause. When their work was done, the Lone Ranger left the valley by way of the hills, avoiding Lawson's men. At Eagle Pass, Lawson himself was pacing the floor of the general store in a rage. Pop Carter, grinning, watched him from behind the counter.
We gotta do something about it. What's the matter with you men? Can't none of you think of something? Who'd ever think the thing would work out this way? Every doggone critter that's gone through here with a herd has chosen to leave cattle instead of cash.
They got the whole place cluttered up with cattle.
Boss, all I can suggest is that you stop accepting cattle. Make them pay in cash.
But blast it, how can I? They don't have the cash when they head for the east, and they can't get the cash if they don't sell the cattle. and they won't go through with cattle unless I take the doggone cows in payment of the toll.
We can't go on like this much longer, boss. Them cows have got to be fed.
Why don't you take a chance and drive them into town and sell them?
Wouldn't that be smart now? Wouldn't it be smart? Every lawman in the country wanting to frame me for something, and I go to try and sell cattle with 50 assorted brands registered in other men's names.
You can show bills of sale, though. You can prove the cattle's yours.
Where's that engine that was around here?
Right here beside me, Lawson.
Hey, you. Come over here.
Me come. What you want?
You've been hanging around here for the past week.
Me help you.
I wonder if you've been helping. You said there was land for me in town, waiting for me to try and sell some of this cattle.
Why you not try?
Where'd you get your facts?
Me hear lawman talk.
What'd they say?
Them say maybe get 'em you in jail at last.
What about selling cattle?
Lawman hope you try.
Reckon that's all I need to know then. There ain't no sense in playing right into their hands.
They just hanker to have you run them cows to town, Bill.
Well, we gotta do something. We got too much value in them cows to let them die for lack of grazing. See who that is? There ain't no more cows heading this way, is there?
The guard said he would have said so if there was.
Well, what do you want?
It's Clem Peabody.
Howdy, Bob.
Howdy, Clem.
I'll make a deal with you, Lawson.
Well?
You got a lot of cattle that needs grazing, ain't you?
What about it?
I figured maybe you could use my men to drive the herd to town to sell it.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, I'm wise to the scheme to get me to sell them critters, see? I ain't stepping into no frame-up to land me in jail.
How'd you know about that?
I knowed about it. That's all that counts.
Oh, shucks. Well, then ain't no use us figuring no further. Reckon you got the best of it.
You're darn right.
And after me letting you have cows instead of cash, hoping to get you that away.
Yeah. Now get out of here.
Well, I'm broke now. Look here, Lawson. You need land, don't you?
What if I do?
Your cows has to eat. If you had a ranch and the brands that go with it, you'd be setting right well in the cattle business with all them critters to start with.
Well?
You'll have to hold them till next season if you don't own some brands of your own. Now, why don't you buy my spread?
Huh?
Maybe there's an idea, Bill.
For how much?
How much cash you got?
None. I'll sign notes for the place.
I sort of hope to get some cash.
I ain't more than $1,000 all told.
You give me that much down, I take notes for the rest. How'd that be?
What do you think of it, boys?
Minutes ago?
Real deal. Get out some paper and we'll draw up an agreement. Boys, we're going to be honest cattlemen. How's that, eh?
An agreement was drawn up between Lawson and Clem, and the $1,000 paid over to the rancher. Unnoticed by anyone, Tonto left the store and rode to the cliff, where he sent up a smoke signal. Lawson's men began the roundup of their cattle. Their horses circled the herd, forcing the scattered animals into a compact group. Then the herd was started on its journey into the valley. Clem and Lawson rode side by side.
Quite a ways to go to reach the ranch, Lawson.
How far?
It'll take quite a while to get there. We got to cross a dozen other ranches.
We have?
Yeah, you see the valley here starts off alone, but it ain't so wide. Each of the ranch owners owns the land from one side to the other. There's a square deed just ahead.
What are all them men lined up there?
Looks like they've been fixing up the fences.
Looks like they've been fixing up their shooting irons. What are they eyeing us like that for?
Hi there, Leif.
Hi, Clem.
Oh, boy, steady there. Steady. Leif, I sold my ranch to Bill Lawson. He's moving his cattle to it.
Yeah? Well, he has to cross my land to get there.
All right, then. Let me through.
Not so fast, Lawson. I'm charging toll to get across my ranch.
What's that?
Yeah.
What's the matter, Bill?
They aim to charge us across this land.
Come on. Hey, there's a masked man coming and the lawman with him.
Yeah. I figured maybe you wouldn't like paying toll as well as you like collecting it. So I arranged for the sheriff to be here. He'd sure admire to see you start some trouble.
Any trouble here?
Not yet, Sheriff.
But Leif, Bill ain't got no cash.
That's all right. I'll take it out in cattle. A quarter of what he's got.
Lawson turned over a fourth of his herd to the owner of the Square D Ranch, then continued his journey, while the sheriff's posse and the Lone Ranger accompanied him. At length they reached the boundary of the next ranch, where they were confronted by Sam Tuttle and his men, all heavily armed.
Clem! What's all this? Hold on my place, Sam. Lawson is taking his critters there.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting. Reckon I'll have to get some toll if he aims to cross my land.
What's that?
It's robbery.
Of all the dratted,
Come on, Lawson. Make some trouble. Just started.
You'll have your choice, Lawson. Cash or a quarter of your stock.
Yep, cash or cows. It don't matter now.
I won't do it. We'll go back.
You'll pay to go back. Play for the square deal. We'll charge you again.
How the Sam Hill Fire Show Ranch?
Why, there's fairly yet.
Blast it all. Count out a quarter of the cows and leave them here. We gotta go on.
What's that ahead? Reckon, Bill, that's another ranch we gotta cross.
And more toll to pay?
Reckon so. Traveling comes high in these parts.
Pay up or turn back.
Turn back and then first two will collect again.
Lawson, almost frantic, went on his way. With every ranch he crossed, more cows were taken. The cattlemen no longer asked for 1/4, but each demanded the return of the same number of animals originally taken from him. When at last they reached Clem Peabody's ranch, less than 100 cows remained. Lawson stared at the cattlemen, his temper beyond control.
Now you can all go to blazes. I'm here, and what cows I got left are mine. I bought this land, so clear off.
1 minute, Lawson. You bought the land, but what will you do for water?
What? Ain't there water here?
Oh, sure to mention it, Bill. You got to get your water from the next ranch, and old Skinflint Lewis is awful stingy. I'm afraid he'll want cash money.
I get it. The whole thing's a put-up job.
You'll realize that at last, huh?
I realized it when you called that horse Silver. You done this. You schemed to get the cows back to these ranchers.
Lawson, you can stay here on Clem's land and do without water, or you can let Clem keep the cattle that's left and the cash you paid and clear out.
We was better off before we tried to go honest.
You didn't try in the right way.
Boys, we're quitting.
Let's get out of here. I had enough.
Come on, you keep your darn ranch and cows.
Thank you, Bill. Just sign this paper I already got drawn up.
Give it to me. Had it all ready, huh? There. Now we're leaving here.
Let's start now. The sooner the better.
Hold on, Butch. Don't go back the way we come. We're heading for the hills.
But that's all.
I says we're heading for the hills. If we go back across all them doggone ranches, we won't even have our horses left.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on there, Silver, old boy! Tunnel's ahead! We'll see what he's signaling us for! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. forth with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. There is one man whose life story cannot be separated from the development of the western United States. The tale of his deeds is not to be found in the written records of those days, but has been repeated through the generations until the people of 7 western states honor the memory of the masked rider of justice. Wherever he appeared, the cause of justice was served. And now, once more, a thrilling story of the phantom figure of the plains. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Hurry, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Crooked gamblers are running the town of Mud Flats! Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he was hurrying toward Mud Flats. In all the West, no town had a worse reputation. Though smaller than Dodge City, it was filled with gamblers and crooks of every description. Honest people found difficulty making a living. And as the sheriff had been elected by the town's worst element, there was little chance to correct the situation. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, 15-year-old Tommy Goodwin is walking down the main street. His steps are slow, and his eyes fixed upon the ground. When his father speaks to him suddenly, he looks up in fear.
Tommy, where in thunder have you been? Your ma and me was worried half sick about you.
Oh, Pa.
Have any trouble?
No, not exactly, but
Where you been all this time? We sent you out 4 hours ago to pay over that cash to the storekeeper.
Yeah, I know.
You paid him, didn't you?
Well...
Tom, look at me. What's the matter with you?
I didn't mean to do nothing, Pa.
Did you pay our bill at the store?
I was gonna.
Did you or didn't you?
No.
You didn't pay it?
No, I didn't.
Why not? You know blame well what we had to do to get that cash. I had to sell the jewels your ma's been treasuring ever since we left Virginia. We had to pay that bill or we won't get no more credit at the store.
I know it, Pa.
Why didn't you pay? Where have you been all this time?
I met Harv Riggs.
Riggs? That gambling crook?
Yeah, he stopped and spoke to me, and we got talking. He said some mighty fine things about you, Pa.
Dirty coyote never had a good word for me in his life.
Oh, but he did. We got to talking, and he was going to tell me about some of the things you'd done in the Army.
Then what?
Well, I was listening, and the first thing I knowed, we was inside the cafe.
Riggs' place?
Yeah.
And he got you to gambling and took the cash?
Well, not at first. You see, we just cut cards for high cards. For a nickel.
For a nickel a cut, huh?
Yeah, and I won. I won most $1 cutting cards, and then he said I had to give him a chance to get the $1 back.
A dirty, scheming rat.
I still don't know, Pa, how it happened, but the first thing I knowed, we was sort of cutting for more and more money, and the next thing I knowed, I was broke.
You go on home.
Pa, I didn't mean to...
You go home and tell your ma I'll be along in a little while. I'm going to call on Harv Riggs. That skunk's gone too far. He ain't satisfied robbing every road man in town.
He's got to pick on kids your size. Get to home now. Tell your ma I'll be along by and by. I'm going in and see that polecat.
That just about cleaned you up, Pard. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you look sorry, Riggs.
Drop in again sometime, and I'll give you the chance to win your money back.
Well, I hope to gosh I know to keep out of this place when I get me more money.
Goodbye, and good luck to you.
Good luck don't mean nothing around a place like this.
Riggs, I want to speak to you.
Well, if it ain't Bart Goodwin. Have a chair, Bart.
I'll do my talking on 2 feet. You've been telling my boy things about me in the Army, huh?
Yeah, and he was sure interested.
When you got him in a game and robbed him. $50 you took from him, Riggs. I want that money.
You want what money?
I want the money you stole from Tommy.
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, Goodwin. I never stole a cent in all my life.
Maybe you don't consider it stealing when you take it from a kid with marked cards.
Just a minute, Goodwin. When a man says my cards is marked, I expect him to either prove it or draw his shooting iron.
Prove it, huh? All right. I got just $5 here.
You expect me to play for $5?
Deal them cards. You're playing me now, Riggs, and don't try no monkey shines.
I'll stay one more round now.
My face disguise all right, Tonto?
It's good.
Fine. Look at Riggs there. He's the biggest gambler in town, Tonto, with the biggest gambling place in Mud Flats. And he's playing for $5.
Him want all the money.
I wonder if there isn't some way to clean up this town.
We drive gambler out.
That isn't easy. The gamblers own the town, Tonto.
Maybe we make trouble for gambler.
Tonto, do you remember Henry Parker?
Oh, him over to Dodge City.
He's not known around here at all. He hasn't done any gambling for years.
Him turn good.
Yes, he's gone straight since we helped him out of that scrape a year ago. Tonto, get Henry Parker here.
Me go fetch him now?
Yes.
Hey, you dirty rat. Oh, I got you. Look here, boys. Here's proof this man's a crook.
Wait, Tonto. Come over there. I'm going to put my mask on, Tonto.
I don't let no man do that to me. Got you with the goods, Riggs. Got you flat-footed. There's how you've been winning at cards. I'm on to your tricks. Look here, boys. Oh,
come on, Riggs.
I'll kill him. Oh, my hand's busted.
That bullet didn't touch your hand. I just shot your gun away to stop a murder. Goodwin, get out of here while you have the chance.
Swing me in the shoulder.
Can you get out all right?
I can get out, and I'll come back. I'll get you, Riggs. I'll get you for this.
Next time we meet, you'll be ready to shoot it out, Goodwin.
Proved you're a crook. Proved you're a crooked gambler, didn't I?
On your way, Goodwin. Get out while you have the chance. You're covered, Riggs. Don't make a play for that second gun you wear.
I'll get you too, stranger. I don't know who you are, but when I find out, I'll get you.
You'll have to find out who I am first. The rest of you stay back. Come on, Tonto. Is Goodwin gone?
Him gone.
Back out the door, then. Get on your horse and go for the man I told you about.
Me, go.
The first man who comes out this door will get more of what Riggs got. Ride hard, Tonto. I'll meet you in camp as soon as you come back with Parker. Yep. Hail Silver! Tonto raced from town in one direction while the Lone Ranger rode in another. That night, the masked man returned to Mud Flats. The place was booming with activity. Crowds had gathered, not only in the gambling hall owned by Harv Riggs, but in all the smaller ones as well. The Lone Ranger, however, ignored these and went to Goodwin's home on the edge of town. He paused outside, and hearing voices, moved close to the window.
My wound ain't so bad, Jane. I'll be as good as new in a day or so, but it's losing that money.
Bart, I don't know what we'll do for food. The store won't give you no more credit.
An honest man ain't a chance of earning any sort of living here.
Bart, there ain't but one thing for us to do.
What's that, Jane?
Move out.
You mean leave Mud Flats?
That's what I mean, Bart. I don't hold Tommy to blame for what he done. He's been brought up in this sort of hole. What can you expect?
Where is he?
In his room. I guess he's ashamed to face you.
Send him here.
Bart, don't be harsh with him. He ain't but 15.
Get him for me.
Tommy.
What is it, Ma?
Your father wants to see you.
I didn't Didn't figure he'd ever want to speak to me again.
Come here, son.
Yeah, Pa. Go ahead. Do whatever you're a mind to. I got it coming to me.
I'm not going to punish you, Tom. I reckon you know as well as me that you done what you shouldn't. But Harv Riggs is so slick that full-grown men are took in by him.
You ain't gonna tan my hide?
No, lad. I'm just going to ask you to look at me and see the most cursed, stubborn, foolish man that ever lived. I made a mistake, too.
You, Pa?
Yep. Me and your ma settled here when it was a decent place to live in. Then gamblers come here, put up their own man for sheriff.
And he blind?
Yeah. I figured that he was a bad un, but that I'd stay around here and beat him when the next election come along.
You're better'n he ever was, Pa.
But my friends have pulled out of here, one after another. Meanwhile, other gamblers and crooks has come in.
Yeah.
Still, I was cussed stubborn. I helped to make this town. I kept biding time until Blind's term run out, figuring if I could just hang on, I'd get my old job as sheriff back again.
But there ain't no use hanging on no longer, Bart. You found out that you can't do nothing else to earn a decent living, and an honest sheriff wouldn't have a chance of getting elected now.
It took me a long time to see that, Jane. It's lucky our boy didn't get into no worse trouble. I see it now.
I won't think of you as a quitter if you leave, Bart.
I will be quitting, though.
Bart!
Bart!
You!
Please don't be alarmed.
That's the man that got me out of Riggs' place alive, Jane. That's our friend.
Oh. Gosh, mister, you sure helped my Pa.
Bart, I brought back the money Riggs took from your son.
The money?
There it is.
Oh, thank you, stranger. We needed that money.
I was sheriff around here, mister, before Mud Flats went to the gamblers and crooks. I seen a lot of outlaws, masked and otherwise.
I'm not wanted by the law, Bart.
I didn't think so. But what's the mask for?
Bart, you're going to quit, aren't you?
Well,
After hanging on all this time, waiting for Sheriff Blind's term to expire, you're going to quit and give up.
There's nothing else can be done.
Quitters aren't much help in building this country, Bart.
But I don't...
If other men like yourself who lived in town before the gamblers came here hadn't taken the easy way and moved somewhere else, this town wouldn't be nearly as bad off as it is now.
But they've all gone.
And so
now...
the future of this town depends upon your husband.
If there was something I could do...
There is. You can stay here and be the next sheriff.
Who'd vote for me?
All those who are left here after the crooks leave town. Let them be the quitters.
There wouldn't be many folks left, though.
Others would come in if the town was safe for them. Good citizens like you.
Oh, you don't know what you're asking, stranger.
I'm asking Bart Goodwin to stick.
Now, who's that?
Wait, I don't want to be seen here. I'll slip out the back way. Don't mention my being here, Bart. And remember, no matter what happens, stick on the job and count on me.
Open up there. Open the door, Bart.
It ain't locked.
The sheriff's voice.
Come on in, boys.
Right with you.
There's our man.
What do you want here?
There's the cash right on the table. Well, that makes the case a pretty slick one, don't it?
What do you mean?
I mean your pard was with you at Riggs' place. Here's Riggs himself.
Yeah, and there's the cash he stole from me.
That's our money.
That'll be decided by the court. Meantime, Bart Goodwin, you're under arrest for robbery and attempted murder.
What?
No.
You can't arrest Pa.
Take him.
You can't. He didn't do nothing.
Now, hold on. I didn't fire a shot.
Your friend with the mask did, and it ain't his fault I wasn't killed.
You shot Pa first.
When he tried to rob me.
Every man in that gambling house of yours seen you with a card in your sleeve, Riggs.
If that's so, they'll testify in court.
But they won't. You own 'em body and soul. Look here, Blind. You're going too far with your high-handed ways of doing things.
Come on.
Oh, don't take him to jail. Leave him free, and we'll leave town.
Leave town? You're leaving if you're allowed to go free, Bart?
Well,
He'll leave, won't you, Bart?
Well,
Pa, you can't be a quitter.
By thunderation, son. I won't be.
If you clear out, Andy Blind won't arrest you.
Go on, arrest me. I ain't promising to clear out. I'm sticking.
Bart, don't do it. This is your chance to go. They might hang you.
I don't reckon so, Jane. You see, that masked man is on our side.
He admits it.
And I heard what that masked man called his horse. And I seen how he handled his shooting irons. And he called his pard the Injun Tonto. Jane, he said to count on him, and that's what we are doing. Come on, Blind. Take me to jail. We'll see what happens then.
Let's get him.
the curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Mud Flats had fallen into the hands of gamblers and was controlled by the most important of their number, Harv Riggs. Bart Goodwin, the town's former sheriff, was helpless to oppose the crooks until the Lone Ranger promised him help. The masked man sent Tonto to summon the reformed gambler, Henry Parker. In the meantime, Goodwin was arrested and jailed on a false charge. Our next scene opens in Harv Riggs' gambling hall. It is several days after Goodwin's arrest. Riggs is seated at a corner table with the sheriff, Andy Bline.
Hey, Riggs.
Well, Merkel, ain't you sort of on strange ground?
Maybe I am, but I'm here to speak to you.
You better keep to your own cheap gambling place and stay out of first-class places like mine.
Oh, you ain't so glad to see me here, huh?
I don't want cheapskates hanging around here. It'll give the place a bad name. I don't like no part of you, Merkel. Vamos.
Just a minute there. I ain't going back to my place because it's closed up.
Closed up? What do you mean? I come by there an hour ago.
That was an hour ago. Now it's closed. Thanks to you.
You're making gun talk, Merkel. Watch what you say.
You sent the best confounded gambler in the state to bust me.
That's a downright lie.
Oh, no, it ain't. You sent a man that can do more tricks with cards than any man I ever seen. He cleaned me out. Took every cent I had and finished by betting the stack against my property and took that, too. And he left my place laughing at me, saying you'd be glad to hear how he come out at his first stop.
I said you lied, Merkel. I say it again. I never gave a hoot about the small-time business you had. I didn't send no one to bust you. And now that you are busted, I'm glad to hear.
Well, you
heard what Riggs said. Now clear out, Myrtle.
All right, you...
Get! What do you make of that, Riggs?
I don't know what to make of it. You know blame well I didn't send no one to bust him.
By thunder, I'd like to see the man that done it.
Me too. If there's any first-class gamblers with a lot of cash, I want them in my place.
There was no doubt in Merkel's mind that Riggs had sent Henry Parker. Merkel left Riggs' gambling hall in a rage and promptly called upon his friend Sam Sneed. Sneed was the owner of another small establishment.
He's a stranger here, Max, and he's about cleaned me out.
Where?
Must be the same one that done you in. I heard about that.
Where's he at?
I got my best dealer playing with him now. The table over yonder, see?
It's the same one. And look.
He's raking in all the chips.
I still think Riggs sent him here.
He's coming to cash his chips.
Evening, Mr. Sneed. I reckon I'm ready to cash in now. Here's my chips.
Yeah, you done all right, stranger.
Not half bad for a starter.
I don't know as I got cash enough on hand.
Partner, you better have. Oh, you here, Marco?
Yeah. What's your name, anyhow, mister?
Name? Henry Parker. What about it?
Well, Parker, I'll tell you what I'll do.
You'll offer to bet your place here, what's left of it, again my winnings, eh?
Yes. One cut of the cards. High man wins.
That suits me first rate.
And Joel, let's have a fresh deck.
Catch.
Here, Max. Break 'em out and shuffle.
I suppose you got the deed for your place handy.
Right here.
Now then, suppose you lay out the cash to replace these chips. I can't spend your chips in another house.
I'll make the chips good.
Let me see the cash, then we'll cut.
There's the cards all set.
All right, Parker. Go ahead and cut. Don't take more than a third of the cards.
You know, Sneed, it's an old trick cutting cards. When a man wants to be sure to win, he uses a deck that's fixed up, so the high cards are a mite longer. Now, if instead of cutting by gripping the cards from the side, I take 'em by the ends, I can feel the long card and show you the ace of spades, which can't be beat.
You?
There.
Why, you...
Of course, if the deck's an honest one, I done that just by luck. If it ain't honest, it's your deck.
That's the same stunt he pulled on me.
Likely my friend taught the trick to you, gents.
Your friend?
Now I'll take my winnings and try some other place. Evening, gents. I'll give you a couple days to move things out of my property, Sneed.
His property? He's took my place.
He got mine, too.
I'm broke. I'm busted. Cleaned out.
Who is that hombre, anyhow?
His friend. He must have meant Harv Riggs.
I figured the same. But Riggs denies it.
Sure, he denied it. But the ornery polecat, he's trying to drive out all competition.
Nothing is too small for him to want. Look at how he took Tommy Goodwin in.
Yeah. Listen, Max. Huh? Leave Parker go. Leave him alone and see what he does next.
Wait. Hey, you.
What you want?
What are you hanging around here for? Sneed, that Injun's been taking in all that's going on.
You not own place.
Well, what do you
You
want?
not no own it either.
Clear out. Get. I'm still in charge here, and I gotta clear the place out so I can do some thinking.
Tonto rode to the small, well-concealed camp, where he met the Lone Ranger. The faithful Indian told what Henry Parker had accomplished. Riggs and the sheriff were amused by the losses suffered by Merkel and Sneed, but Henry Parker had not stopped. He appeared in 2 more places. In the first, he collected his winnings without bothering to cut cards for the property. In the second, he was surrounded by a group of excited men who watched his play. Parker is speaking.
You'd better win this time, my friend, or you'll be cleaned right out.
Go on, give me 2 cards.
1, 2. I'll play what I got right here.
You're bluffing me again.
Then raise me.
Match that.
Matched and raised.
Blast you. I still say you're bluffing.
You can say what you please, but just let's see your cash.
I ain't no more to raise. I'll see you.
Full house.
You
gents have a lot to learn about this game. Now I reckon I'll be saying good evening to you.
That's 4 of us he's wiped out.
How's he do it?
I thought I knowed my own cards, but blasted if I...
Follow him.
What's that?
You here?
You follow that fella. See where him go.
Why? What do you know about him?
Maybe plenty.
Let's do what the redskin says.
He must have a fortune in that bag of his.
Come on, let's go.
The defeated gamblers followed Parker to the huge establishment owned by Riggs. They stood outside while Parker approached the table occupied by Riggs, carrying a heavy money bag in each hand. The gamblers paused only long enough to note the meeting, then went around to the side of the hall and listened in at an open window.
Now, don't make no sound. Just listen to what's said.
Maybe the Injun was right after all.
There's Parker and Riggs.
There you are, Riggs. Them bags is filled, and I took my commission.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. The way you slipped them fixed-up decks of cards in all them places worked out slick. I cleaned out 4 of them.
Say, who are you and what are you talking about?
Ain't you the man named Parker?
Sure.
Well, what are you doing around...
You needn't be afeard, Riggs. There ain't no one close enough to hear what I'm saying.
You blame fool. You must be loco. If you want to gamble here, all right, but don't be coming around.
Savvy. You're afeard someone will know you hired me.
Wait a minute there!
Sneak.
What the...
We heard it all! Riggs, the dirty rat!
Hold on there.
Shut up, blind! You're in with Riggs!
Bust this place up! There's his partner! Throw these galoops out! Come on,
The infuriated gamblers were determined to wreck the Riggs place beyond repair. Guns blazed, the bar was overturned, chairs and tables were smashed. In one corner, a fire started from an upset lamp, and flames quickly caught on the dry walls.
Fire! They fired my place!
Place burned now. That's more than we figured on, Tonto, but it's just as well. The men will get out all right, but all of Riggs' equipment will be destroyed.
That's right.
Now it's time for the Texas Rangers to move in.
And there they come, mister. They waited just like you said.
They wanted to clean out the outlaws for a long time, Parker. But they couldn't come until they were sent for. And Sheriff Blind wouldn't send for them.
Then how'd they happen to move in?
They think Blind sent for them. Blind won't dare deny it. If he does, he'll implicate himself with the outlaws. Now to get the man who's to be the next sheriff. Come on, Silver! There we are. Oh, boy. Oh. Bart.
Here I am, mister.
He'll not be held in that jail much longer.
I heard all the noise. Hey, what's happened?
A man cleaned out all the small gamblers, then made them think Riggs hired them for the job. They smashed Riggs' place and it caught fire.
He did? Great guns. That's swell.
The Texas Rangers came thinking Sheriff Blind sent for them. They're arresting most of the gamblers and will recognize them as men wanted by the law.
Did Blind send for the Rangers?
No. But with a dozen outlaws living here, Blind can't deny sending for them unless he admits that he was in league with the crooks.
If he admits sending for them, some of them will kill him.
That's why he'll have to clear out of the town. The crooks will be jailed, the sheriff run out. And then, Bart, they'll have to elect a new sheriff. And I think there's no doubt but what you'll be the man.
Say, who was that riding away so fast?
That's the ex-sheriff, Andy Blind. Stand back away from that door, Bart. There. All right, Bart. There's no one left to insist that you'll be jailed.
Gosh, you sure meant what you said when you said you'd stand by me.
Bart, make this town the place it used to be.
I sure will do that same or die a trying.
The sort of place for Tommy to grow up in.
Tommy and all the other young'uns.
I've emptied my saddlebags. The money there is gambler's money. Most of it taken dishonestly from people who were victims of the vicious business here. You use it to the best advantage.
Gosh.
Help those who need help and stick to your job. Come on there, Silver! Stretch out those legs, old boy! There's a gold robbery at the station! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Countless stories have been handed down from generation to generation concerning the stirring deeds of the mysterious masked rider of justice. Only Tonto, his faithful Indian companion, knew his identity. And now the thrilling frontier days of the western United States come to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're meeting Tonto in the town of Broken Bow. Hi-yo, Silver!
The town of Broken Bow grew up around the railroad station and a telegraph office. Frequently, a train pulled into a siding and stopped there overnight to wait for the train to pass in the opposite direction. On these occasions, the crew of the train would spend the night in Broken Bow's hotel. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, we see Mike Murphy in the cafe, surrounded by a group of men. Mike is the engineer of the westbound train that has stopped for the night in Broken Bow.
I'll be blasted if an Irishman ain't got the worst luck of man or beast.
What's bothering you, Mike?
Ask Sam, he can tell you.
I ain't just sure, but something tells me Mike was sort of planning on seeing Betty tonight.
But, Mike, ain't you pulling out with your train? You're handling the throttle on the westbound outfit, ain't you?
I should go west when the eastbound is coming this way.
Is that what's holding you here?
You know as well as I do it is. Now, wouldn't it be a fine thing if I was to meet the eastbound on that single track of ours?
I was forgetting that.
It ain't that Mike gives a darn whether he stays over or not. That is, he don't care as a usual thing. But he's got an idea Betty should have been here to help him pass the time.
Sure, and that's what I think.
As a matter of fact, Mike, when she left town to visit her friend, she didn't have no thought that you'd be in town tonight.
I'll be talking it over with her.
By the way, Mike, you ain't heard talk of Snake Laughlin and his gang being around this country, have you?
Ain't heard a word.
Snake Laughlin?
I don't know. One of my deputies had an idea. He'd seen one of that bunch of coyotes the other day. But maybe he was mistaken. He wasn't real sure.
Well, here's hoping he didn't. It'd be a black day for us if he was to show up with that pack of hoodlums of his'n.
Oh, probably just talk. Forget about it. How about filling up our glasses just once more? I feel like having another.
Snake Laughlin never comes into a town these days unless he has a good reason, Tonto.
Him here now.
And there must be a reason. He's wanted by too many lawmen to risk being seen in town unless he has some pretty important plans.
That's right.
Is he still back at the cafe?
Him still there. Other feller with him.
Probably waiting to speak to someone inside. But he doesn't dare be seen.
That's right.
I'd like to capture Snake and turn him over to the law right here in town.
Why not do it?
We can do that any time. Let's wait and see what he's planning here.
There comes feller.
The engineer of that train on the siding.
Good night, gents. Thanks for a darn swell evening.
There he goes. Probably to a hotel.
Look, there.
Snake.
Him follow other feller.
Very well. We'll follow Snake and see what happens. I'll be ready to act if Snake tries any violence.
Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me, for I'm off to Louisiana with the washbowl on me knee.
Hey, you.
Huh? What's the matter?
I want to speak with you, mister.
Well, speak up.
You better step back here in the trees.
If you got anything to be saying to Mike Murphy, speak up. I can hear you from here.
I says step back.
Ouch! Oh, so it's a gun you're jabbing in me ribs.
Back where I told you.
All right, if that's how you feel about it. But sure, if this is a stick-up, you got me at the wrong time. I'm flat broke.
Shut up and get back. I aim to talk with you.
You got him, huh, Snake?
Yeah, I got him.
So it's Snake they call you. Well, it's a name that suits your way of acting. Now, what is it you want of me?
Anyone around, Mears?
I don't think so. Ain't seen no one.
Good.
Well, speak your piece.
You're the critter that handles that choo-choo train, ain't you?
I'm the engineer, if that's what you mean.
You know what I mean.
All right, Snakeface, I know.
You're waiting here for the train to come from the west, ain't you?
What's it to you?
Ain't you?
Go easy with the way you poke me with that gun. Yes, I am. It ain't but a single track, and I can't take my train west from here till the eastbound comes through in the morning.
Oh, yes, you can.
Like fun I can.
If your train's on the tracks heading west, the eastbound will pile right into it. Ain't that so?
Any fool knows that. There'd be a wreck.
That's just what we aim to have happen.
Of all the out-and-out nerve I ever seen...
Now, where'll you hear the rest, mister?
I don't need to hear no more. Sure, it's... Listen, just stop jabbing me.
We're going to make a deal with you, see?
There ain't money enough in the world to make me do
What
you...
about Betty Calkins?
Keep her name off your dirty tongue.
How'd you like to see her killed?
What?
Thought that'd get you interested.
What do you know about her?
We know she's the daughter of the guy that runs the telegraph. And we know you looked for her when you come to town and found she's gone to spend the night with friends in Grantsville. Well, she ain't there, see?
Where's she at? What have you crooks done with her?
There ain't but one way for you to find out.
I don't believe you.
We can prove what we said all right enough. You got about 6 hours before you decide.
6 hours? It ain't but midnight. The eastbound ain't due till 9 in the morning.
Yeah. Only your train's got to be a good ways west of here when the two of them meet. You savvy?
3 hours to the west? That'll take us out in the desert.
That's right. And that's just where we want it to be. You see, we got this thing worked out and planned real careful. Betty Calkins never got to Grantsville. And her friend there didn't know she was coming, so the girl ain't even missed yet.
Why, you...
Never mind the fancy talk. You just come along with us while you're making up your mind.
Where's the girl now?
You don't need to know that.
How do I know you got her?
We'll give you proof of that.
Get along. Where are you taking me?
You'll find out. It's up to you, Mike. You can drive that train out as we tell you and save the girl you want to marry, or else. Now get moving. You're traveling with us tonight.
What's that thing in me ribs now? Cut it out.
Quick, Tonto. Back to our horses.
Maybe better me follow them, huh?
Yes, follow them, Tonto. Find out where they go. Then go to Calkins' home and wait there for me.
You talk to Calkins?
Yes, I'm going to try and learn if those men really have the girl.
Them tell railroad feller. Them got proof.
Find out what that proof is. There's no use trying to capture those men now. If they have the girl, they'd certainly kill her.
Not right.
If she's in their camp, you'll find it out. Meet me later at the Calkins' home. Yep, and get all the information you can get. Come on, Silver.
While Tonto followed Snake Lofgren and his companion, Mears, the Lone Ranger rode to the small cottage where Jim Calkins lived with his daughter, Betty. There he brought Silver to a halt. There was no light inside, but a rap on the door brought a quick response.
That you come back, Betty?
No, Calkins. I want to speak to you about your daughter. Open the door.
Who are you?
A friend. Open this door.
Just a second now. I'll have it open in a jiffy. There. Now, what's the matter? What do you want here at this hour of the night?
Where is your daughter?
She here. I don't know you, and I don't see why I should tell you where Betty is. You got a heap of nerve coming here.
I'll step inside.
No, you see here.
Listen to me, Calkins, and try to keep your head. When did your daughter leave to visit friends at Grantsville?
Around noontime. Why?
How did she travel?
On her horse.
Did those friends expect her?
No.
And you don't know whether or not she got there safely?
No. Is there something wrong?
Calkins, I'm afraid there is. Tell me, you're the telegraph operator on that line. Why would anyone want to stop the train that's coming from the west tomorrow morning?
What about the train?
That's what I'm asking you. Suppose you light a lamp so we can see each other.
Yeah, sure thing. I got a lamp right here handy. Now, just a minute. I'll get it going. There's something mighty queer afoot, and I aim to find out what it is. If something has happened to Betty... There.
Now, sit down.
Your mask! What's this mean? Who are you?
I told you I was a friend. Right now, I'm afraid you'll have to be ready to hear some unpleasant news.
What's happened to Betty? Tell me. Tell me what's happened.
I'm quite sure she's safe and unharmed so far. But I think she might be in danger of her life.
What?
Unless we can do something between now and daybreak.
Tell me what you know about her.
First, tell me what there is of value on the eastbound train.
I can't tell. I can't tell no one.
Someone already knows.
How?
I don't know how, but Lofgren and his gang have captured your daughter. They're holding her so they can force Mike Murphy to stop the engine west before the eastbound train comes by.
But that'd mean a wreck.
It would.
And Betty, where's she at? What have they done with her?
Tell me what's on board that train.
Gold. A fortune in gold. It's bullion going east from the Gold Coast.
And that's why those killers want the trains to crash.
Now, what about Betty?
Calkins, keep your wits about you. You've got to keep as calm as possible. The life of your daughter may depend upon your clear thinking.
But something has got to be done. We can't just sit here. I've got to...
If Betty hasn't been harmed so far, she'll be safe until morning. I have a friend who'll come here soon, and he may have a lot more to tell us. Meanwhile, you can tell me who might have known that Betty planned to ride to Grantsville.
I don't know.
Who would be able to tell the outlaws that there was gold on that eastbound train?
I don't know who'd tell that. I don't know how there could be any such leak. It was confidential.
Think, Hawkins. Think hard. It may save Betty's life.
While the Lone Ranger questioned Calkins, the telegraph operator, Snake and Mir joined their outlaw friends at their camp in the forest. They tied Murphy securely to a tree. Then Snake removed something from his saddlebag and showed it to the engineer.
Now then, Mike, take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it.
Fancy ribbon. There ain't but one hunk like that in the state.
So you know it, huh?
I fetched that from St. Louis.
Uh-huh. And give it to Betty Calkins, didn't you?
Yes.
Then how do you reckon we got it if we didn't capture the girl?
You dirty rat, you. May the devil take you for what you done.
Ain't no use straining again them ropes, Murphy. You won't bust them.
Now maybe you want a little more proof before you're convinced. Hey, you. Fetch that horse here.
I'm in, Snake.
I don't know if you know the girl's horse or not, but this is it.
Where is she?
Murphy, there ain't but one way for you to ever see the girl alive. That's to do what we told you.
Kill me fireman and a couple of the lads that's on me train, and kill the crew of the eastbound. Let the crooks like you get away with whatever's aboard the train. Double-cross me company.
Or say your sweetheart dead.
I don't know if it'll take me long to decide.
You can jump from the train. We'll all ride along with you. And as far as I'm concerned, you can stop your train. Just so long as it's left on the tracks right near the turn. Now, you ain't got but a few hours to make up your mind, so you better do some thinking.
And even if you don't do what we want, we'll likely get what we're after. We'll find out how to run that engine for our own selves. Maybe we could torture him a little.
Keep back, I'm handling this.
All right, we got it covered.
What's going on over there?
You got him.
What's the boys outside the camp got?
Found someone there.
Go on there, Engine. Snake, I want to talk with you.
Where'd you get the redskin?
Where'd he come from?
He was over there in the dark.
Listening to all we said.
Oh, so you figured to spy on us, huh?
You not go through with scheme.
Where you from?
Me not talk.
Tie him to that tree. See if there's any other snoopers around here. I'll handle these fellas. I got good ways of handling redskins.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue our story. The Snake Lofgren gang made Mike Murphy, the engineer of the westbound train, a prisoner. Then offered him a choice between the death of the girl he loved and the wrecking of the eastbound train. Tonto, who had followed the outlaws to their camp, was discovered and captured. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had gone to the home of the girl's father, Sam Calkins, the telegraph operator, where he waited for Tonto's return.
He should have been here long before this, unless...
Where is he? If he's coming here, why don't he come?
We don't know how far he had to go to reach Snake's camp.
But time is passing. Another couple of hours and it'll be too late.
Wait.
It's Tonto's horse.
Where's the man who went to the outlaws' camp?
I don't know. Steady there, white fellow. Here's Silver, but I'm going to find out. All right, white fellow. Show us the way.
But wait. What about my daughter? What about Betty?
First we must find Tonto. Get up, white fellow. Follow him, Silver. Come on, boy. Hi-yo,
Tonto's horse led the way to the forest, while the Lone Ranger followed cautiously. He knew that the appearance of Whitefellow without his master meant that Tonto had been injured or captured. In the outlaws' camp, Tonto was stolidly facing Snake Lofgren.
Now, Mears, hand me that bullwhip.
Here you are, Snake.
Injun, you going to tell me what you was here for and who you're reporting to? Or have the living daylights beat out of you?
Me not talk.
No? We'll see about that.
Maybe we better go over and shut the engineer's mouth, huh, Snake?
Yeah, maybe we had. After we open the engines. Mike can't hear us way over here.
Go on, boss. Use the whip on the engine.
What are you grinning about?
You not hit me.
No?
Snake, what's he so doggone amused about? He's looking over there at Mike Murphy. Hey, look there. Who's that?
Mask.
That's not Silver.
Hey, look over there. Shoot! Look out! You're shooting our own men.
Hey, there!
Silver, closely followed by Whitefellow, charged into the outlaws like a furious demon. The Lone Ranger, using his guns as clubs, fought his way to Tonto's side. Then, whipping out a knife, he slashed the ropes that bound his friend.
Get on your horse, Tonto. Me ready. What about Mike feller? Leave him here.
Don't let him get loose.
Get away, White feller. This way, fella. We're clear of them now. Me see you talk to Mike Murphy on the other side of camp. Yes, fellow. I told him what to do. Me afraid outlaw killed girl. That's what I want to check on. Tonto, did you learn anything while you were with them? Them fellers got girl's horse. Yes? Got fancy ribbon. And Mike's convinced they have the girl a captive? That's right. And now we can slow down. Tonto, I have an idea that I want to test. What's that? I spent a long time with Jim Calkins. There's no way those outlaws could know about the gold. What, them? No? Yes, and the railroad men are the only ones who could have told them. The outlaws even know just where the eastbound train will be at a given time. What we do? We're hunt for girl. She wasn't in the camp, was she? No, we're not there. I told Mike Murphy just what to do. I think he trusted me. What him do? He's going to accept the outlaws' terms and agree to take the westbound train out in the morning at 6 o'clock. Him make wreck? No, Tonto. I don't think there'll be any wreck. If I can prove just one point, we'll be able to send the lawman to capture the Lofgren gang. What that point? You'll learn all about it very soon. Come on, Silver!
The outlaws scattered and searched desperately for the Lone Ranger and Tonto. Meanwhile, the eastbound train thundered on. As the discouraged outlaws returned to their camp, Snake Lofgren spoke to them angrily.
What sort of gunmen are you, anyhow?
We done all we could, Snake.
You didn't get either of them two.
Ain't our fault. We sure scoured the woods. I don't know how in heck them two could get away so fast. We kept after them for a time. We didn't have a chance of catching up to them. It don't matter much, though, does it, Snake?
What do you mean?
Well,
Well, they didn't get to learn nothing important.
The engine knows we're going to stop that eastbound train, don't he?
What can he do about it?
That remains to be seen. Mears, I'm done with fooling around. Fetch me the lash. I'll try it on the engineer.
Ain't he made his mind up yet?
No.
Here's the whip snake.
Good. There. How do you like the sound of that, Murphy?
Flashing me won't help.
It's getting close to time for you to take that train out. Are you going to do it or not?
Where is me girl?
You won't find her till you do what I want. Are you going to do it or ain't you?
The girl's life depended on me. Seems like you have no choice left.
And you'll take a train out?
What else is there for me to do?
Good.
I thought you'd come around to my way of thinking.
But you'd better be taking the ropes off me hands or I won't be able to handle no throttle.
How long will it take to get the steam up, get the train ready to move?
What time is it now?
Around 5.
You could better be starting right away. I'll have to get me fireman.
No, you don't. Me and Mears will go along to feed the boilers.
Sure, but I don't need only one of you.
Mears will be the one. I'll keep a gun on you so you don't try no tricks.
You don't take no chances, do you, snake face?
Cut his ropes. 3 of you keep guns leveled on him. I ain't gonna have nothing go wrong at the last minute.
I'm watching him.
When'll I get to see me girl?
After the wreck, when you come back here.
I'd be willing to give odds that you double-cross me when I do what you want. Only there ain't no choice for me. I can tell that the likes of you won't leave Betty alive if I don't do what you say.
Come on. We'll head for the side and where the train is.
Bring your horses and everything you own. You won't be needing the kids.
Sometime later, the heavy westbound train was ready to move. Switches had been thrown to clear the track, and Mears shoveled coal into the firebox. The engineer held a steady hand on the throttle, while Snake stood close beside him.
All right, get going now.
Sure, and that's what I'm doing. Go on, Mears. Keep feeding that fire.
Faster. I want to be as far west as possible when we meet the other one. Get to that bend if you can.
That crook ain't so good at shoveling. You don't keep enough fire there. We can't go very fast.
Don't bluff me.
I ain't. We'll do the best we can.
Shovel harder, Mears. Open up that throttle, Murphy. Remember, the girl ain't safe yet.
The train went roaring westward toward the approaching eastbound train. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger raced over to Sam Calkins' home, leaped to the ground, and burst through the door.
Calkins!
Where is she? Where's Betty? Have you found her?
No, but Mike is taking the train west.
What?
Come with me. There's just one chance in the world to prevent that crash.
We can't stop
The
it.
telegraph.
But...
Come on, it's not far to the station. You can wire the western point and have the eastbound train stopped.
But there wouldn't be a chance to stop it. It'll be too late.
Come, you ride my horse with me.
Hey, stop dragging me.
Get up, over there.
All right. All right. But I tell you...
Come on, Silver.
There isn't a chance of stopping that train now.
Don't you even want to try?
Yeah, sure. But Betty, my daughter.
Come on, Silver.
Not so fast.
Here we are. Now get into that office and contact the western operator. Oh, Silver. Oh, more.
I tell you, there ain't no use.
Inside. There's your key. Use it.
But
Hawkins.
All right, stranger. I'll try and reach him.
Ask if the eastbound train has passed that point yet.
That's what I'm doing.
I'll go outside and tighten the cinch on my saddle. Call me when you get your answer.
All right. All right, stranger.
Well, Silver, we'll see if we were right in what we figured. I hope he doesn't keep us here too long. Tyler will have a hard ride as it is.
Hey, mister.
Did you get an answer?
Yeah. The train's already past that station. There ain't no way to stop it.
You crook.
Well, what's the matter? What do you mean?
You mean to say you had a message from the west?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, look at your wires. They've been cut.
What?
No message could go to the west or come from there. Calkins, you don't want that train saved.
It's a frame-up.
It's a rotten scheme that you're working with the Lofgren gang. You took advantage of your friend Mike Murphy's love for your daughter. You're the one who told Lofgren about that gold. You're the one who planned the whole thing.
No, wait. Listen.
And you know where your daughter is. Tell me.
Let go of me.
Talk. Where's Betty?
Stop shaking me.
Where is she?
At Grantsville. I gave them others her horse. She rid another horse. Let me go.
Yeah. I suspected you when we talked last night. And Mike Murphy, I'll prove you a crook. If you're here when the law comes, you'll get what Lofgren and his gang will get. Hi-yo,
Riding like the wind, the masked man reached the top of a hill where brushwood was piled and waiting. He set the fuel on fire, and clouds of smoke billowed to the sky. Far to the west, Tonto, waiting for the signal, saw the pillar of smoke.
That signal, white feller. Now we ride. Get 'em up, white feller. Get 'em up.
Tonto had already brought a group of lawmen to the scene. A few quick words, and the hard-riding men led by Tonto sent their mounts thundering along the rails. Meanwhile, in the cab of the engine, Snake was urging Mike to put on more speed.
I tell you, Snakeface, this is the best we can do. That critter don't keep enough steam up. Shovel harder, Mears. Shovel harder.
You shovel for a time. I'm all in.
I gotta keep this critter covered. We gotta make more speed than this. What's that coming after us? The Saint Chief raised. That engine. Lawman! No, you spalpeens. Get going faster. Not on your chin, Mike. We're stopping here. Get going or I shoot. No, you quit shooting there, Sheriff.
Wait, I surrender. You all right?
You bet I'm all right, Injun. What about the girl?
Her safe. Masked friend send message. Girl's father in scheme.
Yes?
The engine explained everything to me, Murphy. The girl is safe. So you can put the engine in reverse and get back to the side.
That I will. Pile aboard. Put your horses in the second car, and then we'll show these spalpeens that this engine can go a lot faster in reverse than she done heading west.
Come on there, Silver, old fellow. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Tonto's waiting. We'll have to ride again. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The heroic deeds and actions of the famous masked rider of justice live on and on, despite the fact that the history of the United States does not record any of his stirring adventures. Today we thrill to another daring ride with the phantom figure of the plains. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We must hurry, old fellow! We're needed in the town of Bixby! Hurry, Silver!
The town of Bixby was a typical mining community of the Old West, supplying the necessary equipment of the prospectors and providing recreation for those who had struck it rich enough to patronize the many cafes lining the main street. Lem Purvis, a seasoned veteran of the hills, was celebrating the sale of his gold claim. And as the action of our story begins, we see him surrounded by a number of his friends. The Lone Ranger, unmasked but wearing a disguise, is also present.
Just step right up, boys. The drinks is on me.
Come on, boys, step up. Lem Purvis is buying.
What's the celebration?
Lem sold his mine.
Got $200 for it.
Come on, join the fun.
Lem's luck has changed, sure enough.
Won't Tom Gordon be surprised when he hears about it?
He ought to be. Told me this here sample of ore wasn't no good. Told me my mine was worthless. First worthless mine I seen to pay $200.
The ore is saved?
Yes, stranger, it ain't even worth the effort of digging it out in the ground.
What do you mean?
I mean it ain't what it looks. It ain't no good. But that Eastern dude, Carter Dodson, bought my mine lock, stock, and barrel when he seen this here sample.
How do you know the sample is worthless?
How'd I know? That's a good one. I took it to the assay office and had the assay clerk, Tom Gordon, test it for me. That's how.
And Gordon, he said the mine weren't worth working.
When Carter Dodson offered to buy your mine, did he know about the assay?
Of course not. Dodson come snooping around with that sneering way of his and thought he was putting something over on me, buying the mine for what he paid. And I just shut up and let him talk himself into buying it.
Never did like that Dodson fella, no how.
He's got it coming to him. About time he was given a little of his own medicine.
Slicked up Easterner.
Carter Dodson represents a gold mining syndicate, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right, stranger.
Has he been here long?
Nope, come from the east about 2 months ago. He's been trying all sorts of tricks on the boys here.
I'd like to see his face when he finds out that Betsy Ann is worthless.
He'd sure be mad.
He might come gunning for you, Len.
No chance of that. He's an Easterner, ain't he?
May I see that sample of ore?
Shucks, stranger. No reason why not. Here it is. Say, I ain't seen you around these parts afore, have I?
I don't suppose you have.
You seem powerful interested in things, and you sort of talk like an Easterner. You ain't a friend of Carter Dodson, are you?
I don't know, Dodson. That's strange.
What do you mean?
This ore is rich.
No, it ain't, stranger. All it is fool's gold. I thought it was gold at first, but it ain't.
This is not fool's gold.
Oh, I had it tested, I tell you. There's Tom Gordon heading this way. He can prove it. He's in the assay office.
Tom, come here. Lem wants you.
I'm coming. Hey, Lem.
Gosh, he's excited about something.
Tom, listen, we've
You
been
listen.
talking of...
That ore of yours?
what about that ore?
I don't know how to say it.
What is it? What's the matter?
I made a mistake, Lem.
A mistake?
Yeah, an awful mistake. I gave you the wrong assay.
The wrong assay? You mean on my mind?
Yeah.
You found Lem's ore to be valuable after all?
That's right, stranger. Lem, I don't know what to say about it. I heard about you selling the Betsy Ann.
You mean to tell me the Betsy Ann is worth something?
Yeah, that's just it. It's worth a lot, Lem.
I can't believe it.
It's the truth. I wouldn't have had it happen for nothing. But
How valuable is the Betsy Ann?
I reckon the ore run over $25 a ton.
And I sold the whole claim to Dodson for $200.
I wish I'd have found out sooner. I sure do, Lem.
You wish? Why,
Lem, you better watch out.
So, you made a mistake.
Yeah. I told you that
Seems to me that's a pretty good mistake you made for the Easterner.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. Dodson stands to make thousands of dollars out in my mine.
Yeah, but
And with 2 days around the assay office, you didn't find out the mistake till I'd shined over the mine.
I know. But, Lem...
Shut up! You don't make much money on that job of yours, Gordon. You might be able to stand a little extra cash, mightn't you?
Lem, you...
I've been slaving for years to get a good claim, living from hand to mouth. And then you make a mistake. I've been robbed, that's what. You robbed me of my rightful money.
Careful, Lem.
You keep out of this, stranger. I'm beginning to catch on to things around here.
You've got a gun! Lem, don't shoot. You can't do it. I ain't got a gun with me. You can't shoot me down.
You change them samples of purpose and you'll pay for it. You can't rob Lem Purvis and get away with it.
Lem, put down your gun.
I won't. Gordon, you're gonna pay.
No!
My hand, you shot me.
You're not hurt, Lem. I simply knocked your gun out of your hand.
I could have got that crook if you hadn't interfered.
If you'd shot Tom Gordon, you'd have hung for murder.
But he stole from me.
You've no proof of that. It's your word against his.
That's right. I swear it was a mistake.
A darn convenient one for Dodson.
Yeah. Quiet! Gordon, whose report did you confuse with Lem's?
Jeff Sawyer's, mister. He'll be powerful disappointed when he finds out his mine ain't worth nothing after all.
Disappointed? That's a mild word for what he'll be, Tom.
Maybe he can still take that offer Dodson made him.
What offer?
Dodson offered him $1,000 for his mine, but Jeff laughed at him. If Dodson don't know about the mix-up yet, maybe Jeff can take up that offer.
Are you going to tell Jeff about it?
You're darn right, mister, and I'm going to do that same now. I just hope I'm in time. It's some ride to his place.
$200.
I reckon I'll clear out myself.
Hold on, Gordon. I got more to say to you.
Take it easy, Lem.
I'll see you when you cool off, Lem. Trouble with you is you got a low boiling point.
Red Reddit. I bet he done it a purpose. If only I was sure.
You'll never find out by shooting him. Let him go. See what happens next.
When Tom Gordon left the cafe, the Lone Ranger followed the young man. On his way, he met Tonto and told the Indian what he'd overheard in the cafe. Together, they continued after Tom until the young man stopped at a house some distance ahead.
He's stopping at the Widow Sims' place, Kemosabe. That's where Carter Dodson is staying.
That's right.
We'll leave our horses here and go on foot. I want to hear what Gordon tells Dodson. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh, my fella.
We must go carefully, Tonto. If he sees us, we'll learn nothing.
Oh, that's right.
He's going inside now.
Dodson feller open the door.
Yes, I see. Quiet, Tonto. We haven't much farther to go.
We get near window.
Careful.
Gordon seems to be excited. Must be telling Dodson everything that happened in the cafe. Here we are. Listen, Tonto.
And if that stranger in the cafe hadn't shot Lem's gun away before Lem had a chance to shoot me...
A stranger? Who was he?
I didn't find out.
Oh, what'd he interfere for?
I don't know that either.
I guess that isn't important anyhow. What else made you think these miners suspect our scheme?
Why, nothing else.
Then why did you come here?
I had to warn you.
Warn me that a miner was angry when he heard his mine hadn't panned out like he wanted it to?
Why,
Get some sense, Tom. Things are working out just like I planned.
But I don't see how you figure that.
Lem Purvis simply lost his head when he heard the mine he'd sold to me for $200 was worth a lot more.
He called me a crook.
Did the rest of the men call you a crook, too?
No.
Then don't worry about it.
All right.
As long as you stick to your story, they'll think Lem's raving mad about losing money. They may think you're stupid, but they won't think you're crooked. And even if they do, they can't prove it.
Leastways, not till we've cleaned up and got out of here.
That's right.
And how about Jeff Salter? You think it's all right to go on like we planned about him?
Why not?
You don't think he'll get suspicious about the mixed assays?
Our scheme is foolproof. No one can prove anything against us. You made a mistake, and I was lucky enough to cash in on it. And that's all.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
Jeff Salter owns one of the richest mines in the region. And Lem Purvis's mine is almost as good.
Yeah.
You made Lem Purvis think his mine was worthless, and he sold it to me for $200.
I know that, but
Then you claim you got the assays mixed, and tell Jeff his claim is worthless.
And Jeff takes you up on that $1,000 offer you made him.
Right. He'll think he's putting one over on me by taking me up on the offer before I find out his mine is no good.
It's a plenty slick scheme, Dodson.
We'll pay Jeff Salter the $1,000, and then when we have the deeds, we'll clear out.
Then send men back here to work the mines, and we collect the profit?
Exactly. If they ever realize they've been swindled, we'll be so far away they'll never catch up with us.
When are we clearing out?
All we're waiting for is to get the Salter claim. I told him I'd call on him today to see if he'd change his mind about selling.
Yeah?
I'll start out for his place in about an hour. That will give that friend of his time to get to him and tell him his mine is worthless.
Yeah.
As soon as he signs over the papers, we'll start for the east.
We can't be stopped now.
No.
And we get 2 valuable mines for just $1,200.
Mines that'll yield us a fortune. We'll be rich. You'd better ride over to Salter's with me.
Well, if he sees me...
He doesn't have to see you. You can stay back a ways. But I don't want you too far from me until this is all settled.
Why?
I don't want you to get scared again and get out of control. You're riding with me. We're leaving in an hour. And you're staying right here till we do. We'll get our horses.
Tonto, did you hear what they said?
Me here.
We must get back to our horses quickly. There's no time to lose.
You got a plan?
I have an idea, Tonto, that might work. We just told Jeff Salter about the scheme. We'd save his mine, but that wouldn't help Lem Purvis. What we must do is find some way to jail those crooks.
That's right.
Here, Silver.
White feller.
We'll go out and call on Jeff Salter, and then, Kemosabe, you'll talk to Carter Dodson. Is my mask tight? Good. Come on, then, Tonto. It's a long ride to Jeff Salter's mine. Come on, Silver.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Carter Dodson of an Eastern mining syndicate and Tom Gordon, the assay clerk in the town of Bixby, plotted to cheat Lem Purvis and Jeff Salter out of their claims by substituting false reports on the value of their mines. Lem, believing his claim worthless, sold to Dodson. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto overheard the plot to get Salter's mine in a similar manner and decided to do something about it. We hear the horses coming to a stop in front of Salter's mine.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Steady.
Who's there? Is it Dodson?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Salter.
A masked man.
A mask means nothing.
It means just one thing to me, mister. Outlaw. You and that redskin are after my gold, ain't you?
No, we're not, Jeff.
Then why'd you come here masked?
You had an offer to buy your mine, didn't you, Jeff?
Yeah, and what about it?
Are you planning to accept the offer?
What difference does it make to you whether I sell my mine or not?
Just this, Salter. You heard that your assay was mixed up and your mine really worthless, didn't you?
Yeah, but how?
What you heard is not true.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's a scheme to get your mine for a fraction of its actual worth.
You mean it's a put-up job between Dodson and Tom Gordon?
Exactly.
Why, those dirty... Wait a minute, mister. How do I know you're telling the truth? Where do you come in?
You'll have to take my word for it, Jeff.
Then all you're doing is warning me?
Not quite.
Huh. I might have known a masked man...
Wait. I told you I wanted to warn you against the thieves, but I also want your help.
My help? What can I do?
I have a plan to catch those crooks, so they'll not be able to swindle other people. I want you to help me.
Darndest thing I ever seen. Masked and not an outlaw. Helping people and wanting nothing for it. I like your style, mister. Tell me what you want me to do, and we'll see about doing it.
All right then, Jeff. Listen carefully. Here's the plan I have in mind.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto left the old prospector shortly before Dodson arrived. The Easterner did not suspect that his plans were known.
Whoa there. Whoa. Hello, Salter. I'm here just as I told you I'd be. Have papers with me and everything, all set to sign. I'm sure you thought this thing over carefully.
I have.
That's good. You can't go far wrong on taking $1,000 for this mine of yours, Salter. Of course, it is worth a bit more, but...
It's worth a darn sight more than 1,000 to me, Dodson.
Huh?
I told you I'd thought it over. And I still say you ain't buying this here mine.
But I thought...
Never mind what you thought. I ain't selling. And just to show you how much I'm backing on this here mine, I'll tell you something.
What's that?
Tom Gordon made a mistake in assaying the mine, and now he says it ain't worth a cent.
You mean...
In spite of that, I'm still holding on to it.
But if it's worthless...
You won't get it, worthless or not.
But I don't see what...
I ain't selling. Now get.
Very well, Salter. But you may change your mind before very long. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up there. Get up. So I won't get it. We'll see about that. Can't afford to let Salter's mine slip through my fingers. And there's Tom coming to meet me.
Oh, there. Oh, boy. Steady, boy. Well, Dodson, is everything all set?
All set nothing.
What do you mean?
That old fool Salter won't sell his mine.
Won't sell?
No.
What went wrong, Dodson?
Salter doesn't seem to believe the story. He still thinks his mine is worth something. He told me he wouldn't sell for any price.
What are we going to do now?
I don't know. There must be some way to get hold of that mine. What's that?
I don't know. Sounded like something moving.
Was right over there.
Hey, look.
It's a man. He's heard what we said. Get him out of there.
You come out of them bushes and keep your hands high.
Me come.
A redskin. Can you understand English?
Me savvy. Me here. You talk about gold mine.
A smart Indian.
Maybe me help you.
What do you mean? How could you help?
You want mine?
Yes, that's right. What were you thinking of?
Maybe feller take trip.
Maybe he could. A nice long trip. I was thinking about that myself.
You mean that...
I mean we can't argue that old coot out of his mind. But there's one way of getting hold of it that's sure.
You wouldn't...
That mine's worth any risk, Gordon. If Jeff Salter was to disappear...
You'd let this Injun murder him?
That's exactly what I'd do.
Me fix Salter. You maybe pay me?
I thought you might be hired.
But Dodson, murder...
What the Indian does won't involve us. With Salter out of the way, we can get his mine.
How?
You will see that folks think he signed his mine over to us and left town.
But if they don't believe it, if we're caught, we'll hang. Murder's nothing to fool with.
We won't get caught.
I don't like it, Dodson.
I don't care whether you like it or not. Do as I say. Now listen carefully.
Yeah?
I have it all figured out. The Indian will go back to the mine now and take care of Jeff Salter. You understand, Indian?
Me savvy.
I'll pay you when you've got the job done. Tom, we'll ride back to town.
Yeah?
We'll take the bill of sale with us. You'll sign Jeff Salter's name.
Forge it?
Of course. Then you act as if you'd been hunting for me all day. Tell me about the mixing up of the two essays. And ask me if I bought Jeff's mine.
What for?
When you ask me about the mine, I'll show you the paper as proof that I bought it.
Yeah?
Then I'll go into a rage about being swindled out of $1,000 by Salter.
And then?
We'll go to the sheriff. Take him out to call on Jeff Salter. When they don't find any trace of him, they'll think he skipped town with my $1,000 cash.
I see.
Then you leave town, and I'll have someone else make an essay on mine, and find it might pay me to keep the papers Jeff Salter signed.
What about the Injun?
Redskin, you're not to leave any trace of Jeff's things. Take them all away.
Me do.
You'll get what's coming to you after we get that mine.
When Dodson returned to town, it was taken for granted he had bought Salter's mine without realizing its worthlessness. Dodson, relying upon this impression, stormed into the sheriff's office.
He cheated me, Sheriff.
Maybe so, maybe not.
He did. He knew that mine was worthless when he sold it to me.
Can you prove that, Dodson?
I'll prove it, all right. I'll prove it if you'll come out there with me.
Well,
All of you come. I'm going to have the law on Jeff Salter. He can't swindle me like this. Are you coming or not?
All right, Dodson. Reckon I'll have to. That there bill of sale looks binding, though.
It won't be if we can prove a swindle. If he confesses.
We'll see. Come on, boys. We'll go call on Jeff. Anything to please this gentleman. It wouldn't do for an Eastern dude to be swindled.
It's different when the shoe's on the other foot, ain't it, Dodson?
Come on, let's go. Get on your horses.
I'm coming, too. It'll be right enjoyable seeing Dodson face Jeff Salter.
I'll prove I'm right. Come on. Tom Gordon has to come, too. He's the one can prove that Jeff Salter knew about that mine.
Yeah, I'm coming, Dodson. Get up there. Come on, get up there. Come on.
There's the mine now.
Your mine, Dodson.
Looks kind of deserted, don't it?
Jeff was in that shack by the mine entrance when I left.
He ain't around there now. Maybe he's inside the shack or down in the mine. Hold it.
Jeff Salter.
You don't answer.
We'd better look around inside.
Yeah, you look in the shack, and I'll take a look in the tunnel.
Maybe he's run out with the money.
Don't go speculating. We find out for sure where he is.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
Sheriff, Jeff's things is mostly cleaned out of the cabin. The tools are gone. So is his extra clothes.
Is he in the mine?
Jeff's not in the mine, Sheriff. I called down the tunnel and didn't get no answer.
That proves he swindled me. That proves it.
It don't prove anything of the sort. Since Jeff ain't around here to talk for himself, Dodson, I'm afraid you're going to have to keep this mine.
Keep it?
That there paper looks legal enough, and I don't see there's a thing I can do about it.
But if Tom Gordon tells you that...
Reckon that signed paper means more than Gordon's word. This is your claim now. I reckon we can start back for town, boys.
What's that? Sounds like stones sliding in the tunnel.
I'm going to see.
Yeah, sure. Let's all...
Come on, Dodson. We'll see what's going on in there.
Yes, sure. Come on, Gordon.
It's an engine.
What's he doing here?
Drag him out.
What were you doing in Jeff Salter's mine?
Me not tell.
Maybe he was stealing ore.
Maybe Jeff didn't run off after all. Maybe this redskin killed him.
That's right.
Make him talk. Where's Jeff?
What about it, Injun?
You better talk, 'cause we ain't none too friendly with redskins in these parts.
Dodson, fella, tell me, come here, take care, Salter.
That's a lie. If anything's happened to Jeff Salter, he did it.
Yeah, the Injun planned it. He's the one.
Shut up, you fool.
And there was a plan to kill Salter.
Yes, no. Tom Gordon was talking to the redskin. Maybe he planned to kill Salter.
What? It was Dodson's idea. He wanted Salter's mine. It was him schemed it all. He schemed to get Lem Purvis' mine, and then schemed to kill Salter to get his.
Sheriff, he's lying.
I ain't lying. He made me sign Jeff's name to that bill of sale, and he hired the engine to kill Jeff.
You double-crosser!
Shut up, Dodson. So you swindled Lem Purvis out of his mind.
I
killed Jeff to get his.
That's right, Sheriff. He did it all.
Tie him up, boys.
I got a rope right
You gotta prove Jeff's dead.
We can jail you for forging his name to the bill of sale. We don't need to find Jeff.
Have you evidence enough to convict them without murder, Sheriff?
Who are you? If you're one of them,
I'm not one of them. I asked you if you could jail them without proving murder.
Jail them and hang them. All three of them blame schemers.
You can't hold the Indian, Sheriff.
Who says I can't?
He's done nothing wrong.
He's the one suggested that...
Jeff!
Hey, Jeff ain't dead.
Here I am, boys. I was in that tunnel, too. What the masked man says is right.
What are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead.
Well, I ain't. You see, Sheriff, this masked man and his friend got me to helping them show that Dodson Tom Gordon was crook.
Why, you sakes.
And I reckon he done it.
He sure did. They won't need no mines where they're going. You and Lem are sure lucky the masked man and that engine showed up. Say, where did they get to? Hey, hold on, you two. Come on, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Thomas waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. phantom figure of the plains has become a legend throughout the western United States. The record of his stirring deeds has been handed down, not through the written pages of history, but by word of mouth from generation to generation. Wherever the masked rider of justice rode, adventure went with him. And now the danger trail is brought to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours! We must bring Bart Colt to justice! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As Silver raced by, we heard the Lone Ranger say that Bart Colt's gang must be captured. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, we see Bart and his men as they ride toward the town of Brown's Crossing. They are following a seldom used trail after an attack upon the ranch of old Zach Andrews. Bart is speaking.
Man, if this scheme works, we're going to make us more money than we ever made before.
Yeah.
How much cash we get at old Zach's place, Jim?
Close to $1,000 in gold and folding money, boss.
Besides the stock, the rest of the boys run up in the hills.
$1,000 in cash, a couple of $1,000 worth of beef critters. That ain't a bad day's work.
It sure ain't.
But if Dave Sanders does what I figure he'll do, that won't be nothing to what we lay our hands on before the day's over.
You think he was fooled, Bart?
Never seen a fellow was fooled more.
And he was mad enough to believe anything.
Are you tied up, Dave, the way I told you to?
Uh-huh. It won't take him 10 minutes to get them ropes off of him. He's probably hightailing for town right now if fast as a horse can take him there.
When he gets to town, they tell his brother we're riding to Silver Springs to raid the bank.
There's just one thing, boss.
What's that?
Well, Dave was fooled, all right, when Blackie said we was heading for Silver Springs. When you acted as though you was mad at Blackie for talking too much, he was eating it up. But even though the sheriff is Dave's brother, you can't be sure he's going to believe Dave's story.
Why not?
Well, boss, you know as well as I do that the folks in this county is beginning to think that maybe Dave is in our gang.
They oughter. I fixed it to look that way, didn't I?
Yeah, but if they think he's one of us, they ain't going to credit anything he says.
Jim's right, boss.
That's where you're both wrong. It just goes to show I'm the boss of this bunch instead of one of you fellas.
We don't mean to tell you your business, boss.
I suppose you let me do the scheming for this outfit.
Oh, sure, boss, sure.
You know I've been trying to have the sheriff lose his badge.
Yeah?
And the sheriff thinks a heap of his brother.
Sure he does.
Well, things are coming out just the way I'd planned. Dave will go to town and tell the sheriff his story. You say he overheard us planning to raid the bank at Silver Spring.
You'll do that, all right.
It's going to look funny to old Zach and his men when he sees we didn't harm Dave none.
That's just what I was saying.
But here's the point. No matter what other folks think, the sheriff is going to back up his brother.
Yeah.
He'd be dead sure we're going to Silver Springs. He get a posse together and ride over there as fast as he can.
Only we won't be there.
That's just it. As soon as the posse leaves town, we're riding in.
And cleaning the town out.
We're going to get everything there is to get. Hold up the bank, we'll take what we want from the stores and help ourselves to what's in the cafe. We'll get money and food and liquor and all the ammunition we need.
That'll be a good one.
And then, you know what's going to happen with the sheriff and Dave?
What?
Everybody in the county's going to think Dave took the men out of town on purpose so we could hold it up.
I see, boss.
They'll want to kick the sheriff out of office for letting Dave fool them.
By golly, I never thought of that.
Boss, I got a hand for you. That's the slickest thing yet.
And that ain't all. When they throw the sheriff out, most likely they'll give the badge to that deputy of his.
You mean Lem Moody?
That's the fella.
Why, that bluffer couldn't catch nobody. He ain't no more of a lawman than a sheepherder.
I know it.
And this is what you've been scheming all the time, boss?
Yeah.
Then my hat's off to you. From now on, no matter what you say, I'm for it.
We about close enough to town now?
This will do fine. Whoa, boy.
Whoa there.
Steady, boy.
Whoa, boy.
We'll wait right here till the sheriff gets out of town. We can see his office from here. These trees will hide us. Just as soon as the posse rides out, we're riding in.
Andy Sanders, Dave's brother, was the sheriff of the county. While the outlaws gathered just outside of town, he sat in his office talking to his deputy, Lem Moody. The conversation turned to Dave, And immediately Lem flew into a rage.
Well, Andy, for all of me, you can do as you darn please.
Now, Lem, take it easy. There ain't nothing to get mad about.
I'm getting fed up with the way you're always sticking up for Dave.
And why shouldn't I stick up for him?
Seems to me you forget you're sheriff of this county sometimes.
What's being sheriff got to do with my brother?
Are you deaf that you don't know what folks are saying about him?
Now listen here, Lem. Dave is a good square kid. He wouldn't do nothing crooked for no amount of money. And as long as I am sheriff, I'm going to see that he gets a fair deal.
Maybe you won't be sheriff so long then.
I've been hearing talk, too. I've been hearing that you'd sort of like to be wearing my badge.
That ain't so, I tell you.
Hey, Andy, I got news for you.
Andy, listen to what I got to tell you.
What's the matter, Dave? What's bothering you?
Zach's place was held up by that ornery, low-down crook, Bart Colt.
Bart Colt?
I ain't surprised none.
They shot up Zach and his men, took his cash and most of his cows.
Blast him.
You don't surprise me none. I only been wondering why it ain't happened before.
What are you getting at, Lem?
You're Zach's foreman, ain't you?
Sure I am. And what of it?
Well, there's been some funny talk about you, Dave.
Now look here,
Let
Lem.
him talk, Andy. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Maybe you want to hear it, maybe you don't, but you're going to just the same.
Well, let's have it.
Remember the time Cal Ransom's money was stolen, he found your hat outside his place?
Keep right on talking.
And the time Sandy Hawkins saw a fellow with a bunch of rustlers, and the fellow looked like you and rode a pinto horse like yours?
Are you saying Dave's an outlaw?
Ain't saying nothing.
Seems to me you've said a lot.
All I am saying is that in the light of them things, it don't surprise me none that everybody out to Zach's place got shot up except you.
Lem, if you wasn't a deputy of
Don't
mine...
pay any attention to him, Andy. I got something more important to talk about.
I bet you have.
What is it, Dave?
I can tell how I can get Bart Colt and his gang.
You mean that?
I sure do.
Now look here, Andy. You ain't going to listen to
Shut up, Lem. I'm handling this. What's it all about, Dave?
That outlaw called Blackie let us slip that the gang is riding to Silver Springs.
Silver Springs?
Yeah. He said it without thinking.
When are they riding there?
Ought to be on their way right now.
Then that's where we're going. I'm tired of the way Bart Colt's been robbing, thieving, and killing. I'm going to get him this time, if it's the last thing I do.
You darn fool. You riding over there and Dave say so?
That's just what I'm doing.
Then you're a bigger blame idiot than I took you for. You're just letting Dave trick you. You're going to find out.
As long as I'm sheriff, you do as I say. Now get moving. Get Tom and Tex and the Mabley brothers. Get every man in town that can carry a gun. We're riding to Silver Springs.
The sheriff was not the only one who wanted to capture the Colt gang. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, had been on the trail of the outlaws for several days. We see them as they ride toward the hills that separate Brown's Crossing from Silver Springs.
Tonto, I believe we found the trail of the outlaws at last.
That's all right.
They must have their hideout somewhere in these hills. There's no other place that would serve their purpose. This isn't a trail the ranchers would use, but nevertheless, riders have come this way often enough to kill the grass in spots.
You read trail good.
Not as well as you, Kemosabe. Look, the trail's fading out.
Ground get plenty hard here.
It leads into this dry riverbed.
Maybe we find trail on other side.
Yes, we'll go on. We're bound to pick up the trail again somewhere. Bart Colt and his gang must be captured.
You get them all right.
If they're not captured, Sheriff Sanders will be put out of office, and a deputy will take his place. Sanders is a good man, but Lem Moody would be useless against the outlaws. With him in office, they'd have everything their own way.
Look, there.
What do you say, Tonto?
Their trail again.
Those are fresh tracks.
Them go south here.
Yes. They've turned after following the riverbed and have headed for Silver Springs.
That's right.
And if Bart Colt's gang is going in that direction, it means only one thing.
What's that?
They're going to attack the town. Come on, Tonto, we've got to hurry.
Get them up, white fella.
Perhaps we can get there in time to stop their raid. Come on, Silver!
Every able able-bodied men in Brown's Crossing had responded to the sheriff's call for volunteers. They formed a posse and charged across country to Silver Springs. The sheriff led them into town, stopping at the bank.
Boys, I don't see no sign of trouble. Looks like we beat 'em here.
There sure ain't no outlaws in sight.
I told you this was a darn fool chase.
Hello, Sheriff. What brought all you fellas to town? Brought a posse to catch Bart Colt. Bart Colt? He and his gang held up Zach Andrews' place, then lit out for here.
That's a funny thing. Ain't seen hide nor hair of 'em. It looks blame funny to me, too.
There can't be no mistake. Dave heard one of the gang say they was coming.
Maybe it was an intended mistake.
Sheriff, I'm beginning to think things look queer, too.
Now listen to me.
Them ain't the only one that's been suspicioning things around here about Dave. There's been a heap of talk all over the county. But you would never listen to it. You've been too doggone stubborn.
Why, I ain't gonna take that kind of talk.
Well, I reckon you've got to. We've been letting you have your own way too long.
And that's a fact.
All I got to say is this. If you
Listen,
go on...
there's a horseman. And he's riding in like he's got a plenty important news.
It's Tex.
That's him, all right.
Now what in tarnation is he doing?
Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh.
Sheriff, something awful's happened. Bart Colt's been to Brown's Crossing.
Well, that can't be so.
It is so. I had to hunt up my horse after you left, or I wouldn't have seen him. They come into town just as soon as you and the posse rid out of sight.
What'd them coyotes do?
There ain't nothing they ain't done. When I slipped out of town, they broke into the bank and the general store and the cafe. There was nobody left to stand them off.
Sheriff, it was you and Dave brought us here. It was you that fixed us so they could do their thieving with us gone.
And it was Dave said that Bart was coming to Silver Springs.
But, boys, listen to me.
We've been listening to you too blame long.
Maybe you and Dave are both working for Bart Colt.
Fellas, we ought to string him up.
I'm taking your badge, Andy. You're all through being sheriff.
I says to string him up.
String him up!
Go ahead, boys. I ain't standing your way.
There's a good place right outside of town.
Come on, what's the use of wasting time? Let's finish him off and then ride back home.
No, don't do it. You're making a mistake.
Stand back there.
Another outlaw.
Take your hands off those men.
I'm the law here. You can't do this. I'll have
You do exactly what I tell you. I'll shoot the first man to move.
You got the drop on us now, but we ain't forgetting that white horse. And if we ever catch you...
You won't. You're coming with me, Sheriff.
Who are you? Why are you helping me out?
I'll explain that later. You ready, Dave?
You bet I am.
Then come on. Hail Silver!
Get up there! Get up there!
Get him! Shoot him!
I'll tell him!
Come on, boys. Get after him! We'll let him get away after him,
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now on with our story. Bart Colt's gang attacked Zach Andrews' ranch and allowed Dave Sanders, one of Zach's men, to hear them plan a raid on Silver Springs. Dave informed his brother, the sheriff. A posse was organized which rode to Silver Springs. As soon as the sheriff left Brown's Crossing, the outlaws raided the town. When news of the attack reached the posse, they accused the sheriff and Dave of being crooked, and would have lynched them had they not been saved by the Lone Ranger. Our second act opens as the masked man, accompanied by Tonto, the sheriff, and Dave, attempts once more to pick up the trail of the outlaws.
Tonto, this is where we lost the trail of the outlaws and picked up the trail of the posse by mistake.
So that's how you come to find us in Silver Springs. You was thinking you was following Bart Colt.
Yes.
And darn lucky for us, you did.
Outlaw, feller, here. They must be. It was in this arroyo where the trail disappeared before. Tonto, I believe I understand. We crossed the arroyo. That's why we discovered the trail of the posse. But the outlaws must have continued up the arroyo.
I'll bet you're right.
You can't see marks of the hoofs on this ground. It's been baked by the sun until it's almost as hard as rock. That's all the more reason to believe the outlaws would come this way.
Say, ain't there some smoke in the air?
There is smoke. Can you tell where it comes from, Kimosabe?
Come from up there.
We must be getting close, Boo.
There's a hollow up ahead where the ground dips out of sight. Now,
We'll go on foot the rest of the way and see if it is the camp of the outlaws. The timber and underbrush will hide us.
You take care. No.
This is a good place for Bart to bring his men out of the way from everything.
I lived out here all my life. Never been in this stretch before.
Horses are picketed down in that hollow. Plenty. Horse. There. Keep your voices down. We'll get as close to the camp as we can. They might be able to learn something we can use. Come on quietly.
Well, the sheriff was right. Liggety Street for Silver Springs. We just sort of wander into Brown's Crossing and help ourselves.
What are we going to do next, boy?
I've been thinking.
Yeah?
I've been doing a heap of thinking about the Yellow King gold mine south of town. The one owned by them Easterners.
Well, that's a mighty rich outfit. Don't come no richer. I hear they've been taking close to 100,000 a year out of that hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm. They got their own smelter.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
They turn the ore into gold, put the bars into their own storehouse.
By golly, that's right.
Well, I'd forgot about that.
Well, ain't that kind of risky? The sheriff rides over that way pretty often to keep an eye on things.
And he ain't the sheriff no more, unless I miss my guess.
But Lem Moody is.
Lem Moody? He ain't gonna stir out of town unless he's got a mighty good reason. After what we done to Brown's Crossing, he don't dare.
Yeah, that's right.
I got rid of Andy. We fixed it so that slow-thinking Lem is sheriff.
You think it's safe to ride the mine?
Ain't nothing safer.
When do we ride?
Well, I'll tell you, boys, I believe in fast action. We done a lot of things today. We raided Zach Andrews. We cleaned out the town, so no one's going to be expecting us to do anything else real soon. So I says we ought to get after the Yellow King first thing in the morning.
Whatever you say is good enough for us, boss.
And that's what we're doing. The mine's about 10 miles from here across country. We'll get started about sunup. Before them dudes gets to sleep out in their eyes, we're going to have so much gold that maybe we won't ever have to do any more robbing at all.
Did you hear that, Tonto?
Me here.
We'd better get back to our horses.
Gosh, if only I was still sheriff.
But you ain't, Andy. And the way folks feel about us, maybe you won't ever be again.
Andy, do you believe Lem can be persuaded to set a trap for Bart at the mine?
Him? Bart Colt's pretty slick. He had Lem sized up right. It'll take a heap to make Lem ride out of town with a posse.
And the worst of it is, Bart's been given the law so many false leads that even if Lem wanted to, he couldn't believe any of them.
That's going to make it hard.
Yeah.
But perhaps there's something we can do.
What's that?
If me and Andy can help you, just say the word.
You will be able to help. But the first part of the plan will depend upon Tonto and myself.
Me do what you say.
We'll find a safe place to camp, and then we'll decide exactly what to do.
You do the thinking, friend, and we'll do what you tell us.
You've saved our lives, so I reckon me and Andy owes you more than we can find words for.
The important thing now is to get our plan worked out. Come on,
Get him up,
Silver.
White fella.
Get up there,
Come
get
on.
up there, get along.
The Lone Ranger and his companions made their camp in the hills, then completed their plans for the capture of the outlaws. That evening, in the cafe at Brown's Crossing, the new sheriff, Lem Moody, was sitting at a table with a group of his friends, discussing Bart Colt's latest raid.
Boys, what them outlaws did to this town is a caution.
5,000 from the bank, all the liquor from the cafe, and food and ammunition aplenty from the general store.
And it was Dave's trick that made them things happen.
You mean the trick Dave played on Andy?
Maybe Andy was fooled and maybe he wasn't. I've got my own ideas on that.
You think Andy was in on the scheme, too?
Maybe and maybe not. But I'm telling you fellas one thing for sure. Nobody's going to make a fool out of me that way. Bart Colt's been planning all kinds of fake leads for us to follow. But now he's going to find that he's up against an hombre that's just as smart as he is.
Me one get through here.
What's the engine want?
You sheriff?
Sure, I'm the sheriff. Can't you see my badge?
Me got news for you.
What kind of news?
Me tell you what outlaw do.
Who?
Bart Colt's gang? That's right.
I want to hear this. Go ahead, Injun. What are them sidewinders going to do?
Them ride to Briggs Ranch.
Cy Briggs outfit, eh? And how come you to know so much?
Outlaw feller not see me, but me hear what outlaw feller say.
Overheard their plans, eh?
That's right.
And you want me to take a posse to Briggs' place and catch them crooks?
You do that?
Lem, you aren't going to
Don't you
listen.
go to worrying, Tex. I'll handle this. You sure you heard right, Redskin?
Me sure.
Now, let me see. I could get the boys together and be waiting for Bart when he shows up.
Wouldn't be no stunt at all to corral his whole bunch.
You go, you get outlaw. By thunderation, Lem, if you're gonna let yourself be hornswoggled like Andy...
Just you hold on. All right, Redskin. Thanks for the tip. I'll take everybody I can get hold of and lay for them coyotes out of the range.
That good thing. Me go now.
Hey, look here, Injun.
Still, Tex. Let the Redskin go.
Huh? What in tarnation's got into you?
You didn't figure I fell for that stunt, did you?
But you said
Sure, I let him think so. No use tipping my hand to one of Bart's men. But I got a scheme.
Yeah?
I'm gonna follow that Injun. And I got a hunch the Redskin will take me just where I want to go.
See what that Redskin's going to do. Maybe we might find something to talk about.
It's not you, Tonto. Did you see the sheriff?
Me tell him. But sheriff feller not believe Tonto.
Wait. Someone followed you out. I saw him when he hid behind that tree over there.
Oh, that sheriff feller.
Good. I was afraid that we'd have to allow ourselves to be overheard at the window of the cafe. This is even better.
You tell Lamb Moody that Bart will attack the Briggs Ranch?
Tonto do that.
Did he say he'd send a posse there?
Fool him plenty. Him go to ranch, all right.
And there's no danger that Loman will be near the Yellow King gold mine.
Them far away from there.
And Bart will be glad to hear that. He knew if he could trick the other sheriff, it'd be easier to trick this one.
That right.
Bart's scheme worked just the way he said it would. Lem will take his posse to the ranch. But at 6 in the morning, we'll raid the mine while the lawmen are miles in the other direction.
That's plenty funny thing.
Lem's going back. He's heard all that he needs to hear. He'd go back to the cafe and tell the men he's learned Bart's real plans.
That's what him do.
We've played our part, Kemosabe. Now we can only wait until morning. Here, Silver.
White feller.
We'll return to camp. Andy and Dave will be waiting for us.
Them good feller.
They're both fine men, Tonto. Yep. Let's hope that we can help them. Come on,
Get 'em
Silver.
up, white feller.
The night passed slowly for the group that shared the Lone Ranger's camp. But morning came at last, and with the first light of dawn, they saddled their horses and rode toward the Yellow King mine.
Come on, Silver! Tonto, if our plan works, this would mean the finish of our Colt's game.
Wonder if Flynn will get there with the boy.
We'll know before long. Come on,
The outlaws had started for the Yellow King earlier than the masked man had expected. They charged down upon the mine while the still sleeping men lay at their mercy. The key to the storehouse was taken from the foreman, and Colt's men began loading the bars of gold.
Come on, get a move on. Let's load the gold and let out for camp. We're doing the best we can, boss.
This is sure heavy work.
Never seen gold that wasn't heavy. No, I never seen gold that wouldn't buy just about anything a man could want.
What's that? It's a feller on a white horse.
And men with him. They're shooting at us. We gotta get out of here.
We can't. They're blocking the only way we can go.
Get back in the storehouse. Run for cover.
There's only 4. Let's rush them.
Most likely there's more behind. Do as I tell you. Get in the storehouse. Come on. Hurry up.
These ain't stopped just beyond gunshot.
Fire at them anyway. Maybe we can hit them.
Yeah.
Them 4 fellas, we'll be all right. If there's any more coming, we're sunk.
And there is more coming. Boss, what do we do?
Hurry around, thinking for a change.
They've joined up with them first fellas. And now they're all coming down this way. Oh, we ain't got a chance. I'm not going to be shot down like a dog. I'm going to give myself up.
Come back here.
I'm giving myself up, I'm telling you. I ain't going to get killed.
You're right, coward. Surrender, we'll shoot the whole bunch.
I give up. Go shoot him. Me too. Hey, there goes Bart, around the back.
Get him. We got him, man. Good. We got the whole shebang. We got Bart and the Injun and Dave and Andy. We ain't missed a one.
Lem, maybe you're wrong about something.
What's that?
Andy and the masked fella and the rest of them were holding the outlaws here when we come up. They weren't with Bart at all.
That's right, Lem. I've seen it all.
And what's the
Perhaps
idea?
I can explain.
The masked man.
Andy and Dave were both honest. It wasn't their fault that they were tricked before. But you wouldn't believe them. They were trying to get Andy's job.
That ain't so. I wasn't
Listen to me. Dave and Andy were with me when we learned the plans of the outlaw. But we knew you'd be too stubborn to believe us if we told you the truth.
I reckon none of us would have believed you, stranger.
So we tricked you twice.
Huh?
First, my friend here told you that the outlaws would raid the ranch belonging to Briggs. Then he let you, Lem, follow him and overhear the plan to raid the mine.
You mean you seen me?
We knew you were listening.
Lem, he was only half as smart as Andy. He only got fooled that way once. But they tricked you double, all in the same evening.
Andy, as far as I'm concerned, you're still the sheriff. And I guess we all know now that Dave had nothing to do with the outlaw.
Thanks, fellas. But it was the masked man that done it all. If it hadn't been for him, Bart would be raiding yet, and me and Dave would probably have been strung up.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's danger ahead! We're riding against Blackjack Martin!